The young man's eyes snapped wide open. He stood frozen, glancing around in pure disbelief. Standing right in front of him was Reno, the old bastard he used to call Master, his former swordsmanship instructor and the very man who murdered him in his past life. A burning wave of pure hatred surged through him, but everything felt so surreal. Didn't that guy just kill him? How in the world was he back here? Theo's face twisted in confusion, his mind going completely blank as he struggled to grasp what was happening. Right at that moment, a system screen flashed in his mind with an insane notification. Tutorial Quest: Punch Reno in the face. Theo was absolutely dumbfounded, staring at the system like it was playing a sick joke on him. Punch Reno in the face? Theo asked himself, wondering if this was some twisted joke of fate. But the boiling resentment he carried over from his previous life wouldn't let him back down. The chance to get back at the exact bastard who murdered him was standing right in front of him. He thought to himself, an illusion! Even if this is just a dream, I'm gonna smash his damn face in! Without a single second of hesitation, Theo charged forward, channeling every ounce of his strength into his fist, and unleashed a punch straight at Reno's face. But reality is a harsh mistress. What felt like a thunderous, bone-crushing strike turned out to be nothing more than a mosquito bite to Reno. The old man didn't even blink, just staring at him in mild surprise. Then, out of nowhere, Reno countered with a devastating strike, 1,000 times heavier than Theo's, sending the boy flying through the air before he crashed brutally onto the dirt. The agonizing pain left him stunned. His mind raced frantically. Wait, is this not a dream? Why does it hurt so much? Reno walked over and let out a heavy sigh. I understand your frustration, young master. The coming-of-age ceremony is fast approaching, yet you haven't made a single ounce of progress. I know it makes you angry, but that is absolutely no excuse to strike your own teacher. Theo slowly began to piece the situation together. Reno's words about the coming-of-age ceremony echoed in his mind. That's right, the coming-of-age ceremony is happening in exactly 2 days. But the most mind-blowing part was that he was literally reliving this exact moment in time. He couldn't believe it. I really did travel back to the past. While his head was still spinning with a million chaotic thoughts, the system popped up once again. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the first quest. Reward: activation of the Ragna bloodline talent. The system asked if he wanted to claim the reward. Well, duh, of course he was going to take it. He'd have to be out of his damn mind to punch that old geezer and then refuse the loot. I might be a bit lacking in the talent department, but I'm definitely not stupid. The moment the notification vanished, a blinding burst of light erupted from his body. Raw power began surging through his veins, and Theo felt stronger than he ever had in his entire life. He could literally feel his stats rocketing upwards as an overwhelming aura enveloped his entire being. Theo gasped in awe, barely able to process what was happening to him. What is this? What is this incredible power? Even though he couldn't fully wrap his head around everything yet, the drastic physical changes were undeniable. The system chimed again with the next quest, but right now, he couldn't care less. Meanwhile, back in the Rose Palace, that old snake Reno had already gone to snitch to Theo's mother about how the boy threw a punch at him today, even if it didn't do a scratch of damage. The old man complained bitterly, saying he had never met anyone as completely disrespectful and utterly useless as Theo. Shameless as ever, he began spouting empty promises about how he would dedicate his very soul to teaching the young master without missing a single detail. Honestly, it was enough to give anyone goosebumps. I promised to turn him into a warrior strong enough to participate in the awakening ceremony in less than 5 months. Seriously, I've lived for over 70 years, but I've never seen anyone with such thick, shameless skin. Unfortunately, Theo's mother trusted him completely. Talk about letting the fox guard the hen house. She even prepared a massive, bulging bag of gold to give to that senile old fraud, hoping it would encourage him to look after Theo more closely. Reno didn't hesitate for a split second, practically snatching the gold from her hand so fast you'd think he was afraid she'd change her mind. But the moment that greedy geezer stepped out of the room, his true colors showed. He immediately started trashing the madam behind her back, mocking her lowly status as a concubine. He never bothered to treat Theo decently in the first place. Once a greedy scumbag, always a greedy scumbag. It turned out he already had a sinister plan in motion. A mysterious figure had promised him a glorious future in exchange for keeping an eye on Theo and sabotaging the future of the Ragna family. Meanwhile, back with Theo. As he recalled his past life, a horrific memory surfaced. His mother, Madame Cecilia Ragna, had been brutally murdered at the hands of Redden. That sheer agony, that suffocating hatred, it felt like a jagged knife twisting deep into his heart. Even dying once couldn't erase that trauma. But this time, the rules had changed. He had traveled back to the past, and with this newfound power pulsing through him, he swore he would never let history repeat itself. Overcome by a tidal wave of emotion, he broke into a frantic sprint toward his mother's room. The moment he saw her, the floodgates opened. He threw his arms around her, holding her tightly as tears streamed down his face. "Mom," his voice broke, choked with heavy sobs. He had really made it back. The comforting warmth of his mother, that familiar, loving embrace he had completely lost in his previous life. It all washed over him, stronger than ever. His mother, Madame Cecilia Ragna, was completely taken aback by her son's sudden outburst, but her surprise quickly melted into a gentle smile as she softly stroked his hair. "My sweet boy, you must be so exhausted, aren't you?" Theo looked up into his mother's eyes, his heart blazing with an unbreakable resolve. "No, this time I won't let her die. I will never let her go through that again." He vowed to himself, swearing that he would absolutely become stronger. He refused to let that bastard Redden take his mother away from him ever again. The tears kept falling, but this time they weren't tears of helpless despair. They were tears of absolute conviction. He knew with absolute certainty that he would do whatever it took to rewrite the future. He was going to protect his mother, exact his bloody revenge for his past life, and slaughter anyone who dared to lay a finger on his family. This time, Theo thought fiercely, I am going to completely change our destiny. He knew full well that right now he was still pathetically weak and had nothing to his name. But if that mysterious glowing screen was real and the system truly had unlocked the Ragna bloodline talent, then he finally had a fighting chance. I will become an absolute monster, he swore, not just to claim the throne, but to tear that ruthless bastard Redden, limb from limb. The system's ultimate reward had finally materialized. The dormant Ragna talent was fully awakened. At long last, he could begin a new life, one free from the pathetic humiliation he endured before. In this second life, he finally possessed the latent power that, no matter how much blood, sweat, and tears he shed in his past life, was always forever out of reach. Theo was already grinning, daydreaming about the day he'd become an overpowered god, forcing the very people who sent him to his grave to grovel pathetically at his feet. Sure, it was just a wild fantasy for now, but hey, who's to say it wouldn't become reality soon? Suddenly, the system popped up again with a brand new quest. Push your body to its absolute limits. Outside the Rose Palace, the weather had turned brutal, the bone-chilling cold slicing through the air like a blade. Yet, Theo refused to stop swinging his sword. He reminded himself that even if he wanted to instantly butcher Redden right here and now, it was practically impossible with his current fragile body. First things first, he had to focus entirely on getting stronger. The humiliating memory of being demoted to a disposable spy for the Shadow's intelligence agency just because he lacked talent only poured more fuel onto his burning resolve. He vividly remembered a mysterious, overpowered elixir capable of granting explosive strength. The legendary elixir of the Blood Sword Emperor, which he had gathered intel on in his past life. But this time, he wasn't just going to rely on some magic potion. He was fully committed to dragging himself through hellish physical training to reach the pinnacle of strength he had always dreamed of. Dawn was already starting to break, but Theo was still sprinting at absolute top speed, showing zero signs of exhaustion. The system chimed in. Quest: push your body to its absolute limits. Progress: 27 out of 100. Everything I'm doing right now, it's all possible because I finally have the true talent of a Ragna, he thought to himself. His eyes blazed with a fierce, unquenchable fire. The people around started to notice him, staring in sheer disbelief as whispers began to spread. Wait, how many laps has he been running? Why hasn't he stopped yet? Theo gritted his teeth, pushing himself beyond the pain. I have to run further. I have to swing my sword harder. I must become stronger. The system updated his progress, 65 out of 100. Day after grueling day, Theo relentlessly pushed his limits, acting as if he didn't even know the meaning of the word fatigue. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a pink-haired girl named Eveline Nero appeared. As the manager of Training Ground Number 4, she watched him from a distance, completely blown away by his sheer dedication. She let out a long yawn, completely exhausted from staying up all night just to keep an eye on him. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Is this idiot from the Ragna family seriously still going at it? Is he really as useless as the rumors say?" However, after days of non-stop brutal training, Theo's body finally began to break down. His muscles were screaming, on the verge of total collapse. Right at that critical moment, the system chimed in. Quest, push your body to its absolute limits. It's progress. 97 out of 100. Theo was so drained that his legs gave out, completely collapsing to the ground. But the very second he laid down to catch his breath for just a moment, the system flashed a cruel warning. Progress dropping. Current progress, 90%. Theo's eyes shot open in sheer panic. What? Just because I took a tiny break, all my progress dropped this drastically? Theo silently blamed himself, unable to accept that the percentage dropped just from a brief moment of rest. Refusing to accept defeat, he stood up, his eyes cold and more determined than ever. I won't stop until I finish this quest. He continued his training, gripping his sword tightly and swinging with all his might. The system reported that his progress had reached 98 out of 100. Unwilling to give up, he cheered himself on. Just a little more. I can do this. His body was exhausted. His legs felt like giving out, but he still pushed forward as fast as he could. Just one more minute, I have to finish. Finally, after so much effort and struggle, the system announced his score had reached 100 out of 100. Watching Theo push through, Eveline couldn't believe her eyes. She had never seen anyone persevere this far. It was as if Theo had surpassed his own limits, fighting until his very last breath. The system announced, "Congratulations! You have completed the physical limit training quest. The reward this time is a dragon heart." Theo was overjoyed. Even he couldn't believe what he had just achieved. The system was generous too, giving him an extra bonus for completing the quest so quickly. You have received 10 years of magic from your previous life. Completely exhausted, Theo collapsed to the ground and passed out. But right before losing consciousness, he still managed to hit claim reward. If he missed it, he'd probably cry a river and flood the whole palace by morning. While Theo was unconscious, the 10 years of magic from his past life flowed into his body, sending out an energy shockwave that blanketed the entire area. Eveline stood there witnessing everything, unable to hide her shock at what had just happened. After being taken to the resting room, Theo slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked around, his mind still hazy. Where am I? Right then, Eveline appeared, telling him not to worry, as this was the training ground's resting room. She then kindly reminded Theo that even a Ragna would collapse if they pushed themselves too hard. Theo stared at her for a moment and asked, "Are you Eveline?" The girl smiled and replied, "Yes, you still remember me. I am the manager of Training Ground Number 4, Eveline Nayroll. You passed out this morning after overworking yourself, so I brought you here." Theo nodded gratefully and thanked Eveline. Eveline opened her mouth to say something else, but hesitated, unsure if she should ask about what she had just witnessed. Eveline asked Theo if he knew that the Ragna family strictly forbade opening mana circuits before the awakening ceremony. He obviously knew this, but why was Eveline bringing it up now? Out of nowhere, Eveline brought it up. She told Theo that right before he passed out, a stream of mana had connected to his mana gate. She then asked him with a piercing gaze, "You've already opened your mana circuit, haven't you?" Theo had no idea what was going on. If that were true, how could he still be sitting here peacefully? Then he recalled what happened before he passed out. The system had rewarded him with a dragon heart and an extra bonus. Thinking about this, Theo suddenly broke into a cold sweat. A dragon heart in this world was like finding a needle in a haystack, because a mana circuit could be replaced by a dragon heart. Replacing the mana circuit in the heart could make it function way more efficiently. But for non-dragon creatures like humans, it had to be placed in the lower abdomen, since a human heart couldn't handle the mana circuit. That was why every warrior of the Ragna family desperately craved that dragon heart. It was a simple shortcut to immense power. However, humans couldn't surpass human limits. The system had really favored him with this reward. Now he possessed a dragon heart, but this gift was pushing Theo into an incredibly tight spot. He was currently facing a woman who was not only strong but incredibly principled, Evelyn Nayrol. Evelyn used to be an outstanding master swordswoman, but she retired after losing her left arm and became the manager of Training Ground Number 4. She wasn't just some ordinary manager. She used to be the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, possessing skills so incredible that even demonic dragons had to respect her. Evelyn was also famous for not caring about status or power, things most people thought meant everything in this world. Instead, she lived by strict principles, refusing to tolerate lies and demanding absolute honesty. Theo remembered a time when she was so rigid that she decided to stop teaching him directly. This made him even more cautious about hiding his secret. Right now, Theo was terrified that Evelyn might discover his biggest secret, the mana core inside his dragon heart. This wasn't some ordinary mana core that everyone knew about. It could be hidden and manipulated at will by its user. This allowed Theo to hide his true power, but if Evelyn found out the truth, the consequences would be catastrophic. Just one tiny mistake and he'd be taking a one-way trip to the afterlife. In that tense moment, Theo suddenly thought of something. He gave a cold smirk and challenged Evelyn with a defiant tone. Do you dare to take responsibility for your suspicions? If you're wrong, this could be seen as a grave insult to the Ragna family. This question made Evelyn frown, but she still didn't have a solid answer. Realizing he could seize this chance to turn the tables, Theo pressed harder. Do you know the penalty for insulting a descendant of the Ragna family? Evelyn, fully aware of the severity of the laws, answered without hesitation, execution. Not missing a beat, Theo pushed the psychological manipulation even further. Good, so you know. Then why don't you check for yourself? Though still suspicious, Evelyn was thrown off by Theo's sheer confidence. She had never seen him act like this before. She decided to examine his body by placing her hand on his lower abdomen, but after thoroughly checking, she found absolutely zero trace of mana. Evelyn was stunned, unable to believe that he had no mana core in his body whatsoever. This made her hesitate, wondering if she should even trust her own senses anymore. The whole situation was just completely mind-boggling. He asked her with even more confidence, so, how is it? There's nothing, right? Evelyn immediately dropped to her knees and apologized. I was wrong. Please execute me. I will pay for this with my life. Deep down, Theo was thrilled because he knew his dragon heart was nothing like a regular mana core. With complete control over his mana core, he could easily hide it. Moreover, the existence of dragon hearts wouldn't be known until much later, so there was no way Evelyn could uncover the truth. But instead of punishing Evelyn, Theo simply placed a gentle hand on her shoulder and spoke with mercy. There's no need for that. You are simply doing your job. Very few people would risk their lives to do so. He then slowly left the room, leaving Evelyn alone with her tangled thoughts. Although Evelyn felt a wave of relief, she couldn't stop wondering about who Theo truly was. She clearly sensed that he was no ordinary person, and that there was something incredibly special about him. A few days later, Theo returned to the training ground and resumed his practice with instructor Randon. But this time, he found Randon's instructions increasingly confusing and bizarre. The old man kept giving vague directions, making it feel more like he was teaching a clumsy dance rather than swordsmanship. This made Theo suspect that someone was pulling the strings behind his back. During training, he glared daggers at Randon, secretly thinking about the person who murdered him in his past life. He decided he wouldn't let things play out like they did before. This old fool Randon better brace himself, cause things are about to get real, instead of standing there spouting nonsense. He bluntly told Randon, I don't understand what you're teaching at all. It's nothing but pure garbage. And without hesitation, he snapped the wooden sword right in front of the man, making sure to mock his pathetic skills, comparing him to a cheap, flat tire. This made the old man tremble with rage. What did you just say? The guy's hair was barely graying, yet he was already going deaf. Forced to repeat himself, Theo told him to open his ears wide and listen closely. Your skills are absolute garbage. Theo purposely threw these insults to provoke the fake instructor into giving up, so he could finally uncover some clues. According to his speculation, if the plan to manipulate his training didn't go the way the instructor wanted, he would definitely contact the mastermind. Meanwhile, at the CLA Palace, a student rushed in, frantically calling his buddies to come hear some juicy gossip. "Azen, have you heard the news? That bastard son of the Ragna family is having a duel with our instructor next week." Azen sat in dead silence in the massive room, exuding an aura of cold, absolute authority. He gripped his water glass tightly. Though his face was completely expressionless, a seething irritation radiated from every tense muscle in his body. You didn't even need to look at him to feel his boiling frustration over the news of the upcoming duel. Meanwhile, the informant just kept yapping away in a smug, mocking tone. Word has it, the brat is blaming his instructor for his own absolute garbage skills. This match is going to leave him crippled for sure. But before the guy could even finish his sentence, Azen abruptly hurled the glass straight at him. It shot through the air like a bullet, smashing perfectly into the informant's face without missing a single beat. The glass exploded on impact, sending hundreds of jagged shards deep into his flesh. The man shrieked in agonizing pain as his face was brutally shredded. In the blink of an eye, Azen had slaughtered him without a second thought. His rage had completely boiled over, spiraling entirely out of control. He ground his teeth, spitting out every single word as his terrifying, scar-riddled face was finally revealed in the light. So what? If some bastard child ends up crippled, what the hell does that have to do with me? The man standing beside Azen was none other than Remington Nasio, one of the 4 Hounds of the North, also known as the Blue Sea Silver Tiger. He shot Azen a look of mild surprise but kept his mouth shut, clearly already used to these violent outbursts. Suddenly, another figure approached from the shadows. It was Ed Troyven, one of the 9 heavenly dragons. His voice was calm but carried an icy edge as he warned Azen not to be so reckless. That kid should have been crippled a long time ago. Letting your guard down now will only lead to trouble. Azen just glanced at Ed and let out a dismissive scoff. "I only respect true talent. You're overthinking this, old man. Why waste your breath worrying about a useless bastard?" Ed stared back at Azen with dead, hollow eyes. When it comes to the Ragnas, the impossible has a habit of coming true. It only takes a single spark in the wind to ignite a raging inferno. Azen let out a cocky smirk. "Fine by me. That geezer of an instructor will take care of the trash for us anyway." Fast forward 1 week later to training ground number 4, the stage for the showdown between Theo and Randone. The stands were absolutely packed with warriors eager to witness the clash. Even Eveline Neville, the once legendary swordswoman, had shown up. Standing right beside her was a massive, imposing man who looked like a seasoned war general, silently observing the arena. Theo stood firmly in the center of the arena, his piercing gaze locked dead onto Randone. Internally, he was cursing up a storm. Damn it all. Initially, he only planned to humiliate the guide and get him fired. But things had completely spiraled out of control. Now that it had come to this, there was no turning back. A sudden chime echoed in his mind as the system issued his new quest: defeat Randone and claim victory. A fierce resolve awakened within Theo. He was dead set on crushing Randone right here and now to settle the bloody debt from his past life. A flashback hit. Just a few days ago during a so-called training session, Theo had looked the man dead in the eye and sneered. "Like I said, your skills are absolute garbage. You're fired." Randone had completely lost his mind, screaming in fury. "Young Master Theo Ragna, I refuse to accept this. I still have plenty of time left on my contract." But Theo just stared back with icy indifference. "So what? If I say you're fired, you're fired. Deal with it. Your pathetic excuses mean absolutely nothing to me." Though every fiber of his being wanted to murder Randone on the spot, Theo knew the bitter truth. He just wasn't strong enough yet. So, he decided to play it smart, keeping his distance to gather more intel. Randone, meanwhile, gritted his teeth, refusing to go down that easily. He schemed in his head. "No, if I get booted out now, my entire mission is ruined. I have to convince him to let me stay, no matter what it takes." Desperate, Randone yelled out, "Young Master, please wait. Doing this is a direct violation of the rules." Right at that critical moment, Eveline made a surprise entrance. "In that case," she announced calmly, "we'll settle this the Ragna way." Both of them whipped their heads around, completely caught off guard by her cryptic statement. Meeting their confusion, Eveline's eyes narrowed sharply as she laid down the law. It's the ultimate rule of the strong. We will decide this. With a sword duel. There's no need to drag this to a courtroom. The absolute will of the victor is all that matters. Hearing this, Randon burst out into loud, arrogant laughter. Brilliant idea. We duel in exactly 1 week. Randon was practically foaming at the mouth with joy. A sword fight? The heavens were practically handing him a free win. But on the other side, a cold sweat began to break out on Theo's forehead. His stomach did a backflip. Are you kidding me? This is a disaster. With his current stats, going toe-to-toe with Randon was straight-up suicide. Eveline just shot him a bright, cheerful smile, asking if this plan worked for him. Sure, it worked out perfectly for that old fox, but for Theo, it was a fast track to the graveyard. Cutting back to the present day at the arena, the crowd of warriors was buzzing with gossip. I heard the kid can't even swing a sword properly, one guy mocked. How the hell is he supposed to survive against a mid-level swordsman? Another guy quickly jumped in, laughing. Right? If he was just some average guy, I wouldn't even care. But we're talking about the famous crippled trash of the Ragna family. Ignoring the noise, Randon strutted over to Theo, oozing with arrogance. He mockingly offered that if the boy bowed his head and begged for forgiveness right now, he'd act like this little tantrum never happened and let him off the hook. But the old man was in for a rude awakening when a 17-year-old kid decided to put him in his place. Theo Ragna met the geezer's gaze with ice in his eyes. I'm pretty sure I'm the one who should be saying that to you. If you don't want to spend the rest of your life as a one-armed swordsman, you'd better wake up and face reality. Randon ground his teeth so hard he nearly chipped them, glaring at Theo with a murderous look that could literally kill. Trying to play the noble gentleman, the geezer smirked and offered to let Theo take the first strike, playing the whole merciful master going easy on his student card. Theo didn't hesitate for a single second. Well then, I'd be a fool to refuse. With that, he drew his blade and lunged straight at Randon. The deathmatch had officially begun. Up in the stands, the spectators leaned in with bated breath as one warrior suddenly gasped. Look, the kid's already getting pushed back. What was a weakling like him thinking, challenging a mid-level swordsman? Down below, Randon wore a disgustingly smug grin, tossing taunt after taunt at Theo. What's the matter, young master? Is this all you got? You swing a sword like a pathetic amateur. A fiery rage surged inside Theo, but he forced himself to stay grounded. He knew damn well he couldn't overpower Randon with brute strength alone. The clash raged on as everyone watched in suspense. Even Randon had to admit that the brat's skills had actually improved recently. But against an expert like him, it was still just child's play. To even scratch him, the kid would need to be on the level of the 4 hounds of the north. Let's hit the rewind button to a few days prior. Right after Eveline had dropped the bombshell about the duel, Theo immediately tracked her down, demanding to know why the hell she threw him under the bus. But she just sat there, calmly sipping her tea, claiming she was actually doing him a favor. Eveline had already figured out that some shady faction was backing that old fox, which was exactly why he was acting so obnoxiously arrogant. Theo was completely floored that she had pieced it all together. How did you even know about that? He asked. Eveline explained that she'd noticed Randon had been teaching Theo nothing but absolute garbage techniques. Suspicious, she sent someone to do a little digging in the shadows, and just as she predicted, that crusty old man was hiding some dark secrets. A realization hit Theo. In his past life, Eveline hadn't suspected a thing. But in this timeline, his explosive display at the Mana incident must have caught her eye, prompting her to look into his so-called instructor. According to Eveline's intel, all of the geezer's shady tracks led straight to one place, the Camellia Palace. Hearing that name sent a chill down Theo's spine. The Camellia Palace was the main stomping ground for those very same 4 hounds of the north. Wait, he thought, don't tell me this is all tied to that absurd war for succession? The exact same mess that sent me to an early grave in my past life? But facing reality was a tough pill to swallow. Theo frankly admitted to Eveline that he wasn't delusional. He knew his own limits. He was painfully aware that he didn't stand a chance against that old scumbag. But instead of letting him give up, Eveline pumped him up, assuring him that he could absolutely pull off a win. Snapping back to the present duel, Randon was high on his own ego, ruthlessly unleashing a barrage of lethal strikes. But little did he know, Theo was just getting warmed up. With zero effort, the boy parried Randon's latest attack, completely shattering the old man's momentum. The geezer froze in his tracks, absolutely dumbfounded. He had actively taught the kid useless garbage, so how in the world was Theo blocking him so flawlessly? Theo immediately went on the offensive, mercilessly countering every single one of Rondon's moves. Surprise, you crusty old bastard. This was definitely not the weak, pathetic Theo Ragna he thought he knew. Up in the stands, the crowd's jaws practically hit the floor. Everyone was in a state of utter shock, except for Eveline, who sat back with a serene smile. Everything was playing out exactly as she planned. It turned out that right after setting up the duel a week ago, Eveline had personally offered to train Theo. With her brutal crash course, taking down a 2-bit hack like Rondon was going to be a walk in the park. Honestly, she had despised that crusty geezer for a long time. The guy had barely any real combat experience, yet he paraded around like some grandmaster, and it made her sick to her stomach. This was the ultimate plot twist for Theo. Making Eveline feel indebted to him had actually scored him a massive tactical advantage. But then again, when it comes to the Ragnas, things are never quite that simple. Theo asked Eveline why she was treating him so well. Was it because of what happened last time? Eveline didn't deny it, but added that there was another reason. She knew someone who would definitely be interested in him, as that guy was an absolute fanatic when it came to collecting talent. The battle raged on, intensely nerve-wracking. Every strike Theo landed forced that bastard Rondon to deeply question reality. Obviously, Theo was supposed to be a useless piece of trash from the start, so how on earth was he wielding a sword so masterfully now? Or had he been playing the fool right from the beginning just to bait him into a trap? And if so, who the hell was backing him up? Struck right in the sore spot he had tried so hard to hide all this time, Rondon flew into a rage. He swung his sword wildly and roared as if to prove his innocence. But the harder he tried, the more ridiculous he looked, failing to cover up a single thing. Theo finally laid his cards on the table, declaring that he had known all along that this guy was only teaching him flashy, useless moves instead of actual swordsmanship like he had promised his mother. Truly, this scumbag had no business being a teacher. Rondon stubbornly kept denying it, refusing to admit his guilt. Theo then dropped another question, this time about the Camellia Palace. The moment he heard that name, his face instantly lost all its composure. This was exactly what Theo wanted. He let out a cold, mocking smirk right at the fake master's face. "It's so good that you're being this honest." With every word, Theo took a step closer. The overwhelming aura radiating from him now completely crushed Rondon, terrifying the man into backing away step by step. Every single word spilling from Theo's lips carried lethal killing intent. Do you have any idea what it feels like to have your arm chopped off? Without wasting another breath, Theo swung his sword with brutal force, cleanly severing one of the sly old fox's arms. Finally, the day had come where this scumbag was completely at his mercy. With just a single slash from Theo, Rondon's arm completely detached, flying through the air before plummeting to the ground. Those dudes up in the stands watching this brutal scene were already breaking into cold sweats, absolutely speechless. The so-called useless trash in their eyes had just broadened their horizons to the absolute max. It was only at this very moment that Rondon realized one of his 4 limbs had permanently gone on a one-way trip. The pain only registered now. Earlier, his brain was still buffering, trying to process Theo's words, not even realizing his arm was gone. Now that reality kicked in, he collapsed, clutching his bleeding stump and bawling like a baby. Even though his former student had just sliced off his arm, his mouth was still as foul as ever. He stubbornly kept muttering curses, calling Theo a Mazep brain-dead idiot. The guy was clearly out of time, yet still delusional enough to think someone would save his neck. Seriously, old age must have made him completely senile. After taking this loser down, Theo could physically feel a shift within himself. He could become even stronger. Nobody was going to mess with a real player like him anymore. Theo closed in on the old man and asked if he remembered what kind of crap he was barking about the other day. Rondon was in way too much agony to remember a damn thing. Not holding back, Theo delivered one final strike, sending him straight to meet his maker. The guy didn't even get to utter his last words before he was wiped off the face of the earth. The moment Rondon's head said its final goodbye to his body and flew off, the system popped up with a notification. Theo had excellently completed today's assigned quest. The system even granted him an extra bonus reward for completely crushing his opponent. Obviously, there was zero reason to turn down a sweet deal like that. The guys up in the stands were completely blinded by shock, unable to believe what their own eyes just witnessed. Theo was on a whole different level now. No one would ever dare bully him again. The system then announced that his observation reward from earlier had been activated, though Theo still had no clue how this observation skill actually worked. A ridiculously massive, blinding aura of light suddenly erupted around him, signaling that raw energy was pouring straight into his body. While he was just chilling and enjoying the fruits of his labor, some random dude from behind yelled his name so loudly it scared the living daylights out of him. Turns out it was the demon dragon Julius, commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Typical for a commander, his entrance had to be anything but normal. Theo jolted in sheer panic, having absolutely no idea how long the demon dragon had been standing there watching him. Over in the stands, the crowd was shook to their core upon seeing the demon dragon. No one ever expected such an infamous figure to show up in a place like this. Evelyn felt completely helpless regarding his arrival. With an entrance like that, today's entire arena event was pretty much ruined. Julius strode toward Theo, his face dark and radiating intense aura, his sharp gaze looking like he was ready to swallow the boy whole. This man's mere presence was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Theo was totally bewildered, wondering what the hell was actually going on. While Theo was busy overthinking every possible worst-case scenario, Julius suddenly flipped his attitude and burst into a booming laugh that echoed throughout the entire arena. How fascinating. What an absolute show. At the same time, he slapped Theo so hard on the back that the boy almost ate dirt. The sudden spike of pain made him feel like his soul was about to leave his body. Julius kept laughing heartily, speaking in a teasing tone but utterly failing to hide his sheer excitement. I'm genuinely surprised. You've been hiding this kind of power? Has the disciple surpassed the master? Though, it is a bit disrespectful since you straight up killed him, right? But hey, from what I've heard, that scumbag totally had it coming. Theo desperately tried to keep his cool and turned to him. Lord Julius? But before he could even finish his sentence, the man just waved his hand, completely ignoring Theo's words and kept blabbering on. Oh, come on! The past is in the past! Come join my white armored dragon cavalry. This sudden, out-of-nowhere offer left both the crowd and Theo completely stunned. Evelyn, who had been watching from the very beginning, couldn't help but feel thrilled for this massive breakthrough of his. The other warriors immediately broke into a loud, endless commotion. No freaking way! That idiot from the Ragna family actually got an invite from Julius to join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry? A warrior wearing a helmet turned and asked the guy next to him. Hey, have you ever seen anyone get recruited into the cavalry without even going through the awakening ceremony? The other man thought about it for a second, then shook his head. That has literally never happened. This is just unbelievable. The entire mob of warriors was completely shell-shocked by Julius's decision. Even Julius, famous for his sharp eye for talent, couldn't be entirely certain of Theo's full potential. But it seemed he was willing to bet it all on the boy's hidden power. However, totally flipping everyone's expectations, Theo looked deep in thought. He pondered for a long moment before locking eyes with Julius, his gaze filled with absolute resolve. Lord Julius, I deeply appreciate your offer, but I must decline. This answer dropped like an absolute bombshell on everyone present, and even Julius couldn't hide his pure astonishment. He stared blankly at Theo as if he couldn't believe his own ears, his face flashing a look of sheer helplessness toward this stubborn kid. Evelyn, the one who knew Theo's ultimate dream better than anyone, couldn't mask her shock either. You turned down the White Armored Dragon Cavalry? But why? Theo just gave a soft smile and replied, I'm simply not good enough yet to join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. If I enter now, it will only limit my future path. I need more time to grow and properly prepare for the awakening ceremony. This rejection had quite a few people groaning in pure frustration on his behalf, but Julius merely smiled. He gave Theo an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Such rare and precious humility. Very well, I shall wait until the day you are truly ready. The scene shifts to the Celia Palace, where the atmosphere had grown dangerously tense. Jagna, the lady of the Celia Palace, was in a deep discussion with her older brother, the heavenly dragon Essie Choivan, regarding the incident where Theo slaughtered his own master. Her brother looked visibly anxious as Amin continued to speak. The demon dragon has already made contact with him. We can no longer interfere. If he continues to stand out, taking control of the Red Flower Palace will become even more difficult. Despite Amin's deep worries, Azin, who had been eavesdropping outside, suddenly stepped in and objected. There's no way he can become as strong as you think, Mother. Our plan can still proceed. The heavenly dragon S. Choivan tried to reason with Azin, but the boy remained stubbornly fixed on his own views. Fine, if you and Uncle are so damn worried about it, I'll just go teach him a lesson myself so he remembers his place. The scene cuts back to the training grounds where Evelyn and Theo were practicing. Evelyn didn't hold back her praise for him. You did incredibly well today, young master, though it would have been even better if you had joined the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo just chuckled softly. Deep down, he knew that even if there was a bit of regret, this still wasn't the right time. He had to wait for his awakening ceremony to unlock his ultimate power. He replied to Evelyn, I'm perfectly content with my training right here for the awakening ceremony. While they were chatting, a strange man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He introduced himself as Si-bin from the southern checkpoint, stating he had something to discuss with Theo. Theo observed him closely, and thanks to the system, he could sense that Si-bin genuinely admired him and was itching for a duel. After his brutal match with Rendon and drawing Julius's attention, Theo realized that people who had been oppressed or looked down upon were starting to seek him out to challenge him and eventually follow him. He told himself that he was going to need his own loyal crew if he wanted to become the true head of the Ragna family. The story wraps up with Theo making a monumental decision, right as the system pops up with a notification for his ultimate quest. Erase the title of The Ragna Family's Trash. Current progress, 28 out of 100. Sebin went into full fanboy mode, gushing about how he desperately wanted to be just like Theo. The guy was brutally honest too, admitting that he used to completely write Theo off, seeing him as nothing but the trash of the Ragna family. Sure, it was a compliment, but hearing it made Theo's eye twitch. He really wanted to scold the guy to teach him some tact. Seriously, who talks like that? But Sebin just kept rambling on about his journey to becoming Theo's biggest fan, talking about how he had watched him train tirelessly every single morning and witnessed the fruits of his relentless hard work. He couldn't stop declaring his profound admiration. Please, give me the chance to spar with you directly, my lord. Normally, Theo would immediately suspect the motives of a guy like this, but after a quick observation, it seemed Sebin was entirely genuine. Defeating Randon had unexpectedly sparked widespread rumors that Lord Julius highly valued him. Sure, a lot of punks came looking for trouble, but he hadn't expected to find someone so sincere among them. If Theo wanted to secure his position as the head of the family, he needed to build his own faction. Otherwise, he could be wiped out at any moment. And the current quest from the system, it was the final tutorial mission. Once this quest was over, he would have to say goodbye to the system that had been helping him all along. Just hearing that was enough to make him want to cry a river. Theo and Sebin geared up for their spar. But before starting, Theo didn't forget to remind Evelyn about their nighttime training session. Naturally, she had absolutely no reason to turn him down. The moment the match started, Sebin lunged at Theo like a wild beast let off its leash, but Theo effortlessly dodged the strike. Sebin's eyes went wide. As expected of his idol, the guy's speed was downright demonic. Even though Sebin was known as the dead weight of the Northern Investigation Bureau, he was still pretty confident in his own skills. Yet, he was completely awestruck by Theo's abilities. On the flip side, Theo couldn't help but praise Sebin internally. If a guy like this was considered trash, then in his past life, Theo must have been unrecyclable garbage. In the past, Theo wouldn't have lasted even 3 exchanges against him. But things were different now. For the current Theo, Sebin was barely a warm-up. With just a few precise swings of his sword, Theo completely overwhelmed him. Sebin barely managed to block a couple of hits before crashing to the ground with a massive thud. Battered and bruised, Sebin had been absolutely decimated, but he accepted his defeat with total respect. I lost. Thank you for the match, my lord. Theo remained humble, waving off the praise and complimenting Seben's fighting skills in return. Truly, a humble guy just looks cool no matter what he does. Suddenly, catching a glimpse of himself in a reflection, Theo had a thought. He wondered, could he use his observation skill on himself? He silently triggered observation, and to his surprise, it actually worked. The system began analyzing him. Bearing the title, The Useless of Ragna, he currently only had 3 active talents: Player, Ragna, and Observation. There were still 4 more talents locked away. His current status showed he was awaiting the awakening ceremony. Most of his stats, like health, agility, vitality, and magical power, were nothing to write home about. But his luck stat instantly caught his eye. It was sitting at -49. Seriously, how could someone's luck be that garbage? The system then announced that he had officially unlocked the stat board. From now on, he could clearly see his own combat power in numbers. At this rate, all he had to do was finish his quests, and he could unlock 4 more skills while keeping track of his own growth. His magical power was surprisingly high, reaching a whopping 190. This was likely the combined result of his accumulated strength from his past life and the power of the Dragon Heart. But he still couldn't wrap his head around why his luck was so painfully low. That probably explained why absurd, troublesome situations constantly found their way to him. Speak of the devil. Out of nowhere, a massive crowd appeared, staring at Theo with eyes full of so much admiration you would think they wanted to propose to him on the spot. Evelyn had noticed this shift a while ago. Even though the fake Rondon was weak, he was still an intermediate swordsman. Theo crushing him had completely changed the game. Sure, there were still pathetic haters burning with jealousy, but now there were just as many people who genuinely admired him. This crowd was definitely the admiring type. They swarmed him like it was a celebrity fan meeting, buzzing nonstop about his overwhelming display of power. Many of them were thinking the exact same thing. If it had been them in that arena, the fake Rondon would have sliced them to ribbons. They wouldn't even be alive to talk about it. Among the crowd was a young man practically vibrating with excitement, desperate to spar and learn from Theo. His name was Elnalan. He was 19, making him 2 whole years older than Theo, but he still respectfully addressed him as my lord. He looked a bit rough around the edges, like a street tough, but honestly, he seemed like a pretty decent, harmless guy. After running observation on him, Theo casually called out Nalan's name, leaving the guy completely stunned. You know who I am, my lord? Reading the excitement in his eyes, Theo invited him up for a quick match. Nalan's face lit up with absolute joy. After all, chances like this didn't come around every day. This was the ultimate honor for him. Theo had hit exactly what Nalan was craving. The two immediately clashed, their swords dancing in a beautifully artistic display of skill. Mid-fight, the system chimed in, notifying Theo that his basic swordsmanship proficiency had leveled up. In the blink of an eye, Theo effortlessly disarmed Nalan, sending his sword flying across the room. Without a weapon, the fight was already over. Nalan just stood there, completely bewildered, his jaw practically hitting the floor. He had watched Theo take down Brandon from the sidelines, but actually facing him in combat was a whole different story. This guy was on a completely different level. Nalan respectfully yielded. Immediately, the system announced that Theo had earned Elnalan's acknowledgement, and as a reward, his luck stat increased by 1 point. It suddenly clicked for Theo. Earning people's acknowledgement could actually boost his luck. That meant his luck stat was directly tied to his reputation. Realizing this, he resolved to grind his KPI. He needed to fight as many people as possible to farm luck points. Otherwise, he'd keep stepping into bad luck, making his life a living nightmare. Keeping that momentum, Theo fought literally everyone present that day. His luck point steadily climbed right alongside his victory count. He didn't stop to catch his breath until there was absolutely no one left brave enough to challenge him. He opened his system panel only to see that the quest to shed his title as Au Vaz, the Useless of Rajna, had only progressed by 1%. Theo couldn't help but wonder, was it progressing so slowly because these guys were all his die-hard fans and were just holding back? He pondered for a moment, feeling a bit cocky. Maybe I need to find some heavy hitters, or maybe I need to prove my strength in front of a massive crowd of haters. Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance. Hey, you look like a half-dead chicken out there. You holding up okay? Theo played it cool, saying he didn't need a break just yet. He'd rest when he actually felt tired, but right now, this was nothing but a mosquito bite. The man stepped forward, declaring he wanted a match. The moment he walked up, an intense aura surrounded him. The guy had the overwhelming presence of an absolute superstar. It was none other than the Silver Lion, Remington Nacio, one of the most famous figures around. Seeing Remington step up, even Theo felt a slight drop of sweat run down his face. After all, he wasn't just some random grunt like the others. He was a member of the Northern Hounds. You definitely couldn't mess with him. The Northern Hounds consisted of 4 elite warriors: Hulk Osalank, Zay Jashna, Remington Nacio, and finally, Asen Jashna from the Camilla Palace. This was the title given to the 4 strongest individuals of their generation, crowned during the awakening ceremony under the banner of the Jashna family. Facing him now was both a massive opportunity and a terrifying challenge. Theo used his observation skill on Remington. Looking at the guy's status left him a bit speechless. Remington had never expected a day would come when someone like Theo would actually be considered a worthy opponent. The two exchanged respectful greetings, preparing for the clash. Theo had admired Remington's talent for a long time. Fighting someone of his caliber was a true honor. Defeating just this one man would be worth more than beating everyone else in the room combined. Even Theo wasn't entirely sure if his current strength was enough to defeat a member of the Northern Hounds. But just by initiating this match, the progress bar for shedding his useless title started filling up way faster than before. The two men lunged into battle, but the clash was incredibly short-lived. With just a few devastating strikes, Remington snapped Theo's sword clean in half. The fanboys watching from the sidelines gasped in absolute shock, unable to believe their eyes. To them, Theo was like a shining sun. There was no way he could lose this easily. Others argued that the outcome was obvious from the start. Even though Theo had grown incredibly strong, Remington was still the absolute powerhouse of the Elite Four. Losing to him was nothing to be ashamed of. But Sebin wasn't having it. No one could ever replace Theo's absolute position in his heart. He stubbornly argued back, insisting that with Theo's intense fighting spirit, there was no way he'd just accept defeat like that. The people next to him were completely speechless. There was no reasoning with a fanatic. But right in the middle of their heated argument, Remington's voice cut through the tension. I lost. Everyone froze in pure shock. A member of the Elite Four just surrendered after exchanging only a few blows? It felt completely surreal, almost like a prank. Remington bowed his head, thanking Theo for the match. He looked down at Theo's shattered blade and pointed out that the sword had already been worn down to its absolute limit. Not to mention, Theo had been fighting back-to-back until he was physically exhausted. If they had kept going in a fair fight, Remington knew he would have been the one to lose. Theo was actually pretty humble about it. He admitted he'd lost the moment his sword flew out of his hand, saying that if this were a real battlefield, he'd be dead meat by now. Theo and Remington exchanged a look of mutual respect, shook hands, and promised to go all out in a proper rematch next time. And just like that, Theo successfully earned the respect of the strongest guy in the squad. Sibin was practically bursting with pride for his idol. See, I told you young Master Theo hits different. Right on cue, a system notification popped up. His progress to shake off that humiliating nickname had shot straight up to 35 out of 100. Talk about leveling up at warp speed. Evelyn had watched his entire struggle and relentless effort. Now, she knew for a fact that Theo was genuinely strong, not the worthless trash everyone claimed him to be. Compared to his miserable past life, Theo had leveled up massively. But crossing blades with Remington was a harsh reality check. He still had a long way to go. Sure, losing was a bit of a bruised ego moment, but the sheer amount of experience he gained was totally worth it. Better yet, his luck stat had bumped up by 10 points, and his reputation was finally starting to clear up. He definitely gained way more than he lost today. That was when Remington dropped the real reason he came all this way. He wasn't here just to duel. He was trying to recruit Theo into the Dragon Society. Just hearing the name Dragon Society screamed prestige. Theo was secretly hyped, but on the outside, he kept his cool, playing hard to get. Are you sure it's fine for someone like me to join? Your little club is pretty famous, you know. Flustered, Remington frantically waved his hands, insisting that Theo's skills were more than good enough. He humbly brushed it off, saying their faction wasn't anything elite, just a gathering place for those about to come of age. The two lackeys standing behind them were practically crying on the inside, wondering why they didn't get an invite. Well, obviously, it's a skill issue, boys. Theo fell silent, weighing his options. He had no clue what Remington's real agenda was, but he did know one thing. The Dragon Society was crawling with arrogant jerks who despised him. Honestly, it was the perfect hunting ground to speed up his mission progress. Plus, it gave him a golden ticket to spy on Aizen and the Camellia Palace. A free pass right into enemy territory? Only a fool would say no. Smirking inwardly, Theo accepted Remington's offer to join the Dragon Society. The system, always watching, instantly updated his progress. Just like that, his score ticked up another point, hitting 36. Remington was over the moon. He grabbed Theo's hands, shaking them aggressively, like an overly attached girlfriend reuniting with her man. If you ever need anything or have any questions, seriously, just ask. Evelyn just stood in the background, quietly taking a drag from her cigarette. She didn't say a word, but the intense look in her eyes meant she was definitely plotting something. Fast forward a bit to the Rose Palace. Theo's mother suddenly burst through the doors, her face glowing with pure joy as she called out to him. "My sweet boy!" Theo turned around, expecting just his mom ready to share some good news, but then he froze. There was an entire army of servants lined up right behind her. She excitedly told him that she'd already heard the news about the Dragon Society invite. Honestly, this was probably the first time in his entire life he'd ever given her a reason to be this proud. Since high society had their eyes glued to this faction, Theo's old scrubby wardrobe wasn't going to cut it anymore. He needed a massive glow-up, and every single detail had to be absolutely flawless. The seamstresses instantly swarmed him, taking his measurements. You could just see the overwhelming pride radiating from his mother's eyes. She gently reminded him that everything from his tailored suits to the way he held his teacup would be brutally judged by the elites. She knew he had decent manners, but carrying himself with that arrogant, noble aura, that was a whole different beast. Luckily for him, his mother was the perfect coach. "Never forget, darling, your mother used to be a star actress. I'm more than thrilled to help my precious boy." As Cecilia reminisced about her glamorous past, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over Theo. In his past life, he was mocked as the illegitimate bastard of a lowly concubine, a peasant staining the noble blood of the Ragna family. In this freezing, ruthless household, he couldn't help but wonder just how much hell his mother had endured raising a weakling like him. Right up until the moment she was brutally murdered in his previous life, he had cursed himself. He cursed his own weakness, hating that he wasn't strong enough to protect the one person who truly loved him. Overcome with emotion, Cecilia rested her head on her son's shoulder and softly broke into tears. It was clear as day, behind her bright, everyday smile, she was carrying a mountain of hidden pain. "I believe in you, my son. I know you can do this." Her boy was finally stepping into the Dragon Society. His talent was finally being acknowledged by the world. Theo Ragna gripped his fists, making a silent, deadly vow. He was going to crush every single one of those bastards. He would make them pay in blood for his past life and prove he was worthy of this second chance at life. 2 weeks flashed by, and the night of the Dragon Society banquet had finally arrived. Outside the Rose Palace, Remington had a luxury carriage waiting. But when Theo Ragna stepped out, my God, the glow-up was real. He carried himself with such undeniable drip, looking like he just stepped out of a high-end salon. He was looking incredibly sharp. The servants cheered wildly, hyping up their young master. "Young Master Theo, you look like a totally different person." Seeing this absolute transformation, Remington was literally speechless. He nervously blinked and asked, "Wait, is that actually you, Theo?" Theo shot him a dry look. "Seriously? You're messing with me too, Remington." Still dumbfounded, Remington just shook his head and gestured for Theo to get into the carriage so they could head to the banquet. Honestly, even Theo was feeling pretty damn good about himself. 2 weeks of hardcore grinding hadn't just made him taller. His muscles were seriously filling out. He thought back to when Remington first asked to spar with him. They'd actually become pretty tight since then. And it wasn't just him. Lately, random guys were showing up every single day begging to train with him. Evelyn was constantly complaining, grumbling that she only signed up for a quick private tutoring gig, yet here they were dealing with all these uninvited guests. Theo was suddenly as popular as a pop idol being chased by crazy fans. Breaking the silence in the carriage, Remington asked, "So, I heard this is your first official high society banquet. Theo didn't bother denying it. Remington immediately tried to calm his nerves, patting his back. Hey, don't sweat it. I'll be right by your side making sure everything goes smoothly. Just kick back and enjoy the party. However, Remington's next few stammering words threw a massive red flag in Theo's mind. Looking a bit awkward, Remington admitted that Aizen specifically wanted to see him. Look, the guy's an arrogant punk, but he's the one who vouched for your invitation. So, maybe go easy on him, he pleaded. Theo just smirked internally. Perfect. Everything is playing out exactly like I scripted it. He didn't even have to waste time hunting that brat Aizen down. The idiot was delivering himself right to his doorstep. Putting on his best polite voice, Theo lied, "Oh, I'm absolutely looking forward to meeting him." Deep down, though, he was already mentally preparing for the absolute avalanche of insults coming his way tonight. After a few hours of bumping around in the carriage, the magnificent Celia Palace finally loomed into view. Somewhere inside that massive fortress sat the cocky brat Aizen, infamously known as one of the Northern Hounds. He was lounging on his chair, practically vibrating with excitement, waiting for the arrival of Theo Ragna, the legendary laughingstock of the bloodline. To Aizen, Theo wasn't a guest. He was just a brand new shiny toy to break. As they stepped up to the grand palace doors, Theo's mind went dark. He kept picturing the mastermind who manipulated Brandon into stunting his growth, and the cowardly scum who ruined his mother's life. Right this way. Aizen should be coming out to greet you any second, Remington chirped cheerfully. Theo completely tuned him out. It was painfully obvious why Aizen really invited him. The guy wanted to nip Theo's sudden rise to power right in the bud. But joke's on them. Theo didn't walk into the lion's den without a game plan. He was going to make sure that brat learned a brutal lesson. Theo Ragna was no longer a doormat. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught a bizarre glowing light radiating from the upper floors of the building. His gamer instincts flared. It looked exactly like the neon blue glow of a triggered quest. He was staring so hard he totally zoned out. Theo, heads up! Remington's panicked scream snapped him back to reality. Theo Ragna whipped his head up, just in time to see something plummeting straight toward him. Bam! A massive cloud of blinding white powder exploded out of nowhere, completely engulfing the spot where he stood. Remington was absolutely furious, instantly realizing this was another one of Aizen's sick pranks. Theo, on the other hand, just casually brushed off his shoulder. Relax, it's just flour. Outwardly, he was chilling, but inwardly, he knew that if this were his past life, his weak reflexes wouldn't have dodged a thing, and he'd be looking like a pathetic powdered ghost right now. It didn't take a genius to figure out who threw it. A bunch of snickering faces were already leaning out of the second-story window, pointing down at him. Seething with rage, Remington tilted his head back and roared up at the balcony. Aizen, what the hell is your problem? Theo discreetly activated his observation skill to read Remington's true emotions. Honestly, for a second there, he suspected Remington might have been in on the setup. But seeing the genuine shock and outrage on the guy's face, yeah, Theo definitely misjudged him. Remington was totally innocent in this. Leaning over the railing, Aizen gave a cold, remorseless smirk. What? It's just a traditional, polite greeting, bro. But Theo wasn't even mad. He had already predicted a stunt exactly like this and was mentally prepped for the disrespect. He slowly tilted his chin up, locking eyes with the arrogant punk gloating above him. Scanning the guy's smug thoughts, Theo scoffed internally. Predictable trash. Still, he couldn't just stand there and take it. If a tiger never bares its fangs, people start treating it like a Hello Kitty plushie. He had to make a move. Ignoring the mess, Theo casually strolled toward the entrance, leaving Remington utterly bewildered. And then he did the absolute unthinkable. He looked right at Aizen and politely thanked him. Aizen's brain practically short-circuited on the spot. Flashing the most innocent, friendly smile imaginable, Theo called out, "Since you went through all this trouble just to welcome me, it's only right that I express my deepest gratitude." Aizen's smug grin completely wiped off his face for a second. But like the psycho he was, that shock quickly morphed into a twisted, malicious smirk. Well, I haven't seen you in a while, and it looks like you've actually grown a spine. How entertaining, Aizen muttered darkly. Cut to the grand banquet hall. Just as Theo had calculated, the second he walked through those doors, the snobby vultures circling the room made it glaringly obvious. They were going to make this night an absolute living hell for him. They kept whispering that even if Theo was from the main family, inviting a piece of trash like him was just unbelievable. Remington felt terrible. He quickly apologized to Theo, trying to explain that these snobs weren't usually this bad. Maybe their sugar mamas cut off their allowance, so they're acting petty and bitter. But honestly, Theo couldn't care less about those jealous haters. Instead, he actually thanked Remington. Ever since stepping foot in here, Theo hadn't taken his eyes off the room glowing with a faint blue light. He was absolutely certain it was a quest. But how the hell was he supposed to get over there without raising suspicion? Especially with those nosy brats watching his every move. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted when that arrogant punk, Azan, swaggered over. His mocking tone was begging for a punch to the face, but Theo kept reminding himself to stay calm. He couldn't let a moment of anger ruin the whole plan. Standing on the steps, Azan claimed he wanted to apologize. With a sinister smirk, he slithered up to Theo, threw an arm around his shoulder, and whispered maliciously, "You'll accept my apology, won't you?" Seeing this, Remington was absolutely disgusted. He roared Azan's name, acting like a domineering CEO, fiercely protecting his little wife. But Theo's next words caught both Azan and Remington off guard. "I thought that was just a friendly greeting. Why are you apologizing?" That brat Azan never expected Theo to say something like that. After a moment of shock, he burst into laughter, saying he couldn't believe how much the current Theo had changed. Meanwhile, that crowd of gossiping snobs kept whispering, throwing out harsh, sarcastic remarks about Theo's background. These bastards were crossing the line. They started wondering why Remington was always praising Theo to the heavens, until someone sneered that Remington was just an illegitimate child too. Remington heard every word. A wave of inferiority washed over him, and he couldn't bring himself to say another word. Hearing those filthy insults, Theo wasn't about to just sit there and take it. He turned to Azan and said he needed to go say hi to his friends over there. Shoving Azan's arm off his shoulder, Theo marched straight toward that crowd of arrogant jerks. Theo grabbed a bottle of wine and walked right up to the blonde-haired guy. "Let me buy you a drink." With that, he smashed the wine bottle directly into the blonde guy's head, sending him crashing backward onto the floor. The brutal scene left both Azan and Remington completely frozen in shock. The blonde guy scrambled to his feet, but the moment he looked up, Theo delivered a savage kick right to his jaw, knocking him out cold. "I was just giving you a normal greeting, but your words were a bit too hurtful." Everyone watching was absolutely stunned, especially Remington. Theo, on the other hand, felt extremely satisfied. The progress bar for his quest to escape the title of Fool was finally starting to show signs of going up. Theo grabbed the blonde guy's arm and with one swift motion snapped it in half, leaving the bastard paralyzed in agony. Thanks to this, his main quest progress began skyrocketing. Right after that, a group of guards leaped down from above, completely surrounding Theo. They drew their swords, pressing 4 sharp blades right against his throat. "The penalty for harming the young master is death," Theo calmly asked them who this idiot was, only to find out it was the third young master of the Haveny family, Ian Haveny. Even with deadly blades resting on his neck, Theo didn't flinch. Instead, his voice grew even colder and more dominant, showing absolute contempt for their so-called noble family. One of the 6 great noble families under the Ragna house, the Haveny family. Sure, having everything handed to them made them act all high and mighty. But Theo was no longer the punching bag they could treat like a dog of the Ragna house. Treating him like that was a massive disrespect to his current power and status. Theo glared at the men holding swords to his throat and threatened them. "If you kill me, do you have the guts to take responsibility for it?" His words were simple, but the terrifying aura he gave off made them tremble in fear. It finally hit them. This was a son of the Ragna family, a legitimate heir to the throne. Oh crap, they had messed with the wrong guy. Theo Ragna ordered a mysterious figure to exterminate the bugs surrounding him. In just a few swift moves, it was over. Not a single one of those guards was left standing. The person who stepped in to help was none other than Evelyn, a legendary swordswoman from the past. Theo's quest progress kept ticking upward, fueled by the sheer shock on the faces of every party guest witnessing his ruthlessness. Once the massacre was over, Theo casually called out Evelyn's name. Evelyn looked at him and asked, "Since when did you realize I was following you, my lord?" Theo smirked, saying it was obvious. Honestly, knowing she was backing him up meant he could turn the tables without breaking a sweat. 2 weeks ago, during a conversation with Lord Julius, Evelyn mentioned that her new disciple was incredibly outstanding, far surpassing Aizen. Lord Julius couldn't believe it, but Evelyn firmly stated that the boy's potential was undeniable. In the end, Evelyn chose to closely follow Theo Ragna because he was someone she didn't have to worry about. Lord Julius also instructed her to train Theo, recruit him into the white-armored Dragon Knights, and invited Evelyn to join as well. Back at the party, Theo had actually sensed her presence the moment he stepped into the carriage, all thanks to the special abilities of his dragon heart. Suddenly, he called out to Evelyn, stating that almost everyone here had failed to show proper respect to an heir. Arrogance like that required a harsh punishment. Hearing the word punishment, the crowd turned pale with absolute terror. They finally realized the gravity of their mistakes. Being scared was one thing, but hearing Theo's icy tone made them practically piss their pants. By law, he could execute them on the spot. But since most of them hadn't gone through the awakening ritual yet, chopping off an arm would suffice. Catching the order, Evelyn dashed forward. Before those spoiled rich kids could even react, Evelyn slashed through them, starting with the second son of the Byron family. Then, the eldest son of the Crimson White Mercenary Corps. Every single person who had mocked or insulted him earlier couldn't escape this brutal fate. Following this bloodbath, the system's quest progress surged. The day Theo finally completed his mission was approaching extremely fast. One guy, Ian Tide, realizing Evelyn hadn't reached him yet, threw himself at Theo's feet, begging for his life. But there was zero reason for Theo to care about this absolute trash. "Why should I save you? It was just a friendly greeting, right?" Before the guy could even process those words, Evelyn was already there, delivering swift, merciless slashes. He screamed and writhed in agony at Theo's feet. This was exactly the outcome Theo had planned all along. The system chimed in. His quest to escape the title of Ragna's useless trash had reached 82 out of 100, just as he predicted. Crashing this party made his quest progress shoot up tremendously. Out of everyone who just had a little chat with Evelyn, not a single one had their arm intact, though if they rushed their severed limbs to a healer right now, they might just be able to reattach them. But their lives as swordsmen were completely over, all because they couldn't keep their filthy mouths shut. Evelyn and Remington gathered around Theo, checking to see if he was okay. Naturally, Aizen was watching all of this unfold. Aizen suddenly chuckled to himself. The guy he used to view as the pathetic trash of the Rose Palace was now standing on a completely different level. He never expected to see this day, but seeing it only made his insane, rabid jealousy boil over even more. His ambition was growing out of control. He wanted to crush Theo beneath his feet. But honestly, that was just a pipe dream. In reality, he didn't stand a chance. The party was basically over anyway, so there was no point in sticking around. Theo called for Evelyn and Remington, and they prepared to leave. With that, he immediately walked out. But the moment he stepped through the door, the system notified him that he had completely shaken off the title of useless trash. The progress had hit 100 out of 100. Theo's parting words were as light as the wind, but they unintentionally struck pure terror into Aizen's heart. It seemed Aizen was finally starting to realize that Theo hadn't just changed his appearance. His inner power had transformed entirely. The system popped up, congratulating Theo on successfully passing the trial test while partied up with Evelyn. From this moment on, his true path of revenge had officially begun. Cutting over to the Camellia Palace, Aizen had returned to report the situation to his uncle and his mother. After listening to her son's story, the lady of the Camellia Palace suddenly stopped her pen. They couldn't believe what they were hearing, but looking up, they saw Aizen cowering fearfully. Say that again. Well, who would have thought that constantly looking down on someone would bring such terrifying karma? Both the lady and Aizen's uncle stared wide-eyed, forced to face the harsh reality. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Theo's hardcore fans were throwing a little celebration, drinking beer, and toasting to his insanely successful debut. Everyone was hyped up in the joyful atmosphere, but Theo was sitting quietly in the corner, deep in thought. That useless Theo really took them all down? Back at the Camellia Palace, Lady Ammon couldn't hold back her fury and relentlessly scolded Aizen. Not only are you making excuses for that useless trash, but you also let your own men get their arms chopped off? Lady Ammon was so furious her face turned black. She didn't even want to speak to her pathetic son anymore, but she just had to yell to let off some steam. Aizen was terrified of his mother. He didn't dare utter a single excuse. He just stood there, silently taking her vicious scolding. The more Amin spoke, the angrier she got, and her volume kept cranking up. Her savage yelling echoed throughout the entire palace like the roar of an enraged tiger. It was hard to blame her, honestly, since she had been warning her naive son about this for a long time. If Theo was allowed to shine, taking over the Rose Palace would become an absolute nightmare, but her stubborn son just wouldn't listen. Aizen tried to reassure his mother, telling her not to worry and to just leave everything to him. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was cut off. Lady Ammon kicked him out, left to stew in frustration over his sheer stupidity. Just one reckless move from him had completely shattered the grand master plan they had so carefully set in motion from the very beginning. Her words grew harsher and harsher. This is all because you're too busy chasing after such shallow, worthless things. After the scolding, Aizen stormed off. Left alone, Lady Ammon couldn't help but sigh in sheer frustration, wondering who on earth her hot-headed son took after. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from the shadows of the room. "He is exactly like you when you were young, my lady." Lady Amin merely shot him a side-eye and snapped, "Are you seriously in the mood for jokes right now?" The man didn't argue. Instead, he gently comforted her, assuring her that the situation wasn't actually as bad as it seemed, which left Amin utterly confused. He explained that since the Rose Palace was technically part of the Patriarch's inner court, taking control of it was usually near impossible, even if the Patriarch didn't care much about it and let it become a gathering place for riffraff. But at its core, it was still under the Patriarch's protection. He pitched a new scheme to Amin, explaining that what they needed right now, more than anything else, was a solid justification. Theo causing absolute chaos at the banquet was actually a stroke of luck for them. Since Theo was slowly becoming the face of the Rose Palace, they decided to use the Dragon Society incident as the perfect excuse to crush him using official legal procedures. Lady Ammon fell deep into thought. The real reason she had always dreaded Theo growing stronger was the fear that if his influence spread, the Patriarch would start paying more attention to the Rose Palace. But she had to admit, the strategy her brother just laid out made perfect sense. By backing them into a corner, the Rose Palace would have absolutely no choice but to submit to their authority, allowing them to seize control without causing a major scandal. Her grumpy demeanor vanished in a flash, replaced by a ridiculously cute, doe-eyed expression. With her hands clasped behind her back, she nodded eagerly, completely on board with her brother's devious plan. "How long will it take to set this up?" Her brother just gave a smooth smirk, declaring that everything was already in place, effortlessly turning on his bad boy charm. He reached into his pocket, pulling something out, and told Lady Ammon to just get a good night's sleep. He promised that by the time she woke up tomorrow morning, she'd be waking up to some very interesting news. Handing her a gift, he pulled her into a warm embrace and whispered, "So, sleep well tonight, my lady." Sweet words truly are a deadly trap, and this older man definitely knew how to play the game. Lady Ammon looked up at the old fox, her eyes shining brighter than high-beam headlights. She was absolutely, hopelessly swooning over him. She wrapped her arms around her brother's neck. Everything he did was exactly what she had hoped for, making her feel incredibly giddy. She even playfully teased, "And that right there is exactly why it's so dangerously easy to fall for you. Man, I'm over 70 years old, but I've never seen a pair of siblings as ridiculously cringe as these two. If I met them in real life, I swear I'd knock some sense into them." Meanwhile, back at the banquet, Remington suddenly opened up and started pouring his heart out to Theo. He was incredibly grateful for what Theo had done today. Even if he were to meet his ancestors right now, he never would have expected Theo to look out for him so fiercely. Theo sat there listening, having absolutely no clue what the hell Remington was rambling about. He asked what the guy was trying to say, while secretly thinking this dude must be completely wasted. Or maybe he was actually catching feelings for him. Remington rested his head on the table, slurring about the Dragon Society's banquet. He must have sensed something different in Theo. Normally, Theo would just quietly endure any insults thrown his way. But the moment people started mocking Remington, Theo was the only one who didn't hold back and stepped right up to defend him. Realizing this, Remington suddenly felt deeply ashamed of his own uselessness. As he spoke, Remington sneaked a glance at Theo, his face suddenly flushing bright red. He thought to himself that every time he looked at Theo, he was hit with a brand new surprise. If they kept hanging out like this, he might just end up falling head over heels for the guy before he even knew it. Deep down, he honestly thought Theo was just way too cool. Every single day, Theo had to listen to toxic insults, being called a useless failure or a bastard child. Yet, it never broke his spirit, it only made him stronger. The more Remington thought about it, the wilder his imagination got. He even started convincing himself that Theo boldly standing up against the Camellia Palace was entirely for his sake. Remington's gaze toward Theo grew increasingly misty and intense, but in reality, he was just overwhelmed with emotion, deeply touched that this seemingly clueless friend actually cared about him so much. Meanwhile, Theo had just activated his observation skill on Remington and saw exactly what was going on in his head. Oh, you're in for it now, Theo. Remington was completely misinterpreting everything. Theo only stepped in because those guys were getting on his nerves. He didn't have some deep, profound reason for doing it. Suddenly, Remington slammed his hands on the table, thumped his chest, and dramatically vowed that from this day forward, he would follow Theo for all eternity and never leave his side. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted into loud, enthusiastic cheers. This was exactly what they wanted to see. After all, the strong always naturally gravitate toward the strong. With an alliance like that, they felt they finally had wise and powerful leaders to guide them. Theo, on the other hand, was completely frozen in shock. Everything was escalating way too fast and spinning wildly out of control. He hadn't planned for any of this. Feeling utterly helpless, Theo tried to call out to Remington. "Wait, hold on. I think you've got the wrong idea here." Just as he was about to explain himself, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, telling him to just let things play out naturally. Theo quickly realized someone was using telepathy. He turned his head and saw Evelyn looking right back at him with a soft, knowing smile. She gently reminded him that this wasn't necessarily a bad misunderstanding to have. Besides, it was pretty obvious that everyone here genuinely wanted to get on his good side. Hearing her words, Theo was taken aback for a second, but he quickly brushed it off. He just let out a soft sigh and replied, "I'm really no one special." Everything that had happened, from traveling back in time and inheriting Vapna's talent to growing as powerful as he was now, was all thanks to the system's notifications. Theo couldn't help but wonder what this power truly was. At first, he thought these were just fragments of his past regrets, but the more he experienced, the more it felt like déjà vu. It was as if he had already lived through all of this, even if his memories were completely blurry. But hey, this mysterious power was carrying him hard right now, so there was no point in overthinking it. With the Dragon Society incident finally wrapped up, Theo noticed that his level had increased again. He realized that every single time he leveled up, he would earn stat points to boost his attributes. The sheer thought of how much stronger he could become left him both terrified and incredibly thrilled. But right now, his main priority was bracing himself for the inevitable counterattack from the Camellia Palace. After weighing his options, Theo decided to pull Remington into his plans. He walked over and asked, "Remington, can you do me a favor?" Naturally, Remington's eyes lit up at the request. "Of course, young Master Theo." "But wait, did you just call me by my first name so casually?" Theo honestly hadn't even noticed his own wording. He simply slipped a small piece of paper into Remington's hand. "The succession war between me and Aizen is about to hit a boiling point very soon. I need you to help me prepare for it." Remington was a little taken aback, but he gave a confident smirk and agreed to set up everything exactly as Theo wanted. But before he could ask for any more details, a group of people suddenly burst through the doors. It was a squad of white armored soldiers. Holding up a warrant stamped with a striking red seal, they aggressively barked their orders. "Theo Ragna, you are under arrest for the crimes of intimidation and brutal assault." Theo already saw this coming from a mile away. Remaining completely calm, he turned to reassure his panicking friends. "It's fine, everyone, just stay calm." Theo stepped forward and carefully read over the arrest warrant. Once he confirmed the charges were official, he didn't give the guards a hard time. He simply held out his wrists, letting them slap the cuffs on him before being marched away. Right before stepping out, Theo shot a subtle, knowing glance at Remington and Evelyn regarding their hidden tasks. Both of them instantly understood the silent cue. Gripping the crumpled piece of paper in his hand, Remington knew without a doubt that this was a top-secret mission Theo had meticulously planned out. Meanwhile, over at the Rose Palace, the head butler frantically delivered the breaking news to Lady Cecilia. She was sick with worry, having no idea what was actually going on. Hearing that Theo had been officially charged with inciting a rebellion over the banquet brawl sent her into an absolute panic. Her legs gave out, causing her to collapse right onto the floor as she desperately tried to comfort herself. Theo will definitely get through this. He always finds a way. The poor mother was trembling with anxiety, utterly powerless to help. All she could do was pray with all her heart that her son would make it back home safely. While sitting in the prisoner carriage bound for the courthouse, Theo stared out the window, realizing it had been quite a while since he last saw these streets. Since he had completely humiliated the Dragon Society, he knew damn well this wouldn't just end with a slap on the wrist and a jail cell. They were absolutely going to drag him into a massive public trial. Theo was fully aware of the political game at play. Dragging an official successor like him out in front of a judge was their twisted way of testing if he was truly fit to be an heir. Stepping into the grand courtroom, Theo stood completely alone, facing down 4 terrifyingly high-ranking figures. The Demon Bloodline, Julius Ragna, the Sky Dragon, Ed Trovian, the Sword Dragon, Osar Ragna, and the head of the National Council, Ragna. The council head was the first to speak, demanding that Theo answer for the sheer chaos he had caused. Theo instantly noticed the old man didn't even bother hiding his utter disgust, openly referring to him as a filthy bastard. The council head unleashed a torrent of harsh rebukes, his voice booming as he demanded to know if Theo was truly prepared to face the heavy consequences of his actions. But Theo had already mentally prepared himself for this exact moment. Without a single shred of fear in his eyes, he stared down the absolute elites of the kingdom and coolly replied, "You know what? You're absolutely right. I really should have just chopped off their heads instead of only taking their limbs." His declaration sent shockwaves through the entire tribunal. The council members sitting up there were completely caught off guard. Instead of bowing his head, pleading guilty, and begging for mercy, Theo fired back with absolute defiance. Theo boldly laid out his argument. He declared that those noble families were subjects of Ragna. Since House Ragna had granted them lands and honor, they, in return, owed the family their absolute loyalty and their very lives. That is the true path of a knight, he argued. Yet those fools actually dared to threaten their own lord? Listening to Theo's speech, Lord Julius wasn't entirely surprised by the boy's audacity. In his eyes, Theo was just as impressive as ever. Julius assumed this whole ordeal would just end with a standard punishment. But on the other side, Lord Gukang was boiling with rage. The more he listened, the angrier he got. He pointed furiously right at Theo's face and roared that the boy's words were nothing but pure nonsense. Honestly, the more Gukang heard, the more he wanted to punch the kid square in the jaw. While he was barking his head off, the sword dragon sitting nearby suddenly chimed in. She calmly stated that, theoretically, Theo was completely right, and she actually agreed with his sentiment. However, she warned that he needed to be more realistic. No matter how powerful House Ragna was, they still had to listen to their vassals and knights. If they didn't, the family would inevitably collapse sooner or later. Hearing her wisdom, Theo immediately caught her drift. He gave a respectful nod and replied obediently, "I will carve your words into my heart." Theo thought to himself, so, that woman is the first wife of the North's greatest swordsman, the sword dragon herself. Fortunately, she didn't seem to harbor any deep hatred toward him, though her stepping in to mediate was certainly a bit puzzling. Getting back on track, Theo asked the council what his actual punishment would be. Lord Gukang mulled it over for a moment before declaring a 3-month probation. Hearing this, Theo internally panicked. Oh crap! He quickly pointed out to Gukang that the awakening ceremony was scheduled to take place in just 2 months. Being put on probation for 3 months would completely ruin his chances to participate. Seeing Theo talk back, Gukang's temper flared up all over again. He loudly scolded the boy for his insolence. But the sword dragon smoothly interjected, explaining that the council had already taken that into consideration. They had decided that Theo would simply participate in next year's awakening ceremony. Oh, and those 15 nobles he interacted with yesterday, they were also delayed until next year. Talk about a twisted stroke of fate. They were bound to run into each other again. So, thanks to the sword dragon's intervention, the sentence ended up being remarkably light. Before the trial even began, the 4 council members had actually sat down to deliberate. It turned out that the original punishment proposed for Theo was far more severe, but Lord Julius had fiercely opposed it. Sitting among them, S. Troyven thought to himself with a sinister smirk, "Actually, this outcome isn't too bad." By getting his awakening ceremony delayed, Theo was bringing a massive loss of honor to House Ragna. And since Theo was currently the face of the Rose Palace, him carrying such a heavy burden of shame would give the Camellia Palace countless perfect excuses to finally crush the Rose Palace once and for all. If things just kept playing out exactly like this, their master plan would swing perfectly into motion. From their perspective, Theo's hands were completely tied. All the boy could do now was bow his head and accept his grim reality. But what that snake never saw coming was Theo boldly declaring his intent to appeal. The moment those words left his mouth, all 4 council members completely froze. Hearing this, S. Troyvan could barely contain the twisted joy bubbling up inside him. What an absolute idiot, he sneered internally. To Troyvan, Theo's reckless move was just going to make everything they had planned 10 times easier. Breaking the stunned silence, Lord Julius seriously asked Theo if he truly understood what an appeal meant in this court. Obviously, Theo was brimming with confidence. If he didn't know the stakes, he wouldn't have brought it up in the first place. The boy was more than smart enough to realize that this entire mess wasn't going to just fade away with a measly 3-month probation. That slap on the wrist was far too lenient. It was blatantly obvious that the demon dragon had been pulling strings behind the scenes to protect him. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Theo passionately declared that under the mighty and proud name of House Ragna, an appeal meant a trial by combat. He knew Lord Julius was only looking out for him, but from the very beginning, Theo never had any intention of quietly accepting a reprimand. On the contrary, he fully intended to walk out of there with a reward. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. The main scenario had officially begun. Through this new storyline, he would finally be able to uncover the countless secrets hidden away within this suffocating, sealed-off world. The very first quest for this new scenario was titled, The Path of Succession. The scene then shifts to the secret northern branch of the Ceres Merchant Guild. A brutal and bloody battle was raging through the halls. A lone figure draped in a dark cloak was relentlessly tearing through enemy forces single-handedly. That fierce warrior had already slaughtered countless guild members. As the hood fell back, the assassin was revealed to be Evelyn. She and Remington were tearing the place apart under Theo's direct orders. Remington glanced down at a mysterious box they had secured. He had no clue what was inside, but whatever it was worth annihilating the entire merchant guild for. With this decisive strike, S. Troyvan's Camellia Palace was effectively ruined. Cutting back to the intense tribunal, Lord Gukong glared at the boy. "You're taking a minor issue that could be resolved with a 3-month probation and turning it into an all-out war?" He spat, calling Theo's arrogance completely out of bounds. He firmly believed that with Theo's current power, there was absolutely no way the boy could survive a clash against the combined forces of 15 noble families. Yet Theo maintained an icy calm, keeping his composure perfectly intact. He confidently declared that this was simply a hurdle he was meant to overcome. He even fired back at Gukang with a smirk, asking if it wasn't standard procedure to appeal via a representative battle when there was such a massive gap in military power. Hearing the boy's logic, Lord Julius couldn't help but fall deep into thought. Normally, an appeal was settled through a direct combat trial where the victor takes all. However, in scenarios where a direct war was physically impossible due to an overwhelming power disparity, the law allowed for a representative battle, where each faction would send out a single champion to fight in their stead. If they went down that route, the champion for the defense would obviously be Theo himself, while the plaintiffs would almost certainly send out Aizen. Lord Julius silently analyzed the board. If those two clashed, Theo was guaranteed to be crushed. For the boy to make such a suicidal gamble, could he be hiding a secret trump card up his sleeve? Julius thought to himself, if the kid is banking on Evelyn or even me stepping into the ring for him, he's in for a brutal wake-up call. Completely unfazed, Theo officially laid out his terms, proposing that the representative battle take place in exactly 1 week's time. Up on the podium, S. Troyven sneered. Hearing the boy's terms, he immediately deduced that this was some sort of stalling tactic. True to his arrogant nature, the slimy noble immediately started underestimating Theo with his delusional assumptions. Troyven arrogantly assumed that Theo was foolishly hoping the demon dragon or Evelyn would act as his champion. But with those two's cautious personalities, there's no way in hell they'd stick their necks out for this brat. He mocked internally. Brimming with overconfidence, he gleefully planned to send Azen into the arena to beat a traumatizing lesson into the boy. Little did that fool know, ever since the banquet the other night, Azen's entire attitude toward Theo had shifted dramatically. Troyvan quickly nodded in agreement, just about to lock in the representatives, when suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the hall. The sheer presence of it left both the 4 council members and Theo utterly stunned. I thought you were nothing but a quiet, fragile child. But it seems you've grown quite skilled at playing these cunning little games. You have changed tremendously since I last saw you, my son. The voice was stern and unshakable, radiating an invisible, suffocating pressure that dominated the entire room. The man who had just stepped through the grand doors was none other than the patriarch himself, Kyle Ragna, Theo's biological father. In a heartbeat, all 5 people in the room, including Theo, dropped to their knees, bowing deeply in absolute reverence to the patriarch. His absolute authority in the family was undeniable. Just his presence commanded instant submission. Right as Theo was bowing to his terrifying father, the system interface flashed again, issuing a new quest. Capture the Camellia Palace and uncover its dark secrets. The prompt instantly jolted Theo's memory back to that eerie blue light he had seen pulsing from the Camellia Palace the other night. There was definitely something incredibly sinister hidden inside that room. Because the events of that night had devolved into absolute chaos, he had completely forgotten about it once he got home. But damn it, now is not the time to get distracted, he thought. First things first, he had to survive the intense standoff right in front of him. Just one tiny slip-up, and his entire meticulously crafted master plan would go straight down the drain. Why the hell was his father showing up right at this exact moment? It was a massive, terrifying question mark hanging over his head. The moment Kyle stepped up to the floor, he commanded Theo to rise. On his way to the tribunal, the patriarch had already been briefed on the boy's situation and his audacious demand for an appeal. He bluntly stated the obvious. If Theo intended to step into the arena as his own champion, he was going to face a brutally steep uphill battle. Staring daggers into his son, Kyle sternly asked if Theo had already decided on a proxy champion to fight in his place. Hearing this, Theo instantly narrowed his eyes, going on high alert. He knew exactly what this was. This wasn't a genuine offer of help. It was a test from his ruthless father. Theo carefully weighed his options for a second. Then, lifting his head with unwavering resolve, he declared that from the very moment he demanded the appeal, he had fully intended to step into the blood-soaked arena himself. His father instantly shot back, warning that if he fought, he would undoubtedly be crushed. But Theo didn't bat an eye. With a fiery smirk, he replied, "If I don't step into the ring and try, how will I ever know?" Theo then launched into a powerful, defiant speech. He passionately declared that even if someone tried to force his head to the dirt, he would never stoop so low as to let others trample all over his pride. The sheer audacity of those words hit his father like a truck. Kyle Ragna suddenly threw his head back, covered his face, and burst into an echoing, thunderous fit of laughter. "Did you all hear that?" The patriarch boomed to the silent council, still chuckling. "The words of my son. Even if forced to bow, I will never let anyone trample over me." It was glaringly obvious. Theo's fearless display of arrogance had completely won his father over. Theo's aggressive, unyielding attitude was exactly what the patriarch respected. Playing his part perfectly, Theo humbly bowed his head and thanked his father for the high praise. But internally, Theo was scheming like a mastermind. This whole trial by combat proposal, it was nothing but a massive smokescreen. He never actually planned on fighting a single round. So, being able to boldly act like a fearless warrior in front of everyone was just the cherry on top of his perfect disguise. Because right before walking into this tribunal, Theo had dispatched Remington and Evelyn on a covert mission to dig up hard evidence of the Camellia Palace's treason. Once he had that damning proof in his hands, he could completely obliterate his enemies without ever having to lift a sword. Honestly, why exhaust himself fighting to the death when he could just use that 1-week grace period to kick back, relax, and enjoy the show? Suddenly, his father announced that, as the Lord of Ragna, he personally wanted to give Theo a chance. He wanted to test Theo with a single strike. Theo was completely stunned by his father's words. Lord Kylie told him to forget about the trial. If he stepped outside right now and could withstand just one of his strikes, he would personally wipe away all of Theo's charges. With that said, he turned his back and headed straight for the door, but that bastard Joyvan quickly stopped them. Patriarch? That is absolutely impossible. Joyvan was starting to panic, terrified that all their plans were about to go down the drain. Offering this single strike test meant the Patriarch was already beginning to acknowledge Theo. If Theo actually survived that strike, he would officially earn the Patriarch's approval. Deep down, though, he still believed there was no way in hell Theo could survive such a blow. But hey, you never know what life might throw at you. What if, by some absolute miracle, Theo actually pulled it off? That would be a complete disaster. He was dead set on stopping the Patriarch from showing Theo any favoritism. He tried dragging the clan's laws into the argument to stop the test. But before he could even finish his sentence, the Patriarch ruthlessly cut him off with an iron-cold voice. "Shut your mouth. If a mere servant dares to speak out of turn, they should be eliminated." Hearing that, Joyvan instantly backed down and shut his mouth. What else could he do? Say one more word and he'd probably get chopped into 100 pieces, let alone give his unwanted opinions. Suddenly, the Patriarch noticed something else. Sir Julius had been chuckling to himself this whole time for some unknown reason. Julius quickly explained that it had been a very long time since he last saw Lord Kyle show such genuine interest, so he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Getting back to the main issue, the Patriarch turned to Theo and asked, "What do you say, my son?" Theo immediately fell deep into thought. A single strike from his father could completely flip the situation in a direction he hadn't prepared for. His original plan was already shattered into a million pieces anyway, but a sudden shift like this could be exactly the new beginning he needed. Theo spoke up in a calm tone, saying that a test like this was way too harsh on him. How could anyone compare a single devastating strike from his father to a simple proxy duel against mere servants and vassals? Hearing this, Patriarch Kyle looked visibly displeased. He coldly asked if Theo was trying to refuse him, but surprisingly, the boy shook his head. "No, father." He just wanted to point out how utterly unfair this sudden change in the rules was. Patriarch Kyle listened, clearly confused as to what could possibly be so unfair about it. Theo argued that since the trial for his appeal had suddenly become much deadlier, his reward for surviving it should definitely be increased too. Patriarch Kyle asked what exactly he had in mind. Seizing the golden opportunity, Theo shot a sharp glare right at Joyvan and casually dropped his demand. Something like, "The Camellia Palace." The moment those words left his mouth, Joyvan's face turned deathly pale. It was glaringly obvious that Theo's little proposal had successfully struck Joyvan's weakest nerve. He couldn't hold back his rage, violently cursing Theo in his head. "You absolute bastard!" The Elder Lord standing nearby also thought to himself that Theo must have completely lost his mind to make such an outrageous demand to the Patriarch. He firmly believed that this level of arrogance was going to get the boy killed. But to everyone's absolute shock, Patriarch Kyle agreed on the spot without a single second of hesitation. He was incredibly pleased with Theo's fearless attitude. If you wanted to achieve greatness, you needed exactly this kind of sheer audacity. Now this is truly my son. He looked around the room and asked if anyone objected to this arrangement. Naturally, no one was stupid enough to play with fire and oppose his decision. Patriarch Kyle turned and strode out toward the courtyard, buzzing with an overwhelming sense of excitement. He was going to personally test Theo Ragna right here, right now. The two of them stepped into the arena, watched closely by the 4 elders from the trial. every single one of them looking incredibly tense. In the corner, Ed Troyven was sweating bullets, feeling like he had just dug his own grave. Who would have thought that the very trap he set up would become the perfect stepping stone to send Theo straight to the top? But as he calmed his nerves, he realized there was absolutely nothing to worry about. No matter how much stronger Theo had gotten, there was zero chance he could block a full-force strike from the Patriarch. That was a realm of power no one had ever been able to withstand. He confidently smirked to himself, completely certain that Theo was about to be sent straight to the afterlife to meet his ancestors. Standing in the arena, Theo glanced over and could practically see Ed Troyven banking on his inevitable defeat. That reaction was exactly what he expected. But it was truly a shame for that bastard because Theo had zero intention of letting him get his way. He still had the system rewards from his previous trials. Suddenly remembering something, the Patriarch asked if Theo had consumed any magic elixirs before coming here. But after a second thought, he realized that even if the boy had, it wouldn't change his aura enough to actually beat him. So he brushed it off, deciding it wasn't even worth worrying about. Theo could instantly feel the shift in the air. His father was getting dead serious about this fight. Lord Kylie stood towering before him like a massive, impenetrable mountain, calmly asking if he was done warming up so he could finally launch his strike. Theo fiercely held his ground and gave a firm, unyielding nod. "I'm ready." Patriarch Kyle stated that he would normally use his legendary general's blade. But since Theo hadn't awakened his mana yet, he decided to only use a rusty old sword for today's test. The moment they reached an agreement, the battle officially began. Even though it had just started, the overwhelming aura radiating from the Patriarch was absolutely terrifying. A sinister red glow erupted around him, reeking of sheer death, completely suffocating anyone who dared to stand against him. Theo definitely felt the suffocating pressure of that aura, but he didn't show a single ounce of fear. Instead, he felt a deep sense of awe. His father had barely unleashed his fighting spirit, yet the sheer pressure was already mind-blowing. The Patriarch was equally surprised to see that, even now, Theo hadn't flinched or backed down one bit. "I have to admit, I'm surprised you're still standing." Theo didn't say a word out loud, but he let out a confident smirk in his head. Standing firm was a given. His strength stats had literally tripled. Thanks to the system's reward from his last successful mission, he had consumed an experience-boosting elixir and instantly leveled up 5 times. And obviously, he had dumped every single available stat point straight into strength. Getting the chance to test his power against his father like this sent a thrilling, electrifying rush through his veins. It felt as if he had finally broken out of the realm of ordinary trash and officially stepped into the world of absolute, monstrous geniuses. Theo was wildly confident that, with his current raw power, he could comfortably block a full-force strike from his father without breaking a sweat. Right in the middle of his thoughts, his father had already launched himself high into the air, preparing to crash down with a devastating attack. Theo snapped into intense focus, ready to block the strike with pinpoint precision. With his newly upgraded abilities, he could trace his father's explosive movements with crystal clarity. Without holding back, Patriarch Kyle came crashing down. Boom! The moment their blades collided, the ground beneath them completely exploded. The sheer shockwave of their clash was like a massive bomb going off, the kind of destructive force that could effortlessly wipe an entire city off the map. Everyone watching from the sidelines was absolutely convinced that Theo was done for. There was just no physical way he was surviving a catastrophic impact like that. But as the dust settled, Lord Kyla actually burst into laughter, loudly declaring that it had been a very long time since anyone had made him feel this damn proud. Theo had successfully, completely blocked Patriarch Kyle's devastating strike. However, taking the full brunt of that attack caused the sword in Theo's hands to instantly shatter into hundreds of pieces. As the heavy smoke cleared, Theo's figure slowly revealed itself, leaving everyone in the courtyard completely jaw-dropped. Well, except for Julius. To him, this miraculous outcome wasn't outside his expectations at all. He had always been deeply proud of the boy, and this glorious victory was everything Theo truly deserved. Theo had just proved his innocence through sheer ironclad willpower. Patriarch Kyle proudly announced that the trial was officially over. Right then, a glowing system prompt popped up, notifying Theo that he had successfully completed the surprise hidden quest, Survive Kile Ragna's full-force strike. As a reward for clearing this insane mission, the system unlocked an inventory feature for him and gifted him a mysterious blue key. Honestly, after pushing his body to the absolute limit in that clash, Theo was completely drained. He collapsed, unable to even stand, his mind going completely blank as he blacked out. Ugh, where am I? He mumbled out the classic main character line the second he woke up. Almost instantly, his mother let out a loud, emotional cry, overjoyed that her baby boy had finally regained consciousness. Before Theo could even fully process what was going on, his mother was already crying her eyes out, making a massive fuss. She dramatically started pouring her heart out, sobbing about how utterly heartbroken she was when she heard the horrifying news about her precious son. The son she had fiercely protected and spoiled like a fragile flower had actually taken a direct hit from the terrifying patriarch. She thought she was going to have a heart attack and follow her son straight to the grave. The madam frantically checked him all over, begging him to stand up and do a few stretches to see if his bones were still intact, so she would know if she needed to summon a fancy doctor to put him back together. Seeing his mother acting this frantic, Theo felt completely helpless, but knowing she was just terrified out of pure love for him, he gently did his best to comfort her, reassuring her that he was totally fine. After playing along with her dramatic crying for a while, he finally took a good look around and realized something felt incredibly off. This room was decorated way too lavishly. It definitely wasn't his usual run-down bedroom. Mom, where exactly am I? Right on cue, Sir Julius seemingly appeared out of nowhere to answer. He proudly announced that, by the strict orders of the Patriarch, the former master of the Camellia Palace, along with Asen's gang and all their followers, had been entirely kicked out of the premises. Hearing that, Theo's eyes shot wide open in sudden realization. If that was the case, then the bed he was currently lying on was right inside the Camellia Palace. Julius gave him a warm, knowing smile and nodded, confirming that they were indeed inside the legendary Camellia Palace. Ding! The system interface popped up, notifying him that the storyline had officially been updated. Theo had just received a brand new main quest, the Path to Greatness. This time, his objective was to completely take over the Camellia Palace and uncover its hidden secrets. The takeover part was already crossed off, leaving only the mystery to be solved. Meanwhile, right outside the estate, Madame Amin was violently stomping her feet, throwing an absolute psychotic tantrum. She had just been ruthlessly kicked out of her beloved palace by the Patriarch for absolutely no reason. Why is this happening? Where the hell is the fairness in this? Driven mad by frustration, she couldn't stop stomping her feet, leaving the surrounding servants completely at a loss on how to calm her raging temper. From a distance, Azen and his uncle, S. Joyvan, watched the whole scene unfold, unsure of what their next move should be. S. Joyvan's patience was wearing thin too, and now his eyes were burning with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. S. Joyvan ordered Azen to kill Theo. Azen had wanted to do exactly that for a long time, but right now he was feeling a bit insecure about his own abilities, making him act like a total coward. Still, he reassured his uncle, promising that when the awakening ceremony arrived, he would personally clip Theo's wings once and for all. But that bastard S. Joyvan wanted way more than that. He wanted Azen to chop off Theo's head, not just stop at his arms. Azen glanced at his uncle, realizing the old man was mentally unstable right now, so he wisely decided to keep his mouth shut. Silence is golden after all, because if he accidentally pissed his uncle off and got slapped in the face, that would be a real pain in the ass. Shifting the scene inside the Camellia Palace, Theo began scouting the place where those treasonous conspirators used to live. As he walked, he couldn't help but think about how things had strayed from his original plan. Thankfully, they were moving in a positive direction, or else he would have been throwing a massive tantrum and cursing the scriptwriter by now. He had easily taken over this palace without even needing to use his trump card. Looks like the heavens really were looking out for him. What's more, he had just unlocked a brand new system feature, the inventory. Theo reached inside to grab an item, expecting to pull out something high-tech and flashy like an iPhone 16 Pro Max. But the very first thing he pulled out was an apple. Who would have thought this magic inventory even came with a food delivery service? Seriously, anything is possible in this world. But now for the main event. Theo reached his hand in once more, and this time he pulled out a key. It was a blue key used for unlocking dungeons. But it came with a catch. It had to perfectly match the specific dungeon he wanted to open. Theo was absolutely certain that this bad boy was connected to that room glowing with blue light. Unable to wait a second longer, he quickly approached the door and got ready to insert the key, eager to see what exactly that mother and son duo had been hiding in this otherwise boring palace. Theo slid the key into the lock, and just as he predicted, it was the exact match for the palace's hidden room. But the moment the door swung open, what appeared before him was a deep, earthen tunnel stretching far into the darkness, looking incredibly creepy. The system announced that Theo was the first person to discover this dungeon, meaning all experience points gained from quests inside would be doubled. Looks like he hit the jackpot. Theo stepped inside with absolute determination. Even if this place was filled with nothing but pure trash, he was going to sweep it completely clean. There was no way he'd miss out on a golden opportunity for double XP like this. He had barely taken a single step when he realized he couldn't just walk in barehanded, or he wouldn't be able to catch any of the garbage mobs in here. So, Theo used his shiny new system inventory to pull out a set of armor and a sword. Following the dark tunnel to scout ahead, he soon ran into a drooling wolf, staring at him with a look that screamed, "My sweet darling is finally home. Do you have any idea how starving I am?" Theo stared at the beast for a moment, judging its tall, dark, and downright stinky appearance. Calling this thing a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Meanwhile, the wolf acted all shy, slowly creeping closer to him. This wild mutt tried to play the innocent maiden at first to get close, then seized the moment when Theo seemed distracted to leap up and bite his back. But Theo was way too sharp for that. This handsome guy had come fully prepared before stepping foot in here. He was just playing dumb to test the wolf, but who knew the damn thing would show its true colors so fast? Theo raised his shield right on time, catching the wolf's entire jaw onto it. Man and beast locked eyes in an intense, completely unromantic stare down. Pretty strong, huh, you damn monster? But the wolf wasn't about to give up on this handsome snack so easily. After accidentally biting the shield, it quickly backed off to find another way to devour him. Opening its jaws wide and lunging at Theo once again, Theo thrust his sword a few times to keep it at bay. But this beast's skin was incredibly tough. On top of that, it was insanely fast. If he just threw half-hearted attacks, there was zero chance he'd leave a single scratch on it. Judging by all this, it was pretty obvious this wasn't your average, everyday wolf. It must have been personally trained by the dungeon boss itself to be this much of a sneaky coward. This wolf's strength was definitely on par with the demonic beasts from the Devil's Sea beyond the northern wall. Since it was this tough to handle, standard methods just weren't going to cut it. He had to find another way. Theo made up his mind and dashed straight at the wolf. He tried unleashing the pure white arc skill, bringing his sword crashing down, but the move completely failed. As expected, a high-level skill couldn't be copied that easily. Theo immediately switched tactics, shifting to the single strike, short for the fatal single strike. If the key to winning this was betting everything on a single strike, Theo would have to hone his swordsmanship and focus entirely on speed, exactly what Eveline had taught him. A moment later, the wolf suddenly lost sight of Theo and started looking around in absolute confusion. Little did the clueless mutt know, Theo was already standing right behind it, ready to send it straight to hell to play with the devil himself. Unable to endure the pain, the wolf let out an ear-piercing howl. Theo's blindingly fast strike had slashed right across one of its eyes. Even though he hadn't completely taken it down yet, Theo stood there, cockily taunting the beast right to its face. Enraged by the sudden attack, the wolf became even more savage. It lunged at Theo again, jaws wide open, completely desperate to devour this fresh little piece of meat. But Theo wasn't afraid of this overgrown mutt. He raised his sword, telling himself he could totally pull this off. Fast forward to 2 months later at training ground number 4. Someone reported that the place was getting more crowded by the day. Rumors were spreading like wildfire that the clan head had personally taught Theo the single strike, drawing in hordes of people wanting to challenge him to a duel. While Sebin and his classmates were chatting, a blonde-haired punk yelled at them from a distance using the most insulting name possible. "Hey, you lackeys over there!" He demanded to know Theo's whereabouts with an incredibly arrogant and mocking tone. That blonde punk was Henry Morris, an apprentice swordsman from the Plum Blossom Palace. This guy even had the nerve to call Theo a coward, completely pissing off Theo's loyal crew. But his smug grin didn't last long. Unable to hold back his anger, Seven charged forward and swung his sword at the punk, forcing him to shut his big mouth instantly. Seven let his emotions completely take over, firing off a string of insults so brutal that even his own teammates broke a sweat. Someone reminded him that he shouldn't judge other people's appearances like that, but honestly, that arrogant bunch totally deserved it. With that said, Seven ordered his squad to draw their swords and teach those disrespectful brats a harsh lesson. But the other side wasn't backing down either. Every single one of them gripped their swords tightly, both sides squaring up and ready to throw down in an all-out brawl. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light engulfed the surrounding area. Out of nowhere, the towering figure of Jay Ragna materialized before them, leaving absolutely everyone frozen in shock. This guy was one of the members of the Northern Bloodhound Quartet. And right after Jay Ragna's dramatic entrance, another uninvited guest crashed the party, none other than Hooker's Lanky. One shock was enough, but a second one dropping right after left everyone absolutely bewildered. What kind of crazy day was this that two members of the Northern Bloodhound Quartet would show up at the exact same time? However, Hookers looked incredibly disappointed. He had only come here with one goal in mind, to challenge Theo Ragna. But when he arrived, the guy was nowhere to be found. Instead, he just saw a bunch of random punks picking a fight with Theo's crew. Meanwhile, Theo was still deep inside the dungeon, grinding relentlessly to rack up those sweet experience points. The system spammed notifications, constantly announcing that Theo had successfully leveled up. He had successfully hunted down 170 demonic beasts, and his stats had skyrocketed significantly. After going completely all out against these monsters, an exhausted Theo sat down and drank a mysterious red liquid. Just one sip, and he instantly felt totally revitalized, as if he hadn't even been fighting. Turns out it was a beginner's recovery potion. But Theo couldn't leave this place just yet because there was still one last monster lurking inside this dungeon. He grabbed his flashlight and set out to hunt down the final boss. But by the time he reached the 5th floor, the flashlight in his hand completely died on him. With no other choice, Theo tossed it aside. Right now, the only useful thing he had on him was his sword. Even the magic pouch the system gave him at the start was running completely dry. The sword he was wielding was the exact same one his mother had gifted him for his birthday in his previous life. Back then, he and his mother were constantly arguing, especially during the awakening ceremony. So he had just carelessly thrown it into hide in a corner, letting it gather rust. But looking at it now, he finally realized this was a genuinely top-tier blade, no joke. Memories flashed back to that exact birthday. The moment the clock struck midnight, his mother had eagerly come to his door, bringing a whole bunch of servants with her, each holding a gift to celebrate him officially turning a year older. But an oblivious and ungrateful Theo had just screamed right in his mother's face, yelling that he didn't want to waste his time on a stupid birthday party. His cruel actions had completely shattered his mother's heart, leaving her devastated beyond words. Theo clenched his fists, determined that in this life, no matter what happens, he would absolutely never repeat the same mistakes from his past. With every thought flashing through his mind, his footsteps carried him closer and closer to the boss room. The system sent Theo a red alert. This was the boss room, housing an incredibly powerful monster. Since this beast was of Ragnar's direct bloodline, he had to tread extremely carefully. The moment the system vanished, the boss spawned. But unlike the usual freaks Theo was used to fighting, this time, it was a full-blown dragon. As he got closer, Theo noticed it looked more like a lesser drake. That took off some of the edge, but he couldn't completely drop his guard. After all, the Ragnar family was known as the descendants of dragons. Yet the final boss of this bizarre quest was a dragon itself. This sparked Theo's curiosity. Was this just a mere coincidence, or was there some hidden meaning behind it? But one thing was for damn sure, he had to beat this thing to clear the quest. Could Theo actually take down a colossal beast like this? That was entirely up to him. Because down here, there was no Eveline or Remington around to save his neck. Theo decided his opening move would be lightning magic, a skill he had already practiced plenty on those vicious wolves. This attack might not hold a candle to his father's dragon lightning, but if he could max out the power of his dragon heart right now, it would definitely leave a nasty gash on this beast. Without another word, Theo thrust his sword straight into it with everything he had, and his efforts paid off. That strike actually worked on the dragon. Blood seeped from the dragon's scales, and it let out an agonizing roar. But it still wasn't the result Theo wanted. He had aimed to pierce straight through its skull and scramble its brains, but his attack just didn't pack enough punch for that. Theo refused to back down, even for a split second. He was dead set on fighting this dragon to the bitter end, fully believing he could take it out in a heartbeat. But seeing that things were going south and his old Senza plan was completely down the drain, he needed to come up with a new strategy, fast. With a stubborn pain in the ass like this, he had to distract it with a standard attack first, then go straight for its weak point. Suddenly, the system interface lost its usual blue hue. It flashed a blood red, signaling extreme danger. The fear status effect had kicked in, dropping his movement speed by 10%. Only then did Theo realize his body felt like it was being held down. Unable to run, he stood there utterly helpless, watching the dragon close in for the kill. As it got closer, the beast unleashed a massive energy blast, sending Theo flying in the blink of an eye. He crashed hard, leaving a crater in the ground, but miraculously, he was still breathing. As expected of a boss, if I let this drag on, things are going to get real ugly. The dragon showed no signs of stopping and immediately lunged at him again. But he wasn't about to just stand there and take it. Theo charged forward. In his mind, he had already locked onto the monster's fatal flaw for a finishing blow, a dragon's ultimate weak point, the reverse scale. Theo drove his sword deep into the reverse scale. Hitting its absolute sweet spot, the dragon shrieked in absolute agony. Hearing the beast's pathetic wails, Theo knew his strike had landed perfectly. But this only pushed the dragon into a blind rage. It bared its massive, drool-covered fangs and glared daggers at him. Meanwhile, on the outside, Hookers and Zay were still at each other's throats. The hulking Hookers was screaming at the top of his lungs right into Zay Ragnar's face. Theo Ragnar is fighting me first. But Zay Ragnar absolutely refused to back down to the meathead. He just casually covered one ear and mocked him. Losers should just step aside. Hearing that, Hookers was having none of it. He grew even more agitated, yelling that was 3 whole years ago. His skills had improved day by day, and 3 years was more than enough time to close the power gap between him and Zay. But Zay didn't give a damn about his ranting, coldly calling him nothing but a sore loser, which made Hookers blow his top. He demanded a rematch on the spot. Whoever won would get the first shot at fighting Theo. With that, he swung his greatsword straight at Zay. But Zay blocked it effortlessly, even though Hookers' blade was 10 times the size of his own. This sudden clash left the surrounding crowd absolutely stunned, having no clue what was going on. But seeing 2 members of the Northern Hound Quartet throwing down like this, everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. Zay and Hookers were going at it so hard that even the ants could feel their explosive killing intent. Suddenly, someone leaped right between them, blocking both of their blades. If you two want to kill each other, take it somewhere else. This is young Master Theo's territory. The one who spoke was none other than Remington. Seeing him step in, Hookers looked even more pumped up. Oh, Remy, perfect timing. I want to fight you too. This guy acted like he was chronically starved for attention, always trying to pick pointless fights. Remington, completely sick of the big brute's antics, just gave him a death glare. While they were busy bickering, a terrifying aura suddenly washed over the area, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Even Remington, who was practically stationed there, wondered where this intense killing intent was coming from. Turning around, they saw a shadowy figure slowly approaching them. Remington already had a hunch about who it was, but this suffocating pressure meant something unbelievably brutal must have happened during Theo's secluded training. Finally, Theo Ragnar stepped out of the shadows. Seeing him, Hookers was over the moon. The opponent he had been dying to fight was finally right in front of him. During his 2 grueling months inside the cave, Theo had fought tooth and nail against over 100 monsters, even managing to slay the lesser Drake. The moment he had struck the dragon's reverse scale, he honestly thought he was going to kick the bucket and book a one-way ticket to the afterlife. But thankfully, the beast eventually bled out and collapsed from exhaustion. At the end of the day, no matter how tough these dragons were, their weak point was always that scale. the system popped up to hand out the rewards. For defeating the dragon, Theo received the fangs and claws of the Lesser Drake. 3. The Lesser Drake's fang was an upgrade material used in weapon crafting to massively boost durability. Theo decided to go all out and use the fang to repair his sword. After all, this blade was a keepsake from his mother, and after that brutal fight with the Drake, it had been heavily worn down. But the rewards didn't stop there. The system chimed again, notifying Theo that he had acquired the skill, Fear of the Lesser Drake. This was a D+ rank skill that unleashed the signature killing intent of a Lesser Drake, suppressing any nearby monsters and inflicting the fear status on targets weaker than the user. Getting his hands on this skill, Theo couldn't hide his grin. He had heard that only the chosen few could ever wield it, and he never thought he'd be lucky enough to get the chance. But then reality hit him. This skill might not even work in Vecna, considering the place was crawling with absolute monsters. Either way, Theo's quest was finally complete. The system announced that the Camellia Palace dungeon had been completely cleared. As Theo dragged himself out of the room looking absolutely drained, the system flashed a congratulatory message for completing the quest. His next reward was a nest compass, an item that points its wielder straight toward the monster's nest. Theo stared at his shiny new toy, not entirely sure what to do with it yet. But whatever it was, he needed to keep it safe, so he opened his inventory and tucked the compass away. He stumbled forward, desperately trying to get back to his room to crash. 2 months was more than enough for him. Those absolute bastards of monsters had tortured him so badly that his body felt like it was running on borrowed time. But before he could even take a few steps, a maid called out his name in a panic. "Young Master Theo, there you are. It's an emergency." When Theo turned around to see what was going on, the maid was utterly shocked by his dead, tired face. She frantically asked him what on earth had tortured him to look so miserable. But he didn't bother answering, instead asking her what had happened. The maid reported that a massive brawl had broken out at Training Ground 4. Hearing that, any thought of sleeping instantly vanished from Theo's mind. And that led to the scene from earlier, as Theo marched up to the crowd with an overwhelmingly dominant aura. The fear of the Lesser Drake skill kicked into full gear, blanketing the entire arena. He just shot them a single, icy glare and ordered the blonde punks to get lost. In an instant, those guys who were perfectly fine just seconds ago suddenly dropped to the floor, foaming at the mouth. This immediately grabbed Hooker's attention, but since his own power was nothing to scoff at, seeing those guys drop like flies only made him smirk. He swung his greatsword, fully psyched up for a fight. "I knew it! I had a feeling you'd be a hell of a lot of fun." Hookers leaped into the air and brought his sword crashing down on Theo. But Theo effortlessly blocked the strike and deflected it to the side, leaving the brute absolutely questioning reality. He couldn't believe all his hardcore training was swatted away so easily. Honestly, even Theo was surprised he managed to block that hit. If it were the old him, that strike would have definitely left him with broken bones. But a blocked attack wasn't going to make the Black Bear Hookers throw in the towel. With his hyper-competitive nature, he just roared and charged right back in. He had always been this way because he was constantly looked down on as the weakest of the quartet. Lacking refined weapon skills and definitely not blessed with brains, he was always desperate to prove he wasn't second best to anyone. But that was only compared to the rest of the quartet. As a member of the Lanky family, nobody had ever beaten him in pure raw strength. Still, Theo was brimming with confidence fighting this guy. Compared to Theo's current power, that giant blade was nothing but a joke. With minimal effort, Theo smoothly dodged the sword strike yet again. Not only did he block the attack, but he actually countered it. Theo decided to deliver one final slash to finish Huko's off, leaving the massive brute sprawled out on the dirt, completely knocked out cold. Seeing the hulking guy unconscious right in front of him, Theo was absolutely flabbergasted. He didn't even realize he'd gone all out and used every ounce of his strength. Luckily, his opponent was Huko's, a guy famous for his insane durability, so he only passed out. The mercenary bros, totally mind-blown by the spectacle, rushed over screaming and cheering. Young Master Theo just defeated the Black Bear, one of the 4 great hounds, with a single strike. Feeling like the boys were hyping him up a bit too much, Theo tried to calm the crowd down, telling them that Huko's was just unconscious, not dead. But the moment those words left his mouth, his sword suddenly cracked and snapped clean in half. Theo stared at the broken blade falling to the ground, absolutely panic-stricken, while his oblivious crew just kept on cheering. This was the precious sword his mother had given him for his birthday, but in stark contrast to Theo's sheer inner turmoil, his men gasped in awe. As expected of young Master Theo, he's so powerful he even destroyed his own sword with a single strike. Meanwhile, Zay Ragna stood there in silence, watching the whole scene unfold. It brought back a childhood memory of hers with Theo. Back then, they were just little kids. On a freezing winter night blanketed in pure white snow, Zay was wandering the streets, barefoot, wearing nothing but a thin summer dress. Her face was flushed red from the biting cold, but the little girl didn't seem to care at all. Theo had bumped into Zay on the street and without a second thought wrapped his own scarf around her neck to help her stay warm. But he still wasn't satisfied, seeing how the poor girl was still shivering. So, Theo made up his mind to take Zay back to his place. Flashing a bright, warm smile, he gently took her hand and led the way. "Come to my house. I'll take you back home once the snow stops falling." Thinking back on this, Zay suddenly let out a soft smile. Her mind was swirling with a million thoughts as she turned around and walked away. Remington watched her leave, totally baffled. He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Did he just see Zay Ragna smile? That was something he had literally never witnessed before. Some time later, on a sunny afternoon at the Camellia Palace, everyone was throwing a grand birthday party for Theo. The crowd kept showering him with congratulations for being bestowed the title of Luster Tiger, also known as the Glorious Tiger. His mom made her grand entrance carrying a massive bowl of giant abalone. She boasted that these were caught in extremely limited quantities from the Idria Sea, slow-roasted with exclusive butter sourced only from the farms around Mount Pu Hao. As she spoke, her hands were working on overdrive, aggressively stuffing piece after piece of abalone into her son's mouth, hoping he'd eat up, grow fast, and make lots of money to spoil his beloved mother. Before he could even swallow the abalone, the madam urged him to try the chicken, which was strictly fed with premium sticky rice from the western Laceria desert. These birds were carefully butchered at the absolute perfect time, then slow-cooked with imported ginseng from a faraway eastern nation called Rossian. Theo was being force-fed so much that his head was practically spinning. But as he looked at his mother's radiant, smiling face right in front of him, a dark memory flashed through his mind. The horrific image of her lifeless body being dragged away in his previous life. He lowered his head, let out a soft chuckle, and then happily thanked her from the bottom of his heart. After eating so much that his food baby was literally poking out of his shirt, Theo finally brought out the broken sword to show his mom. Seeing the snapped blade, the madam was so shell-shocked that her jaw practically dropped to the floor as Theo began to explain. He told her that it had snapped because he was training way too hard, and then nervously apologized, knowing full well this was the precious sword she had gifted him for his birthday. Suddenly, the madam slammed her hands down onto the table. That absolute scumbag of an old man. Hearing his mom curse like that, Theo was shook to his core. In his eyes, she had always been a gentle, graceful lady who had never uttered a single harsh word in her entire life. Turns out, she was absolutely furious because she realized that shady salesman had scammed her. The old geezer she was cursing had sworn up and down that the sword was forged from renowned white steel and ironwood, guaranteeing it would never, ever break. Hearing the mention of ironwood, Theo curiously asked if she meant the legendary ironwood from the southern Gaia forest. His mom just kept ranting, completely convinced she had been played for a fool by that vendor. Theo had actually heard of this type of wood before. He knew it was top-tier material, but he had no idea it was quite that valuable. He honestly couldn't fathom how his mom managed to get her hands on such a high-end sword. The madam was dead set on hunting down that salesman to give him a piece of her mind. She declared that when they returned from this trip, she would absolutely bring back the most flawless sword in the world for him. Theo was speechless and humbly told her that any decent replacement sword would do just fine. But the madam fiercely refused. She passionately argued that it took everyone this long to finally recognize her son's true worth, so he needed to be more impeccable than ever. Besides, your awakening ceremony is less than a week away. We can't just brush things off right now. She absolutely refused to let her precious boy show up wielding some rusty, second-rate blade. With that, she dramatically spun toward the door. Speaking of which, let's head out right now. Theo looked at her in surprise, asking where exactly she was planning to go. She turned her head and said with absolute confidence, "We're going to the greatest forge in all of Winterra, the Baskets Workshop." The Baskets Workshop was legendary, widely known as one of the most prestigious weapon manufacturing guilds in the entire region. The forge's massive reputation was backed by its colossal size, easily rivaling an entire industrial factory. But that wasn't even the most special thing about it. The true centerpiece of the Baskets Workshop was none other than its eccentric owner. This individual was classified by the intelligence agency as a special grade asset, a blacksmith holding the ultra-rare title of Master Artisan, making her one of only 2 known artisans in the industry, an elf completely driven by absolute capitalism. This demonic artisan, Kirsten, was actually a striking woman with platinum white hair and long elven ears, even though she was always covered in soot and grime from forging blades. Despite the mess, her aura was incredibly captivating. The moment she turned around and spotted Theo and his mother, she immediately called out, well, look who decided to show up." Seeing this legendary figure in the flesh for the very first time, Theo was both awestruck and deeply honored. He never imagined he'd actually meet a walking myth like her. But what truly baffled him was how on earth his mother knew such a world-renowned VIP. Just as he was trying to figure it out, his mom hit him with the shock of the century. "Mom, are you still not giving up smoking?" Hearing that single sentence, Theo literally froze in his tracks. His jaw hit the floor because up until this very second, he had never heard his mother mention anything about this. He had always believed that his mother was an orphan with no family whatsoever. But plot twist, his grandmother was actually this high-ranking elf. However, his so-called grandma completely brushed off the family reunion, casually denying their mother-daughter relationship. "Mom, what the heck are you talking about? I'm sorry, dear customer, but our mother-daughter relationship officially ended the moment you decided to run away." Judging by her tone, this definitely wasn't the first time they had played out this exact dramatic scene. Still, this massive bomb drop caught Theo completely off guard, leaving his brain working in overdrive. If this was actually true, that meant he had elven blood running through his veins. No wonder he was born incredibly handsome, effortlessly attracting girls wherever he went. Snapping back to reality, his grandma asked why they were here. His mom instantly chucked the broken sword, which she now considered total trash, straight at the elf. "I came to return your defective product." His grandma swiftly caught the blade, looking at her own hands in utter disbelief as she demanded an explanation. She took immense pride in her craftsmanship. She was 100% certain that any sword leaving her precious workshop was absolutely flawless. But the moment she drew the sheath and saw that only the hilt remained, even she started to second-guess humanity. Meanwhile, Theo's mom kept furiously complaining about the shady vendor, while Theo was still entirely zoned out, drooling over the epic realization that he was half-elf. Kirsten then asked who exactly had been using this sword. Theo's mom proudly boasted, "My son used it. Who else?" Being the polite guy he is, Theo respectfully bowed and took the initiative to introduce himself to his newly discovered grandma. "It is an absolute honor to meet the legendary master of the Baskets Workshop." Hearing this, his grandmother didn't show much of a reaction on the outside. She just kept things strictly professional, mentioning that she had heard some rumors about him lately. Deep down, however, she was secretly praising her daughter for raising such an outstanding young man. Getting back to the main topic, she asked, "Are you truly the one who wielded this sword?" Theo confidently confirmed that he was, and his mom aggressively chimed in from the sidelines to back him up. "I told you, this thing is totally defective." Hearing this, Kirsten fell silent for a moment. She then gestured for Theo and the madam to step inside to discuss things privately, since arguing out in the open like this would definitely attract unwanted judgment from the public. As they walked inside, Theo took the chance to interrogate his mom about her real relationship with the master blacksmith. The madam cheerfully satisfied her son's curiosity. Theo couldn't hold back anymore and eagerly asked if Kirsten was her biological mother, but surprisingly, the answer was no. Kirsten had only taken care of and raised the madam for exactly 6 months. Even though it was a ridiculously short period, the elf was incredibly devoted to caring for his mom during that time. The madam spoke about Kirsten with such a sweet, affectionate tone. She explained that the elf obsessed over everything she found beautiful, from shiny jewelry and elegant music to grand theaters and even gorgeous humans. That was probably the exact reason Kirsten had adopted her in the first place. Walking ahead, Kirsten overheard every single word. Even though she felt super warm and fuzzy on the inside, she kept her cool facade, totally acting like she didn't care. She snapped at the madam to stop bringing up the useless past, claiming it didn't mean jack shit anyway, but the madam knew her adoptive mother's personality way too well. She just smiled brightly, knowing damn well that Kirsten didn't mean a single word of that harsh comeback. Realizing her filial adopted daughter had hit the nail right on the head, Kirsten got totally flustered and picked up her pace to hide her embarrassment. But since Theo was already eating up the gossip, he had to see it through. He hilariously pressed on, asking his mom why she ever decided to leave this place to begin with. If you hadn't left this place, how would this kid even be standing here today? Before Lady Cecilia could even respond, Kirsten cut her off, bringing up how Cecilia had packed up and left all those years ago just to marry clan leader Vepna. Thinking back to the day Cecilia left, a deep sadness washed over the artisan's face. Losing the girl had left a gaping hole in her heart, as she had genuinely loved Cecilia like her very own daughter. Running off to such a miserable place? You were an absolute fool. Honestly, it's a miracle you've survived this long. You'd think this was supposed to be a tragic backstory, but Lady Cecilia's reaction was a total curveball. Her face absolutely lit up with pure joy the second the clan leader was mentioned. Well, what was I supposed to do? He was just so devastatingly handsome and manly. Plus, he loves me with all his heart. Not only did she elope with a guy, but she was out here bragging about it like it was some grand achievement. Kirsten didn't hold back and ruthlessly exposed her. She pointed out how Cecilia had abandoned her, only to come crawling back last year, begging Kirsten to forge a sword for her son. Having her secrets aired out in front of Theo made Cecilia flush with embarrassment. Despite not seeing each other for so long, the two women were bickering back and forth like a couple of stubborn children. Watching his mother bicker with the artisan, Theo suddenly realized he had never seen her act this carefree. It hit him hard. In his previous life, he never truly knew who his mother was. Looking back, he felt incredibly ungrateful. He had been so blindly obsessed with the family lineage, completely consumed by the fear of being swallowed alive by clan politics, that he missed what was right in front of him. Moreover, it was painfully obvious how deeply this master artisan cared for his mother. So why had he been completely blind to her affection in his past life? After walking for a bit, they finally arrived at the room Kirsten had mentioned. This was her personal quarters, which also served as the main office of the workshop. Cecilia was still chattering away, complaining that instead of dragging them all the way here, Kirsten should just hand over the absolute best sword she had to compensate Theo. But before she could finish, Kirsten grabbed Theo, yanked him into the room, told Cecilia to wait outside for a minute, and slammed the door right in her face. Once inside, Kirsten's expression grew deadly serious. She stared him down and asked, "You have a relic from the primordial bloodline, don't you?" Hearing this, Theo was totally lost. He had no clue what she was talking about. Theo asked if she was referring to the ancestors of the guardian lineage that protected the family. Until now, he had only heard legends about how their ancestors had scattered the treasures of the primordial bloodline all across Winterra for the descendants of the Ragna family to find. But before Theo could even finish his sentence, Kirsten furiously yanked out the broken sword from earlier. With tears of frustration in her eyes, she snapped, "If you really don't have a relic, then how the hell did my sword end up like this? I poured my heart and soul into forging this baby. There is absolutely no way it would just snap for no reason. It had to be a clash with a relic." Seeing Kirsten this devastated, a massive wave of guilt washed over Theo. He had no idea how to comfort her, so he just awkwardly stammered out an apology. Well, the sword was already ruined, so crying over spilled milk wasn't going to fix anything. Kirsten tossed the broken blade aside and walked over to a heavily chained iron box. She turned to him and asked, "What do you see when you look at this box?" To his absolute shock, Theo saw a faint blue glow radiating from it, the exact same blue light he had seen through the window in the dungeon of the Camellia Palace. Kirsten admitted that she couldn't see or sense a single thing from the box, But judging by the look on Theo's face, it was obvious he could. She immediately hauled the heavy chest down. She confessed that she had tried countless times to pry the damn thing open, hoping to score some epic loot, but everything she tried was completely useless. A long time ago, back in the mythical era, a being from the primordial bloodline snapped off one of its fangs and forged a monstrous blade. That weapon was none other than the White Lunar Blade. Kirsten made him a deal. If Theo could break the seal and successfully pull the sword out, she would let him keep it. But she also gave him a grim warning. One wrong move, and this thing would definitely claim his life. So, what do you say? Want to give it a shot? That was exactly what Theo wanted to hear. Even before diving in, he boldly declared with absolute confidence that the White Lunar Blade was already as good as his. The system chimed in, displaying his second quest, and the target was none other than the White Lunar Blade. This sword originally belonged to the leader of the Black Snow Guild, one of the 9 dragons known as the Black Dragon. However, very few people actually knew what the sword looked like, because almost everyone who ever saw or heard of it had either logged out of life permanently or vanished without a trace. Yet, by some miracle, Theo had actually witnessed the true form of the White Lunar Blade, and the Black Dragon had actually let him live. And to think, the Black Dragon's legendary weapon was right here all along. 4 years ago, he had clashed with the Swords Master, but it turned out Kirsten had been the one keeping the blade safe this whole time. Running into this sword for a second time couldn't just be a coincidence. Fate was practically handing it to him. He absolutely had to claim it. After observing the box for a moment, Theo noticed it shared similarities with the magic in the Camellia Palace. If that was the case, then the blue key he had found would definitely work here. Seeing Theo whip out a bizarre key, Kirsten raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that this kid actually had some pretty sick gadgets. Without wasting a second, Theo jammed the key into the chest to see if it would actually do the trick. The moment he turned it, it was a perfect fit. The lid of the box violently burst open. Suddenly, a gust of wind blasted out like an industrial turbine on overdrive, instantly sucking Theo inside while Kirsten watched in absolute shock. When he opened his eyes, a hauntingly familiar scene materialized before him. It was a memory, the exact day the Rose Palace had been violently taken over by Asen and Randon. While Theo was still trying to process what was going on, a bizarre creature materialized behind him and lunged for a sneak attack. But Theo wasn't the naive kid he used to be. With lightning speed, he spun around, grabbed the damn griffin by its beak, and literally clamped its mouth shut before it could even squawk, trying to manipulate people's minds and turning their own lust for power against them. You really are a monstrous blade, aren't you? The stupid bird thought it had the upper hand, but getting instantly gagged by a 17-year-old kid left it completely frozen in shock. It had never been disrespected like this in its entire existence. But since it couldn't break free, all it could do was mentally hurl a barrage of curses at him. Unfazed, Theo coldly told the bird that he had conquered the despair it was trying to inflict a long time ago. "You're a completely pathetic amateur," he scoffed. He kept ruthlessly mocking the creature, laughing at how it actually hallucinated that its low-level parlor tricks could seduce him. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but my mind is crystal clear, and I look damn good today," he smirked. Suddenly, Theo realized something. In his memories, this griffin was absolutely massive, at least 10 meters tall. So why the hell was it so tiny today? As he spoke, he casually raised his fist, scaring the absolute daylight out of the bird. Realizing it was about to get brutally beaten down by this kid, its cowardly instincts kicked in. Seeing that terrifying fist locked and loaded, it instantly dropped its arrogant act and started desperately begging for mercy. "Please, don't do this to me, handsome. Let's just talk it out like civilized people." Meanwhile, back in the real world, Theo's physical body was not looking good. Lady Cecilia was frantically shaking him, desperately calling his name, but he was completely unresponsive. Theo was her one and only son. If something terrible happened to him, well, clan leader Vepna wasn't exactly getting any younger, so having another kid was completely off the table. Unable to handle the sheer panic, Cecilia spun around, tears streaming down her face, and angrily demanded Kirsten to explain what she did to him. She had only asked her to forge the most elite top-tier sword in the world for him, not to drag her son into some sketchy magical ritual. Kirsten stared at Theo's unconscious body, unsure if he was even dead or alive. She kept her mouth shut because, honestly, the ominous, monstrous aura radiating off the boy was something she had never seen or heard of in her entire life. But thinking it over, Theo did have a holy relic on him, so surely things wouldn't end too badly, right? The tension between the two women was thick enough to cut with a knife. Suddenly, Cecilia's face went dead serious. She glared straight into Kirsten's eyes and warned her that if anything happened to Theo, she would never, ever forgive her. The words had barely left her mouth when Theo's fingers suddenly twitched. Then, bizarre black particles began swarming wildly around his body, swirling into a dark vortex right over his chest. After a few terrifying moments, the shadows dissipated. Cecilia called his name, and right on cue, Theo finally opened his eyes. Seeing her son safe and sound, the massive weight on Cecilia's heart was finally lifted. Overwhelmed with emotion, she pulled him into a desperate hug, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing how everything he did ended up terrifying his mother and making her cry, Theo couldn't help but feel like an absolute menace. He gently patted her back to comfort her. "Don't panic, Mother. I'm totally fine. I'm as strong as an ox." Right at that moment, the system pinged with a notification, congratulating him for successfully hunting the griffin. And the reward for this quest? He was now the official, undeniable master of the White Lunar Blade. Staring at the beautiful sword in his hand, Theo fell into deep thought. He really lucked out on this quest because that griffin had been shockingly easy to beat. Since it had only just broken free from its seal, neither its physical form nor its psychological manipulation tricks had any effect on him whatsoever. The system notified him that after absorbing the monstrous aura from the White Lunar Blade, his mana had skyrocketed. He instantly gained 30 mana points. With this boost, his total mana had officially surpassed 200, a monstrous feat absolutely no one could have ever predicted. This massive surge in mana also allowed Theo to finally unlock Sword Aura, which was the hallmark of an advanced tier swordsman. This aura would drastically strengthen his physical body. Now, anytime he took damage, it would only take him 1.5 seconds to regenerate his mana. It just meant he couldn't unleash all of his magic right away and had to hold it back until the day of the awakening ceremony. Kirsten spared no praise for him, while Theo excitedly asked about their original promise. This cheerful mood was the complete opposite of his mother's, who was currently glaring at Kirsten like she wanted to eat her alive right then and there. Kirsten stated that elves don't know how to lie. She then told him to look at the sword, and Theo immediately did so. Upon closer inspection, it felt like the blade was challenging him. Looking confused, Theo asked if the sword still hadn't accepted him as its master. Kirsten explained, "No, that's not it. It's probably just feeling suffocated after being trapped for hundreds of years. Now that it's finally out, it just wants to unleash all the pent-up resentment it has accumulated over the centuries." Kirsten suggested Theo try swinging the sword at the wall with all his might to see what would happen. But even in death, Kirsten could never have guessed that this would be the biggest regret of her entire life. She actually believed that even if this was the White Moonlight Sword, the swing of a kid who hadn't even gone through the awakening ceremony definitely wouldn't be able to put a scratch on the basket workshop. Hearing this, Theo felt a bit provoked, and a smirk twitched on his lips. Well, if Kirsten said so, he wasn't going to hold back anymore. Since he could conceal his dragon heart at any time, he decided to take this opportunity to really test the sword out. Before making his move, Theo politely asked for Kirsten's permission, and then he slashed at the wall over there with absolutely everything he had. It was just the first strike, but it was already enough to make Kirsten start sweating and pacing nervously. She never imagined Theo could be this strong. Seeing her grandson raise the sword for another strike, Kirsten couldn't sit still any longer. She frantically dashed forward, yelling at him to stop. But it was already too late. Theo's slash sparked with raw lightning. Oh boy! Kirsten had really dug her own grave this time. Watching her precious masterpiece get utterly destroyed by her beloved grandson, Kirsten just stood there, completely frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Cecilia's eyes were practically sparkling, looking like a hardcore fan who just saw her handsome idol. Obviously, with just that amount of force, the basket workshop, Kirsten's life's work, was left with a massive gaping hole. But even if she wanted to turn back time to stop her damn grandson and that sword, it was already way too late. Even Theo himself realized that this sword was incredibly dangerous. He couldn't believe that it had actually absorbed all of his magic. Before he could even celebrate, and while he was still standing there dazed, Kirsten sprinted over out of nowhere. She immediately touched his stomach to check if he had unlocked his mana. How else could he possess such terrifying power? But the result was exactly the same as when Eveline checked his stomach. She found absolutely nothing. Kirsten cried out in sheer disbelief. Good heavens, you don't know the first thing about magic. Did you really just rely on the pure sharpness of the blade? Kirsten stared at Theo, thinking to herself that this kid really was a genius, just like the rumors said, and this genius was her own grandson. A silly grin suddenly spread across her face. If she went and bragged to those old hags she hated about having a prodigy for a grandson, she'd be the coolest one in town. If that was the case, she had to seize this golden opportunity immediately. Kirsten placed her hands on Theo's shoulders and declared, "From now on, I will be your official sponsor. All you need to do is spread your wings and show the world your incredible skills." As she spoke, she was already daydreaming about a future where she would be rolling in cash, all thanks to Theo becoming a living, breathing billboard for the Basket Workshop. Just when you'd think this was some touching, emotional family moment between a grandmother and her grandson, Cecilia stood there with her jaw dropped. She called out to her dear mother, saying, "Mom, I literally see dollar signs flashing in your eyes." Honestly, nothing could kill the mood faster than that. Being called out so bluntly, Kirsten felt instantly awkward and clammed up, not saying another word. But all good things must come to an end. Having successfully obtained the White Moonlight Sword, it was time for Theo and Cecilia to head home. The two of them bowed respectfully to Kirsten, hopped into their carriage, and departed. Before leaving, Theo made sure to leave 2 dragon horns for Kirsten, telling her, "Please take these to cover the cost of repairing the wall." Feeling the heavy weight of the horns in her hands, Kirsten could practically see thick stacks of cash floating right in front of her eyes. Her mood instantly brightened, and suddenly, life felt wonderful again. She happily strolled back inside, muttering praises about how her beloved daughter had managed to raise such a sweet and ridiculously cute grandson. But suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, making Kirsten stop dead in her tracks. "Long time no see, demon artisan." Kirsten warily turned around, ready to see which punk dared to sneak up and startle her. But when she looked back, all she saw was a pitch-black bird perched up on a tree branch. "Why are you here?" she demanded. The bird didn't say another word. It just sat there, staring down as if it were silently judging the demon artisan. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Today was the big day, the day of the awakening ceremony. Theo was still busy training hard alongside Eveline. In just the few short days they hadn't seen each other, Theo had improved so much that Eveline couldn't help but gasp in sheer surprise at her young master. "Your swordsmanship, it has become so much faster and stronger," she exclaimed. Theo happily smiled back at her. "Phew, what a relief! I never expected to get a compliment from you." Theo's mind-blowing progress left absolutely everyone speechless, but no one was more astonished than Eveline. She could clearly feel the sheer amount of effort he had put in. By now, Theo had grown so incredibly strong that he could even push Eveline back in a fight. And on top of that, today was the day. If Theo successfully awakened his magic today, an absolute monster would undoubtedly be born. And with that, Theo and Eveline's final training session before the awakening ceremony officially came to an end. Eveline encouraged Theo to aim straight for first place and wished him the best of luck. Beaming with a bright smile, Theo thanked her and even promised that if he became the valedictorian, he would absolutely mention her name in his victory speech. Eveline stared at him, suddenly feeling a weird chill down her spine. Turns out, Theo was just being his usual eccentric self. Hearing about getting a shout-out, the rest of the group immediately swarmed over, begging Theo to let them piggyback on his fame and mention their names too. Mentioning their names too? Man, the clout-chasing virus had really spread this far. How terrifying. Deciding he had wasted enough time messing around, Theo said his goodbyes to the group and headed straight for the capital to attend the awakening ceremony. If he stayed there bantering any longer, he'd probably have to wait until his next life to awaken. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the venue. Standing before the massive closed gates, Theo confidently announced his name, making sure the guards wouldn't dare block his path. Inside, the place was already packed with people. The awakening ceremony was without a doubt the most important annual event for the Ragna family, and every single participant was desperate to achieve the best possible result. As swordsmen of the Ragna bloodline, this was the very first stepping stone to earning true recognition and respect. The entire clan had their eyes glued to the participants. Among the VYPs watching were Patriarch Kyle Ragna, and most notably, the legendary former patriarch from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragna. Theo glanced up at her. The longer he stared, the less she looked like a 150-year-old woman. She must have used some kind of crazy youth spell to stay looking that fresh. If someone told him she was the same age as his mom, he would totally believe it. But regardless, having her presence here was definitely a good thing. Suddenly, the booming sound of a drum echoed through the hall, grabbing everyone's attention. The one beating the drum was none other than the examiner, the Dragon Gate swordsman, Vahana Ragna. He announced to all the participants that it was time to begin the test. Each person had to pick up a sword laid out on the floor and leave a strike mark on the towering steel wall up on the podium. Hearing those rules, the color completely drained from everyone's faces. Vahana went on to explain that this specific wall was forged from a special white snow steel alloy. A regular iron sword wouldn't even leave a scratch on it. However, if they channeled magic into their strikes, it would be a completely different story. Every participant would be given a single soma pill. Each pill granted the equivalent of 10 years' worth of magical energy. This was the legendary elixir used to forcefully open up a person's mana circuits. The participants had to swallow the soma pill, unlock the mana circuits within their core, and only then could they swing their sword at the white snow steel wall. The depth of their slash would directly determine their final score. When I call your name, step forward, receive your soma pill, and approach the podium, Vahana roared. Well now, this game was starting to sound pretty fun. Right from the start, the very first person called up to the stage was Theo. He walked up with absolute confidence, every single footstep radiating power and an unshakable aura. Theo thought to himself, in my past life, Aizen took first place, but in this lifetime, I've been given a second chance. There's no way in hell I'm letting that happen again. As he stared at the steel wall, a system prompt flashed before his eyes. His main quest for today, secure first place in the awakening ceremony. Up in the VIP section, the former patriarch was chatting with Patriarch Kyle Ragna. That's the boy, right, Kyle? The little brat you mentioned to me. Kyle replied with a polite smile. It seems young Theo has managed to catch your eye, former patriarch. She scoffed naturally. You literally told me you were keeping an eye on him. That's the only reason I remembered. How else would I know? What a silly question. She then shifted her gaze back down to Theo, who was steadily approaching the wall. All right then, let's see what this little descendant is truly capable of. Standing face to face with that massive steel wall, Theo felt a brief flash of nervousness, but it vanished as quickly as it came. The examiner ordered him to swallow the soma pill, and Theo obediently followed the instruction without hesitation. His mind briefly flashed back to his past life. Back then, he had swallowed the soma pill but utterly failed to control the massive surge of mana, permanently crippling his core in the process. But hey, lightning doesn't strike the same place twice. Being an idiot once was more than enough. There was absolutely no way he was going to let history repeat itself. The exact second Theo swallowed the soma pill, his body erupted with intense surges of energy. The sheer pressure radiating from him was so heavy that everyone around him could physically feel it, even the examiner. But despite Theo unleashing such a monstrous wave of mana, the examiner just scoffed, assuming there was no way a kid like him could actually control it. And he had a point. This soma pill was notoriously dangerous. Anyone who swallowed it had to guide the violent energy with absolute precision to safely channel the mana circuits into their core. The more talented a Ragna is, the more mana they possess. But if they aren't careful and lose control of it, it could leave them completely crippled. The examiner assumed Theo wouldn't be able to handle it, because in the eyes of almost everyone here, Theo was nothing but a useless bastard who couldn't achieve a damn thing. But Theo completely opened his eyes. After a while, he was still completely safe and sound, showing none of the adverse reactions the old examiner had expected, leaving the man utterly shocked. And it wasn't just him, even Theo was quite surprised. With this newfound power, he now had the perfect combo of mana circuits and flow to claim the top spot at this time around. Looks like he'd have to prepare a speech for later. Suddenly, a thought popped into Theo's head. This game was getting boring. Getting it this time was just way too easy. Some people are just incredibly dramatic, crying their eyes out when they fail. But putting aside that nonsense, Theo's main goal right now was to gather this massive pool of mana and release it all at once to make his mark. Theo was now like a superstar. Every step he took drawing everyone's eyes. As he burst forward, the phantom of a massive dragon with razor-sharp teeth materialized behind him. His overwhelming aura sent a chilling sweat down the spines of the 3 VIPs watching from above. That strike slammed into the steel wall with a deafening boom, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. Witnessing this, Aizen couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there frozen like a statue. Watching the bastard he hated so much achieve such a resounding success. This single slash from Theo left a massive deep fissure right dead center of the steel wall. Seeing that overpowered display of strength, Examiner V. Hannah was so stunned his jaw practically dropped to the floor, leaving him just as shell-shocked as Aizen. Theo Ragna cleared. After his pass was officially announced, he proudly turned his back and walked away. The crowd was absolutely blown away by his abilities. They buzzed with excitement, murmuring that before this, other than young Master Thorkel, they had never seen anyone pull off something like this. This level of power was simply off the charts. Following that display, Theo noticed his luck stats suddenly jumped from -6 to 0. At the same time, a system prompt popped up, announcing that his bad luck curse had finally ended. From this moment on, his name would start spreading across the world. Seeing this notification, Theo lit up with joy like a kid. He had finally done it. Now, he could start from the exact same starting line as everyone else. To others, this might be nothing, but in Theo's past life, this was his lifelong dream. Many powerful figures were suddenly very interested in the show he had just put on. Osa Ragna Blunos had his eyes locked on him, wanting to take him in as a disciple. Meanwhile, seeing so many people taking an interest in Theo wiped the smile right off Julius's face. After all, he had called dibs on the kid back when he was still a nobody. But the most crucial detail was that Hilda Ragna was finding Theo extremely interesting. Catching the attention of both the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon was completely out of his expectations. The thing that made him the happiest today was catching Hilda's eye. That was the exact reasons he went all out and showed off his full potential in the first place. What Theo was really after was the heart of Garuda, and Hilda was the one who possessed it. If he could get his hands on that, his path forward would be a whole lot smoother. Right after Theo, Sebin was called up. Luckily, he passed as well. Overjoyed and moved to tears, Sebin pumped his fist in the air. "I did it! I passed, Lord Theo!" Thank God Sebin was a success and not a sucker. Otherwise, Theo would have been too freaked out to even go near him. After Sebin, it was Zajakna, Hukos, Lenki, and Remington's turn. All of them were members of the Northern Hounds. They all put up incredible results, but not a single one of them left a mark as deep and profound as Theo's. The final person to step up in this awakening ceremony was Aizen. Everyone was eagerly watching to see what he would do. The crowd whispered among themselves, betting that there was no way Aizen could match the insane feat Theo had just pulled off. But those whispers accidentally reached his ears, making him grit his teeth in fury. The burning need to prove he was better flared up fiercely inside him. Aizen took heavy, powerful steps up to the ritual platform, and the swallowing of the Soma pill proceeded just like the others. The moment Aizen swallowed the Soma pill, his body erupted in a massive roaring flame, catching even the examiner off guard. His magic power was practically neck and neck with Theo's. Witnessing this display, the examiner couldn't help but exclaim that this year's batch of candidates had brought him so many surprises. Aizen's slash had a raw power and depth that rivaled Theo's. Their results were virtually identical. In a case like this, accuracy would be the deciding factor for who took the crown. The examiner struck the drum once more, announcing the official end of the first round of the awakening ceremony. Those who passed would need to prepare for the second round, taking place in 4 days. Now came the moment everyone had been waiting for, the ranking announcement. With such a neck-and-neck result, who would claim first place in the opening round? The examiner announced the top 4 candidates. The one taking the #1 spot was none other than Theo Ragna, the most handsome guy in this entire story. Hearing his own name, Theo was a little surprised, but then again, it was the result of all his blood, sweat, and tears. With a perfect score of 10 out of 10 across the board, from technique and magic to control and speed, there wasn't a single wasted movement in his strike. The crowd was stunned, never expecting Azan to actually lose this round. The examiner continued, stating that even the depth of Theo's slash matched Lord Thorkel's. This sent the crowd into an absolute frenzy. After all, Thorkel Ragna was known as one of the 5 top candidates closest to inheriting the head of the family. Coming in second place was Azan Ragna. He also achieved a perfect 10 out of 10, but the length of his slash was slightly shorter than Theo's, dropping him to rank 2. Hearing that he was ranked below Theo, the look in Azan's eyes completely lost any trace of sanity. His eyes were filled with nothing but pure hatred. Right at that moment, all he wanted was for Theo to permanently disappear from his sight. The rest of the rankings were subsequently announced. Coming in dead last at rank 87 was Seben. Although he barely scraped by, just being in the same batch as his idol, Theo Ragna, was enough to make him fully satisfied. The second opening ceremony would be held in 3 days at the Eastern Mountain Range. All 87 candidates had to prepare meticulously for this second round. Otherwise, they just have to wait to compete against the rookies next year. There were no retakes in the first year. Back at their home turf with the crew at Training Ground 4, they threw a massive party to celebrate Theo and Remington taking the top ranks. Theo humbly thanked everyone, but he quickly added, "This isn't the end yet. Our goal is for all of us to pass the second opening ceremony together." Saying that, he threw an arm around Remington's shoulder, declaring to the group that the two of them would definitely sweep the top spots again. Evelyn happily came over to congratulate the two, cheering them on and saying they could definitely do it. Remington congratulated Theo on taking first place, but he looked a bit gloomy, feeling ashamed that the gap between their rankings was so huge. But Theo wasn't arrogant in the slightest about getting first place. He told Remington that he just got lucky this time around. And besides, between friends, why does rank even matter? Those words dragged Remington right out of his slump and into a new light. That's exactly what true friends are for. The gloomy feelings clouding Remington's mind finally cleared up. The two clinked their glasses, promising each other that in the second round, they would go all out and show the whole world what a powerhouse duo looked like. After the party, right in the dead of that night, Theo headed out all by himself to the snow-covered Eastern Mountain. Theo knew perfectly well that getting first place in this opening ceremony was something his past self could never have even dreamed of. But all of this was just the beginning. Sacrificing a pawn like Remington would be useful enough for now. Still, that wasn't his main goal. His true enemies in this battle were Azan and the other heavenly dragons. Reborn into this life, he was going to make all of them pay 10 times over, no matter what it took. Theo's expression was unnervingly serious right now. The menacing aura he gave off would strike pure terror into anyone who looked at him. He had also come out here to test the compass the system had rewarded him with last time. The compass was pointing straight toward the Eastern Mountain Range, so Theo decided to go and see what the hell was hiding there. Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him. In a flash, he used Blink to vanish, leaving his stalker absolutely dumbfounded, blurting out, before the guy could even process what was happening, the tip of Theo Ragna's blade was already pressed right against his throat. "Who are you?" The guy in black panicked, frantically trying to explain that he wasn't looking for trouble. He introduced himself as Gesby Iotan from the Gale Sword unit. Stumbling over his words, he explained that his captain had watched the opening ceremony and sent him here. Hearing this, Theo let out a sigh of relief. So it was just a scout. He had guessed as much from the start, but he hadn't expected them to move this quickly. This guy even had the nerve to shamelessly tell Theo that he had earned the chance to take the entrance exam for the Gale Sword unit. He sounded super confident about his team's reputation, but before he could finish his little ego trip, someone else walked up and started mocking him. Just as I thought, the Gale Sword unit is full of nothing but naive fools. Getting roasted out of nowhere like that, the scout felt totally indignant. He hadn't even done anything or touched anyone, so why were they talking trash about his people? Another girl stepped up, respectfully inviting Theo to join their sword squad. The one extending the invitation was none other than the vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, Izan Sosori. But the moment she finished her sentence, before she could even get close to Theo, a massive crowd of people jumped down from out of nowhere, beating Aizan to the punch and leaving her completely stunned. The crowd clamored, introducing themselves as representatives from various guilds. Some even offered Theo a captain position within the next 3 years. Talk about suffering from success. He had only swung his sword once, and countless people were already begging to team up. The only downside? Not a single hot girl had come to recruit him. They were squabbling over him like toddlers fighting over candy. Theo knew he just had to find a quiet corner to hide and pray for peace. Otherwise, this mess was only going to get worse. While those kids were still bickering, a mature-looking woman appeared, every step she took radiating sheer authority. She was the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the Sword Monarch, Osara Ragna Brunos. But seriously, did she really need to humble herself this much just to recruit a talented kid? Just like the rest of the mob, she had come here with one goal, to bring Theo to her side. Meanwhile, at another training ground, an unfortunate man just had his head sliced clean off. The one who did it? Azin. It wasn't just one guy. Dozens of people had already been sent straight to the afterlife, all because of Azin's sheer rage. Right now, he was like a rabid beast, slaughtering people left and right. With a rotten scumbag personality like this, no wonder nobody liked him. He absolutely deserved it. Azin looked like he was totally tripping out. Every single person who crossed his path, he hallucinated as Theo. His hatred just kept spiraling out of control, and whatever happened yesterday had completely stripped away his humanity. See? This is what happens when you let the madness take over. Now, his brain was completely fried. One by one, no one on the field could escape his Reaper's scythe. The training ground was now littered with corpses after Azin's little warm-up session. As he stood glaring at the pile of bodies at his feet, he heard footsteps approaching. Without a second thought, he wildly swung his sword to attack, not even caring who it was. This bastard Azin had completely lost his damn mind. But his reckless strike was absolutely nothing against his uncle. The older man effortlessly stopped the blade with just 2 fingers, then spoke to Azen in an icy, stern voice. Do you really think taking your anger out on the wrong people is going to change the situation? He then turned on his heel and ordered Azen to follow him. In times like this, you have to keep a cool head, not pull incredibly stupid stunts like this. At the second trial, his uncle promised, I will show you how to turn it into Theo Ragna's grave. Up on the snowy mountain, the sudden appearance of the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace was putting a massive amount of pressure on the other factions. If the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace came here in person, it meant their own factions were way out of their league. They watched as Osa cast some sort of magic, conjuring streams of purple light that left everyone in awe. They whispered among themselves, guessing that she was using spatial isolation magic. And sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Theo and Osa were suddenly standing alone in a completely different dimension. This was one of the signature techniques of the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, creating a space completely cut off from the outside world. Until now, Theo had only heard rumors about this, but seeing it with his own eyes, it made him feel like an absolute celebrity being swarmed by tens of thousands of fans. Osa broke the silence first. He is definitely going to be furious. But when I want to give someone a gift, no one can stop me. Hearing this, Theo was still trying to figure out what the hell kind of gift she was talking about. But then Osa pulled out a sword, explaining that his blade was incredibly powerful, carrying the breath of a descending dragon that could reduce everything to ashes. As she spoke, she unsheathed the weapon. It was a razor-sharp blade that looked like it could slice a piece of meat down to a single millimeter. But she wasn't like that mysterious man. She infused her sword with countless variations. What's more, the dragon she was trying to manifest was one that contained every possible variation imaginable. She then started busting out a few moves, showing off her skills to Theo. And honestly, it was incredibly artistic. Sure, it was a bit flashy, but it was the kind of aesthetic flashiness you just have to respect. Watching the older woman's performance, Theo's jaw practically hit the floor. He was basically drooling. This was his first time seeing a top-tier sword dance like this. Usually, he only saw old geezers throwing stiff, robotic strikes, nothing as fluid and graceful as Osa. She explained that all those moves were executed in a single breath, calling it the Plum Blossom First Form, Heavenly Harmony Dance. Theo watched and listened, swallowing hard. 120 steps and sword strikes executed in a single breath. The rumors that even dragons would flinch at Osa's swordsmanship were absolutely spot on. Theo started daydreaming about the future. If he could combine what he just saw with his own swordsmanship and unleash it all at once, man, his father, Patriarch Kyle, would be nothing but a forgotten name. Seeing the kid practically drooling with excitement, Osa knew the fish had taken the bait. It was time to close the pitch. If you want to see more, you can come find me anytime after the ceremony. With that, she vanished instantly. And even her exit was theatrical. The moment she left, petals fluttered right where she had been standing, making the whole thing look insanely magical. Watching this, Theo was really starting to feel tempted. This gift was way too huge to pass up. But then again, wouldn't it be a bit awkward to become both the disciple of the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace and a member of the white-armored dragon cavalry? Whatever. It's not like Theo had a sense of shame anyway. The duty of the Ragnas was to protect humanity from the cursed land of the Demon Sea. That place was crawling with monsters that had lurked beyond the Great Wall for over 1,000 years. One day, everyone would have to take up this mantle, which was exactly why this location was chosen for the second trial. Today, the supervisor for this second trial was Jackie Yajna. He gave them a strict reminder. Since they were still just cadets, they were absolutely not allowed to enter the Demon Sea. The testing grounds were strictly limited to the inside of the Citadel, and he heavily warned them not to cross the boundary into the Demon Sea. The rules of the test were dead simple. Over the next 15 days, they had to hunt the monsters in the Winter Mountains and collect the bells tied around their necks. These bells came in 7 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The higher a bell was on the color spectrum, the more points it was worth, which also meant the monster wearing it was much stronger. The ones with purple bells in particular were considered completely unbeatable for these kids, but they offered a massive amount of points. They were allowed to do whatever it takes and use any weapons they wanted as long as they brought the bells back before the trial ended. Hearing the briefing, Theo immediately felt something was fishy. If he put it like that, it meant this game had absolutely 0 rules. That meant stealing bells or poaching each other's prey was totally on the table. This examiner was openly encouraging them to backstab and tear each other apart. But at the end of the day, survival of the fittest is what being a Ragna is all about. Additionally, the organizers had set up multiple totems in various locations to keep the monsters from invading. Supplies were buried in safe zones, and the candidates were advised to use them wisely. The trial officially began, and everyone scattered. Sieben thought to himself that since the test lasted a whole 15 days, securing supplies had to be the top priority early on. After that, he'd go back up Theo. What an absolute top-tier loyal vassal. If these two didn't fall in love by the end of this arc, it'd be a tragic waste of a beautiful romance. Meanwhile, Hookus excitedly charged ahead. This kind of survival game was exactly his forte. Somewhere in the shadows, Aizen's uncle was also present. He and Aizen had already plotted to eliminate Theo. But if you ask me, that plan is destined to fail miserably. While Theo was out scavenging for necessities, Remington suddenly appeared behind him, calling his name before asking an incredibly weird question. "You said we were friends, right?" After dropping that line, he spilled all the thoughts he had been holding in. He confessed that after 3 days of deep thinking, he realized he saw Theo as both a rival and a friend. And because of that, he had gotten a bit greedier than before. Remington boldly declared that in this trial, he wanted to surpass Theo. Theo listened very seriously to his words. When Remington finished, Theo just gave a soft smile, telling him that he completely understood how he felt and that he had thought deeply about it as well. Hearing this from Theo, a massive weight was lifted off Remington's shoulders. He had worried he was the only one having these conflicting thoughts. But to his surprise, Theo wasn't offended by his declaration at all. Seriously, the guy had the looks and the personality to match, an absolute catch. Remington's mood instantly brightened. With genuine excitement, he declared that this was exactly why he couldn't afford to lose. He had only come here to get that off his chest. Theo smiled back, wishing him luck, and with that, Remington immediately dashed off. After Remington left, Theo felt this whole game had just gotten a lot more interesting now that Remington had made him a target. But there was no time to dwell on that now. He had to put his feelings aside. His current mission was to find the dragon's nest that his compass was pointing toward. Down at the base of the mountain, a familiar blue light was glowing, signaling that a new quest was about to begin. Meanwhile, in the outer regions of the Winter Mountains, Theo was still gripping his compass, searching for that true guiding light in his heart. Right from the start, he knew for a fact that whatever he was looking for had to be somewhere around here. But who would have thought it was buried right inside that snowbank? Looking at the massive mound of snow blocking his path, Theo felt a headache coming on. If he wanted to get his hands on that treasure, he'd have to dig his way straight through it. Stomping his feet in sheer frustration, he kicked himself for not bringing a shovel. Using his gorgeous, precious white moonlight sword to shovel snow? That would just look incredibly pathetic. But hey, hindsight is 20/20, and complaining about what-ifs wouldn't get him anywhere. At this point, he had no choice. It was time to unsheathe the white moonlight sword and treat this as a little morning workout. With a powerful swing, Theo cleaved a massive path through the snow, then called out, "Stop hiding!" Turns out there was a whole squad of punks lurking around. The moment Theo called them out, they scrambled out of their hiding spots. One of the thugs actually looked amused. Treating this little encounter like some twisted game, the guy flashed a wicked grin and smirked. "Since when did you notice us?" These punks probably thought they were the undisputed champions of hide and seek, utterly convinced that no one could ever track them down. The leader was still acting all high and mighty, but his two lackeys in the back? They'd been shaking like leaves the moment they were spotted. This was the notorious Bug Mountain thug trio, Hai, Cao, and Lon. These scumbags had a sick habit of playing the victim during missions, only to turn around and slaughter innocent civilians. They were the rotten byproducts of the Ragna family's relentless expansion. Even if he died, Theo would never forget the massacre at Bug Mountain Village. He and Hussein had handled the aftermath of that bloodbath, so Theo knew exactly how horrific it had been. According to the official records, beyond the 761 confirmed dead, another 220 people had vanished without a trace. But the most gut-wrenching part of it all? Not a single victim could be identified, because those absolute monsters had smashed their heads beyond recognition. Ever since gaining enough power, Theo had sworn to exterminate these filthy animals once his blazing fury was unleashed. But talk about a stroke of twisted luck, to think these very same scumbags would actually be stupid enough to stalk him today. Theo coldly asked if Aizen was the one pulling their strings and paying them to kill him. But the thugs just burst out laughing, bragging that big shots like them would never be manipulated by a snot-nosed kid like Aizen. Realizing he guessed wrong, Theo asked who the real mastermind was. Of course, these guys might be reckless, but they weren't stupid enough to actually snitch on the guy signing their paychecks. But who could have expected Theo to casually drop a single name? The Elder. Hearing that, all three of them froze on the spot, staring at him in dumbfounded shock. They scrambled to figure out how the hell Theo could have guessed it so easily. But hey, that's a reincarnator for you. He practically knows everything in this world. Still, the leader didn't care all that much. His ego was massive, completely convinced that there was no way in hell he'd ever lose to a 17-year-old brat. So, he kept talking a big game, bragging endlessly about his own strength while trying to calm down his panicking lackeys. Don't sweat it, he's a dead man walking anyway. Saying that, the thug pointed his sword straight at Theo, flashing a sadistic grin. He sneered, declaring that nothing gave him a bigger rush than completely destroying pretty, innocent little faces just like Theo's. In stark contrast to the thug's psychotic excitement, Theo didn't even flinch. Without a single word, he slowly unsheathed his trusty white moonlight sword. Let's see who ends up in the dirt first. The second the blade was drawn, an overwhelming aura exploded from Theo, hitting the trio with a suffocating, terrifying pressure. Right behind him, the terrifying phantom of a furious dragon materialized, glaring down at the three thugs as if it wanted to swallow them whole. Theo merely swung a single strike into the ground, and the impact blew everything into a cloud of dust and debris. His eyes were now sharper and colder than ever. He flatly stated that he wasn't about to stoop to their level and smash in faces like they did to innocent civilians. No, he was just going to chop their heads clean off. After a devastating attack like that, there wasn't a single soul alive who could just brush it off and keep fighting. taking out the trash this time was almost too easy. Theo figured these guys were just way too green, making wiping the floor with them an absolute breeze. After 3 straight days of hyper-focusing on the Plum Blossom dance gifted to him by the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, he was finally able to execute the technique 3 consecutive times. On top of that, he had even learned to modify and apply it in different variations, utilizing loops, arcs, and full circular strikes. But of course, he was nowhere near pulling off 120 consecutive strikes like that beautiful lady, the true master of the technique. The immediate issue now was figuring out what to do after disposing of the bodies. He needed to find a way straight underground, because that was exactly the style of Theo Ragna. While he was busy brainstorming, a faint blue glow from behind suddenly caught his eye. He walked over toward the edge of the cliff, and right there, he spotted a hidden staircase. This had to be the legendary invisible staircase. Right on cue, the system popped up with a hidden quest notification. Discover the invisible staircase and explore the blue cave. Without a second thought, Theo leaped straight down into the abyss, moving so recklessly that even a nearby bird tilted its head in pure confusion. Meanwhile, back in the private office of the 4 lords, a soldier was currently briefing the 4 elders on the latest results of the trial. Taking the number 1 spot on the leaderboard was Aizen, boasting a total of 41 demon kills, while the squad he had assembled already numbered 21 members. Sitting comfortably at rank number 2 was J. Ragna. Lord Julius, however, was burning with curiosity and actually interrupted the soldier's report just to ask about Theo. But in a shocking twist, Theo's current score was an absolute 0. Not only that, he didn't have a single ally to his name. The news left Lord Julius completely dumbfounded, his jaw practically hitting the floor. The Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, who was sitting nearby, leaned in to listen. The elder and his cronies immediately started throwing shade, snarking that just because Theo dominated the first round, it didn't mean he'd pull off the same miracle in round 2. Hearing the dismal report, the elder couldn't even hide his malicious glee. He practically burst into laughter, eagerly rubbing in the fact that Theo was just a lowly, illegitimate child. In his twisted mind, he was already celebrating, absolutely convinced that the thugs he hired had successfully taken Theo out. Little did he know, those 3 punks were already rotting in the snow. The elder and Aizen's shameless uncle exchanged a dangerously sinister look. It was obvious they were plotting toward the exact same goal, making Theo's apparent downfall the highlight of their day. After seizing control of the Camellia Palace, Aizen's uncle had used the opportunity to dig into the Rose Palace, but he had come up completely empty-handed. He was absolutely certain that the only remaining clue about the Rose Palace was hidden on Theo. At this rate, he needed to contact Aizen immediately and push him to speed up their deadly little schedule. Osa shot a wary glance at the 2 men across the room. Sensing the highly toxic atmosphere, she leaned in and whispered urgently to Julius. The elder and the secretary are definitely plotting something foul. We need to set up a safety net for Theo, right now. But Julius shut the idea down instantly. He had absolute, unwavering faith in Theo's raw power and sharp, calculating mind. He figured that the current score was just a temporary setback, that Theo must have run into some kind of unexpected situation. Interfering with the exam right now wouldn't do anyone any good. Having said that, Lord Julius suddenly crossed his arms, his tone shifting into one of pure annoyance. Besides, I still haven't forgiven you for secretly meeting up with Theo and not breathing a word of it to me. Hearing that, Osa could only offer a forced, awkward smile in the face of Lord Julius's grumbling. She reluctantly pointed out that Theo's own feelings were what mattered most. Just from this bickering, you could clearly see how deeply Theo had won over these top-tier elders. Meanwhile, the man of the hour had already ventured deep into the blue cave. The place was absolutely littered with human bones. As he walked, Theo carefully analyzed his surroundings, realizing the area was rigged with some seriously nasty mental attack traps. If an average person wandered in here and saw a bunch of creepy skeletons practically staring into their soul, they would have dropped dead from sheer terror. But Theo, he was built different. He had more than enough mental fortitude to brush it off, especially after surviving the brutal trial of the White Moonlight Sword. These cheap parlor tricks meant absolutely nothing to him. Theo immediately activated his sensory expansion to scan the area. This was an incredibly rare and special technique, that allowed the user to channel their mana to physically alter and drastically enhance all of their senses. Pushing a little further into the depths, Theo finally arrived at the exact spot he'd been looking for: the monster hatchling's nest. Catching sight of the glittering golden light spilling from the cavern entrance, Theo's eyes practically lit up like the high beams on a Lamborghini. According to the rumors from his past life, 3 years from now, this was the exact spot where Husin would capture the hatchling and claim a legendary artifact. But in this timeline, Theo was already one massive step ahead of him. Standing before the massive cavern entrance, Theo mentally sent a half-hearted apology to the future Husin. Hey, when a meal this delicious is served right in front of you, you've got to take the first bite. However, Theo's sudden intrusion had also violently awakened the beast slumbering inside. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the cave. Aemon Grima! Theo froze, absolutely stunned to his core. This made no sense. Laid out right before his eyes was an unfathomable ocean of gold, silver, and priceless jewels. He muttered under his breath in pure disbelief. Wait a minute. This isn't a hatchling's nest at all. Standing before that towering mountain of treasure, Theo looked like nothing more than a tiny, insignificant ant. This was the lair of an ancient dragon, and standing majestically right on top of that massive hoard of gold was a truly gigantic, terrifying dragon. Cold sweat began pouring down Theo's face. This was bad. Very, very bad. If he actually tried to fight a full-grown dragon, he could kiss Aemon's relic goodbye. He'd be dead in seconds. He never expected a catastrophic threat like this to be sitting here instead of a weak hatchling. Theo seriously started wondering, did Husin spread fake rumors in his past life, or was the timeline just completely screwed up because he arrived 3 whole years early? With those panicked thoughts racing through his mind, he slowly pivoted his body. Nope, he absolutely didn't sign up for this. It was definitely time to retreat. As the dragon watched his tiny silhouette turn away, Theo silently started tiptoeing toward the exit. Talk about brutally rotten luck. Still, he swore to himself that he'd find a way to come back and claim the prize before Husin ever got the chance. Suddenly, an intense, crushing aura of danger flared up right behind him. Theo nervously swallowed and risked a tiny glance over his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the massive dragon had completely blocked his only escape route, looming right in front of him. This terrifying being was an ancient dragon. Staring down at the boy, its booming voice echoed through Vaxinish the cavern. It has been a very long time since I last laid eyes on a chosen one. It then formally introduced itself as Roadbroke. Theo was absolutely speechless. He couldn't believe this mythical creature was actually initiating a conversation. I am the one you of the Ragna bloodline refer to as the Guardian Dragon. I am the undeniable master of the Winter Mountain. Wait, this is the legendary Roadbroke? Without missing a single beat, Theo dropped straight to his knees and bowed deeply. I offer my utmost respect to my esteemed ancestor. The majestic dragon actually blinked in surprise, completely caught off guard by this human boy shamelessly calling it his ancestor. Theo mentioned that the guardian dragon was partners with Thela's ancestor Sigurd, and was also the mother of Free Drift. The dragon merely let out a scoff and replied, "It seems that bastard Free Drift has been spreading absolute nonsense." It explained that while it and Sigurd were indeed partners, it was purely a mark of respect for the contractor who had exchanged his soul. There were absolutely no romantic feelings between them. Besides, humans can't exactly mate with dragons in the first place, right? After hearing this, Theo finally spoke up. So, does that mean the claim about my family lineage possessing dragon blood is nothing but propaganda? The dragon didn't explicitly confirm it, but it wasn't wrong either. The ancient dragon explained that through its pact with Sigurd, the dragon blood became a shared essence between the two of them. Just as Theo was about to say something else, it abruptly cut him off. That is enough questions for now. Soon I shall begin my duty as a guardian dragon to the Chosen One. Its demeanor suddenly shifted, growing dead serious as it declared, "From this moment on, I, Rodbrock, shall uphold the ancient pact. The Chosen One who passes my test is granted the right to ask 3 questions. Theo smiled awkwardly to himself, thinking, "So we don't have to fight right now? Thank God. My ultimate goal is to become the head of the Zangna family. To achieve that, I need a much deeper understanding of the family's roots. I have to use this opportunity to wring out as much information as possible. Meanwhile, in a completely different battle, Arson was locked in combat with a ferocious white tiger. The beast was swiftly severely wounded and collapsed to the ground. A blue bell materialized right after the tiger went down. He picked it up and muttered coldly, "This makes my 57th one." Handing the bell to the person beside him, he demanded, "What exactly is Theo Zengna plotting? There's still absolutely zero news about his whereabouts." The guy tagging along with Arson was named Orion. He chimed in, "Do you think he's just too terrified to face the monsters?" Inwardly, Orion was scheming, "He took down a monster of that caliber like it was child's play. Arson is definitely a prodigy. I need to cling to this guy at all costs." Suddenly, Orion found himself being violently choked by Arson, but he still managed to gasp out, "Even if he's gotten stronger, he used to live like a total loser." Arson ruthlessly tightened his grip, crushing Orion's throat until his face turned blue and tears welled up in his eyes from the lack of air. Arson lifted him clean off the ground, snarling, "You've never been strong, so you obviously wouldn't understand. Have you ever seen me afraid of anything? When you have true power, you fear absolutely nothing." The more Arson spoke, the more enraged he became, finally roaring, "Just what the hell is that bastard plotting?" Orion was nearly unconscious at this point, weakly mumbling, I don't know. I'm sorry." Just then, an underling rushed over to report, "Apologies for the interruption, Lord Arson. We just received a message from the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The message contained only a few curt words. Execute the plan immediately." Hearing this, Arson dropped Orion to the dirt and scoffed, "I get it. Tell him to stop bothering me." Murderous intent rolled off Arson in waves as he muttered, "Because the one who wants to wipe that bastard Theo off the face of the earth the most is me. The moment he shows his face, attack on sight." Meanwhile, back on Theo's side, he was carefully calculating how to deal with the ancient dragon. He took the initiative and asked his very first question. The ancient dragon let out a massive, dramatic yawn before finally grumbling, "Waiting for you has been completely dreadful. What is it that you wish to know?" Theo asked softly, "Why exactly are you here?" The dragon quickly caught on. Starting with the basics to dig up hidden truths about your family's background, are you? A rather clever question. It dragged out its words slowly. "The reason I am stationed here," Theo waited patiently for the ancient dragon to finish, "is to keep watch over a terrifying monster that exists at the very edge of the world, the Nameless Monarch." It revealed that it had been guarding this place for the past 1,000 years to protect the world. It also mentioned that the Winter Mountain was nothing more than an outpost. This lined up perfectly with Theo's gut feeling. Looking deep into the ancient dragon's eyes, Theo realized something shocking. What he saw flickering in those ancient, powerful eyes was undeniable fear. The Nameless Monarch, an entity so terrifying that it could strike fear into an ancient dragon who had reigned for over a millennium? Theo clenched his fists, torn with hesitation. "I want to ask more about it, but there's something far more important I need to figure out first." Theo moved on to his second question. "What exactly is the relic of the ancient dragon?" The dragon replied that there were 3 in total, though it didn't know much about them. "It seems you are quite the lucky one," it remarked. Theo stammered in surprise. 3 in total? He quickly pieced it together in his head. One is the dungeon of the Camellia Palace. Another is the White Light Sword. So, what could the last one be? The ancient dragon then explained that the relic of the ancient dragon, Fafnir, was actually its soul shattered into 31 fragments. Those 31 fragments were bestowed upon humanity to protect you all from the Nameless Monarch. It went on to explain that the relics of the ancient dragon came in countless forms. A relic could be a physical item, a unique experience, or even a supernatural phenomenon. Theo was completely floored by this revelation. So that's how it is. The final relic he possessed, that logic-defying phenomenon that allowed him to relive 20 years of his life, was his regression. He instantly realized that he himself was the final relic. If his regression was triggered by the power of the ancient dragon Fafnir, then everything finally made perfect sense. But Theo quickly caught on to a glaring inconsistency. A dragon was supposed to always appear to protect the ancient dragon's relic, yet that never happened when he regressed. It was almost as if Theo was stunned by the terrifying thought that just crossed his mind. After organizing his thoughts, he finally spoke up. "I am ready to ask my final question." Theo asked outright, "Why did that relic choose me? Why would it pick an absolute nobody with no talent like me to fight against the nameless monarch?" The dragon replied that it would answer his question with another question. Staring down at him, the ancient dragon rumbled, "Whatever made you think that you were the only one chosen by the relic?" Theo was completely caught off guard by the counter question. In that chilling moment, it hit him. He wasn't the only chosen one. This revelation left him so utterly stunned that words failed him. He could only frantically think to himself, Kaizen, the Black Dragon. They all knew about these relics and actively sought to collect them. If the relic chose them as well, then they must be seeing the exact same system messages. That means they've also regressed just like me. He had just taken a massive step closer to uncovering the world's ultimate truth. Yet instead of finding clarity, everything had become infinitely more twisted. First, the terrifying existence of a nameless monarch that even an ancient dragon feared. And now, the mind-bending reality that he wasn't the only regressor. While Theo was drowning in his own chaotic thoughts, the ancient dragon interrupted. "I have now answered all 3 of your questions. My duty is fulfilled. It is time for you to claim your reward." The mention of a reward snapped Theo right out of his trance. "Ah, that's right. I came all the way here to claim Amon's relic." But his mindset had already shifted. He needed to secure something far more vital now. Something no mere item could ever compare to. A system screen materialized before him. "Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the hidden quest." The prompt also informed him that he now had the right to claim a treasure from the ancient dragon's hoard as his reward. The ancient dragon boasted, "Within this very nest lies a collection of the greatest treasures from all across the world. Precious gems, ancient relics, divine elixirs, skill books, and legendary weapons. Whatever you choose, I promise it will hold far more value than you can possibly imagine. Be whatever your heart desires, and it shall be yours." Theo flashed a knowing smile. The dragon had played right into his hands. So, what will it be? As the dragon waited, Theo slowly voiced his impossible demand. He declared with absolute conviction, "The treasure I want is you, Rodbrock." The dragon was completely blindsided. Never in its wildest dreams did it expect Theo to demand the dragon itself. The ancient dragon burst into a booming fit of laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha! It seems my legendary fame hasn't faded one bit. That is quite the amusing joke." Calming down, it looked back at Theo and rumbled, "Now then, tell me what it is you truly desire." But Theo didn't flinch, his gaze dead serious. "I already told you." The ancient dragon's amusement instantly vanished, replaced by utter shock as it realized Theo wasn't playing around. You are not joking?" Staring right back into its massive eyes, Theo replied firmly, "I am dead serious." And that was the absolute wrong answer. The sheer audacity instantly ignited the dragon's unbridled fury. The ancient dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. "Insolent brat! Did you really think you could claim all of my treasures and knowledge with some cheap wordplay?" Facing the sheer force of the shockwave, Theo planted his feet and braced himself. The dragon roar of a guardian dragon. I just have to endure this. Standing directly in the path of the beast's wrath left Theo heavily injured, his body screaming in pain. But he didn't back down. He instantly launched a counterattack, unleashing the fear of the lesser drake to neutralize the crushing pressure of the ancient dragon's roar. The dragon scoffed in pure disdain. "How utterly foolish! Did you honestly believe you could stand against me using the pathetic fear of a lesser drake?" Despite coughing up blood from his severe injuries, Theo screamed right back at it. "You, the great guardian dragon, explicitly declared that I could take absolutely any treasure I desired from your nest. You never once stated that Rodbrock himself wasn't a treasure. This was the ultimate gamble. Theo was betting his very life on this insane loophole, but if he won, the payoff would be beyond monumental. Ha, Rodbrock, the guardian dragon who founded the Ragnar family alongside the ancestor Sigurd. There is no greater proof of worth than becoming someone precious to her." He gritted his teeth, pushing through the agonizing pain, refusing to let history repeat itself. He couldn't let this chance slip away. Theo roared out in desperation, "Please, give me Rodbrock. You swore an oath to me upon your holy sword. His face was stained with dirt and blood, but his eyes burned with sheer resolve. Please, stand by my side. The ancient dragon recognized that unwavering determination. Looking deep into Theo's eyes, she saw a fiercely familiar silhouette. It was Sigurd. Her cold demeanor finally began to soften. She let out a breath and agreed, "Fine, I accept your terms." Theo was completely caught off guard by the ancient dragon's quick surrender. True to her word, she withdrew her terrifying dragon's roar and instantly shifted back into her human form. Her true primal form was that of a stunning woman. She let out a soft laugh. "You've actually managed to pique my interest, human. I'll give you a chance." She stood gracefully above, looking down at Theo with a calm, imposing aura. Her beauty was absolutely unearthly, highlighted by a pair of deep, mesmerizing golden eyes. Theo was utterly speechless at her current appearance. Seeing his reaction, she smirked confidently. "Are you captivated by my beauty? I completely understand, but just so you know, I am over 2,000 years old." Shaking off his daze, Theo spoke up. "Oh, great guardian dragon. Your chest," he started. She glanced down at the massive hollow hole in her chest. "Ah, this?" Her voice was eerily calm, yet carried an unspoken, heavy sorrow. "To tell you the truth, my heart was ripped out 50 years ago. I've just been sitting here waiting for death. At most, I only have 3 years left." Because of that, she couldn't even leave her nest. Simply put, she couldn't help him fight directly. She reached out her hand and asked calmly, "So, let me ask you one last time. Do you still want to claim me as your reward?" Hearing her tragic story, Theo didn't show a single ounce of shock. Instead, a warm, incredibly gentle smile spread across his face. His eyes remained fiercely determined. "My answer hasn't changed. I choose you. Roadbroke is my reward." Right then, a system window popped up, confirming that he had officially claimed the guardian dragon of Ragnar Roadbroke as his ultimate prize. She sighed helplessly, though there was no real anger in her voice. How utterly foolish. But I suppose that's exactly what makes you the chosen one. Just like that, 2 shiny new titles appeared in his status. The Guardian Dragon's Special One and true descendant of the Ancestor. He looked her in the eye and promised that he would grow much stronger and hunt down the ancient relics of the primeval bloodline. The system window flashed again, announcing that a profound soul link with Roadbroke had been successfully established. After absorbing a massive wave of experience points, Theo firmly promised her that he would find a way to replace her stolen heart. The gaping hole in her chest was truly a heartbreaking sight, but Theo assured her that among the ancient relics of the primeval lineage, there had to be something that could heal her. With that massive experience boost, he instantly leveled up to a whole new realm of power. He chuckled softly and added, "At the very least, I have to prove myself worthy of being the Guardian Dragon's Special One." Hearing his bold words, a genuinely satisfied smile graced her lips. "Well then, please take good care of me, my new Special One." She went on to explain that she was completely bound to this place. Until he returned with a real solution, she would enter a deep hibernation right here in the nest. But before she did, she picked up an ancient-looking book. "There is, however, one thing I need you to do for me first." In order to forge a true, unbreakable soul link with her, the ancient dragon handed him the heavy tome. She ordered him to stay right here, study the book, and fully awaken his soul gate. You should be able to master it within 1 month. There are basic provisions scattered around the nest, so take your time and study well. Consider this an extra bonus reward. It is the mythical grimoire, Aemon. As Theo took the heavy book into his hands, the color immediately drained from his face. The grimoire, also known as Aemon, was the legendary artifact belonging to the hidden entity, Aemon himself. Its pages contain the most ancient, primal magic principles tied to the echoing sounds of the universe's dawn. A sacred resonance that held all the bizarre truths of reality. Getting his hands on the Grimoire Amon was an absolute jackpot. But there was a massive catch. Theo stammered out, "Wait, what do you mean by 1 month?" She raised an eyebrow. "That is exactly how long it takes to awaken your soul gate. Why? Do you have a problem with that?" Theo frantically explained that Phase 2 of the awakening trial had already started. The entire test was only supposed to last for 15 days, which meant he had less than half a month left on the clock. He nervously asked if he could maybe come back and read it after the exam was over. This immediately rubbed her the wrong way, and she shot him a razor-sharp, displeased glare. The ancient dragon casually took a seat on an old treasure chest. "I suppose you could," she teased before her tone turned absolute, "but I am not going to allow that." Her strict refusal left Theo feeling completely helpless. She coldly smirked, adding that just letting him walk away wouldn't be any fun at all. "Awaken your soul gate before Phase 2 officially ends. Until you do, I absolutely will not let you take a single step out of here." Hearing that ridiculous demand, Theo's jaw practically dropped to the floor. The clock was loudly ticking down to the end of Phase 2. With so many deadly opponents lurking around, time was the one thing he absolutely did not have. From this exact moment, he only had a measly 13 days left, roughly 310 hours. Flashback to the Central Intelligence Hub exactly 3 days before Phase 2 kicked off. Ad sneered as he explained the dark truth. The only reason the totems create a safe zone against demons is because inside every single totem, there is a hidden demon summoning stone. By amplifying the intense demonic aura sealed inside the stone, it scares off the lesser demons. But what happens when you break it? With a wicked grin, he violently crushed the dark stone in the palm of his hand. As the stone shattered into dust, the terrifying demonic aura he just mentioned exploded outwards, flooding the room. Wiping his hands, Ad smugly declared that he could now summon ferocious demons perfectly at his own will. And he wasn't just spouting empty talk, he immediately put on a horrific demonstration. In less than a single second, a horde of nightmarish monsters was viciously summoned right out of thin air. The terrifying beast snarled and roared with pure, unbridled savagery. Completely unfazed by the monsters, Ad calmly continued his pitch. The main objective of Phase 2 is to slaughter demons and rack up points. Because of that little rat Theo will have absolutely no choice but to hunt them down. Ad turned to his partner with a dark glint in his eye. "I know exactly what you want. You want me to use this stone as bait to lure that bastard Theo right into a trap, don't you?" It was a solid guess, but it wasn't nearly enough to satisfy his cruel ambition. Ad coldly explained that they couldn't just lure Theo in and simply eliminate him. If they did that, they would completely lose the trail to the sacred relic of the Rose Palace. So, Ad proposed a much more sinister idea. "How about we break him down, make him suffer, and then finish him off?" His partner's face hardened with frustration. "You know the situation even better than I do." Ad bluntly admitted that the gap in raw combat skill between himself and Theo really wasn't that huge. He fully knew that trying to overpower and forcefully break Theo in a straight fight would be incredibly difficult. "But," Ad sneered, continuing his twisted logic, "that kid is far too emotional for his own good. Why don't we use the pathetic strays following him to our advantage? You know, those losers from training camp 4. It'll be a piece of cake to take them hostage. Then, we just hold them over his head and force him to cough up the sacred relic." Hearing that utterly ruthless strategy, Ad clenched his fists tightly, a wicked smirk forming on his face. "I completely understand." And just like that, their venomous master plan was set into motion. But thinking about it now, Ad realized that instead of desperately hunting demons, Theo probably wouldn't even show his face until the very final stages of the test. Right now, there were only 12 short hours left until Phase 2 ended. And Ad? He was currently sitting comfortably at number 1 on the leaderboards, boasting a massive 860 points. He was starting to feel like this whole setup was a massive waste of time. Ad had even gone out of his way to make sure one of the official supervisors was their own inside guy. Standing nearby, another man casually muttered, "Hey, who knows? Maybe those 3 brats from the Hunters Guild already took him out." That man was Phillips, a highly skilled apprentice swordsman hailing straight from the prestigious Plum Blossom Palace. Currently, he was holding down rank 77, sitting at 446 points. Phillips shrugged and said casually, "I mean, if he wasn't dead, the kid definitely would have showed up by now." Ad didn't even bother giving him a verbal response. He merely shot Phillips a cold, calculating sideways glance. Ad frowned in deep disappointment. For someone supposedly called the promising talent of the Plum Blossom Palace, your thought process is absolute garbage. Looking at you, I completely understand why the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace took such a strong interest in Theo instead. Hearing that massive insult, Phillips flared up with instant rage. What the hell did you just say? He aggressively gritted his teeth but swallowed his anger, furiously thinking to himself, this is exactly why I'm helping this bastard hunt down Theo, and yet he still dares to mock me? Brushing off Ad's blatantly arrogant attitude, Phillips muttered, whatever, it's not like I expected any respect anyway. But inside, his blood was absolutely boiling. You arrogant bastard! Meanwhile, Ad completely ignored his tantrum. His focus was entirely on his prey. Theo, if you aren't going to show your face on your own. He clenched his jaw, completely out of patience. Then I am going to be more than happy to violently drag you out into the light myself. Right now, his reinforcements included both the Kylan Dragon Guild and the Plum Blossom Palace, led by Phillips. It's time to hunt, Ad sneered with a savage look. We'll wipe out every single deserter from training camp number 4 until he shows his face. Without another word, they immediately vanished following Ad's command. Jay, hiding not too far away, had witnessed everything. She was currently ranked 3rd with 561 points. Elsewhere, a group was hunting a low mid-tier monster, an ice lizard. Once it was defeated, they cheered in pure joy. We did it! We actually defeated the Golden Bell Demon. See? I told you guys we could do it. The 3 who had just defeated the ice lizard were Sebin with 31 points, Eod at rank 53, and Bennett at rank 62 with 36 points. I definitely have to brag about this to young Master Theo after the test, Sebin said, holding the golden bell in his hand. But there are only 12 hours left before Phase 2 ends. Where could the young master be? We've collected so much gear for him. Eod laughed and replied, he's always thinking 10 steps ahead. I bet he's working on something way more important than just grinding points. Sebin figured that the rankings didn't even matter, since simply surviving was the only requirement to clear Phase 2. He was buzzing with excitement. Young Master Theo's going to take first place again. He promised he'd mention my name. Hey, he promised me the exact same thing. Their smiles had barely formed when Sebin was suddenly ambushed from behind. A cold blade pierced straight through his heart, taking his life in an instant. Orion stepped out of the shadows, sneering. You guys are cracking me up. Eod screamed in pure despair, while Banat shouted furiously, Kylan Dragon Guild, what the hell is the meaning of this? What do you think it means? Orion mocked. You're nothing but bait to lure out that precious young master of yours. We're dying to meet that damn Theo, so don't even think about running. Meanwhile, Theo was inside Roadbroke's cave. Color me surprised, the ancient dragon exclaimed. To think you could unlock the heart gate in less than half a month. Theo had successfully opened his heart gate, meaning he had grasped a portion of the magical principles within Amon's grimoire, and the system was currently generating a new skill. He smirked. Thank God the rumors I heard in my past life were true. The most crucial factor when learning Amon's grimoire is the quantity and quality of your mana. Since he possessed both mana circuits and a dragon heart, it was only natural that his learning speed was twice as fast as an ordinary person's. He confidently replied to the ancient dragon, "This is still too easy." The system then notified him that his current stats were too low, so a low-tier skill had been applied instead. At that moment, another system prompt appeared, announcing the C-rank hatchling synchronization. It granted him the ability to freely control and read the memories of objects through the Naze's link. Roadbroke voiced her satisfaction. Now that's what I expect from my chosen one. You've learned all the basics. The rest will require actual training to truly master. When he reached a higher realm, he would even be able to hear her true voice clearly. Theo would be capable of borrowing Roadbroke's power. He was completely stunned by her words. A power similar to, she added, of course, to achieve that, you must prioritize my rest. Don't forget, we only have 3 years to live a good life. Don't worry, I can handle it, Theo replied. For the first time in a long while, a rare, genuine smile blossomed on his face. She then began casting a spell, boldly declaring, "The primordial pact has been forged." She was practically buzzing with anticipation for their next meeting, whispering, "My very first human in thousands of years." By now, Theo had exited the cave, his boots crunching against the pristine white snow. As he walked, he muttered to himself, I've formed the pact with Roadbrook, but the awakening ceremony still hasn't shown any progress. He only had 12 hours left. It honestly felt like he had intentionally set his life to hard mode. If he kept hunting demons the conventional way, there was absolutely no way he could snatch first place in under 12 hours. Trudging through the snow, Theo lost himself in deep thought. There's only one option left. His plan was a dirty trick, stealing someone else's bell. Aston took first place in my past life. I wonder if things will play out differently this time around. To put it simply, all he had to do was crush Aston, and first place would be his. He was so deeply engrossed in his thoughts that he completely failed to notice a shadowy figure tracking him from behind. It wasn't until the figure stepped out into the open that Theo finally sensed their presence. A weak voice spoke up. I finally found you. Theo stared in absolute shock, blurting out, "Wait, is that?" The person emerging from the darkness was Jay. Her entire body was battered and covered in bloody gashes. "What the hell happened?" Theo demanded. "Were you attacked by a monster?" Looking at her devastating injuries, his voice filled with deep concern. "How did you get hurt this badly?" The deep slash marks on Jay's body were a dead giveaway. She had been attacked by humans. Theo pressed her for answers, but Jay gasped out. Explanations later. First, you need to head west. The moment those words left her lips, her body simply gave out. Theo rushed forward and caught her just in time, as Jay went completely limp in his arms. By pure reflex, his hand brushed against her sword's hilt. Instantly, Theo activated his hatchling synchronization to read the residual memories imprinted on the blade. As the memories of the sword's owner flooded his mind, shock washed over him. Within Jay's memories, a terrifying, blood-curdling scream echoed through the snowy forest. She had been hiding behind a massive tree, listening to the chaotic commotion nearby. "What about Theo?" a voice asked. One of the thugs reported that there was still no sign of him. Another stuttered nervously, "We've come all this way. He's bound to show up soon, right?" A group of trainees had been tied up by Aston's lackeys. I left a clear trail belonging to the runts from training camp number 4. On top of that, the roaming monsters will naturally herd him straight to us. One of them smirked. A man acting as their leader coldly asked if they should just execute the hostages. The guy next to him flinched. "Huh? What? Did I do something wrong?" "No, idiot, he means these guys. Why the hell did you drag 9 of them here? The boss explicitly said 2 or 3 were more than enough to use as hostages." Drawing his blade, the leader scoffed, "Whatever, you bunch of idiots. Might as well just kill a few of them." Just then, Jay stepped out from behind the tree. "Stop right there," she shouted. Aston glanced at her with utter indifference. Well, what do we have here, if it isn't Jay saying nah?" She glared at him with piercing coldness. "You've crossed the line, Aston." Aston furrowed his brows. "This has absolutely nothing to do with you. I really don't want to overcomplicate things, so keep your nose out of my business and get lost." Jay stood her ground, firmly stating that these people were Theo's companions, and demanded that he release them immediately. Hearing that, his demeanor shifted instantly. "I see. So you've sided with that pathetic loser too." Without holding back, Jay launched herself forward, initiating a fierce strike against Aston. A vicious and explosive battle erupted between the two amidst the howling blizzard. However, Jay was simply no match for Aston's sheer power, and his ruthless blade quickly tore through her defenses. Suddenly, the system flared with a warning. Her mental state was too unstable to continue reading her memories. Pulling back from the synchronization, Theo could no longer suppress his boiling rage. "What the hell is going on? Why did Aston capture 4 of my squad mates? Theo, why are you—" Before Jay could even finish, Theo firmly cut her off. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Jay looked at him, her breaths heavy. "Listen to me. The second this test started, Aston went to desperate lengths just to capture you. But since he couldn't track you down, he took your friends hostage to bait you out." The sheer malice of it left Theo completely blindsided. Jay gritted her teeth, adding that she hadn't dragged herself all the way here just to give him a simple warning. But by this point, Theo's mind was completely deaf to reason. "Aston, even in this life, you bastards still won't leave me alone, but I am no longer someone you can just trample over." Theo roared, his voice trembling with explosive rage. "Where are they? Where the hell is Aston waiting for me?" Meanwhile, out in the freezing night, a loud shout shattered the silence. "Theo is here!" A lackey sprinted over to report to Aston, panting heavily. "Sir, he just showed up at the edge of the northern cliff." Aston's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" The scout hurriedly, "Karbish confirmed. It's true? He's talking with Jay Sengna right now. He'll be here any minute." Aston was absolutely thrilled. "You finally showed up. Theo Ragnar, I'm going to prove that a piece of trash like you can never surpass me." At that moment, another voice chimed in. "Don't forget our actual objective, young Master Aston." The man reminded him that there was no need to clash directly with Theo. They simply needed to use the hostages to extract information about the ruins from him. "We will personally take care of Theo Ragnar," the voice added. They also made sure to instruct him, "When we make our move to deal with him, use the summoning sphere to blind the supervisors monitoring the area." "Understood," Aston replied. Aston readily agreed, calmly replying, "Don't worry." Back on Theo's side, a heavily battered Jay desperately tried to hold him back. "No, you can't go to Aston," she pleaded with him. "Even the test supervisors have taken Aston's side. Even you, Theo, you won't be able to handle this alone." She spilled everything in one breath. "This isn't a test anymore. It's a massacre. It's a trap specifically laid out to kill you. You cannot go alone. You have to find the other supervisors and convince them to back you up." Despite her desperate warnings, Theo shook his head. "There's no time left. Thank you for everything. If we keep wasting time here, my people might already be dead." His tone was absolutely uncompromising. "I have to go right now. Tell me exactly where they are." Jay didn't hold back and screamed at him, "Are you a fucking idiot? If you go, you're just going to die. If you die, what's the point of any of this? Even if someone has to be sacrificed, it can't be you." Yet Theo remained fiercely unyielding. "I refuse to lose my people ever again. I won't allow it." Thinking back to the old days, they had even promised to celebrate the second blooming festival together. But Jay believed that being born into the Janna family meant sacrifice was inevitable. Even so, the memories of laughing and joking with his friends kept flashing through Surprise Spike's mind. In a fit of anger, he had called Jay a burden, words that immediately pierced her heart. He grabbed her shoulders. "Couldn't you just stand back and watch?" Remembering the past, why did the Rose Palace burn down? Why did their subordinates have to die? The reason was because of a foolish Janna. On top of that, Theo was considered the absolute weakest among the powerful Janna family. Recalling those harsh words from the past, he now bluntly told her that he was sick and tired of always suffering so pathetically. He snapped back, suddenly intense. "I can't repeat the mistakes of the past." He asked her one more time, his tone as dead serious as Rodbrock himself. "Tell me, where is Aizen?" Elsewhere, someone was walking through the snow, surrounded by scattered items on the ground. Not only that, but Ciro was there too. He casually picked up an item dropped in the snow. These were the exact items gathered by Sibin. Even the golden bell the three of them had received after defeating the ice lizard was there. Ciro's marks were still vividly imprinted on those items. Looking at the scene, he immediately knew something terrible had happened. He wasn't alone. He had his teammates backing him up, right? Among those accompanying him was a guy named Hoon Kun, currently ranked 5th with 499 points, and the other was Erica, sitting at 4th place with 521 points. And the one speaking was Remington, currently the man standing right behind Aizen. "Sorry, but I hope you two can lend me a hand." Suddenly, a giant yeti raised its ultimate weapon to attack. Right as it smashed into the snow, Theo managed to leap away and dodge. Without wasting a single second, he kicked off the ground and dashed toward it, muttering to himself, "I don't have much time." Theo roared as he delivered a devastating slash to take it down. "Get out of my way." The yeti collapsed without a fight, and he quickly pushed forward. Based on the information he had gathered, Theo made a calculated guess. There was a high chance that Sibin and the other hostages were still alive. S must have been the one pulling the strings for Azen, and the proof was the supervisor traveling alongside him. He sprinted toward the barricade of giant white furballs. Theo didn't hesitate to swing his sword. He had already figured out their intentions. Aizen set this up to finish him off quietly without causing too much of a scene. He unleashed a high-tier ultimate skill, wiping out dozens of yetis in a single strike. Triple Dragon Claw! The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. The supervisor sent to kill him was definitely tied to Azen's unnatural behavior. With that in mind, he just needed to get past the last standing furball. A massive explosion erupted right after, signaling that the obstacle was about to be cleared out. Even so, I have to hurry. That bastard Azen is too unpredictable. He leapt into the air, spinning the massive sword in his hand, making it hard for the monster to track. Theo pointed his blade at it, his eyes freezing cold without a shred of mercy. The Yeti stared blankly at him, its body completely paralyzed. Theo drove his sword right into its head as if declaring to Azen that he was coming for him next. Jay trudged quietly through the white snow, whispering to herself, "That's right, Theo, you've always been like this since we were kids." Childhood memories came flooding back, how he had grabbed her hand and pulled her along, saying, "Let's just go home first." Jay clutched her injured arm, her gaze fixed straight ahead. But this time, she walked through the white snow, every step agonizing, leaving a trail of blood behind her. But Jay didn't stop, fueled by a single burning desire. "I will help you." Sibin bit down hard on the gag in his mouth, growling as if casting a curse. Furiously, Azen stomped on his face without a shred of pity. Azen brutally slammed Sibin into the snow, stomping on him like a piece of trash. "Shut the hell up. I told you I'd kill you all if you didn't keep your mouth shut." Right at that moment, someone called out, "Young Master Azen! Don't forget the director of the Central Intelligence Agency ordered us not to cause any unnecessary disturbances." Azen gritted his teeth, scowling as he let it go. "Shh, fine." He sheathed his sword to drop the issue, then sat right on top of Sibin as if taking petty revenge for earlier. Azen cast a sharp glare upward, as though waiting for something. Azen stared deeply into the forest, feeling a nagging sense of unease. 4 high-ranking prosecutors were sent out to kill that bastard Theo. Deep down, even he didn't believe he could actually win if he fought him head-on. He clenched his fists, trembling with underlying fear as he cursed under his breath. That idiot! Meanwhile, the person Azen had been waiting for finally made his appearance. Every single pair of eyes locked onto him, as if looking at their last ray of hope. Understanding their silent pleas, Theo gave a faint nod. He stood quietly amidst the blinding white blizzard. Just as Azen spoke his first word, Theo approached. "You finally decided to show your face." He took slow, deliberate steps closer to the battlefield Azen had set up. "Theo Jana." Theo glanced down, his eyes filled with pain and outrage. Innocent people were bound tightly on the snow, their mouths gagged, having clearly been beaten brutally. They looked at him, desperately begging for help. He nodded at them, a silent promise. "I'll get you all out of here." Azen's cold and ruthless henchmen stood guarding the perimeter, blocking any way out. Theo turned his gaze, his eyes just as freezing as before. Azen sat there trying to look like a tough boss waiting for his lackeys, smirking. "You made me wait quite a while." Theo's eyes, previously filled with fury, now brimmed with pity and sarcasm. Seeing his loyal comrade lying helplessly in the snow, Theo couldn't hold back his emotions. His hands gripped his sword hilt so tightly they were trembling. On the other side, the shameless Azen stood up and grabbed his own sword hilt. Someone suddenly called out to him, but he didn't answer, only giving a curt nod. "Young Master Azen." He let out a long, icy breath to regain his composure. Loosening his grip on the sword, he said, "Now that you're here, I'm sure you understand the situation. Let's make this quick and painless. If you want to save your friends, you have to—" Before he could even finish, Theo cut him off. "Are you scared of me?" Being humiliated in front of so many people, Azen's expression instantly twisted in intense rage. Theo just flashed a confident, utterly insulting smile. "You're terrified that you're going to lose to me, aren't you?" Azen's anger hit its absolute boiling point. "What the hell are you babbling about?" Theo spread his arms, every word designed to devour his opponent's ego. "Because if you weren't scared, there'd be no reason for you to pull any of this. Wasting all these men, your eyes trembling in front of me, and taking hostages. Isn't all of this just because you're dead terrified of losing to me? I guess your title as the strongest of the Northern Four was just completely made up, huh?" Provoked beyond his breaking point, Azen totally lost his mind. "You little bastard!" Theo pointed his blade right at Azen, challenging him. "If I'm wrong, then come at me. Try and fight me. That is, If you still have even a single grain of pride left in that pathetic body of yours. At this point, Aizen was so triggered that his anger erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Before fighting, Theo laid out one condition. If you win, I'll give you whatever you want, even my life. But if I win, let them go. His body tensed up, limbs shaking with adrenaline. A sword fight? A pathetic loser from the Janna family is demanding a sword fight with me? You really don't realize how insanely inflated your ego is, do you? His face twisted into a maniacal expression with every word. You actually think I'm scared of you? His lackeys panicked and tried to intervene. Young Master Aizen, those are just empty words. You don't need to listen to him. Don't fall for his trap. Stick to the plan. But Aizen was far too far gone to listen to reason. Shut your mouths! Are you saying you don't believe in me? Roaring, Aizen drew his sword and stepped forward. Fine then, Theo Janna. Let's do this. Theo's provocation had worked perfectly, and he couldn't hide his smirk. The henchmen whispered anxiously among themselves. This is getting completely out of hand. What should we do? It's fine. It's still under control. Just a little extra work. If young Master Aizen takes it too far, we'll just execute the original plan. Right before the clash, Aizen made his declaration. This is a duel for the pride of the Janna family. Nobody interferes with our fight until it's over, and don't lay a finger on the hostages. The moment the words left his mouth, Theo dashed across the snow so incredibly fast that only his trail remained, his body practically vanishing into thin air. Aizen stared intensely at Theo, not blinking for a second. The moment they dashed past each other, the battle had officially begun. Aizen was genuinely shocked by Theo's terrifying speed. But Theo didn't hold back either, shooting him a disdainful glare. Thanks, he scoffed. Let's make this quick. Typical cheap trick from a concubine's son. Theo swung his blade, Vanub Helmsveit slicing through the freezing air. The two massive swords clashed once more, sparking like a violent thunderstorm. Aizen blocked the strike effortlessly and threw the insult right back. Just a cheap trick from a concubine's son. The overwhelming power of these two monsters blew away the surrounding snow. Aizen raised his sword for his first technique. I'll teach you. The true power of the Zangna family. Myriad Dragon Strike. A colossal dragon roared out from his blade, making Theo step back, his expression stiffening. But a split second later, Theo regained his composure, channeling his mana into his blade. He unleashed a massive, freezing slash straight toward the dragon. The technique that cleaved the giant dragon in half was his triple dragon slash. Aizen's jaw dropped in absolute shock as he watched his dragon dissipate into thin air. Theo maintained an easygoing yet intimidating smile. He raised his sword and mocked, "Are you even qualified to teach me?" Orion's face twisted in pure disbelief after witnessing that strike. What the? I've had my suspicions since the first awakening ceremony, but is Theo really this powerful? This is a problem. He's actually overpowering Aizen. Should I betray him and switch to Theo's side? Aizen was way too overconfident anyway. That thought tore at Orion, leaving him completely conflicted. He then remembered the spies watching their every move. No, the Central Intelligence Supervisors are still here. They'll deal with him. For now, I just need to stay calm and handle the situation. Snapping out of his thoughts, Orion waved his hand and ordered, "Scatter, everyone! We'll get dragged into this if we stay. Leave this to Aizen. We need to split up." In the heat of the battle, Aizen's memories came rushing back. A voice called out, "Aizen!" It was Ed. He had used sweet, manipulative words, urging him, "You must seize the Zangna family's power. Do it for your uncle and for your mother, so that the Choivan faction can control everything." Ed had further explained, the Zangna name is nothing but a front. That absolute statement made Aizen's eyes gleam. You belong to Choivan. Do you understand? Back in the present, Aizen was furious, but still threw Theo a twisted compliment. "You're not bad." With that, he stomped the ground and lunged forward decisively. The two clashed once again in an endless frenzy of strikes as Aizen roared at the top of his lungs. Theo Zangna! Their heavy blades collided, fueled by their fierce willpower. Aizen's face strained as he pushed down with all his might, desperate to crush Theo. Theo was struggling to hold his ground, but a relieved smile crept onto his face. Thank God. He's reacting exactly as I predicted. Meanwhile, in a classified meeting room, a report came in. Theo Zangna has appeared. He is currently engaging Aizen Zangna. Julius clenched his fist in sheer joy and shouted, "He finally showed up! I knew it! I knew he was perfectly fine!" Wolfgang, however, looked completely bewildered. Huh? But didn't those guys already take care of him? Elsewhere, Ed let out a sigh of relief. He's still alive. Thank goodness. I have no idea how he pulled it off, but from now on, everything has to go exactly according to plan. Once Aizen finds the clue about the relic, I'll report it to the prosecutor and have him executed. But his relief didn't even last a few seconds before a new update arrived. Ah, breaking news. Theo Zangna and Aizen Zangna? The next words felt like a punch to his gut. Steep are currently fighting each other. Ed's eyes widened in sheer panic and disbelief. What? He gasped. Back at the brutal battlefield, a voice called out a technique. Phantom Sword, Steps of the Jester. Aizen effortlessly parried Theo's frantic assault. Wave after wave of attacks rained down, yet Aizen didn't show a single sign of fatigue. Aizen even had the luxury to evaluate his opponent. He's strong. His striking speed is incredibly fast. The glint of the blade reflected in Aizen's eyes as Theo's figure rushed closer. But still, it's not enough. To Aizen, Theo's movements seemed as if they were in slow motion. That speed... Aizen's hands began to move, seemingly sluggish and relaxed. Then, he launched his blade at breakneck speed. I can see every single trajectory. In that split second, Theo suddenly recognized something terribly familiar. A throwing sword technique? Memories from his past life came crashing back. A blade hurtling toward him exactly like this. Shibin lying on the bloodstained ground, agonizing in pain but still worried about him. The onlookers kept their eyes glued to the fight, unable to look away. In his previous life, Theo had fought a battle just as desperate as this one. Aizen had even offered him a final farewell. Remember this, a forward thrust can completely expose your next position. Blood did drip from the blade, but only a tiny amount. A few crimson drops splattered onto the pristine white snow, leaving it unclear whose blood it was. It was Theo's. He hadn't managed to block the attack completely, but the wound brought a sudden revelation. So, it was you all along. In his past life, when Theo had lost, he had weakly mocked his killer, "You talk too much." Even with a blade buried deep in his heart, past life Theo had fought to stay conscious. The mysterious assassin had slowly pulled down his mask. It was Aizen. Let me end you right here. Back in the present, Theo's eyes widened in a psychotic mix of boiling rage and pure thrill. It was the same bastard from that day. In that past life, the day Theo died, that was his pathetic fate. Dying without ever knowing who had burned the Rose Palace to the ground. Back then, he simply didn't have the power. But a stroke of luck had changed everything. Thanks to Rondon exposing himself and Eveline's thorough investigation, Theo discovered that Rondon was deeply connected to the Rose Palace tragedy. In the end, the only logical conclusion was that his killer had been a disciple of the Choivan faction. And among the Choivan ranks, there was only one person notorious for using throwing swords. Theo had strongly suspected it during that battle, Aizen Zangna. Unless someone was as incredibly arrogant as him, no one would spam a technique that carried such a massive risk of losing their weapon. I couldn't be 100% sure until I saw it with my own eyes, but now there is zero doubt. Just the thought of it made his hands bleed from gripping his weapon so hard. As his sword began to show signs of cracking, Theo whispered, "Back then, and even now, shh! Why are you all so terrified when you fail to kill me and my comrades?" Seeing his own razor-sharp blade taking heavy damage, Aizen flinched in shock. The broken hilt of the sword fell in slow motion. Mirroring Aizen's disbelief, Theo had snapped the blade barehanded. Without missing a beat, Theo snatched the broken blade out of midair. Theo glared at Aizen with dead, cold eyes, thinking to himself, everything is completely different from my past life. Aizen stared back, his gaze hardening with fierce determination. Using the very same technique, Theo launched the broken blade right back at him. A fierce vow echoed in his mind. Me and my comrades. Aizen stood frozen for 3 seconds, trying to process the insane move. Aizen quickly dodged the projectile and mocked him. "We'll survive this war. Wait, what the hell are you aiming at? Suddenly, a horrifying presence materialized, making Azin tremble in fear as his eyes widened in sheer terror. Theo's bloodlust exploded outward, dominating the entire battlefield. It was a flawless counter to Azin's clumsy imitation. Azin gripped his sword defensively, feeling the intense vibrations in the air. What the hell is this? From Theo's very shadow, Azin could feel a monstrous power that was completely out of control. This isn't just killing intent. What is this ridiculous pressure? Is this from the first awakening ceremony? Before Azin could even process it, Theo blasted forward, kicking up a massive cloud of snow. In the blink of an eye, Theo was right in his face. Just who the hell are you? Azin's eyes widened in sheer disbelief at the thrilling turn of events. A massive explosion blasted the snow high above the tree branches. Azin was violently hurled back, his desperate resistance completely shattered by the impact. Theo relentlessly charged forward, unleashing an overwhelming, maddening level of power. In a split second, Theo lunged, thrusting his sword straight at him. Luckily, Azin's lightning-fast reflexes allowed him to dodge the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. Dissatisfied, Theo let out a biting scoff. Just how long do you plan on looking down on me? Furious, Azin lunged forward to strike, screaming, "You little bastard!" He tightly locked his grip onto Theo's outstretched arm. With a fierce yank, Azin pulled him straight toward his waiting blade. Theo watched in horror as the razor-sharp tip inched closer to his eyes. Azin poured every ounce of his strength into the lethal thrust. Launching off the snow with a powerful kick, a sudden clash sent them both flying backward. Theo had narrowly escaped death, saving himself with pure quick thinking. Their boots skidded harshly against the snow as they fought to regain their footing. The moment they steadied themselves, both instantly snapped back into their combat stances, ready for round two. Before Azin could even react, Theo vaulted high into the air. He pulled the exact same close-quarter stunt as before, fully intent on taking his opponent down. With a sharp clatter, Azin's sword was sent spinning dozens of times through the air. Theo gritted his teeth, snarling his enemy's name with pure, unadulterated rage. "Azin!" He pivoted his footing, gearing up for a devastating strike to send that bastard straight to the afterlife. Theo pulled his blade all the way back and roared. "Do you have any idea how it feels to have a blade shoved deep into your guts?" Azin gritted his teeth, his eyes widening in sheer, unbridled terror. The gleaming blade hurtled toward him as he stood there, completely paralyzed by shock. Remington examined the lingering blood trails on the snow, his mind racing. This doesn't look like a monster attack. These are drag marks. Someone took them. The only guy capable of pulling this off is Azin. Hukos frowned, sighing in disbelief. Azin? But that guy is ranked number 1. Does he really need more points? Hearing this, Remington shot Hukos a side glance and spoke up. It looks like he took Theo's subordinates hostage just to lure him out. He's planning to completely eliminate Theo during this second awakening ritual. Hukos roared in outrage. What the hell? He's supposed to fight him fair and square. How could he stoop so low? Azin, turns out that bastard is nothing but a filthy coward, Erica scoffed, rolling her eyes. So what? This is the Ragnar awakening ritual. Dirty tricks like this are just par for the course. Remington stared at her in dead silence. After a moment, he spoke bluntly. And that is exactly why I despise the Ragnars. I don't care if this is a battle for survival and power. Pulling dirty stunts like this is completely unacceptable. Her gaze hardened as she stared Remington down. Watch your mouth. That's dangerous talk. Are you actually serious right now? He flashed a daring, confident smile. I have to go save his crew, because if it were Theo, I know he'd do the exact same thing. If you two back me up, it would be a massive help. Hukos clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve as he turned to Erica. We have to go. You're coming with us, right? Hearing this, she shot them down without a second thought. Pass. I'm not interested. The only reason I tagged along was because I thought I'd run into Theo Ragnar. But he's nowhere to be found. And frankly, I absolutely despise weaklings. I'm not playing hero for a bunch of dead weights. Seeing her walk away, Hukos completely lost his filter and snapped, Are you kidding me? Are you actually just human trash? Erica whipped around furiously, her face twisting in pure rage. Remington just smiled calmly at her. Erica, I know exactly why you're so desperate to meet Theo. That made her freeze, her glaring eyes locking onto his. Remington laid his cards on the table. I guarantee you, if you help me out this time, it'll put you one massive step closer to achieving your real goal. Flashes of pure aura blazed across the snow as the three of them sprinted toward their designated rendezvous point. Remington's eyes burned with fierce determination as he muttered, "Just hang in there, guys. Just a little bit longer." Out of nowhere, a shimmering blade jutted out, completely blocking their path. "Halt! You're not taking another step." The trio skidded to a stop, finding themselves surrounded by a squad of armed warriors lying in ambush. Remington's eyes widened as he recognized the thugs blocking their way. The Dragon Faction. Orion let out a mocking sneer, his eyes dripping with contempt. "Long time no see, Remington. I still can't believe you ditched us to go play house with a bunch of brain-dead losers. So this is what you do now? Hanging out with these meat-headed, smooth-brained lowlifes?" Hukos glared at them, utterly infuriated. "Wait, did this punk just call us a bunch of brainless muscleheads?" Seeing his reaction, Orion casually shrugged. "Hey, I never explicitly said that." Remington's expression darkened as his voice dropped to an icy warning. "Step aside, Orion. I really don't want to shed the blood of an old friend." Unfazed, Orion smirked and spat back. "Yeah? Well, I refuse." Remington stared at Orion, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. But with a heavy sigh, he finally drew his gleaming blade. "If you won't get out of my way, then I guess I'll just have to cut you down." With that declaration, the two groups violently clashed in the blood-stained snow. He desperately sawed at his bonds with the shattered blade, pouring every last drop of his strength into breaking free. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Theo continued his relentless, unyielding assault. Theo unleashed a vicious strike, forcing Arson to scramble wildly out of the way. The broken blade whistled through the air right past Arson's back, plunging into the earth right in front of Sibin with a heavy thud. Sibin's eyes shot wide open. "This is it. This is the chance young Master Theo just gave me. I have to cut these ropes." The jagged blade bit deeper and deeper into his bindings, while the savage deathmatch raged on amidst the blinding white blizzard. The freezing winds and howling snow ripped through the air, completely drowned out by the ear-piercing shrieks of clashing steel. Theo and Arson traded brutal, earth-shattering blows. Through gritted teeth, Theo muttered to himself, "So?" The bastard finally decided to show his face. The exam supervisor and high-rank Inspector Liam suddenly intercepted the fight. "Please forgive my intrusion, young Master Arson. I will gladly accept whatever punishment awaits me after the awakening ritual is over." Theo reacted on pure instinct, fiercely parrying Liam's sudden sneak attack. Liam immediately barked an order to the squad of guards behind him. "Escort the young master out of here!" "Yes, sir!" the guards roared back. With that, Liam kicked off the ground, charging straight at Theo like a madman. Meanwhile, one of the guards pleaded with Arson. "Young Master Arson, you fought more than enough today. Please, leave the rest to us. We've already retrieved the sword you dropped." Trembling with humiliation and rage, Arson gripped his retrieved sword so tightly his knuckles turned white. He glared dead ahead, utterly silent. Meanwhile, on the other side of the clearing, Liam thrust his blade at Theo with murderous intent. Theo swiftly sidestepped the deadly thrust. Without missing a beat, the two warriors locked blades once again in a ferocious clash. Theo seamlessly countered, unleashing a savage, sweeping slash. The sheer impact sent Liam rocketing backward through the snow. The inspector's eyes widened in absolute shock at the boy's monstrous strength, but Theo didn't give him a second to breathe, gritting his teeth and charging back into the fray. Liam's eyes darkened as his mind raced. I have to admit, this kid isn't going to be beaten by Arson, or even by the elite squad I brought with me today. But he and I are in completely different leagues. With no other supervisors around, this is my one and only chance to put him in the grave. It's a damn shame to kill a prodigy like him. But this is all for the greater good of my faction. Farewell, Theo Ragnar. Liam brought his blade crashing down with horrifying speed. Theo's eyes widened in absolute shock as he braced for the killing blow, when suddenly a massive geyser of blood violently erupted right in front of his face. Liam had been brutally impaled from behind by a massive surge of aura. Coughing up a sickening amount of blood, the inspector collapsed to his knees. He looked up, trembling in disbelief. "Young Young Master Arson. Why? Arson glared down at him with cold, dead eyes. I told you not to interfere. Not to. Theo stood frozen in absolute shock, watching his enemy just backstab his own ally right in front of him. He literally couldn't believe his eyes. Liam's face was twisted in horror and confusion, utterly failing to comprehend why his own master had just dealt the lethal blow. With a sickening squelch, Arson mercilessly ripped his blade out of Liam's back, letting his lifeless body crumple face first into the dirt. The guard standing behind him instantly broke into a panic. Young Master Arson, are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing? Arson stared down at Liam's fresh corpse, his expression terrifyingly hollow. You dared to step in because you genuinely believed I was going to lose. That is an unforgivable insult to the true heir. Theo ground his teeth together, his blood boiling. Arson, you absolute psychopath! You'd really slaughter your own loyal men? Arson's grim voice cut through his thoughts. Fine. I'll admit it, Theo Ragnar, you really are strong. He recalled what Ed had once told him. The weak are entirely useless, but you were born with true talent, Arson. You must trample over others and stand above them. Only then can you sit upon the Ragnar throne. Arson let out a savage laugh as he came to his own conclusion. But you are definitely weaker than me. That is the only logical conclusion. I will be the strongest, and I will claim that throne. So, there is no way I'm losing to trash like you in a place like this. Anyone who gets in my way is going to die. Theo furrowed his brows as he stared at him. Arson swung his sword down with a fierce, decisive strike. Theo watched, stunned by the sight unfolding before him. He froze, watching Theo charge at him with terrifying sword-wielding power. Arson's eyes widened in shock as Theo's blade slashed forward, a massive wave of power bursting out to block his path. The soldiers below desperately rushed toward Liam. Sir Liam, are you all right? One of them gritted his teeth, criticizing him. Damn it, I knew you were reckless, but taking it this far? Liam roared in frustration. What the hell are you all standing around for? Don't worry about me. Go save young Master Arson. Kill Theo Ragnar. The soldier defied the order, arguing back, but why are you so stubborn? Why don't we just... Liam frantically screamed his command. Do it now. Go kill Theo right now. If young Master Arson dies, we are all dead meat. Arson let out a furious roar and lunged forward once more. He quickly unleashed a devastating attack straight at Theo. Arson gritted his teeth in sheer disbelief. Ridiculous, and this is impossible. He suddenly remembered Ed's past warning. When it comes to the Ragnar bloodline, you must always be prepared for the impossible. Even a flickering candle in the wind can suddenly ignite into a blazing fire. Arson gnashed his teeth, refusing to accept reality. No way. He recalled asking Ed, why do we even need to worry about that bastard? He's just useless, incompetent trash. I'll just play with him for a bit and remind him of his place. Don't you realize? The skill gap between you and Theo isn't actually that huge. Arson refused to accept it, screaming at the top of his lungs as he charged with his sword. No! Tearing apart a piece of garbage like you is nothing. I am going to be the sovereign of the North, and I will claim the Ragnar throne. Me? I am Arson Ragnar. Theo glared at him as he shrieked like a wild, uncontrollable beast. Throne this, throne that. Because of your twisted ambition, so many of my people had to die. If you have no intention of giving up your ambition, then I will just have to shatter it myself, even if I have to use brute force. Theo gripped his sword tightly, muttering to himself as he dashed forward. With the power I have been granted. His power was so overwhelming it felt like the boundless might of a roaring dragon. Theo let out a fierce battle cry as he unleashed his technique. 3 dragon claws! Arson flinched, watching Theo barrel toward him with the attack. Theo's power was so absolute it seemed capable of shattering the very world around him. He made a silent vow. I will become even stronger, so I can cut every single one of you down. Liam stood paralyzed, watching the spectacle. The light was so blindingly brilliant that even the enemies fighting Remington's group stopped to stare. He and the rest of his men watched in absolute stunned silence. Arson let out a blood-curdling scream of pure panic as the attack hit. Under the bright, blazing moonlight, Theo and Arson stood locked in their clash. Suddenly, a geyser of blood erupted from Arson's body, splattering everywhere. Theo's explosive power illuminated the entire battlefield, leaving the surrounding air hazy and distorted from the impact. Arson's body remained standing, even as blood poured from him in streams. Suddenly, a massive jolt of pain forced him to his knees, and his body quickly collapsed. At that exact moment, Arson's severed head went flying through the air. It landed with a heavy thud on the snowy ground, the crimson blood dyeing the pure white snow. The scene was more horrifying and gruesome than ever before. Theo slowly walked over to Arson's lifeless corpse. He stood tall, looking down at his defeated enemy, completely silent without uttering a single word. Liam was so utterly shocked his brain couldn't process it. He desperately sprinted forward, screaming, "Young Master Arson!" Blood continued to drip heavily from the edge of Theo's blade. Drip, drip! The crimson drops fell straight onto Arson's lifeless face. The group of instructors stared at Theo in absolute frozen disbelief. Sweating profusely, Liam barked his orders. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill that bastard right now!" The entire mob immediately charged at Theo. His gaze darkened as he watched the bloodthirsty group rushing straight for him. He let out a heavy sigh, muttering inwardly, "Well, I'm in deep trouble now." Theo glared at the ferocious instructors, somewhat resigning himself to fate. From here on out, everything is just one massive gamble. Even in peak condition, I couldn't fend off 4 senior enforcers, let alone in my current exhausted state. The situation was growing more desperate by the second. My stamina has already hit its absolute limit, and my mana is practically completely drained after that last attack. Theo stared intensely at the enemies ahead of him, his eyes locking onto the sharp, deadly tips of their advancing swords. He thought to himself, shouldn't it be about time for him to show up? Just then, Remington's group quickly sprinted over to his side. They rushed in and stood firmly in front of Theo, completely blocking the instructor's attack. Startled by their sudden appearance, Theo gasped in surprise. "Wait, you guys, how did you—" Remington glanced back with a smirk. "Isn't it only natural for us to save a comrade in danger, young Master Theo?" Hearing that, he could hardly believe his own ears. Erica stared at Theo, sizing him up. "You know, you're even more impressive in person." Hookers shouted out in sheer excitement, "Damn it, Theo, this is the first time I've ever met someone as freaking strong as you. I like you already." Seben Ree, 17 years old, male, gifted, and fiercely loyal, chimed in as he fought. "We genuinely want to support you, young Master Theo. We can't just run away after stirring up so much trouble." Swords clashed relentlessly as Remington called out mid-fight. "Interference from supervisors is strictly forbidden. You know full well that directly interfering with a candidate is a massive crime, don't you?" Liam gritted his teeth in explosive fury. The instructors behind him anxiously asked, "Sir Liam, what should we do? Things have escalated way too far. Should we just eliminate all of them? Please give the order, sir." Liam glared ahead, calculating the grim reality in his head. "We're finished. We couldn't find a single shred of information about the relics of the Rose Palace. We couldn't eliminate Theo. And now, even Lord Arson is dead. We are backed into a horrifyingly dangerous corner. There is absolutely no way to cover up a failure of this magnitude." The instructors behind him urgently pressed him. "Liam, we are out of time." Liam sank into dark thought. Then the only way out of this? He swiftly barked the order, "Kill them all!" The instructors behind him recoiled in shock. "What?" Liam quickly fed them the narrative. An abnormal mana eruption and a massive monster wave occurred, resulting in the utter annihilation of every single candidate on site. That's the best way. Staging an accident will wipe out any trace leading back to Jonan. 20 level 5 monsters. That's more than enough to cover this up as a tragic mishap. Got it? The remaining instructors flinched, staring at him. They locked eyes with Liam before immediately bowing to his command. "Yes, sir. Everything is for the sake of Jonan." With that said, Liam crushed the glowing gems in his hand. Instantly, one of the men was struck by the blast and killed on the spot. Selfert let out a furious roar. "Liam!" he cursed in sheer frustration. "Damn it, another bloody mess!" White Dragon Cavalry Inspector Selfert Gardner furiously lashed out at Liam. "What the hell are you doing?" Beside him, Inspector Aaron Barkers watched the chaos unfold with absolute dread. Plum Blossom Palace Inspector Natasha Koppel and Waterwheel Palace Inspector Sally Gardner suddenly arrived on the scene. Liam couldn't believe his eyes. How did they get here so fast? Liam quickly collapsed to the ground. The 3 remaining instructors panicked. Liam! Selfert immediately aimed a warning at them. You 3 over there, freeze! If you value your pathetic lives, you better surrender right now. But if you want to end up like Liam, then by all means, fight back. In the blink of an eye, they were completely surrounded by the inspectors. Theo blankly stared at the inspectors. He barely managed to let out a gasp before collapsing. The inspectors! Jay frantically rushed over to catch him as he fell. Theo weakly mumbled, "Thank God, you came just in time. Thank you." Remington rushed over in a panic. "Theo, that was completely reckless. Why would you go to such extremes? Young Master Theo, that was way too dangerous." Erica quickly chimed in, "Why didn't you call me?" Hokus let out a hearty laugh and added, "Hey, don't forget I helped out too, all right?" The others were moved to tears. "Theo, you're not allowed to die until we get our rematch. Young Master Theo, to think you went this far just to save us." Hearing their words, Theo let out a faint smile as he rested heavily against Jay's shoulder. He let out a long sigh of relief and muttered, "Even if I died, I wouldn't have any regrets." Jay looked at him in total confusion, but Theo continued, "This is the true power that I've been chasing." Jay smiled warmly at him. "Theo." But Theo stubbornly pushed on. By the way, bring the bells over here. I still need to take first place." She chuckled at his ridiculous determination as the chaotic night slowly faded into a peaceful silence. Meanwhile, in a distant castle, Ed stared in absolute shock at the man in front of him. "What did you just say?" A soldier was trembling as he delivered a report to a round table full of high-ranking officials. Ed glared so intensely at the soldier that cold sweat poured down the man's face. "Aston!" The king looked just as dumbfounded, while Osa cast a sharp sidelong glance at the messenger. Julius's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Ed's expression darkened into something utterly terrifying. "He's dead." At that very moment, deep within a freezing, snow-covered forest, the closing ceremony for the second phase of the Awakening Rite was taking place. The crowd exchanged mysterious, secretive glances, their breath pluming in the freezing air. Against the stark white snow, the heavy crunch of approaching footsteps echoed loudly. An incredibly imposing figure stood atop a high platform, his cloak violently flapping in the biting wind. He spoke with a slow, commanding tone. "You all did exceptionally well. And with that, I officially declare the second phase of the Awakening Rite, the second coming of age ceremony, concluded." Down below, the confused crowd began whispering furiously among themselves. "That's one of the Dragon Knights. Why is he here? He never shows up for things like this." Farrell stood with the official decree in hand and loudly announced, "Out of the 87 candidates who participated, 45 have survived." That number isn't terrible. It truly proves that a generation of geniuses has gathered this time around, especially the one who took first place, securing a genuinely awe-inspiring score. Hearing Farrell's heavily implied words, Theo's face suddenly shifted, completely caught off guard. Farrell's booming voice continued, "All candidates who have passed the second coming of age ceremony will be officially promoted from apprentice to junior swordsman. That alone is something to be incredibly proud of. From this moment on, you are authorized to act as official swordsmen of the Jangna family. Everyone standing here has passed. So, I will now announce the final scores of the second phase. In first place, Theo Jangna, 1,121 points. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of whispers. Of course, it's Theo Jangna again, over 1,000 points? But how? He literally had 0 points right up until the very end. Hey, haven't you heard what happened between him and Aston? Hearing their constant gossiping buzzing in his ears left Theo absolutely speechless. Farrell's voice cut through the noise, continuing the announcements. Second place, Remington Nasio, 926 points. Third place, Erica Lanka, 843 points. Fourth place, Ray Jangna, 789 points. Fifth place, Hookus. And so, the rankings echoed from top to bottom, piercing through the freezing winter air. Farrell finally reached the very bottom of the page. 45th place, Ayla Lemon, 28 points. That concludes the list. You have all fought hard. However, the Awakening Rite is far from over. There is still one final trial ahead of us. Therefore, those of you who have earned the right to participate in the third trial, please raise your hand. Once again, the crowd broke out into restless chatter. Did you get it? No way, I couldn't collect enough. I got enough of them, but I still couldn't understand a damn thing. At that exact moment, Remington confidently raised his arm high. A proud, arrogant smirk plastered on his face. Erica, her expression icy and sharp, lifted her arm with undeniable confidence as well. Following right after, Erica decisively raised her arm once more. And amidst the endless white snow, Theo's large, battle-scarred hand slowly reached for the sky with burning determination. His body was battered and bruised, but his eyes blazed with an unshakable, ferocious fighting spirit. Theo deduced the hidden piece of the second coming of age ceremony. It was the elemental breathing technique, or simply elemental breath. It required candidates to collect enough bells and decipher the ancient texts carved into them. Gathering them was brutal enough, but comprehending them was a whole different nightmare. Only those who successfully learned it could assign an elemental attribute to their mana, thereby earning the right to enter the third phase of the awakening rite. I failed to do this in my past life too. But now? Suddenly, Theo's eyes glowed with a mystical blue energy, as if activating a hidden mechanism. The system interface chimed in. Synchronization approved. Initiating object memory reading. In a void of absolute darkness, violently tearing with vicious bolts of lightning, Theo recalled the past. The very core of the ancient texts manifested as vivid images in his mind. He remembered those intense life-or-death battles, literally fighting inside the massive jaws of a monstrous beast. His sharp eyes focused, his hair wildly whipping in the wind. This, he thought, is helping me instantly understand everything. Standing in the endlessly falling snow, Farrell let out a booming laugh. Even having just one person succeed would be cause for celebration. But 4 of you actually pulled it off? Very impressive. At the same time, Theo scanned his surroundings with razor-sharp eyes, a fierce wave of determination surging within him as he analyzed the situation. In my previous life, neither Jay nor Remington managed to learn this technique. This must be the butterfly effect I created. Farrell raised his hand, pointing out at the successful candidates. All right then, one by one, show me exactly what you have acquired. Let's start with Theo Jangya. A confident smirk curled on Theo's lips. Looking around, he quickly realized Aston is dead. Because of that, a lot of things are going to drastically deviate from the original timeline. But I don't need to be afraid. I'll make damn sure this future is far better than the last. A massive surge of energy began violently swirling around his feet. Theo's voice echoed out. The power I acquired is this. A blinding aura of light completely engulfed his body, accompanied by the violent crackling roar of lightning as he fully activated his power. Standing tall and fiercely unyielding amidst the towering column of raw energy, his cold, commanding voice rang out. Lightning. The system interface aggressively flashed his progress. Absorption, manifestation, control, expansion, sword aura. He focused his mind. First step, absorb mana with the lightning attribute. Then, manifest it. A split second later, a devastating shockwave of energy exploded outward, brutally shattering the massive boulders around him. The system confirmed. Stage, manifestation. Watching this terrifying display unfold right before their eyes, the crowd's jaws dropped in sheer horror and awe. No freaking way. He didn't just absorb it, he completely manifested it. That's young Master Theo for you. He's on a whole different level. Basking in the blinding golden aura, Theo stood there with pure dominance, thinking to himself, normally, stopping right here would be more than enough. Seeing the monstrous potential Theo was unleashing, a proud competitive smirk appeared on Remington's face. Simultaneously, a brilliant supernatural light ignited deep within Theo's chest. His eyes gleamed with a deadly sharpness. With a wild, almost sinister grin, he stared down the surging sphere of raw energy. The system panel flashed again. Stage control. Over on the sidelines, Jay's eyes widened in absolute shock, totally shaken by the insane power Theo was wielding. Erica raised an eyebrow, a genuinely impressed smirk on her face. I really like this guy. Hokus's jaw practically hit the floor. Damn, that is badass! Farrell let out an ecstatic roar of laughter. Truly astonishing. I never expected you to actually reach the control stage. You more than live up to your reputation. Suddenly, Farrell's eyes bulged in pure disbelief as something even more terrifying unfolded. At that very second, the left side of Theo's chest violently glowed, his heart literally sparking as he pushed the mechanism to its absolute limit. A cataclysmic torrent of energy erupted from his body, violently shattering the ground beneath his feet. Standing within the glow, Theo looked like a war god descending to bring divine light to the world. A vicious bolt of lightning crashed down. With bloodlust radiating from his razor-sharp eyes, Theo spoke his final command. Elemental breath. Lightning! In a split second, Theo drew his sharp blade with effortless agility. The clash of crackling lightning and radiant light summoned a ferocious, roaring thunder dragon. Farrell stood in solemn silence, watching his every move as the system interface displayed his rank at the expansion stage. The crowd's eyes widened, their jaws dropping in sheer, utter panic. The dragon's massive maw, lined with razor-sharp fangs, lunged straight for the proctor. Terrified screams ripped through the crowd. Why is he attacking the examiner? Farrell let out a calm, amused chuckle. What a fascinating kid. To think he's already reached the expansion stage. He gently raised his palm, catching the crystal-clear, pearl-like droplets of water cascading from the sky. Hearing this, a satisfied smirk crept onto Theo's face. Meanwhile, the candidates below could only stare in absolute jaw-dropping disbelief. The examiner's voice rang out with genuine praise. Outstanding work. Theo Ragna, you are awarded an additional 1,000 points. Theo replied smoothly, Thank you. As expected of a true master, he's always generous with those who have the guts to step up. Rank 1, Theo Ragna, 2,121 points. Rank 2, Remington Nasio, 926 points. Rank 3, Erica Lenka, 843 points. Rank 4, Ray Ragna, 789 points. The moment the new rankings were announced, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Over 2,000 points? That's completely overwhelming. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with disbelief and envy, realizing his score was practically unheard of. Farrell called out to them. All right, you three remaining. Let's see what you've got. Remington Nasio was awarded plus 500 points for reaching the control stage of energy. Ray Ragna earned plus 300 points, hitting the manifestation stage. Erica Lanka also received plus 300 points, matching him at the manifestation stage. Farrell held the score sheet and laughed out loud. What an exceptional batch. Usually, exceeding 1,000 points is enough to be the absolute top score. Yet here, we have 4 valedictorians. Rank 1, Theo Ragna with 2,121 points. Rank 2, Remington Nasio with 1,426 points. Rank 3, Erica Lenka with 1,143 points. Rank 4, Ray Ragna with 1,089 points. You've all worked incredibly hard. Those who aren't participating in the final round, you may leave now. Please prepare for the naming ceremony in exactly 1 week. Beneath a pale sky filled with gently falling snow, only the 4 elite top scorers remained standing with Farrell. He half closed his eyes, his voice dropping into a slow, deliberate tone. Now then. Suddenly, from behind the towering, jagged peaks, a massive explosion erupted, blazing with fiercely glowing red energy. Panic flashed across their faces as they immediately dropped into a ready stance, bracing for impact. Farrell's eyes glinted sharply, and a cryptic smirk played on his lips. Shall we begin the 3rd round? Theo's brow furrowed. He sprinted forward, a deep, unsettling sense of dread rising in his chest. What the hell is this? Why? Why is Roadbroke's energy suddenly appearing here? The 3rd rite, the meeting with the Patriarch. Absolutely anything could happen during this phase. It was a wildcard trial, resting entirely on the Patriarch's unpredictable whims. This encounter would dictate whether someone earned a nomination to the main estate. Since each of the 5 core candidates had already served within the main estate, the Fbanbia Nation securing this nomination was the ultimate proof, the undeniable mark of a potential successor. His sharp eyes darted rapidly, his mind racing with a flood of chaotic thoughts. So, the one waiting for us at the top is the Patriarch. But then why am I sensing Roadbroke's energy right now? Don't tell me. The one who took Roadbroke's heart is... The scene cuts to a sky burning with crimson fire. The ultimate trial was about to begin as Farrell's voice boomed across the mountain. Now then, push through the dragon's aura and go greet the patriarch. Instantly, the four of them dropped low into a defensive combat stance, bracing against the crushing pressure. Erica scowled in frustration, sweat pouring down her cheeks as she gasped for air. How the hell are we supposed to reach the peak under this kind of gravity? Beside her, Theo spoke up, his voice strained but steady. I'm not going to use raw physical strength to push through this. Erica snapped her head toward him, totally baffled. Wait, what? Then what exactly are we supposed to do? Theo looked straight ahead and answered, You have to synchronize with the mana's wavelength. The moment he said that, Erica shuddered, heavy beads of sweat continuously rolling down her face. Wavelength? Remington, panting heavily beside them, chimed in with sharp curiosity. So, you're saying, we need to generate an inverted wavelength to cause interference and nullify the pressure. Theo tilted his head, flashing a small nod. Exactly. You're sharp as always, Remy. Remington let out a breathless scoff. Yeah, well, that's a whole lot easier said than done. A fierce, unyielding intensity flared in Theo's eyes as he laid out the harsh truth. That's exactly how they weed out the weak. Anyone who can't properly control their own mana has absolutely no right to stand before the patriarch. Remington smirked, nodding in agreement. Makes perfect sense to me. Meanwhile, Erica's eyes were practically bulging out of her head. Inverted phase? Wavelengths? Interference? Are you guys speaking ancient Elvish or something? Remington just lowered his head slightly, his eyes half closed and a subtle, calculating smirk forming on his lips. He calmly shifted his gaze toward her and broke it down. Magic power is fundamentally a type of wave. By the laws of nature, it vibrates. The Patriarch's aura is also made up of these waves. So, to break through it, we just need to emit a magic wave that perfectly cancels out his. Erica tilted her head, absolutely exasperated, and yelled at Remington. So what you're saying is, I just need to blast out magic power that opposes this heavy pressure, right? Remington casually shrugged. Pretty much, yeah. Erica furiously screamed at him. You absolute textbook nerd. Why didn't you just explain it in plain English from the very beginning? Remington frowned, entirely unamused. Textbook nerd? Behind them, Ray quietly processed the information. I see, so that's the trick to it. Erica raised her voice even louder. Yeah, exactly. You overly technical weirdo. Are you seriously 17? You sound like an 80-year-old professor? Just then, a blinding surge of energy erupted, flashing with a brilliant, overwhelming crimson light. The group froze, their eyes widening in pure shock at the unbelievable sight unfolding right in front of them. He's already doing it? Theo stood tall and unyielding, his imposing silhouette radiating absolute authority from within the glowing vortex of energy. His deep, steady voice echoed through the pressure. Becoming the next patriarch is simply a matter of course. Theo's bold declaration made Remington's pupils shrink in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Pharrell watched in silence, a deep, calculating gleam flashing in his eyes. Erica was quick to adapt, fiercely masking the strain on her face. With a sharp snap of his coat in the swirling wind, Theo launched himself forward. Well, I'll be going on ahead, Remington panicked, reaching out. Young Master Theo, wait, Erica shouted after him. Hey, Theo, get back here. Pharrell tilted his head, his narrow eyes glinting with amusement as he slowly drawled out, You kids shouldn't just stand there gawking. The points are handed out based on who arrives first, you know. That terrifyingly casual piece of information dropped like an absolute bombshell, leaving them totally paralyzed for a split second. The very next second, the three of them bolted up the mountain so fast they were practically blurs. Farrell threw his head back and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Well, well. To think that, at my age, I'd actually get the sudden itch to take on a disciple. Beneath a crisp, clear blue sky and a refreshing breeze, a booming, joyful laugh echoed through the halls of the Camellia Palace. My precious little princess, where are you, my darling little lucky charm? Two maids stood quietly off to the side, watching the spectacle and whispering to one another. Oh Lord, the eccentric madam is at it again. Well, ever since young Master Theo became a rising star, the palace has definitely gotten a lot livelier. Meanwhile, in the next room, Cecilia was deep in a highly serious business discussion regarding wardrobe selections. Suddenly, the grand door swung wide open, accompanied by Kirsten's dramatic entrance. "Aha! So this is where you've been hiding, my beloved Cecilia." Cecilia sighed, massaging her temples. "Mother, please, we are inside the palace walls. Kindly maintain some basic royal decorum." But Kirsten completely ignored her, throwing her arms wide open as she sprinted across the room. "Decorum? Ha! Who cares about all those stuffy, pointless manners? I am about to be filthy, disgustingly rich." Cecilia let out a long, deeply exhausted sigh. "Mother, aren't you already incredibly wealthy?" Kirsten leaned right into Cecilia's face, her eyes practically gleaming with greed as she whispered, "Yes, but I'm not filthy rich. Oh, but I will be soon. Ever since our precious Theo became a superstar, orders have been flooding into my boutique nonstop. My brand has finally achieved mainstream global domination." Hearing her mother boast so passionately about Theo, a soft, immensely proud smile graced Cecilia's lips. "I always knew it. I always believed my little brother would succeed. But still, every time I watch him fight, my heart drops. What if he gets seriously hurt out there? What if he cracks under the immense pressure and all those heavy expectations? And the worst part is, I can't do a single thing but stand by and watch. It's so frustrating. The only thing I can do to support him right now is handle matters behind the scenes like this. If only I could actually fight by his side and help him in a real, practical way." While Cecilia admired the outfit she had poured her heart into making for Theo, Kirsten was still buzzing with excitement. The days of only forging weapons were over. Now, they would be branching out into leathercraft and the accessory trade. "Our profits are going to multiply by 10, Cecilia called out. "Mom?" Kirsten replied, Cecilia asked curiously, "Have you ever made a prosthetic arm before?" Meanwhile, Kaio's booming laughter echoed through the air. "The next patriarch," he says. "I love that boldness of yours, Theo." A familiar raven whispered something into Kaio's ear, bringing a slight smile to his face. "I know what you are worried about, but even parents have no right to stand in the way of their children's dreams. Not to mention, the fiery ambition of youth is absolutely unstoppable. We were exactly the same in our prime, and this place right here is the ultimate proof of that, the Sword Graveyard." The raven let out a raspy laugh, seemingly pleased by his words. Kaio just smiled and reassured it. "I told you not to worry. All I want is the eternal prosperity of House Janna. I will crush anything that dares to stand in my way. But for now, nothing has happened yet. We still have plenty of time to sit back and observe." The raven remained completely silent, lost in its own deep thoughts. Suddenly, Kaio's voice turned ice cold. "Even if that obstacle is my own son." Meanwhile, in a completely different realm, fierce streaks of energy tore through the sky, creating a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. It was Theo, his sharp eyes blazing with raw power as he fiercely pushed through the brutal third trial of the awakening ceremony. Kaio's chilling, cryptic voice echoed in his mind. "Even if he is a regressor." Kaio greeted him with a cheerful smile. "You finally made it, my son." But in a flash, his gaze shifted, becoming piercing and utterly unapproachable. Theo's face was battered, completely drenched in sweat and exhaustion. He stared up at Kaio, who sat proudly on his throne just ahead. Theo's mind was a mess. "It took me 4 hours to climb a mountain that should have only taken 1. The pressure up here is absolutely crushing." Kaio slowly reached out his hand. "Do you know what these are?" "This is the Sword Graveyard," Theo replied breathlessly. "I have heard these are the blades of all the warriors the Patriarch has personally struck down." Kaio smiled in satisfaction. "Exactly. That is the true burden of the Patriarch. It is a throne where you must face countless threats and challenges all on your own. A position where you can never truly rely on anyone but yourself. A title that strictly follows the law of the strong. You must stand above everyone else using nothing but your own absolute power. Tell me, do you honestly believe you have the right to claim a throne like that?" Without a single ounce of fear, Theo looked him in the eye and boldly declared, "Yes, I do." Kaio held up a hand. "Don't give me such a cheap answer. I had to slaughter thousands of souls just to stand where I am today. will you still give me that same answer? Once you have felt their pure, unadulterated hatred? Theo stood his ground, silently absorbing every single word. Suddenly, echoes of phantom rage flooded his mind. Kaio, I will curse your name for all eternity. How could you commit such atrocities? I will tear you to pieces. The voices faded, and Theo finally spoke up, his gaze unwavering. My resolve has not changed. Kaio's grip tightened around his hilt as he asked sternly, and why is that? Theo fell deep into thought. To avenge my past life. To become patriarch and finally end this damn war for the throne. I would gladly tear through any obstacle in my way. But I know that is not the answer he wants to hear. With a fierce glint in his eye, Theo drew his blade from its scabbard. I will let my sword do the talking. Hearing this, a thrilled, bloodthirsty smirk spread across Kaio's face. Kaio slowly stood up from his seat. Excellent. From this moment on, you are no longer my son. You are a challenger. Let's see exactly what you have learned from her teachings. Theo's heart skipped a beat. Wait, did he just say her? Just as I suspected. Father was the one who took her away. He gripped his sword tightly, dropping into a defensive combat stance. But suddenly, Theo's eyes glazed over in sheer, paralyzed terror. With just a single, imperceptible slash from Kaio, Theo's head was severed. Wait, am I dead? He thought in a daze, as his body parts slowly slid apart and crumbled to the ground. He could not even process what had just happened. Watching Kaio's stance, Theo suddenly realized the terrifying technique he was trapped in. The Mind Sword. Kaio glanced at the raven and chuckled teasingly. What is wrong? Are you worried our little protagonist is going to kick the bucket? The raven simply squawked, replying in its own cryptic language. Kaio nodded smoothly. You are right. Only those with an unbreakable will and absolute resolve can ever break free from the Mind Sword's illusion. It is a remarkably cruel test for a naive child undergoing their awakening. But if his resolve is even slightly half-hearted, it is better he dies right here as an empty shell. I have no use for a regressor who will only bring ruin to our house. Meanwhile, trapped in his mind, Theo fought back. I refuse to let this be the end. I swore to myself. No matter how badly I am broken, tears involuntarily streamed down his face as the traumatic memories resurfaced. The crushing weight of despair threatened to swallow him whole. But Theo gritted his teeth, gripping his sword fiercely to fight back against the illusion. With both hands clenching his dual blades, his spirit burned with raw ambition and an unyielding will. He silently vowed that he would rather die than surrender. In that endless void of darkness, Theo's small silhouette radiated an intensely blinding light. The edge of his blade began to glow, blazing as fiercely as the midday sun. Boom! A colossal explosion suddenly erupted, blinding everything in sight. Countless shimmering shards of crystal shattered, completely obliterating the dark illusion. Gasping for air, Theo snapped back to reality, jolted awake from that waking nightmare. He stared blankly at his surroundings, still visibly shaken and trying to process the real world. Trembling slightly, Theo looked up at his formidable father, Kaio. The patriarch looked back down at him with a proud, booming smile. You passed, my son. Cold sweat continued to pour down the boy's exhausted face. 1 week later, it was the official day of the family successor nomination ceremony. Man, there are way too many people here. I am getting butterflies in my stomach, Hookus Fainin muttered. Erica Kingby rolled her eyes. How are you built like a tank, but still such a giant crybaby? I am not a crybaby, Hookus yelled back defensively. You are just way too reckless. Look around. We have got commanders from every single unit. The legendary Bao Long, the former patriarch, and the current patriarch. There are just way too many big shots in one room. Erica scoffed at him. You are such a toddler. Just relax, all right? No one is going to pay any attention to a runt who hasn't even mastered their elemental breathing yet. Hookus flared up instantly. What did you just say? He growled, his massive fist trembling with irritation. Hookus eventually let out a heavy sigh. Come on, can't you just tell me? What exactly did the patriarch give you during the third trial? Erica just smirked coolly. Nice try, but that is a secret. Ugh, you are so stingy, he groaned. If it were my boy Theo, he would totally just tell me without making a big deal out of it. Erica raised an eyebrow. Your boy Theo? What on earth are you blabbering about? Hukus gave a slight grin. Look, you know as well as I do that a Lancer's sole purpose is to be the sworn sword of House Janna. We have to literally bet our lives on this family. If I'm going to do that, I want to serve someone who is insanely cool and ridiculously strong. A guy who has got the power, the charisma, and the raw ambition to match. His eyes gleamed with absolute loyalty. And that guy is Theo. I am ready to bet my entire life on him, which makes him my Theo. Erica let out an exasperated sigh. And let me guess, Theo actually agreed to this nonsense? Hukus's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. Does he even need to? I am already planning to join whatever unit he is in. I don't know the full story, but I heard the patriarch decided not to bring Theo into the main estate. He grinned from ear to ear, which means I have got the perfect excuse to tag along with him. Suddenly, the heavy rhythmic pounding of war drums echoed through the entire grand hall. The announcer, Vaihana, called out, her voice cutting through the noise. Attention, everyone. The nomination ceremony will now officially commence. Will our top overall cadet, Theo Janna, please step forward? The crowd instantly erupted, throwing their hands in the air and cheering at the top of their lungs. Amidst the roaring applause, Theo slowly made his way up to the podium of honor, a spot reserved exclusively for the absolute best. A quiet, satisfied smile spread across Theo's face, knowing all his grueling efforts had finally paid off. Watching him from a distance, Evelyn murmured softly to herself, "All eyes are on you right now, young Master Theo. So, which path will you choose?" I'd be so happy if he chose to join our White Dragon Knights, but I know that's just a selfish dream. Theo stood there in silence, waiting for the next announcement. He continued, "Congratulations on securing the top overall cadet position, Theo Ragnar. Now then..." But before he could even finish his sentence, someone stepped in and cut him off. He stared blankly at that arrogant, proud figure. The man who just appeared was none other than Choi Van, the director of Central Intelligence. The crowd immediately started buzzing. What's going on? Is he planning to get revenge for Asan? No way. Meanwhile, Gaiho hid among the crowd, watching the scene with judgmental eyes. Julius and Osar also tensed up at his sudden appearance. Vihana quickly spoke up to warn him. Director of Intelligence, I don't know what your intentions are, but please take a seat. Completely ignoring her, he opened his mouth and called out a single name, Theo Ragnar. The crowd speculated that the Sky Dragon of Central Intelligence was highly likely still reeling from Yasin's death. Still, even he wouldn't dare cause a scene at the ceremony, someone whispered. But then, Choi Van reached out his hand with a smile, offering Theo the position of deputy director. Theo was utterly stunned hearing those loaded words. Taking the #1 spot was already a massive deal. After all, even among the Ragnar family, he used to be dead last. A dark shell cracked and peeled away, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes staring straight ahead, looking as if they wanted to swallow everything around them whole. This was the story of his climb to the very top. The crowd around them couldn't stop whispering. Even if he got stronger, who would have thought he'd actually send Asen to the afterlife? I heard he would have taken down the supervisor too, if no one had stopped him. Are his skills really that insane? Yeah, they say he completely crushed Asan. Theo's epic underdog story had sent shockwaves through the trainee swordsman, making more and more people look up to him in awe. People had stopped looking at him with disgust, and their eyes were now filled with pure envy. He was no longer the fool of the Ragnar family. Just then, a system notification popped up. You have ranked first in the Awakening Ceremony. Congratulations! You have completed Scenario Quest 3, winner of the Awakening Ceremony. You have received Lloyd Easer as a reward. The reward will be stored in your inventory. Theo stared blankly at the system screen, thinking to himself, oh, right, the quest. But what the hell is a Lloyd Easer? Since it was a long quest chain, it's gotta be something good, he figured. Suddenly, Choi Van's voice rang out, announcing, our Central Intelligence Agency. Theo glared at Choi Van, his sharp eyes practically dripping with deep-seated hatred. And yet, the man just flashed a bright, radiant smile. But no, would like to offer Theo Ragnar the position of deputy director. Theo just stared back in total silence, as if he was carefully weighing his options. He slightly furrowed his brows, locked eyes with Choi Van, and activated his skill. Observe. Instantly, an information panel popped up. Observe. Rank S, Choi Van, age 46, male. Title: Sky Dragon, talents, conspiracy, strategy, hidden knife, ambition. Status: aiming to use Theo as a hunting dog to unlock the secrets of the ancient dragon's artifact. Reading through the system's info, Theo sneered inwardly. Of course, he's after the ancient dragon's artifact. He must already know I have it. But from now on, things aren't going to go your way anymore, Sky Dragon. I will destroy your Choi family with my own 2 hands. The scene shifted to a massive hall where Julius was screaming at the top of his lungs. What the hell do you think you're doing, Intelligence Director? Choi Van replied smoothly, I am simply recruiting top talent according to the standard nomination procedures. Is there a problem? Julius furiously roared back. Do you think we're all idiots? Who here doesn't know you're just trying to get revenge for your dead nephew? Choi Van lowered his head, his eyes half closed as a sinister smirk crept onto his lips. It's an understandable assumption, but you're wrong. As an individual, sure, I might be furious. But as the director, my only desire is to recruit outstanding talent. Julius gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, what a cold-blooded bastard. Even with his own nephew dead, he's still scheming to get what he wants. Vihanna looked up and firmly intervened. Enough. Stop it. I understand your eagerness to recruit top talent, but please wait until the official process begins. Now then, Theo Ragnar, have you made your decision yet? Theo spoke up, his voice loud and clear. Actually, I haven't decided yet. That's exactly why I want to hear from all of you first. What kind of offers do you have for me? Theo swept his gaze over them, his eyes hiding deep, calculated schemes as a wicked smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Standing there under the vast open sky, his overpowering aura in the arena was so fierce that it struck fear into the hearts of everyone watching. Suddenly, a slender woman's arm gracefully went up. Osa, her face dead serious, announced, I, Osa Ragnar Bluners, officially nominate Theo Ragnar as my personal disciple, and I promise you, the position of Young Master of the Plum Blossom Palace. The surrounding candidates dropped their jaws in absolute shock. Young Master of the Plum Blossom Palace? But the Palace Master doesn't have any children. Does that mean they're going to adopt him? He's going to be the heir to the Sword Dragon? Remington smirked, clearly amused. 2 of the 9 dragons have already stepped forward. Seriously impressive, Sir Theo. Huko stared at Theo with sparkling eyes, while Erica chimed in. With heavyweights like this, the other captains and leaders won't even dare to speak up. Right at that moment, a booming voice echoed down from the sky. I'd like to join this little bidding war too. Suddenly, a blinding beam of golden energy crashed into the ground, throwing the entire area into absolute chaos. As the man touched down, a violent shockwave kicked up, sending his hair whipping wildly in the wind. The sheer, overwhelming force of his landing shattered the ground, leaving massive cracks spreading outward. When the crowd caught a glimpse of that familiar, half-covered face, they immediately started panicking. It's the Black Dragon. Good God, even the Black Dragon is getting involved. Robert spoke in a deep, steady tone. Theo Ragnar, I have been watching you throughout the entire awakening ceremony. Theo blinked, utterly baffled, as he thought to himself, wait, me? Then the man continued, Gaiho was right about you. You have a lot of very fascinating qualities. Join Black Snow. I promise to give you the title of Snowless. Snowless was the absolute highest rank within the Black Snow Covert Intelligence Organization, a position where one could publicly reveal their identity and bathe in glory. Back when Theo was in Black Snow, only 8 people had ever reached that rank. In his past life, no matter how hard he bled and fought, he could never even touch it. But now, it was being handed to him on a silver platter. Just then, Farrell gave a polite little cough to clear his throat, maintaining his calm demeanor before gently speaking up. Theo Ragnar, your performance in the Third Awakening ceremony was truly spectacular. Please don't forget that our Ascending Dragon Hall also has its doors wide open for you. This instantly sent the entire audience into an absolute frenzy. What? Even the Ascending Dragon? That makes 4 of the 9 dragons. Wait, there's still one more left. It's our captain. Julius, looking mysterious with a mask covering half his face, parted his lips and declared, Our white armored dragon unit offers Theo Ragnar absolutely zero special privileges. His bold statement immediately split the crowd into two completely different camps. Why is he so damn stubborn about this? That's our captain for you. He firmly believes that earning your place is the only true honor. Julius raised his voice. I genuinely want to recruit you, Theo, but I absolutely refuse to offer any special treatment that would be unfair to my other members. What I can offer you is our full, unwavering support and the ultimate pride of being a true holy knight. Through it all, Theo stood tall and unfazed, completely unafraid of the heavy weight behind Julius's words. He gave a slow nod, a confident smirk appearing on his face as he finally spoke. Understood. My choice is... Meanwhile, Hilda's soft, plump lips curled up into a faint smile, looking thoroughly satisfied with Theo. But right at that moment, Hilda's voice echoed directly into his mind. You're a regressor, aren't you? Those few words hit Theo like a truck, making his eyes snap wide open in absolute shock. Just then, a blinding surge of energy erupted, throwing the entire Knights Arena into chaos and leaving Theo completely stunned. Up in the VIP stands, there was still one empty seat left, and suddenly, a fierce gale of wind swept straight toward it. In the blink of an eye, Hilda materialized in the chair, wearing a casual yet highly provocative smile. Theo stared in disbelief. The former head of the family, Hilda. Cold sweat began to drip down his cheeks as he deadpanned. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Hilda flashed him a sickeningly sweet smile, though internally she was laughing. This brat. I don't know how the hell he survived in his previous life, but his acting skills are absolutely top tier. Out loud, she teased, Are you all right, dear? You don't look so well. Theo stammered, frantically trying to play it cool. Could I maybe get a little time to gather my thoughts? Vahana spoke up. Of course, it's a massive decision, but please don't keep us waiting too long. Meanwhile, Hilda kept her eyes locked on Theo, her lips parting as she sent another telepathic message. There's no need to hide it from me. I'm a regressor too. It's just that my designated loops have already run out. Theo shot Hilda a razor-sharp glare. Loops? That means she's regressed multiple times. How is that even possible? Just how many regressors are out there? Knowing his opponent was the former head of the family, he realized it was better to just play it straight and start asking questions. He finally asked her, A loop? Does that mean you can regress multiple times? Hilda let out an amused sigh. Oh, you really don't know anything, do you? I guess Gaiho never told you. Gaiho absolutely despises regressors with a burning passion. It's honestly a miracle he even let you live. The color instantly drained from Theo's face. What? Wait, does that mean all those brutal, hellish trials I had to suffer through were purely because of him? Hilda tilted her head, a wicked smirk playing on her lips. It looks like you've got a lot of questions, kid, but we really don't have much time. If you want to uncover the true secrets of this world and our family, come find me. We'll chat later. Left standing under the clear blue sky, Theo's mind was now racing with a million different explosive thoughts. During the Third Awakening ceremony, the Patriarch didn't give me a single answer. All he gave me was the sword heart. The Patriarch despises regressors, the aura of Lord Brock that I felt from him back then, and Lord Brock's stolen heart. Did the Patriarch really take Lord Brock's heart? Because Lord Brock is the ancient dragon who accepted the regressor. Under normal circumstances, humans could never defeat an ancient dragon. He recalled that the sheer, commanding aura hidden deep within him still held so many mysteries. But for the Patriarch, a man known as a demigod, it just might be possible. There was no other way to uncover the secrets of the regressor's family. Suddenly, Vaihana's voice broke through his thoughts. Well, Theo Ragnar, have you decided where you'll go? I have no choice but to go find Hilda. Amidst the vast training grounds, Theo's voice rang out. Yes, I've made my decision. I will go to... Beneath the cool, clear blue sky, Remington declared loudly. I choose the Soaring Dragon Hall. Remington had become a disciple of the Soaring Dragon, likely because they share the water attribute. In his previous life, Remington had returned to the Nasio family, built up his forces, and staged a rebellion against Ragnar. Amidst the violently erupting energy, Remington stood tall and imposing, his eyes razor sharp. This time, he didn't leave Ragnar. This was definitely a change I had brought about. We'll be parting ways for a while. With a polite, firm handshake, Theo spoke up. Let's do our absolute best wherever we end up, and let's meet again when we're stronger. Remington replied, Of course, young Master Theo. I look forward to the day we cross paths again. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, sealing it like a quiet promise between them. Remington watched Theo, his thoughtful eyes pondering something deep within. As expected, Ray returned to Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resided. There was truly no place more fitting for her. Sibin and the Roughnecks from Training Hall 4 wanted to follow Theo no matter what, but they couldn't because they lacked the points. It was a pity to part ways with his comrades, but the nomination ceremony ended here. Everyone worked incredibly hard. Return to your units. They would all give it their all wherever they went. Today, a sudden voice called out, Hey, Theo? I never expected we'd end up in the same squad. Hookers laughed out loud, making Erica shoot him a glare full of sheer disgust. You idiot. Watching the two of them banter, Theo thought to himself, Well, at least I've got some new friends. He welcomed them warmly. It's great to see you both, Hookers, Erica. I really appreciated your help during the second round. You guys saved my neck out there. Erica's cheeks flushed pink, but she couldn't resist teasing him. You'd better not forget it, tough guy. Hookers also yelled at the top of his lungs. Damn it, I like you too, tough guy. Their sudden shouting left Theo completely speechless, but for some reason, these maniacs had actually taken a liking to him. Sivot tilted his head back and warned them. The captain is coming. Attention, everyone. He nodded and smiled. After all, Theo's choice remained the exact same. It was the most revered unit in Ragnar and the absolute perfect place to take his first steps toward becoming the patriarch. The White Dragon Squad. Julius strode forward with elegant authority and announced, Welcome to the White Dragon Squad. Theo looked up at him, a creeping sense of anxiety visible on his face. I guess finding Hilda will have to wait. By the time Hooker stepped up, the entire group was fully assembled. Julius smirked slyly. Well then, I suppose we should hear what our new recruits are hoping to achieve. Hookers took the lead, shouting with absolute confidence and excitement. I want to become a badass knight. Sivot also yelled at the top of his lungs. I want my name to be known across the world. Erica declared loud and clear. I want to become the greatest leader. Another young recruit raised his head and shouted, I want to be acknowledged by the captain. The moment those words left his mouth, the rest of the squad shot him judgmental glares. Everyone was utterly speechless at this new recruit's naive ambition. Even someone with an imposing aura like Theo frowned, clearly taken aback. The corners of his lips twitched up slightly, as if he was ready to declare his own grand ambition. He needed to prepare for the Great War coming in 5 years. With unwavering boldness, Theo voiced his ambition. I will become the captain of the White Dragon Squad within the next 5 years. As soon as he spoke, Sivot's face turned pale. He's got some serious guts, saying that right to the captain's face. Julius let out a booming, hearty laugh. Good. You kids have some fine dreams. You've definitely come to the right place. Theo's coat fluttered fiercely in the wind, like a battle flag preparing for war. Julius straightened up and spoke with deep gravity. No matter what reasons brought you to the White Dragon Squad, you all must remember this one thing. Today's struggles are tomorrow's glory, so never let our shields break and never let our swords bend. Your comrades will guard your backs, so you must guard theirs in return. Because at the end of the road, your sweat and blood become your honor. Welcome to the White Dragon family. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, the lifelong partner who had fought in countless death matches alongside Julius made its grand entrance. The sight left the recruits completely awestruck. A dragon, the captain's partner. He gently patted its head and slowly introduced it. This is my partner, Egola, the dragon that represents the true Dragon Knights. At that exact moment, across the vast open sky, multiple dragons began soaring down. They landed heavily on the ground, sending tremors that displayed the overwhelming might of the squad. Their talons curled, creating a powerful, ear-piercing screech against the earth. And finally, they planted their remaining feet firmly on the ground with absolute dominance. Julius called out, "Now, go ride your seniors' dragons. The initiation ceremony has begun. It's time to find your own partners." "Everyone, fall in line!" Theo's gaze was locked onto Julius and the dragon partners. He thought to himself, "So this is a dragon night. Am I really going to get a dragon of my own now?" Just then, Eveline mounted her own dragon partner. "Let's go, young master." Good lord. Theo's eyes widened in sheer jaw-dropping shock. Eveline spoke softly. "So you chose the White Dragon Squad." Theo stammered, "Eveline, why are you—" "Did you return to the White Dragon Squad?" She smiled, her charming beauty mark lifting with her lips. "Yes, I did." Suddenly, his eyes froze, as if he had just seen something incredibly shocking. Amidst the cool, blowing wind, Theo stammered out, "Eveline, your arm—" In response to Theo's question, Eveline just smiled, but hidden beneath it was a quiet melancholy. The arm resting on her dragon partner was a prosthetic arm, entirely encased in iron armor. Memories of a time before began to surface. When Cecilia brought Kirsten to meet Eveline, Kirsten placed a hand over her chest and smiled warmly. "I have come here to express my deepest gratitude." Eveline, who was busy training the cadets, turned her head in shock, mindlessly dropping her half-smoked cigarette. "The Lady of Camellia Palace! Madam Kirsten! If you're talking about young Master Theo, there's no need to thank me. Even without my help, I firmly believe he would have let his talents shine." Kirsten replied, "That may be true, but just knowing that someone truly acknowledges and supports him and realizing they are someone incredibly dependable will undoubtedly become a massive pillar of strength for that child. I was told that you are exactly that kind of person to Theo." Seeing Kirsten's meaningful smile and gaze, along with Cecilia's absolute enthusiasm, Eveline couldn't help but feel a little bashful. "No, I'm just a washed-up inspector who already left this place." Before she could even finish her sentence, Kirsten cut her off. "Please, don't underestimate yourself. Sometimes the guiding light has no idea just how blindingly bright it truly is. You are that light." Every single word from Cecilia struck straight into Eveline's heart. "I will help you, so that your light can shine everywhere." Back in the present, she sat atop her dragon with a left arm that had been replaced by a beautifully crafted, intricate mechanical prosthetic. "Thank you, young master. I heard that you took special care of this matter for me. Because of you, I was able to return to the White Dragon Squad." Theo closed his eyes deep in thought. "I really should have taken care of this much sooner. It seems Mother has given me all the credit." He reminisced about the beautiful, gentle silhouette of the mother he had always cherished. It really is her. "Thank you, Mother." Eveline's strong voice pulled Theo back to reality. "I, Eveline, swear my absolute loyalty to you, young Master Theo. I shall be the sword that protects you." Sitting behind her, he couldn't help but smile, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. By now, the two had flown over a majestic canyon, taking in the vast, magnificent scenery before them. Theo spoke with genuine sincerity. "I'm truly grateful to you." She responded from the bottom of her heart. "Please guide me well, young master." After a while, they finally arrived at the White Dragon's lair. The place was filled with bizarrely shaped mountain ranges, with sharp, jagged rocks jutting out like the spikes of a seashell. Eveline stood shoulder to shoulder with Theo, proudly introducing the place. "This is the domain of the White Dragons, the land of the Wyverns. As you know, the White Dragon Squad carries out missions alongside Wyverns, which is why the initiation ceremony for new members is held right here." He immediately voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind the whole way here. "If I can't find a companion, does that mean I can't join the squad?" "That's right, it rarely happens, but there are cases like that." Hearing this, Theo instantly pictured the two members of the Lanka tribe struggling to handle a wyvern. Will the rookies be okay? I don't think this is something they can handle with their current abilities. Well, whatever, let them figure it out themselves. She gestured toward the canyon. "First off, you can take a look around. Usually, you'll know exactly which wyvern is meant to be your partner the moment you see them." Suddenly, a set of massive, razor-sharp claws appeared, stomping heavily onto the ground. Right before his eyes was an incredibly huge wyvern taking majestic strides. This was the Earth Demon species, a fierce predator boasting a massive size of up to 15 meters, covered in dark brown scales. Next was a wyvern that could grow as long as a snake. wielding a deadly venomous stinger at the end of its tail. Walking a bit further, Theo encountered another wyvern with rather strangely shaped wings. The sword dragon species Cilia, a gentle herbivore that hides underground and launches surprise attacks from below when it senses danger. Finally, he and Evelyn were chased by a pack of fire-breathing dragons. The swift dragon species, velociraptors, they were small but incredibly agile, highly intelligent pack hunters that could even breathe fire. After escaping the pack, she started explaining. The wyverns managed by the White Dragon Squad mainly fall into these 4 types, so have you felt a connection with any of them yet? Theo stared into the distance, lost in thought. A connection? Eep! A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. I do have my eye on one, but I don't see it here. The silhouette of a massive black dragon appeared in Theo's mind. In its jaws was a large dead dragon, and dragon corpses littered the ground around it. 6 years after the Great War, a mutated wyvern had invaded the White Dragon's lair, slaughtering hundreds of the wyverns carefully raised by the squad. In his memory, the dragon spread its massive wings and flew over the villages, while countless soldiers below frantically tried to fight back against it, the Phantom Black Dragon. On that fateful day, 8 villages were reduced to ashes and dozens of inspectors were slaughtered. Gianna classified the Phantom Black Dragon as a level 2 disaster and ordered its execution. In the end, it was only captured after the Black Dragon King and the Sword Dragon intervened. Phantom Black Dragon was the title, given to it because of its unique ability to hide within the shadows. Theo's eyes remained intently focused, searching for something. Having a companion with that much potential would be absolutely incredible. Suddenly, something caught his eye, the exact traits of the dragon he had seen in his past life. On a rocky cliff far in the distance, the silhouettes of 4 dragons slowly came into view. Found you. The 2 of them headed straight toward the dragon he had been searching for all this time. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the silhouette of a dragon standing next to someone appeared on a massive rock. It turned out to be Julius, smiling as he observed the rookies from afar. Suddenly, a person wearing a fur cloak approached him. "You look quite happy today." Julius flashed a bright, hearty grin. "Wouldn't it be weirder if I wasn't? I just randomly acquired an incredible dragon under my command." The cloaked figure stepped closer. "Good. I was just about to talk to you about that." It revealed to be Osar, the sword dragon and captain of the White Dragon Squad. "You plan on making Theo the core of our unit in the future, don't you?" He stopped joking around and looked at her seriously. After a moment of silence, Julius let out a sigh. "Just as I thought. You are always so careful with your words." She immediately replied, "Words are the root of all trouble, after all." Osar looked down at him with a meaningful gaze. "It seems you're aiming for a much bigger picture." Julius narrowed his eyes. "I never said that." She stepped closer. "Don't worry, I came here to make that kid an offer." Staying silent for a moment, he replied bluntly, "What exactly are you scheming?" Julius's mind was now racing with questions. Theo has already chosen the White Dragons. He can't go to the Plum Blossom Palace now. What kind of offer is she planning to make? Osar looked out into the distance, her long hair covering half of her face, making her look even more mysterious. "Let him come with me." While he was still standing there stunned, Osar flashed a bright smile. "What do you think?" Back to Theo's perspective, the 4 large dragons were actually surrounding a small white dragon, constantly growling and provoking it. Steering her mount forward, Evelyn said in frustration, "They're at it again." Theo widened his eyes, trying to get a clear look. "Do you know anything about that wyvern?" She sighed helplessly. "It's been isolated for a long time. I tried to do something about it, but it was useless. It's not actually a wyvern to begin with, so the others naturally reject it." Theo was shocked. "Huh? It's not a wyvern?" "That's right, it was born between a female wyvern and a male reaver." His eyes suddenly went wide as if he had realized something. "Wait, isn't a reaver a level 1 monster that lives at the bottom of the sea? How could that—" Evelyn turned her head back. "That's exactly the mystery. Logically speaking, this should have been completely impossible." Theo fell silent in thought, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his cheek. He recalled the terrifying image of the monster with long hair and 4 razor-sharp horns. A level 1 monster held power on par with natural disasters like hurricanes or torrential storms. Just one of them breaching humanity's defensive barriers. could cause unimaginable devastation. The roaring figure of a reaver flashed through Theo's mind. The reaver was a powerfully terrifying phantom species that lurked within the dark shadows of the forest. He smiled, but cold sweat continued to bead on his face. So, the abilities of the phantom black dragon must have been inherited from its father, a reaver. Returning to the scene of the white dragon desperately trying to fend off its 4 attackers, Evelyn explained, when it was born, it caused a massive uproar within the white dragon squad. Initially, we decided to let it stay in the lair and observe it. But the other wyverns absolutely refused to accept the poor thing. Isolating it wasn't a good option either, so we've been really worried about what to do. Theo watched the little dragon roaring fiercely to protect itself. A sudden pang of empathy struck his heart. It's being ostracized, just because it's different from the rest. What is that little guy's name? It's Umbra. In an ancient language, that name means shadow. Theo broke into a bright, confident smile. All the more reason for me to choose that little guy. Shadow. That's a great name. She turned around and gasped in shock, seeing him taking a stance to jump. Young master, what are you doing? Theo stated with absolute certainty, my companion is going to be that little guy. With that, he leapt straight down, leaving Evelyn utterly bewildered. What? What do you mean by that? As Theo plummeted down at breakneck speed, he shouted at the top of his lungs, I'll go on ahead. Pulling tightly on her reins, she called out to him helplessly, Young master! Diving straight down, he smiled softly. This time, I will give you a completely different life, Umbra, just like mine in this lifetime. Theo was now plummeting right toward the 5 dragons on the rocky cliff. His descent looked like a bolt of lightning violently striking the cliff, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Theo vaulted off his ride, shouting, Here I go! Up above, Evelyn panicked and screamed, Young master! He was free-falling from a massive height without a single trace of fear. Theo opened a spatial portal, ready to draw his weapons, and launched a barrage of swords toward the ground. His eyes blazed intensely like the brightest stars in the dead of night. System, synchronization complete. Telekinesis can now be used to manipulate the targets. The swords shot out rapidly, piercing through the clouds to hit their designated marks. Theo's feet moved as gracefully and lightly as a feather to step onto them. He used each flying sword as a foothold, effortlessly maneuvering his way through the air. Watching his fluid movements, she let out an exasperated sigh. Good heavens! When did he even learn telekinesis? And using it like this, no less? Evelyn was completely astonished. His growth rate is simply unbelievable. Up on the high cliffs, the dragons were perched, watching. Among them, the little white Umbra bared its razor-sharp teeth and let out a fierce growl. Theo continued his rapid descent toward the ground. His mind briefly flashed back to the painful memories of his past, to the crowds of people gathering just to curse and hurl insults at him. You fool! Is he really a Ragnar? He's worse than a bastard child. The more he remembered, the more Theo's heart ached, his eyes narrowing in pain. The blade slashed down with terrifying speed. Theo landed, surrounded by dozens of floating swords. His eyes burned with intensity, his entire body wrapped in crackling lightning. Theo gathered his power, commanding the swords to strike. Instantly, the weapons rained down like dazzling thunderbolts. A massive lightning strike blasted the cliffside, driving the blades deep into the barren rock. Seeing this, the wyverns frantically leaped into the air to dodge. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, his sharp gaze sweeping across the area. Stepping forward, Theo scoffed. Running away after a little scare? Bullies are always such cowards. He then turned a warm, compassionate gaze to the injured dragon. Hey, are you okay? Ambra backed away warily, letting out a low, defensive growl before taking off into the sky. Standing below, he called out, Wait! Theo let out a sigh as Evelyn flew down. He's completely on edge, she warned. Getting close won't be easy. You should give him some space and try again later. No, he replied firmly. This is exactly when he needs someone the most. Why do you think he still lingers near the nest even though he's an outcast? He's lonely. Emotional wounds hurt far more than physical ones. He's hurt, so he definitely hasn't gone far. Help me track him down. High above on the jagged barren cliffs, Ambra was shivering, curled up in a dark, lonely corner. He was miserable from the crushing isolation, whining from the pain of his open wounds. Suddenly, Amber's eyes snapped open at the sound of approaching footsteps. It was the two of them. Evelyn explained softly, "Many knights have tried to tame him, but no one ever succeeded. He's incredibly distrustful of humans, and given his current state, it's worse than ever." Theo held out his hand. "Can you give me some food? I'll try to get through to him while he eats. Besides, this is my entrance exam anyway." The boy and the dragon, two complete opposites, locked eyes staring each other down. The dragon let out a ferocious roar, a clear warning to back off. But Theo didn't flinch. He stood his ground, his gaze unwavering and intense. Amber kept trying to intimidate him, unleashing crackling shockwaves of thunder. Yet Theo remained perfectly calm, watching the beast without even blinking. Amber roared again and again, trying to act fierce and prove he didn't want anyone near. But after a long standoff, Theo simply poured a healing potion over the dragon's wounds. System notification: rapid recovery potion applied, healing severe wounds and restoring vitality. The precious drops of medicine slowly seep deep into the dragon's scales. Gently petting him, Theo spoke in a soothing voice. "How are you feeling? The pain is fading, isn't it?" Amber glanced up at him, his fierce eyes now shimmering and vulnerable. Resting his hand on the dragon's skin, Theo focused. "Maybe it's because of the dragon heart, but I can actually feel Amber's emotions. His absolute rage towards the flock that chased him away, the conflicting sadness and attachment, still desperately wanting to belong with them, the crushing, agonizing loneliness. And his feelings towards me are just as conflicted. He's suspicious of me, a total stranger who suddenly showed up to offer him warmth. But at the same time, he's begging me not to leave." Seeing the hopeful longing in Amber's eyes, Theo's heart melted with sympathy. Theo offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, buddy, I'm never going to betray you." He opened his spatial inventory to grab something, chuckling. "And besides," he pulled out a glowing stone. "I know you dragons love shiny things like this." Resting in his palm was a brilliant diamond-shaped gem radiating light. Amber's eyes widened in shock, but his heart swelled with sudden happiness. Knowing exactly how to tease him, Theo waved it in front of his snout. "Want it?" Amber squeezed his eyes shut, trying to fight the overwhelming dragon instinct. But he just couldn't resist, popping his eyes wide open to stare at the gem. Moments later, Amber was happily wearing a collar adorned with the glowing gem, vibrating with excitement. Theo smirked. "See? If you stick with me, you'll get a lot more where that came from." Theo looked at him, totally playing him like a fiddle. "So, what do you say?" Amber let out a thrilled purr, roaring his absolute agreement. He kept up the bribery. "I heard you absolutely hate wearing collars and saddles, but I could get you custom gear covered in precious gems, just like this one. Super flashy and gorgeous." In his head, he grinned. "I'm definitely going to have to steal some of the old lady's stash." Meanwhile, miles away, Kieran suddenly shivered, a cold chill running down her spine. Someone noticed and asked with concern, "Lady Kieran, are you all right? You look a bit pale." She frowned, muttering, "I don't know why, but I just got the horrible feeling that I'm about to lose a mountain of gold." Back at the cliff, Amber suddenly spread his massive wings, taking Theo completely by surprise. The dragon let out a proud, resonant roar. "System notification. You have been acknowledged as its master." A warm, sweet smile spread across Theo's face. "System notification. New skill acquired. Wyvern taming, rank C, proficiency at 1%. A long while later, Evelyn arrived, riding her own wyvern. As she landed, she gracefully hopped down to the ground. Carrying 2 freshly hunted wild boars, Evelyn's jaw dropped in absolute shock at the bizarre sight in front of her. Seeing Amber and Theo comfortably cuddling, she gasped, "How did you do that? He has never opened up to anyone." Hearing her voice, Theo opened his eyes and smiled. "Oh, you're back. It's so nice seeing him eat so happily. Thanks for the meat, Evelyn." She was burning with curiosity. "Seriously, how on earth did you manage this?" Theo explained casually, "I simply tended to his emotional wounds. Once his heart wavered. A little gift sealed the deal." Evelyn stared at him, utterly baffled. Just then, Theo burst into loud laughter at his dragon. "Wait, you want me to eat that? It's fine, buddy. I already ate. You go ahead and eat as much as you want." Evelyn smiled, thinking to herself, "He's exactly the same. Young Master Theo doesn't just charm people, he can even charm a wyvern." Snapping out of her thoughts, she congratulated him. Congratulations, young master. He has officially accepted you as his companion. A wyvern offering its neck and back is the ultimate sign of trust. But suddenly, Evelyn panicked. Wait, no, what are you doing? Theo blinked innocently as he climbed onto the dragon's back. He literally asked me to get on. She screamed, even if he accepted you, you haven't had any flight training. It is insanely dangerous to ride a wyvern without a saddle or reins. Taking off right now is a one-way ticket to the grave. Theo smirked with absolute confidence. Relax, I have my own ways. He then activated his flying skill, letting his taming proficiency compensate for his lack of experience. Evelyn stood frozen in disbelief, staring up at the sky. The silhouettes of Theo and Ambra soared through the air in perfect harmony. Riding smoothly, Theo patted the dragon's neck. All right, buddy, I get it. You want to show me something, don't you? Theo's face was as warm as the morning sun, while pure joy radiated from the dragon for finally having a true friend. But suddenly, a dark thought crossed Theo's mind. Something isn't right. How does a wyvern as pure as him eventually turn into a terrifying demonic monster known as the Dark Evil Dragon? Amber carried Theo toward a breathtakingly beautiful waterfall, but hidden within it were faint, creeping traces of dark energy. A vast, snowy landscape unfolded before Theo's eyes, with wild wyverns soaring freely through the freezing sky. Theo slowly walked forward and spoke up. I thought I knew the winter mountains inside out back in my black snow days. I never expected to find a crystal cave right next to the waterfall. You really do love shiny things, don't you? Ambra let out a happy growl in agreement. Suddenly, he stared in shock at the patch of flowers before him. Wait, are those? He muttered. Seeing this, I know exactly why you turned into a phantom black dragon. You've been eating these all this time, haven't you? To think I'd find a shadow-infused plant brimming with demonic energy here. A system prompt for the flower in his hand appeared. Wraithweed, a plant that only grows deep within the demon sea. It absorbs pure demonic aura soaked in moonlight, serving as a priceless elixir for monsters and demons alike. Theo made it vanish from his hand instantly. Dragons and demons are natural enemies. How on earth could you absorb this? It's way too dangerous. I have to burn it all. The black dragon quickly whined in protest. He gently calmed it down. Don't worry, I won't touch your crystal stash. Suddenly, he froze in horror at the sight before him. Theo saw a corpse hanging from thick ropes. The body had rotted almost to the bone, yet its skull was frozen in a chilling, wide smile. Theo silently assessed the situation. A human? No, just a corpse. Time of death? Probably at least 10 years ago. He analyzed further, but the body is remarkably intact. The freezing cold is one thing, but this means their mana must have been incredibly powerful when they were alive. Theo couldn't believe it. To think someone that strong was locked away to die such a miserable death here. I'll look into this once I head back. But first, about the wraithweed? Suddenly, the corpse let out a horrifying screech. Keel! Theo stared at it in sheer confusion. What the? Suddenly, the corpse lunged. Ambra quickly dashed forward to block the attack. Seeing this, Theo yelled in panic, Ambra! The dragon unleashed a furious roar. The corpse gritted its rotting teeth in pure, agonizing hatred, screaming the name over and over. Keel! Theo gasped to himself. This is too dangerous. He quickly threw his arm out to block, and the monstrous corpse bit violently into his flesh. Its agonizing scream echoed through the cave. Kale! Robert! I will never forgive you! Theo quickly realized, I didn't mishear. Those are the names of the Patriarch and the Black Dragon. Who on earth is this person? Suddenly, a swift sword thrust lunged straight toward the corpse. Theo immediately recognized her. The white-armored dragon knight, Eveline, fiercely struck the undead corpse. Seeing Theo collapse, she cried out in absolute panic. Young master, are you all right? Please answer me. He lay on the cold ground, forcing a weak smile. Eveline, I'm sorry. My fault. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, groaning in agony. Damn it. It hurts like hell. The corpse's venom is packed with demonic energy. I'm losing my strength fast. If I don't get an antidote... Eveline quickly pulled him up into her arms. I'm taking you back to headquarters right now. This is going to hurt, so please hold on. But the black dragon fiercely stepped in. It stubbornly refused to let her touch Theo. Eveline shouted in fury, "Back off, Ambra! I don't care if you're the young master's mount, I will strike you down!" Theo gasped for air, weakly raising a hand to stop her. Eveline, wait. Hold on. He looked at the dragon. Ambra, do you know a way? The dragon quickly let out a confirming growl. He managed a weak smile, accepting its help. All right, I trust you. Eveline desperately tried to intervene. But young Master Theo, if we don't head back right this second, you're going to die. You've been infected with deadly demonic venom from that thing. Theo slowly rasped out his explanation. For demonic poison, the survival rate is less than 30%, even with the best treatment. I want to put my faith in Ambra. He recalled a crucial detail. Ambra had evolved into a Tier 2 phantom dragon by eating the wraithweed. It must have observed that corpse before. As a result, it had figured out how to absorb the demonic energy and deadly venom from the dead body. Theo remained resolute. So please, just trust Ambra on this. Eveline watched in distress. Young master! Meanwhile, Ambra quickly snapped off one of the glowing flowers. Then it shattered a glowing crystal, pushing the crushed shards right in front of Eveline. She stared at the dragon in disbelief. You want me to mix these together and feed it to him? She fell completely silent, torn with hesitation. She stared hard at the glowing shards, then looked back down at Theo writhing in sheer agony. Squeezing her eyes shut, she finally gave in. She grabbed the ingredients and sighed. Fine, let's do this. Eveline immediately used her mana to crush and fuse the mixture together. Carefully, she poured the glowing liquid into Theo's mouth. But he just lay there, completely motionless, without a single reaction. Both Eveline and Ambra watched him with bated breath. Slowly, but surely, the deathly pallor faded from Theo's face. His strength was actually returning. Eveline couldn't believe her own eyes. This is incredible. He's actually recovering. Not only that, but Theo's magical aura felt even more potent, radiating a blinding, intense light. Eveline stared in absolute shock. He's fully healing. I've never heard of a cure like this in my life. Just what is happening, young master? A robotic system prompt suddenly chimed in his head, commencing bodily purification process, absorbing the traits of the phantom black dragon. Meanwhile, over at Commander Julius's office, Julius turned to his subordinate in total bewilderment. What? Has the Black Snow actually approved this report? The soldier hastily confirmed. Yes, sir. After cross-checking the intel, they stated the information is 89% accurate. Hearing that, Julius slammed his fist down in a towering rage, violently cracking his desk in half. Damn it to hell! This is completely unbelievable. I fully expected terrible news to come crashing down on our heads. But this outcome is entirely out of my calculations. Over in Isfond, the captain of the 5th squad of the White Armored Dragon Knights, along with 15 of his men, had all been wiped out on the battlefield. As for the body transformation to effortlessly accumulate mana, it was an ancient, forbidden art. However, performing it required multiple powerful mana users and several excruciating days of agonizing pain. And even after all that suffering, it was only ever proven to work on children under 5 years old. The fact that this miraculous purification process occurred within Theo was the result of countless perfect coincidences. The extreme yin corpse poison had invaded his body, forcefully elevating his mana capacity. Meanwhile, the extreme yang energy from the monster's core fortified his muscles. Add in the densely packed mana from decades of phantom poison consumption and the crucial intervention of Ambra, who had perfectly mastered how to neutralize that exact toxin. Everything locked into an impossibly perfect balance. Instead of being completely destroyed or merely expelling the deadly demonic venom, Theo's body directly absorbed the pure essence of power hidden within the poison itself. Theo's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Eveline frantically leaned in. Are you all right, young master? He let out a soft groan as he sat up. Eveline, I'm really sorry for making you worry. Seeing him awake, both she and Ambra let out massive sighs of relief. A system window appeared. Name: Theo Jenga. Age: 17. Gender: male. Title: Swift Tiger, the greatest genius in a millennium. Talent: Jenga bloodline. System log: Player actions: observe, inventory, guardian dragon, purification, regeneration, phantom dragon, access denied. Status: feeling disoriented from a sudden encounter. The host has acquired the demonic venom that created the first phantom dragon. Warning: if not properly controlled, the host may mutate into the second phantom dragon. Theo frowned deeply as he read the screen. The power of a phantom dragon? He continued scrolling through the prompts. Level 16. Stats: Strength 112, Agility 62, Stamina 38, Mana 238, Intelligence 36, Luck 21. Skills: Lesser Dragon's Aura, Hatchling Synchronization, Wyvern Taming, Access Denied. Theo began to rapidly calculate the numbers in his head. A grand total of 85 bonus stat points. This is absolutely insane. The crystals inside this cave were clearly formations of perfectly pure energy. Their sheer power had diluted the deadly toxicity of the phantom venom, even acting as a miraculous healing agent. Thank God I trusted Ambra on this. The already flawless physique of the Jenga bloodline now possessed the purification, regeneration, and phantom dragon traits. His growth speed moving forward was going to be completely off the charts. Theo suddenly broke the silence. But more importantly, he stared at the body. The real question is, who exactly is this old guy? Suddenly, Eveline dashed further into the cave. Theo looked at her in confusion. What is it, Eveline? She covered her mouth, gasping in sheer awe. There's something carved into the stone wall. He walked over, raising an eyebrow. A diary? Eveline nodded slowly. Yes, but to carve such incredibly precise letters deep into solid rock, this person must have been an absolute master. Theo's eyes scanned the glowing text on the wall. It read, "Defeated by Keel and Robert. Now, I must hide here to prepare for my vengeance. But my body is already..." Theo instantly remembered the corpse's agonizing screams. "Keel! Robert!" The realization hit him like a truck, leaving him completely stunned. He leaned in, reading the rest of the haunting carving. My body is decaying at a terrifying rate. Is it because Robert managed to shatter my mana core? The phantom demonic venom I absorbed just to survive might actually be the very thing killing me. My consciousness is slipping away, and the demonic nature is slowly taking over my mind. Damn it all to hell. I never even got to start my revenge. How did it come to this? My consciousness is fading fast. It is time to make a choice, and I must accept my fate. I have no hope left. I will forsake everything and fuse my very soul into my beloved blade, the Jade Sword, to seal myself away forever. I can only hope someone will find this place. I hope they will carry out my final wish. I hope they will finish what I started. I pray that my successor will overcome them all. Here, I leave behind my legacy. Both of them stared at the remnants in absolute shock. Theo looked up at the stone wall. Wait, the next part? These are the phantom sword arts and the storm god's fury. Eveline also looked up in utter bewilderment. Then that means this person is the legend who freely manipulated the power of the wind. The tragic hero who fought for the position of patriarch against the current head until the very bitter end, 40 years ago. The Wind King, Hector Ragna. I heard he had died, but it turns out he has been here all this time. Eveline suddenly froze, then quickly dropped to her knees. Theo looked at her in confusion. What are you doing? Eveline replied with deep reverence. Even though he was defeated by the patriarch and exiled, the Wind King is still a legitimate heir of the Ragna bloodline. For a vassal of the Ragna clan to harm a lawful heir is a grave sin, punishable by immediate execution. Therefore, Theo calmly cut her off. Stop talking nonsense. The man you killed was no longer a Ragna, but a raving madman. You did it to save my life. Did we have any other choice? She looked at him, sweating nervously. But the clan rules. Theo nonchalantly turned his back to her. Everything that happened here will remain a secret forever. If it still bothers you, then take the Wind King's secret techniques. Eveline, you should keep them. Eveline looked at him in total confusion. The Wind King's secret arts rival even the absolute techniques of the 9 dragons. Why are you giving them to me? He looked at her with unwavering determination. Become the Wind King's successor. Grow stronger and carry on his legacy. That way, the Wind King can finally rest in peace. Now that you have become his true inheritor, no one can ever call your actions a sin. Didn't you say that you would become my sword, Evelyn? Evelyn smiled softly as she looked at Theo. She knelt respectfully. I, Evelyn Nerovo, senior swordsman of the Ragna clan, swear my absolute loyalty to you, Lord Theo Ragna, as your faithful vassal. I humbly beg my great and noble lord to accept this vow of fealty. Theo smiled down at her. You really are a strict stickler for the rules, aren't you? He gripped his sword tightly and declared, I, Theo Ragna. He swiftly drew his blade. Theo announced with a resounding voice, I accept the oath of Evelyn Nerovo. I carve it into my heart and soul, and on the long road ahead, I swear to make you my first and greatest sword. He looked at Evelyn with deep satisfaction. She beamed back at him, her heart completely fulfilled. Ambra also chirped happily at the scene unfolding before them. The entire fierce battlefield finally returned to its original quiet peace. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the White Dragon Cavalry, everyone was busy training. Huko smirked, looking up. That guy Theo still isn't here? I guess I really am the most talented prodigy in the White Dragon Cavalry after all. Just then, Theo slowly descended to the ground. Huko stared blankly at his arrival. He blurted out in utter shock, Theo Ragna? What the hell is he bringing with him? Excited whispers immediately broke out across the courtyard. What in the world? Don't tell me that's Ambra. How did he manage to turn that ferocious beast into a companion? So this is why they call him a once-in-10,000 years genius. Even taming a beast is part of his talent? What the hell? Evelyn briskly walked forward and reported, Senior Swordsman Evelyn Nerovo and Apprentice Swordsman Theo Ragna. We have completed the aptitude test and officially returned. But where is the captain? Michael slowly replied, he just received an urgent letter and headed back to his office. She asked, completely puzzled, an urgent letter? Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the area. It hit like a massive tornado, sending everything flying in chaos. Julius appeared on his mount. He declared with a booming voice, I know you all just finished your initiation ceremony, but I am sorry. Every single one of you is being deployed to the Banki Fortress. Theo gasped internally. A real combat deployment, so it's finally happening. The Ceres Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Banki Fortress. A plot to steal the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung, to spark a rebellion. A massive conspiracy pulled from the shadows by Schwan. Julius quickly barked out his orders. Every single person present here will be dispatched to the Banki Fortress. Instantly, anxious whispers spread through the ranks like wildfire. A panicked soldier asked him, Commander, what is going on? What kind of mission is so critical that we have to deploy raw recruits who haven't even finished basic training? Julius tightened his grip on the reins. The captain of the 5th platoon, Trent of Eastbourne, and 14 of his subordinates have gone missing. Theo thought to himself, Trent of Eastbourne, the oldest and most veteran knight of the White Dragon Cavalry. Even Julius listens to his advice. He isn't someone who can be taken down easily. Could this be a butterfly effect caused by my actions? Julius recounted the intel and analyzed the situation. According to reports from Black Snow, there is an 89% chance that they are dead, and even if they are alive, they are in no condition to continue their mission. Our current forces will form a temporary 5th platoon and execute their objective. The temporary captain of the 5th platoon will be Evelyn Nerovo. Because the mission will launch in exactly 3 days, you must complete your basic training within that time. I refuse to believe they are dead, but we will march to avenge them regardless. Having said his piece, he immediately rode off. Theo fell into deep thought. The Black Skull Bandits kidnapping the Ceres Merchant Guild. In my past life, this was an incident with 0 casualties thanks to the efforts of the White Dragon Cavalry. But it turns out that wasn't the whole truth. The real goal of this incident lies elsewhere. It was a cover to steal and transport the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung. Schwan used the Balmung he stole during his coup d'etat, but things are already shifting away from how they happened in my previous life. If all of this is my fault, then I need to see it with my own eyes to believe it. Suddenly, the system interface popped up. Hidden quest, retrieve the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung. 3 days later, a guard stationed on the watchtower shivered violently. It's freezing! I will never get used to this damn climate! Wait, why does the moon look so weird tonight? Suddenly, dragons pierced through the dark night sky, diving straight toward them. The guard panicked. It's the White Dragon Cavalry! Swiftly, gloved hands grabbed onto the fortress walls, scaling them in seconds. The guard screamed at the top of his lungs. Ring the alarm! It's the cavalry! Down below, the bandit guards were instantly ambushed and struck down. Evelyn roared her command. Drop the bombs! Now! A barrage of explosives rained down upon the fortress. The bandit commander frantically barked out orders. Get inside the keep and take cover! Don't die out here for nothing! The entire cavalry unit landed swiftly and launched a massive, coordinated assault. Blood splattered everywhere. Evelyn commanded with fierce intensity, kill them all! Show these scum the price for daring to lay a finger on the White Dragon Cavalry. Relentless rain poured down from the heavens, drenching the burning, smoke-filled fortress in a sheet of white. Amidst the chaos, a white-haired man clutching a sword sprinted through the night. Damn it! And they said they would handle the cavalry. If I had been even a second late, I'd be dead meat. Whatever. Once I hand this over, my mission is complete. After that, I can just kick back and enjoy. Gasp. Suddenly, a mysterious figure struck, stabbing him through the chest in a flash. The assailant coldly turned away as the white-haired man collapsed to the ground, dead. The assassin silently picked up the dropped sword. His master stepped out from the shadows and spoke. The merchandise? The assassin respectfully offered the blade. Right here, my lord. His master quickly inspected it. Excellent. This is indeed the right item. We have achieved our primary objective. Prepare for the next phase of the plan. The remaining soldiers quickly responded in unison, Yes, sir! The master turned his gaze toward the burning fortress, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Now, all that's left is to exterminate the pests. Over at the fortress, a soldier was quickly subdued. Hocus announced, Target neutralized. Man, that was way too easy. Theo agreed, You're right, almost too easy. His eyes darkened. It was hard to believe the elite 5th platoon had been completely wiped out. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Initiating neural synchronization, reading target's memories. Theo analyzed the situation. This guy too. He knows they stole the Banmung, but he's never actually seen it. It makes sense for the small fries. But how could even the commanders be in the dark? Am I missing something? Irene looked at him curiously. What's wrong, Theo? Is there a problem? He stammered slightly. No, I was just lost in thought. Michael chuckled, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Even if they call you the Lightning Tiger, a rookie is still a rookie. Just admit you're nervous because it's your first mission, man. Irene quickly chimed in. We've secured the hostages. Let's regroup with the rest of the squad. Michael sighed in exhaustion. Yeah, on it. I just want to get home already. I absolutely reek of gunpowder. Suddenly, Theo's eyes shot wide open. He abruptly bolted away. Michael blinked in confusion. What the hell is wrong with him? Irene smirked, guessing, he probably just hates your stench. Michael shot her an annoyed glare. Meanwhile, Theo drew his sword and launched a fierce attack toward a specific direction. His explosive slash sent dirt and debris flying everywhere. Theo glared intently ahead. I knew it. Irene looked at him in total confusion. What was that for, Theo? But as she spoke, her own eyes widened in sheer disbelief. She suddenly screamed, Explosives! Those bastards! Are they trying to blow us all to hell? Theo urgently warned the squad, We're out of time. We have to get out of here. Now! Irene instantly agreed. Copy that! Michael yelled in agreement. Squad! Fall back! Initiate emergency evacuation! A massive bomb hurtled straight toward them, leaving everyone paralyzed in shock. Theo let out a terrifying roar. Right before a deafening explosion ripped through the area, a mysterious figure in the distance spoke coldly. Reload! He raised his hand, signaling another strike. A second massive explosion erupted, setting the entire area ablaze. Thokeo let out a sinister laugh and commanded, Wipe them all out! Don't leave a single ant alive! Ever since that fateful day, inside a grand castle, the silhouette of a woman could be seen sitting by the window. She mumbled in unhinged madness. There. My sweet Aston. Does it hurt, my baby? Mommy will bring that filthy maggot's head right back to you. Up on the tower, a brutal bloodbath was still unfolding. Irene fought like a madwoman, barking orders at her squad. Don't let a single one of them escape. The soldiers roared in compliance. She glared darkly at the enemy forces. The 5th squad, led by Captain Isvan, was actually defeated by these pieces of trash? No, that's absolutely impossible. There has to be some kind of mistake, Captain. Suddenly, Irene gasped in pure horror, her eyes widening in absolute panic. A bomb hurled straight toward her, forcing her to scream, "This is complete madness!" Irene barely managed to dodge, suddenly realizing the horrifying truth. They were under heavy artillery fire. "Take cover, everyone!" she screamed, watching an enemy soldier scramble to evade the blasts. The relentless bombardment made Irene grimace. The explosions were only getting more and more devastating. Loud noises echoed from the only nearby door as the rest of the squad rushed toward Irene, shouting, "Captain!" Irene urgently ordered, "You're just in time. This is a massive full-scale bombardment. We need to evacuate this area, now." Theo quickly responded, "Understood. Head toward the outer wall, in the opposite direction of the artillery fire." Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his head. Opening mind gate. Unlocking brain function safety protocols. He rapidly scanned the holographic display as the system announced, accelerating cognitive processing speed, eliminating all doubt and hesitation. Theo's eyes suddenly flashed with intense clarity. A flood of images materialized before him, and he rapidly analyzed the data screens. Evelyn frantically shook his shoulder. "Why are you just standing there, Theo? We have to move right now. Snap out of it. We need to get out of this fortress immediately. What the hell are you doing?" But Theo firmly rejected the idea. "No, we have to go deeper inside." She stared at him in absolute disbelief as massive chunks of debris rained down around them. The rest of the squad furiously protested, "Are you insane? You want us to go back into the exact place that almost blew us to pieces? The lives of 21 people are resting in your hands. Damn it, shouldn't we just make a run for the exit?" Theo roared back at them. "If we run outside right now, we'll walk straight into another artillery barrage or an ambush. That's exactly what they're counting on." The system display flashed, initiating synchronization to extract the subject's remaining thoughts. Theo abruptly froze in his tracks, even as deadly boulders continued to crash down around them. A realization hit him. They're absolutely certain that no one could survive inside this fortress. Utilizing the system, he quickly scanned the surrounding environment. He rapidly calculated the odds. But right now, with this newfound ability, we actually have a fighting chance. The system chimed once more. With the mind gate successfully unlocked, synchronization has rapidly expanded. Theo quickly formulated a plan in his head. The left flank is rigged with explosives. The right flank is being bombarded by artillery. Our only option is the staircase leading down. The entire squad scrambled down the stairs as violently collapsing rubble completely sealed the entrance behind them. But suddenly, they hit a solid stone wall blocking their path. It was a dead end. Panic set in as everyone began interrogating Theo. "Hey, you told us to trust you and follow your lead. Theo, tell me you actually have a plan. We can't go back up now. The whole place is caving in. The artillery fire has already expanded its strike zone." Everyone stared in sheer terror as the ceiling began to violently crumble around them. The squad braced themselves, desperately holding their ground. Every single person was hyper-focused, watching the deadly shifting debris around them. Theo glared furiously at the massive boulders, completely blocking their only exit. Above them, the entire fortress was practically engulfed in a sea of roaring flames. Outside, the mysterious figure spoke coldly. "Engrave this into your minds. This is vengeance for young Master Aston. Therefore, leave nothing to chance." Thokio gripped his sword with a sinister aura. "I don't care if they've been crushed to an absolute pulp. Dig them out and bring me their severed heads." Deep beneath the massive pile of rubble, Theo muttered breathlessly, "I genuinely thought I was going to die." Dust and debris suffocated the cramped space. Miraculously, the entire squad had narrowly escaped death. Piled on top of each other, Hocus let out a massive sigh of relief. "Just as expected of you, Theo, you actually had a brilliant plan. You shattered the floor beneath us at the absolute last second, right before the artillery struck. Suddenly, a group of hostile guards aimed their spears right at them. "What the hell? Who are you people, and how did you get down here?" Theo immediately went on high alert, glaring at their insignias. "The Black Skulls! What are they doing down here? We investigated this exact place before, and it was completely empty." Then a shocking sight made him freeze. A large group of people were locked up inside the dungeon cells. Theo's eyes landed on a chained man. It was the captain of the 5th Squad, Isvan. The cell doors were quickly busted open as Hocus and Erica swiftly tied up the bewildered guards. Evelyn spoke with deep respect. "I'm so glad to see you alive, Captain, but this whole situation is absolutely insane. To think the mastermind behind all this was the Ragnar Intelligence Agency." The heavy iron chains binding him were quickly removed. Isvan looked at her with slight suspicion. "You say that, but none of you seem particularly surprised." Evelyn replied with a heavy sigh. "I already had my suspicions. In a place practically built on deceit, there was bound to be a mole. I just never expected them to violently backstab their own comrades." Irene declared with pure fury, "This is blatant, unforgivable treason." Michael fiercely agreed, "Damn right. We're going to make them pay." Isvan quickly intervened, warning them, "Do not let your anger cloud your judgment. The absolute worst thing we can do right now is act purely on emotion." They were fully prepared to capture us the exact moment this war broke out. With our current numbers, we stand zero chance in a head-on clash. Right now, our only priority is to contact the Black Snow forces outside and warn them. But Theo abruptly cut in. "That's impossible. The grim reality is, we didn't get a single ounce of backup from Black Snow during that attack, which means they've likely already wiped out the Black Snow forces waiting in ambush outside. That's exactly why I forced us deeper into the fortress instead of running out into a slaughter. But we still have a solid chance to win. They ruthlessly buried their own comrades with that artillery strike just to get to us. That proves they are desperate for a quick victory and can't afford a dragged-out fight. Because of that desperation, they are definitely going to come down here to confirm our corpses. The very moment they let their guard down, arrogant and completely certain of their victory. If we ambush them straight from the ruins, we can completely turn the tables and win." Captain Isvan stared at Theo in utter awe. He silently evaluated the young soldier. He actually managed to unlock the mind gate at such a young age? He muttered softly to himself, "I guess I really am getting old. To actually consider giving up my life in a miserable place like this. Looks like we've got some outstanding new blood for this campaign." He struck his cane against the ground. He quickly agreed. "You're right. The White Dragon Cavalry won't just sit back and take this. We'll proceed exactly as planned." As the words fell, the White Dragon Cavalry assembled, ready for battle. Tokeo and his men advanced into the tower, kicking aside the scattered rubble. Beneath the debris, a dying soldier gasped out, "Save me! Please! Just this once! Save me!" Tokeo turned to a subordinate. "Did you find them?" The soldier immediately reported, "No, sir, still nothing. We've swept the west side and are heading east now." He fell into deep thought. The ambush squad hadn't reported anything unusual either. But wait, how is it possible that they haven't found a single corpse from the White Dragon squad? Panic set in as he yelled out, "Wait! Stop! Has anyone seen the White Dragon soldiers?" Suddenly, the ground violently shook, sending the troops stumbling. A sword thrust out from beneath the earth, catching Tokeo completely off guard. He barely managed to block Evelyn's incoming strike. Cold steel clashed violently as the two engaged in a fierce duel. Facing her relentless assault, Tokeo was forced to retreat. Evelyn's overwhelming power left him suffocating. She lunged forward with zero hesitation, driving Tokeo back before landing gracefully on the ground. Terrified, he screamed, "It's an ambush! We're up against the White Dragon Cavalry! Brace yourselves!" Evelyn gripped her sword, glaring coldly at him. I was really hoping the intelligence was wrong, but under Janna's law, traitors are to be executed on the spot. Tokeo struggled to fend off her barrage of attacks. He gritted his teeth, absolute disbelief in his eyes. How the hell did they survive those explosions? Unfazed by the odds, Evelyn pressed her assault without mercy. She unleashed a devastating strike that sent Tokeo flying backward. Her grip on the hilt tightened. Alarm bells violently rang in Thokeo's head as he was sent skidding back once again. Overwhelmed by her sheer strength, he scrambled back to take a defensive stance. Evelyn coldly declared, "Intelligence Division, any further resistance is futile. The moment our ambush succeeded, you lost your only chance. But if you surrender now, we will spare your lives." Thokeo's face twisted into a dark scowl as he barked at his men. "Everyone, execute the secret art!" The Ispan soldiers looked at each other in panic. Secret art? What is he talking about? Theo watched them in stunned silence before a massive explosion swept across the battlefield. Thokeo gritted his teeth, pushing his power to the limit. It hit Theo like a truck. Wait, this is a reverse mana explosion? A forbidden spell that drains your entire life force? Another deafening blast erupted. Theo slammed his sword into the earth, channeling his aura to brace against the impact. He glared at them, his eyes burning with absolute hatred. Suddenly, Thokeo unleashed what looked like a clone technique, charging straight at him. In a flash, a soldier threw himself in front of Theo, taking the brutal thrusts of the blades. Blood dripping from his mouth, the man gasped, "Rookie, run, get out of here!" Theo froze, completely horrified by the sight. Consumed by grief and rage, Theo ground his teeth together. "You bastards! How dare you!" He let out a furious roar. "Dragon Claw! Third form!" His eyes snapped wide open as the system notification rang out. "Thunder Gate! Unlocked!" The enemy soldiers were obliterated in an instant. Theo didn't stop, chaining his attacks furiously. "Dragon Claw! Third form!" Blinding flashes of light tore through the battlefield. It wasn't just the enemy. Erica and the rest of the squad watched in absolute awe. Thokeo, completely overwhelmed by the counterattack, spiraled into a sheer panic. Dust and debris choked the air, leaving the entire area completely devastated by Theo's assault. Thokeo stared in disbelief. How? How the hell did he neutralize a reverse mana explosion so easily? "I can't let that brat live!" Driven to desperation, Thokeo prepared another massive strike. The squad was utterly speechless. Michael stared at Theo, eyes wide with shock. "Theo, that crazy kid, since when could he pull off something like that?" Irene nodded in agreement. "You're right. We seriously need to train harder." Meanwhile, Theo gritted his teeth, forcing his trembling body to stand. "I forced the Thunder Gate open to artificially boost my power. But it looks like it's still too much for my body to handle." Suddenly, Thokeo lunged at him from behind, screaming like a madman, "I'll drag you down to hell with me no matter what it takes." Theo's eyes widened as he sensed it. His mana core! It's distorting! No way! He's going to self-destruct! Right then, an explosive surge of power materialized in front of him, catching him completely off guard. Evelyn stepped in, unleashing a blast of energy that sent Thokeo flying backward. "Divine Wind and Thunder Arts! Raging Gale!" She chained her attacks without giving him a second to breathe. "Divine Wind and Thunder Arts! Chaotic Tempest!" Theo's jaw dropped in absolute shock. The blast from his mana core, she completely neutralized it? With lethal precision, Evelyn delivered the final blow, instantly ending Thokeo's pathetic life. Exhausted, Theo collapsed onto the dirt. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "You did great out there, Theo." The rest of the squad swarmed him, showering him with praise. As expected of the guy, I acknowledged, "Hey, don't even think about taking Lord Thol's spot as the first sword. That title is mine." Seriously, though, if it wasn't for you, we would have died. Thank you so much. Theo stared at them blankly before a warm smile finally broke across his face. Michael grabbed his arm, hauling him to his feet. "Man, the captain survived too. By the way, when the heck did you learn a skill like that?" Theo just smirked, waving it off. "Trust me, if I told you, you'd be in a lot of trouble." The entire squad gathered around Theo, cheering and celebrating their victory. Watching them with a fond, fatherly gaze, Ispan turned to the horizon and muttered, "The long night has finally passed, and a brilliant dawn is rising once again." Theo's sword, still planted in the earth, stood proudly as the winds blew past. The sky slowly melted into a breathtaking sunset of vivid orange and purple, casting its glow over the crimson flower lands. The atmosphere in the dim room was suffocating. Her face was a horrific mess of tears and drool, her eyes burning with sheer venom. Ad glared at the hands desperately clutching his arm, his eyes filled with absolute disgust. "You filthy bitch," he spat. "How dare you act on your own?" Ad violently shoved her away. She crashed hard against the floor, whimpering in pain as she crawled helplessly. Tara, watching from the side, gasped in shock. "My lord!" He slammed his hand onto the royal decree on his desk, his voice dripping with ice. "Who gave you the nerve to steal my personal seal? Kill that bastard Janna and the White Dragon Cavalry? Do you have any idea what the hell you've just done? How dare you interfere with Joy Ben's grand scheme?" Clutching her head, she let out a hysterical, blood-curdling scream. Her eyes were wide, bloodshot, and utterly unhinged. Tears streamed down her frantic face as she shrieked, "I just wanted the head of the bastard who ruined Asan. Is that too much to ask? That wretched enemy and everyone connected to him. I want to tear them to pieces. I want to burn them alive to satisfy my wrath. It's the only way Asan's soul can finally rest in peace. The only way I can breathe." Ad clenched his fist tightly. His voice dropped to a terrifyingly quiet, calculating tone. "Asan, you forgot your place over a worthless brat like him?" Her jaw dropped. Her clouded, bloodshot eyes widened in absolute shock. San? Ad sneered, his venomous words piercing right through her. "Thanks to you, we've lost the dragon-slaying sword, the absolute key to our entire master plan. From this moment on, you are no longer the daughter of Joy Ben." The words shattered her. She collapsed into a hollow daze, her inner voice weeping. That look in his eyes. Father. The overwhelming despair crushed her spirit, leaving her eyes completely lifeless as she hung her head, unable to face her brutal reality. Without a second glance, he calmly strode toward the door and barked his final order. "She's useless now. Lock her away where the light never reaches, and exterminate any lingering pests connected to her. Make sure absolutely nothing leaks out." Tara bowed deeply. "As you command, my lord." He stepped out into the hallway, a sinister and terrifying shadow masking his face. From behind the heavy wooden doors, her desperate, wretched screams echoed down the hall. "Please, reconsider, just this once. I beg you, spare me. I'll do anything. Please. Please, spare my life." Ignoring those agonizing screams, he simply crossed his arms, casually strolling through the pooling blood of the slaughtered. "My rebellion, the plan I spent years perfecting, it's all turned to ash. It's all because of that bastard. Theo Jang Na, I swear I will personally drag you down to hell." The scene shifts to a massive bedroom. Theo was sitting comfortably on his bed, his eyes locked onto the system screen. Suddenly, a massive sword materialized in his hands as the system's voice echoed out. "Dragonslayer Greatsword, Balmung. Type, Heavy Sword. Mystery level, 82. Requirements and effects, unknown. Status, currently sealed. The inner secret must be decoded before use." Theo stared at the weapon in his hands, muttering in disbelief. A Dragonslayer sword? Right then, as he gripped the hilt, a mysterious glowing energy pulsed from the blade. A searing pain shot through his hands, forcing him to instantly drop the sword onto the floor. The heavy blade crashed against the stone tiles with a sharp, echoing thud that filled the entire room. Theo stared down at the weapon, clutching his burning hand as a thought crossed his mind. Just as I suspected, the title, Dragon Slayer, isn't just for show. Looking at his palm glowing red from just a brief touch of the sword, he slowly muttered, "It's a perfect counter to Jang Na, just as I thought. I won't be able to wield it unless I unlock its secret. A relic from ancient mythology is like a mirage. It doesn't easily submit to mortals. But if someone manages to decode its secret, it grants legendary power. A mythical treasure. In my past life, Ed Troy Ben definitely unlocked Balmung's mystery, considering everything he pulled off back then. There is one place that comes to mind. But until I unlock its secret, this thing is just a useless chunk of iron." Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside his door. Theo quickly turned his head, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He stepped up and pulled the door open, blurting out in surprise, "Evelyn." She placed a hand over her heart and bowed deeply. "I apologize for the intrusion at this hour, young master. Do you have a moment?" The commander wishes to see you. The scene transitions to a conversation between Julius and Thomas. Julius spoke up. It is good that you returned alive, but you wish to be discharged? Thomas lowered his head, his face clouded with sorrow as he spoke slowly. It brings me great shame to say this, but as you can see, I lost my legs and Rocinante, along with my dragon Sparrow in that last battle. Furthermore, this aging Godslayer can no longer hold his own on the battlefield. I plan to spend the rest of my days in my hometown, honoring the comrades who fell. Hearing this confession, Julius burst into a hearty laugh. Who could ever stop your stubbornness, old friend? Do as you wish, Thomas replied. Thank you, Commander. I know this isn't a worthy end for me, but I have something to say regarding the recruit. Theo Zhang Na. Julius gave a nod. Speak. Thomas continued. At his age, his Thundergate has already opened. Julius was stunned by the revelation. The Thundergate, the absolute boundary separating mere mortals from the transcendent. Thomas slammed his teacup onto the table, water splashing out, mirroring his turbulent emotions. I was shocked when I first sensed it too. It is obvious he isn't a natural-born genius who possessed it from the start. Rather, it felt like he forced open a door that was tightly sealed shut. The sensation was unmistakable. That gate was blown open with sheer violence. Regardless, his vessel has suddenly expanded. And compared to the power he currently holds, that vessel is absurdly massive. Julius, utterly astonished, cut in loudly. Then, we have to fill that expanded vessel. Thomas half closed his eyes, looking weary, and spoke calmly. That is all a senior can pass on to his junior. From now on, he will have to learn and grow on his own. The scene cuts to an intense, explosive sparring match between Theo and Julius. Theo's sharp eyes radiated murderous intent as he locked his gaze on the commander. On the training ground, the two stood far apart, but the suffocating tension in the air was inescapable. Julius spoke with a slow, measured drawl. Theo, I heard you played a crucial role in this last mission. Theo offered a slight bow. Not quite, sir. It was all thanks to my comrades. Julius smirked. Don't be too modest. So, how far along has your martial path progressed? The moment the words left Julius's mouth, Theo lowered his head, tense enough that a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. Martial path? Is he asking about my combat strength? He forced out an answer. Fighting is much easier now than it used to be. Julius raised a hand to cut him off, his voice slow and deliberate. No, I am not merely asking about your combat techniques. I am asking about the world of the sword you are trying to manifest. Theo's eyes widened in absolute shock. After a moment of thought, he answered softly, If that is what you mean, I am not entirely sure myself. I only train with the single desire, to perfectly replicate the Patriarch's sword arts. Julius gripped the sword resting behind his back, a hidden meaning in his voice as he noted, That is how everyone begins. Instantly, his eyes turned razor-sharp. He drew his blade in one fluid, decisive motion, drowning the entire area in heavy pressure. Theo was stunned, completely speechless, as he watched Julius confidently point the tip of his sword straight at him. In the very next second, the training ground erupted. A terrifying blood-red aura surged and gathered around them. Theo immediately recognized the Crimson Domain swallowing the space. This is the realm of the demonic dragon. It's completely different from the realm the sword dragon displayed before his second awakening. What he just said, is it because this world is forged entirely from his personal martial path? Suddenly, his eyes blew wide in utter disbelief at the sight unfolding before him. Julius stood amidst a roaring storm of horrifying energy. My sword represents the demon. Terrified, Theo instinctively raised his arm, biting down lightly on his own skin, his bloodshot eyes staring in horror at the scene ahead. Julius stood firmly in his sword stance, his piercing gaze locked on, ready for battle. His blade moved with fluid, lethal precision, and his murderous, darkened eyes never once left Theo. Then, he unleashed an arcing wave of crimson aura above his head, creating a tremor that violently shook the very earth and sky. Every strike, every slash of his blade was executed with blistering speed. His robes whipped fiercely in the gale, his sharp eyes cutting through the space saturated in that terrifying crimson aura. One of his eyes glowed with an eerie, flashing red light. His iron grip on the hilt plunged the entire atmosphere into a suffocating, unbearable tension. Witnessing the absolute frenzy of those sword strikes, Theo could only watch with wide, astonished eyes. Massive cracks began spiderwebbing across the boulders, revealing a strange, radiating light from behind. Violent, earth-shattering tornadoes violently whipped through the air, birthed entirely by the sheer magnitude of his internal energy. Gripping his own sword, Theo stared up in absolute awe at the towering cyclone ripping into the sky above them. In an instant, the raging vortex conjured by Julius had completely surrounded him. At the exact same time, the razor-sharp blade of the demonic dragon in Julius's grasp plummeted from the heavens. He landed gracefully, taking a relaxed stride forward. Pointing his sword out, he asked in a low, rumbling voice, "What do you think?" "What did you see?" In the martial path of the demonic dragon. With sharp eyes and a slightly lowered head, Theo answered quietly, "Absolute power and destruction." Julius sheathed his sword behind his back, a deeply satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Exactly. That is the true essence of the demon, straightforward and utterly ruinous. Even if it shatters in the end, it remains a straight line, piercing and annihilating everything it touches. Violence, destruction, power, death. Tell me, what do you think of the Plum Blossom Princess's sword?" Sweat rolled down Theo's cheeks. He kept his head bowed, tension stiffening his body. "It's elegant and beautiful." Julius crossed his arms and half closed his eyes, clearly intrigued. "Beautiful, huh? The Plum Blossom Princess's sword arts carry the essence of life, so I suppose that makes sense. A seed sprouts, grows, and blooms into a flower. That is life. It is slow, yet gentle, constantly changing, constantly transforming. It never stops evolving. This is the martial path." Theo touched his chin, deeply lost in thought as a memory clicked. So this is the martial path he was talking about. Even though both are among the 9 dragons, his interpretation of the way of the sword is like this. Suddenly, the corners of Julius's mouth twitched up before he broke into a loud, booming laugh, dripping with sinister implication. Crossing his arms, his tone shifted to a deadly serious lecture. "Life and death, vitality and violence. Do you believe the meanings of these 2 swords are complete opposites?" Theo was genuinely confused. "Are they not?" Julius smoothly flicked his robes, letting them flutter wildly in the crimson-drenched air. He turned his back, his voice dropping to a low, gravelly whisper. "If I just gave you the answer directly, where would be the fun in that?" Theo stared blankly at the ancient manual that suddenly materialized right in front of him, a wave of suspicion rising in his chest. "What is this?" Theo asked. Julius replied casually, "A transcript, a conversation about the sword between myself and the Plum Blossom Princess." Theo was absolutely paralyzed by those words, stammering out, "You mean—" Julius looked up toward the vast, expansive sky, his voice echoing with profound meaning. "This is an extraordinarily rare occurrence, Theo. You have just become a direct disciple." The image of 2 backs leaning against each other appeared in his mind, serving as the ultimate explanation for Julius's answer. Theo's eyes widened to their limits in pure, unadulterated shock as the commander's final words echoed in his ears. Of both the demonic dragon and the sword dragon. Amidst the solemn silence of the towering cliffs, the 2 of them stood looking in different directions, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, the sharp snap of a book closing shattered the profound quiet. He lowered his gaze, his face clouded with the hint of sorrow, lips pressed tightly together as if holding back something difficult to say. Crossing his arms with a touch of annoyance, he slowly spoke up. "Hey, you're being a little too hard on him, don't you think? Insisting on making someone who already belongs to my faction a co-successor? Really now?" Osa covered her mouth, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "You're just jealous. Still, you can't deny that this will benefit Theo tremendously, right?" He replied slowly, "You know as well as I do. Right now, Theo is an incredibly promising successor, unmatched by anyone. He's growing at a terrifying pace that matches his sheer talent. But sooner or later, He's going to hit a wall. Holding the ledger in her hand, she looked up at him and said, "When that time comes, this will help him break through it." He hesitated, his voice faltering. "But what if? Just what if?" Osa shot him a razor-sharp glare. Julius lowered his head, his voice heavy with dread. What if Theo becomes an enemy of the patriarch? No. What if he becomes an enemy of the entire Jiangna clan? Those words made her tense up, beads of cold sweat slowly rolling down her cheek. Staring out at the vast landscape, he continued, "You know the history. Those who grow at such an abnormal rate..." She cut in. "Rarely ever meet a good end." He nodded gravely. "Exactly. If Theo goes down that same dark path, the very secret techniques we give him today might return to drown Jiangna in blood." A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she spoke slowly. "Color me surprised. I honestly thought you simply had a soft spot for the kid. But after hearing you say that, I am completely certain of one thing. This is exactly your style, Julius. You should be the one to hold on to it. When Theo, the boy you've watched over for so long, grows up without letting greed consume him, when you are absolutely certain that he has become a true Jiangna who cherishes every fleeting moment, give it to him then." Julius just kept his head down, remaining silent as if deeply conflicted. Slowly, he raised the secret manual, staring at it for a long time, as if pouring all his hopes and prayers into its pages. Cutting back to the present, cold sweat dripped down Theo's incredibly tense face. His mind raced. The two dragons of Jiangna, the absolute peak and the runner-up in swordsmanship, the dragon sword and the demonic sword, chosen by two successors at the exact same time. He hesitated, cautiously asking, Can I really accept something like this?" Facing his broad, imposing back, Theo heard a warm, reassuring voice. "There is no need to be so humble. We are giving this to you, because we believe you are completely worthy." Hearing those words, Theo gave a slow, solemn nod, accepting their heavy trust. As he watched their figures fade into the distance, a thought crossed his mind. Now that I think about it, I've only been able to grow this strong because of them. I've never done a single thing for them, yet they've always had my back. Theo bowed deeply, honoring them with utter sincerity. "From Rondon until now, I've only ever received your help. I swear, I will pay you back for this." Just then, the heavy, decisive thud of approaching footsteps shattered the quiet. A fierce, imposing figure marched forward, his robes violently flapping in the wind. "If you want to repay that debt, I've got a way for you to do it right now." "Spar with me, Theo." A playful joke after not seeing each other for so long. "No, wait. Now that we have a brand new disciple, how could I, the captain, possibly just stand around doing nothing? Now the real training begins." Oh God, those words made Theo break out in a cold sweat. He practically wanted to scream for help. Evelyn simply turned on her heel and walked away, leaving behind an explosive, chaotic battlefield where they fought like absolute maniacs, accompanied by roaring shouts of, "Faster! Go faster!" She calmly stepped outside and locked the heavy doors with a decisive click. From behind the thick walls, Theo's pathetic, agonizing wails echoed out. "Have mercy, Evelyn. Please save me." Standing guard in front of the massive doors, she yelled back unapologetically, "I'm so sorry, young master." Cutting to a beautiful, breezy day under a clear blue sky, chains lay scattered violently across the dirt floor, painting a picture of an absolute massacre having just taken place. Under the warm morning sun, Evelyn gently pushed the doors open, stepping into the stream of light. But the moment she stepped inside, her eyes bulged out in sheer horror. She stared in pure shock at Theo, who was slumped on the steps looking like a withered, half-dead zombie. Panic-stricken, she cried out, "Young master! Young master, are you okay?" Theo's face was beaten completely black and blue, so battered he looked deathly pale. Trembling, Evelyn cautiously took a few steps forward. "The captain really went overboard this time, didn't he?" Theo just hung his head, letting out a weak, exhausted sigh. Clearing her throat, she shifted to a professional tone to report, "Anyway, as you ordered, young master, we've locked him up in the underground dungeon." "But young master, are you sure it's okay to just leave him there? He isn't the type to spill his secrets no matter what kind of torture we put him through. Still, just ignoring him feels a bit..." He weakly replied, Don't worry. I already have a plan. Come closer. Listen to this. After a few minutes of whispering, Evelyn's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. She stood utterly stunned, as if she couldn't process the insane plan he had just shared. The scene then transitions to a breathtaking purple sky, perfectly highlighting the magnificent and sprawling Plum Blossom Manor. Meanwhile, inside the Lord's incredibly vast, luxuriously designed martial arts training ground, footsteps echoed against the stone. Theo bowed deeply, in utmost respect. My greetings to the Lord of the Plum Blossom Manor. Emitting an unyielding, majestic aura, Osa slowly descended the grand staircase. Good. I have been expecting you. Have you received the gift that the demonic dragon and I prepared for you? Theo expressed his deepest gratitude. Yes, my lady. The two of you have done so much for me. She gracefully turned and extended her hand, unleashing a stream of mystical, radiant energy. Responding to her power, the displayed sword levitated effortlessly into the air. Within the massive courtyard, she glided beautifully through the air, her elegant movements trailing a flurry of dancing plum blossoms. Osa landed softly, gracefully striding toward him with a sweet, approving tone. That is good to hear. What I am about to teach you isn't some profound, supreme ultimate move. It is the very foundation that most swordsmen foolishly overlook. The core technique and the raw art of the blade, from the very beginning to the absolute end of the path. I will teach you how to breathe pure life into your sword. So I will ask you one last time. Theo Jangna, do you wish to become my disciple? Theo immediately dropped to one knee, looking up with absolute sincerity. Before I answer, may I ask you one question, my lady? Is this an invitation from the azure heavenly dragon sword? Those words made her gasp, completely taken aback. A moment later, Osa broke into a deeply satisfied smile. Not many people in this world know that title, yet you managed to figure it out. I won't deny it. I am the sole heir to a secret swordsmanship passed down only to a single successor, the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Yes, the Azure Heavenly Dragon Sword is indeed one of my true titles. You brought that up to test my true intentions, didn't you? Theo lowered his head respectfully. I deeply apologize. She simply waved it off. It is fine. I do not blame you. I have absolutely no hidden motives. From the blooming plum blossom techniques to the Heavenly Dragon's Sword, I intend to pass every single thing down to you. Later, Theo slowly strolled out of the Lord's training courtyard, the path beautifully lined with vibrant, blooming plum blossoms. Suddenly, a harsh voice called out from behind him. Hey, you there! Theo stopped in his tracks. A guy marched up, practically oozing hostility. The new rookie from the White Armored Dragon Squad. You're Theo Jangna, aren't you? Standing tall, his overwhelming aura immediately suffocating the guy, Theo replied coldly, Yeah, what about it? The guy's face twisted in ugly anger, his voice dripping with venom. You've got quite the filthy mouth, don't you? Not even bothering to show some basic respect. Now that you're the Manor Lord's personal disciple and a member of the Plum Blossom Manor, shouldn't you at least know how to bow your head to your seniors? Theo tilted his head, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Ah, so this is just a pathetic turf war. Senior, you're no senior of mine. Who do you think you're trying to flex on? The group of men ground their teeth in absolute fury. What did you just say? Not your senior? What the hell are you babbling about? You're a disciple of the Plum Blossom Manor now. Doesn't that make you our junior? Theo calmly shook his head. I think you guys are horribly mistaken. That invitation to become the Manor Lord's disciple, I rejected it. Those words struck the group like a bolt of lightning. Cold sweat drenched their backs as they stared at him with pure, unadulterated fear. Flashback to Theo looking completely shocked. You want to teach me both the Blooming Plum Blossom technique and the Heavenly Dragon swordsmanship? Osa raised an eyebrow. Is that offer not tempting enough for you? He replied casually, Of course it is. But to be totally honest, I just don't understand why you're backing me this much. I haven't done a single thing to benefit you, and yet... She cut him off softly. Stand up! There is no grand scheme behind this. It is just that you remind me of Kyle. Theo blinked in surprise. I remind you of the patriarch? Osa smiled warmly. Exactly. You are exactly like him when he was young. And I am not just talking about your face. Back in his youth, he was so fiercely obsessed with his grand dreams and towering ideals. She paused, a bittersweet look in her eyes. No, honestly. Perhaps he is still dreaming of them even now. He is still... That is exactly why he never fell into despair. He worked himself to the bone to smash through every hardship and obstacle in his way. Through it all, he never surrendered, and he never once compromised his own rules. When I look at you, I see the exact same spark that I fell in love with in him. So tell me, how could I possibly just sit back and do nothing? If you understand, then it's time for your answer, he replied. Right. While it's a tempting offer, I have to decline. Her eyes darkened as she asked, and the reason is? Theo patted his chest sincerely. Right now, I already have way too many masters. Along with you, Lady Plumblossom, who has taught me so much. There's the Demon Dragon General Julius, my senior dragoons, Evelyn, Sefford, and Aaron. My friends and comrades, Remington, Hookers, and Erica. My friends at the training grounds, and even Arson and Trevelyan. They are all my masters. Osar looked doubtful, calling both Arson and the Sky Dragon your masters. I didn't expect that. I heard you had a falling out with Ed Trevelyan. He nodded. That's exactly why. The hardships they put me through are what shaped me into who I am today. After hearing that, she could only stay silent, her lips trembling but unable to speak a word. Theo continued, My sword has learned and evolved, all thanks to those who loved me and those who despised me. But for that very reason, I don't have the confidence to uphold the Academy's traditions and pass them down to the next generation. Osar spoke gently. You can't maintain tradition because your sword is constantly changing. That is both admirable and a pity. He remained firm. But even if I can't become your disciple, I would be deeply honored to be your son. She was taken aback by those words, her eyes lighting up brilliantly. A little later, Osar sat savoring her wine under the peach blossom tree. She raised her glass, taking in the rich aroma. Mina spoke up. You must really like him, my lady. Osar confirmed, Of course. Heaven dictated that I could never bear children. So when a young man like him wants to be my son, how could I not be thrilled? She congratulated her. I'm so glad to see you happy, my lady. She lowered her glass. I should thank Theo for letting me experience motherhood. Could you prepare a letter for me to send to my husband? Mina asked, What would you like me to write, my lady? Osar shocked her by mentioning Theo's promotion exam. Mina tried to stop her. Forgive me, but he's just a rookie who recently completed his awakening ceremony. If he draws too much attention at such a young age, he could be in grave danger. You of all people should know that, my lady. She traced the rim of her glass and replied, That's exactly why I need to hurry. Before the great storm hits Ragnar and swallows everything whole, I want to provide him with as much power as I possibly can. Deep inside the dark dungeon, a prisoner was locked away. Sira was chained by the neck, slowly lifting his gaze to look beyond the iron bars. Sira spoke to the assassin. You're finally here. The man replied, Don't hate me. This is all for his lordship's wish. He pleaded earnestly, I will never question it. Just end me now. The assassin immediately hurled a dagger at Sira, but suddenly a flash of light allowed him to dodge it. The assassin was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Evelyn dropped down from the ceiling right in front of him. Sira yelled out in frustration, I've been waiting for you all this time. The man realized, Evelyn Neovo. Damn it, it's a trap. She then dashed toward the assassin to strike. He quickly dodged Evelyn's sharp sword slash. The assassin looked at her, wondering, was she always this strong? Even though it was humiliating to fail at killing Sira, getting caught would be far worse. I need to get out of here and plan for the future. She declared fiercely, I won't let you escape from here. Evelyn unleashed her secret skill, Thunder God's violent rain, to attack. The man was heavily injured, coughing up a massive mouthful of blood. The assassin panicked. I can't be captured like this, he glared at her. I need to wipe away all traces fast. A long while later, Sira complained, Why do you always do this whenever the plan fails? He sat leaning against the wall, swearing, I won't fall for this a second time. Late at night, inside the castle, only the moonlight remained. The study door was pushed open, revealing the ashes of burned documents. Cliff reported, At 1:15 this morning, Evelyn Niovo captured an assassin who sneaked into the dungeon. He is confirmed to be from the Demon Snakes, an organization under the powerful Eastern family, the Trevelyan family. Julius remarked, "It seems they are connected to the Sky Dragon, Ed Trevelyan. This clears up a lot of our suspicions about having a mole in the organization." She agreed. "Exactly. We're meeting in a very remote location to avoid any information leaking. Based on our intel, the Demon Snakes are currently stationed at the ancient Callum Castle. In 3 hours, they will assume the mission has failed, burn all evidence, and flee. We must raid their base before that happens. Securing their members and extracting information is the objective of this mission. I am Cliff of the Nameless Snow, and this concludes my report." Theo pondered to himself, "To think I'd meet a spy at the Nameless Snow rank." Julius calmly rested his chin on his hand and spoke. "There is one more thing to add. This mission will also serve as the promotion exam for Theo Ragnar." He was surprised. "Am I really qualified to take the exam already?" Julius encouraged him. "You are, but it won't be easy." He noted, "The difficulty of the exam has increased. As you advance to a higher rank, the difficulty naturally goes up. However, what is unusual is assigning a mission that could spark a civil war as a mid-level swordsman's exam. You ordered Evelyn to ambush from the ceiling because you knew the assassin was coming. Since you started this, you must fully understand the stakes." Theo listened to the analysis in a daze, then lowered his voice and replied, "I'm sorry." Julius wrapped an arm around him. "Even if you are the heir, it's highly disrespectful to hatch a plan without discussing it with your superiors. Since things have come to this, you must execute the mission flawlessly. Promote to a mid-level swordsman and earn the privilege of taking on solo missions, got it?" Theo smiled warmly, but inside he thought, "This whole mess is starting to give me a headache. I didn't expect to become the center of attention like this." Suddenly, the system's status panel popped up in front of him. The situational quest was titled, "A Chance to Clean Up Relationships." Theo clenched his hand into a tight fist. "That's right. I've always been curious about what tied me to them and caused all this to happen." Cliff asked with concern, "Is something wrong, Theo Ragnar?" He replied, "Nothing's wrong." Theo stated firmly, "This mission. I will complete it at all costs." Julius slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Excellent. You've made yourself clear." Everyone rallied to fight under the command. It was time to begin the snake extermination mission. Outside the castle, as night fell, it was time for them to make their move. Cliff reported, "To eliminate the possibility of an internal spy, only the 3 of us will participate in this mission. The target is an assassin syndicate. As swordsmen of Ragnar, we have the advantage in skill, but we are clearly outnumbered. No matter what happens, do absolutely not let your guard down." Theo acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, inside the assassin syndicate's base, they were busy covering their tracks. A subordinate reported, "Most of the documents have been disposed of." The assassin nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Then we will move out as soon as he returns." Another man in black asked, "How long has he been gone?" He replied, "Less than 2 hours. He should be back soon." Suddenly, a spherical object was hurled into their room. A smoke bomb detonated, engulfing the entire room. "It's an ambush!" Dark figures dashed rapidly through the thick white smoke. The subordinates were swiftly taken down before they could even react. Realizing things had gone terribly wrong, the assassin yelled out. He clutched the bleeding wound on his neck and cursed, "Damn it!" Cliff dashed past them, casting a sharp backward glance. A heavy boot slammed down onto the floor, crushing the scattered documents. The entire room was in absolute chaos, with papers flying everywhere. She announced, "Target secured. Evelyn and I will handle things up here. Theo, you head down to the basement." Theo thought to himself, taking down 3 guys in the blink of an eye. He replied, "Got it." He dashed forward as fast as the wind. According to the blueprints provided during the briefing, the basement was located right beneath this staircase. Suddenly, his foot snagged on a hidden red tripwire. Theo's eyes widened in sheer panic as he instantly realized something was very wrong. An arrow shot out from the shadows, flying straight at his face. Gasping in shock, Theo grimaced and desperately twisted his body to dodge the sudden attack. Right before his eyes lay a deadly maze of countless traps just waiting to be sprung. Theo quickly planted his hands on the floor, vaulting his body upward to evade them. He immediately activated his system skill. area data synchronization. The analysis was clear. It wasn't just traps down here, an ambush was waiting for him too. He channeled his lightning body technique, zipping across to the other side in a flash. Countless blades crackling with black lightning shot out like a devastating storm. The ground was left completely scorched by the chaotic battle. Countless grunts from the demonic serpent syndicate had already met their end in the fierce clash. The assassin's body burst into flames. "How is this possible?" he gasped in disbelief. Theo finished the guy off, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. He muttered to himself, "With security this tight, they're definitely hiding something massive in this basement." Suddenly, Theo froze, staring in absolute shock at the grotesque scene before him. Thick streams of dark red liquid soaked the entire floor. A man with his back turned to him suddenly cursed, "Damn it all! The foul stench of this demonic energy reeks all the way down here." The priest sneered, his voice dripping with disgust. "Shedding blood during the sacred hour of worship? You truly are an impatient little heathen, aren't you?" Theo flinched, recognizing the man's robes. The demonic Holy Church. It was a notorious doomsday cult preaching that the end times were near and a savior would descend. A twisted, fake religion designed to brainwash the weak-minded. They were the very root cause of the great catastrophe that ultimately led to the empire's total collapse. The priest arrogantly raised his hand, smirking. "Oh, so you know exactly who I am, boy?" Theo stayed silent, secretly commanding his system. Synchronize area mana flow. The analysis shocked him. Impossible. His inner mana gate isn't just open, it's completely shattered. And the mana is leaking out erratically, defying every law of magic. Is this that twisted power the low-ranking priests call a blessing? The priest interrupted his thoughts, chuckling darkly. "What a pity. It seems you still refuse to embrace the truth." "My foolish little lamb," he purred, calmly clasping his hands together in mock prayer. "But that is quite all right. I shall grant you the ultimate honor of becoming a blood sacrifice to the one true God." The priest suddenly lunged forward with terrifying speed. "You cannot escape his divine will!" Theo gasped, bracing himself. His physical strength is off the charts. Are those even human hands anymore? The two of them clashed violently in a brutal, head-on fight. The crazed priest stretched out his elongated, freakish arm, desperately trying to grab hold of Theo. Theo quickly drew his magic-infused blade, ready for a counterattack. With a swift, agile motion, he thrust his sword straight into the massive, mutated hand lunging at him. The sheer impact sparked violently, briefly illuminating the dark, bloody room. But horrifyingly, the priest's bare palm just lightly pressed against the razor-sharp edge of the blade. Theo's eyes went wide with pure shock. A full power strike loaded with mana, and he blocked it effortlessly? Before Theo could react, the priest delivered a devastating punch, blasting him straight into the concrete wall. Theo coughed up a mouthful of blood, groaning in pain. Damn it, he's just a low-ranking grunt of the demonic church. But if I unleash the three-clawed dragon technique down here, the whole ceiling will cave in and I'll be buried alive with him. A standard mana slash won't even scratch this freak. So what the hell do I do? He tightened his grip on his hilt, his mind racing. Think, what can I actually achieve with this blade right now? Is it just destruction? Brute power? Is that the true nature of swordsmanship? No. Sacrifice is the foundation of all sword arts. Ultimately, what I strive to reach is the ability to forge life with this very blade. The delicate balance between existence and oblivion. Suddenly, Theo reached a profound epiphany. The concepts of life and death weren't opposing blades after all. Meanwhile, the priest let out a maniacal cackle. "Oh, almighty Lord, watch as this pathetic little lamb sheds its sacred blood before your divine presence." He threw his arms up in crazed prayer. "Please, O Great One, accept this unworthy flesh as your sacrifice." With a furious roar, the priest smashed his fist downward, shattering the very ground beneath them. But the devastating blow hit nothing but empty air. Theo had vanished from that spot long before the impact. When he reappeared, his eyes were glowing with a terrifyingly sharp, cold intensity. The lunatic spat in frustration. "You are one annoyingly stubborn little lamb." Theo, fully immersed in his realization, softly concluded, "Exactly. Those two paths of the sword were never truly opposing forces. Life and death walk the exact same path. Death is simply the end of life's journey, and from death, new life blossoms. They aren't two separate entities. They are a unified whole. If I can just condense all this fragmented power into a single, blinding flash of light. The priest swiped his hand dismissively. Why are you still being so foolish? Your pathetic blade cannot even scratch me. Have you still not accepted your grim reality? Without warning, a dark, condensed beam of demonic magic blasted straight out from his palm. Theo instantly raised his blade to parry the blast, whispering his ultimate technique, Dragon's Halo. Like a phantom, he flickered out of existence, seamlessly materializing right behind the massive priest. The fanatic scoffed arrogantly, "Flashy footwork, boy, but it's utterly useless against my divine flesh." But his smug grin vanished in a split second as a sudden, agonizing surge of pain ripped through his body. The priest gasped in absolute horror. His strike, the blade moved as if it were a living, breathing creature. Before he could process it, a brutal kick sent the fanatic rocketing into the concrete wall, leaving a massive spiderweb crater in his wake. Thick, dark blood poured from his wounds, pooling onto the shattered floor. He coughed violently, glaring at Theo. Reaching enlightenment in the midst of a bloodbath. You truly are a vile, chaotic seed of evil. I must kill you, before you taint his sacred world any further. But before the crazy fanatic could even finish his sentence, Theo lunged forward and brutally slammed his hand over the man's face. Activating his system's override, he forcefully tapped into the dying cultist's remaining memories. Theo frowned, his mind racing. I need to know. What is the actual origin of this grotesque power the demonic church wields? As his fingers dug into the priest's skull, chaotic fragments of memories began flooding into his mind. Suddenly, the dark, bloody basement around them began to violently warp and blur. In the blink of an eye, Theo's consciousness was dragged into an entirely different, otherworldly dimension. Floating aimlessly in an abyssal void, Theo stared at the surreal landscape in pure disbelief. What the hell is this? This is completely different from any mind reading I've ever done before. It feels raw, primordial, almost like human consciousness degenerating back to infancy. He glanced wildly at his system interface, but the data was terrifyingly glitched and incomplete. Suddenly, blaring crimson sirens echoed in his mind. Warning, a high-level threat has been detected. Theo squinted into the suffocating darkness, and his blood instantly ran cold with sheer terror. What the hell is that? He choked out, his eyes widening in absolute paralyzing dread. His tiny human body felt like an insignificant speck of dust against the crushing wave of cosmic information. From the absolute void, a pair of unimaginably massive, glowing eyes slowly opened, reflecting Theo's terrified silhouette. A colossal, eldritch monstrosity covered in glowing green eyes unleashed a mind-shattering roar. Who dares disturb my slumber? Theo gritted his teeth, his mind racing. This is it. This is the divine entity the demonic church actually worships. The countless massive eyes looming in the darkness glared down at him, its voice booming like thunder. Answer me, mortal! Who are you? Staring up at the grotesque, otherworldly abomination, Theo finally realized the horrifying truth. Their god. That twisted blessing those crazy cultists keep raving about. They weren't lying at all. Its massive eye widened, glaring intently at him. It is you. Theo Ragnar looked up in bewilderment as he heard his name. It is you. The nameless lord declared, I have investigated you. It emphasized its words with absolute certainty. The disaster of this world. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past Theo. The nameless lord slowly shifted its grotesque body. It twisted its cellular pieces tightly together. Suddenly, a blinding light poured out from the crevices of the nameless lord's body. Lord Brock emerged, radiating a brilliance as bright as the sun. Theo stared at him in utter disbelief, silently muttering his name. Lord Brock. He spoke up. Young man, that is not an entity you can fight. Even if you reach the level of Sigurd, I cannot guarantee you would win against such a being. Theo stared at Lord Brock in sheer shock, unable to believe his ears. What did you say? The glowing entity soared higher and commanded, So, leave this to me. Theo's body began falling in the opposite direction. Lord Brock. A moment later, he gasped awake inside his basement room. His hands trembled uncontrollably. I'm back. What just happened? Was Lord Brock planning to face that monstrosity all by himself? Theo reached out to touch the bloodstain, only to hear the priest muttering in disbelief. This is impossible. How could a heretic like him? I've dedicated my entire life and I've never once been granted his grace. So how did a filthy heretic like him? The priest's face contorted violently before he collapsed to the ground. Theo stood there and firmly declared, I wouldn't want a god like that anyway. But more importantly, he thought, the god worshipped by the Demon King's temple. It was none other than the nameless lord that Lord Brock had told him about. Lord Brock had once said, for the past 1,000 years, I have stayed here with the sole duty of protecting the world from it. Theo fell into deep thought. But since Lord Brock had lost his heart, it was said he wouldn't survive for more than 3 years. In 5 years, the Great War will break out, centered around the battle with the Demon King. The death of the Guardian Dragon God and the rise of the Demon King will be unstoppable. Led by House Troyban, they will plunge the entire continent into absolute chaos. His head throbbed in pain. All of these events were closely interconnected. Just then, Evelyn rushed over to support him. You did great, young master. Cleve watched their retreating backs from a distance. She thought to herself, we were too hasty because one of our targets was the blood priest. Cleve lowered her gaze to the floor. Staring at the corpse, she thought, to think he actually took down one of them all by himself. It's truly unbelievable. Hearing Cleve's voice, the two turned around. Absolutely extraordinary, Theo Ragnar. By defeating a blood priest on your own, you've completely proven your worth. A little later, they walked into another room. She reported, these are all the documents, but they're all circumstantial evidence. There's no hard proof here at all. Theo took out an item. I found this in the basement. Take a look. Evelyn stared at the box with a sense of unease. That's the item I collected under the young master's orders before his awakening ceremony. The secret ledger of the transactions between the Series Merchant Guild and House Troyban. I wondered why he hadn't used it until now. It turns out his foresight went this deep. Cleve flipped through it. The transaction logs of the Series Merchant Guild. There are also records of transactions with House Troyban, complete with their official seal. Great job, Theo. With this, we can finally prove that House Troyban has been plotting treason and is directly connected to the Demon King's temple. He listened to her in silence. Now, we finally have enough evidence. Evelyn's expression also grew unusually serious. Cleve headed out. After I quickly submit a report, we will immediately raid the Series Merchant Guild. Theo thought to himself, just you wait, Troyban. The time has finally come for you to be entirely crushed. Inside the room, the flag representing their faction hung proudly. Julius was furious. I knew it! That rotten Troyban! I knew he would betray us one day. Seno spoke in a calm, relaxed tone. We still can't be entirely sure. Even though there are highly suspicious elements, he is still just a suspect. Julius snapped back. Do you think I'm an idiot? The fact that the Supreme Black Dragon shared this information with us means this goes far beyond mere suspicion. Seno scoffed. Let's not waste our time on mere speculation. Julius gritted his teeth. Judging by your reaction, it seems like you already knew about this but let it happen anyway. Seno gripped the teacup tightly in his hand and brought up a name. Theo Ragnar. According to Cleve's report, he defeated a priest all by himself. Julius interrupted. Hey, we're not talking about that right now. Seno observed, he is a highly talented individual. Much better suited for Black Snow. Hand the kid over to me. Julius shouted, What the hell is wrong with you? Seno continued. Outstanding reasoning and perception. The ability to see the bigger picture from the smallest of clues. His method of operating is exactly like the people we have here in Black Snow. It's almost as if he already has prior experience. Julius retorted, Stop exaggerating. I chose him first, so don't you dare lay a finger on him. Seriously, you and Osar are acting like a bunch of bandits. Seno put his cup down in surprise. Boss, it's been a long time since you last called me that. It feels good. Kale, Osar, you and me, Julius. It feels like it was just yesterday when we all became brothers. Julius yelled, Your touching sob story won't work on me. You will severely regret it if you dare try to steal Theo away from me. Seno's voice turned completely serious. It seems you still haven't realized. He then teased. It's perfectly normal for an older brother to steal from his younger brother, isn't it? Seno stood up to leave. Next time, make sure to prepare something a bit more expensive. He walked out cheerfully, completely ignoring Julius cursing at him from behind. Seino thought to himself, still, it's such a relief to know there are no traitors within the white armored dragon cavalry. And to figure out how to avoid the blood of the heavenly dragon. I don't think giving him this mission was a mistake at all. His body gradually faded away into the shadows. They will be here soon. Today's the day we strike the Ceres Merchant Guild. There will be plenty of work to do. Things are starting to get quite interesting. Meanwhile, at the central wedding chapel branch of the Ceres Merchant Guild, a massive crowd had gathered in bustling excitement. Navan stepped up to the podium. I am Navan Bachos, the second son of the Bachos family. Quadrak took over. And I am Quadrak Ceres, the guild master of the Ceres Merchant Guild. I solemnly propose an engagement between our two noble families. Over there is my daughter, Lily Ceres. She is the fourth daughter of the Ceres family. From this moment on, the two of them shall be bound in marriage. The Ceres family and the Bachos family will officially become in-laws. Navan gloated inwardly. Finally! It belongs to me. Navan leaned forward, bowing with absolute perfection. Quadrak was overjoyed. The glorious title of a powerful noble. This is only the beginning. I will make the Ragnar family pay dearly for looking down on us. An elder watching from behind couldn't hide his utter disdain. How dare that lowly merchant? How dare he equate his pathetic family name with the Bachos family, one of the 6 great families? But I have to endure this. With the massive dowry from this marriage, I can finally save this family. Besides, who gives a damn what happens to an illegitimate child of the family? Standing behind them, Navan smirked. I can see right through his greedy intentions. It almost made me burst out laughing. Those scheming, calculating merchants. Do they honestly think? Do they really think we're going to help them? Navan cast a sideways glance at Quadrak. And once again, they haven't even realized that the very guild holding their precious assets is actually controlled by us. Navan gave a faint smile. After all, he didn't have much time left. He was determined to see this wretched family crumble to dust before he died. Taking to one knee, he spoke with formal politeness. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Lily. As the son-in-law of the Ceres family and your future husband, I shall dedicate my absolute all to you. Lily stood in silence, coldly observing Navan's display. Then the haughty woman finally spoke up. And exactly how do you plan on proving those words? Hearing this, a smug smirk crept onto his face. Navan stood up. I know exactly what is going through your mind right now. My family went bankrupt, and so they sold me off to you. But if my beautiful bride desires it, I would gladly bring you the official seal of the Butcher family itself. Hearing this, an older man nearby seethed with rage. That insolent little bastard! Lily gently touched her injured arm. If you are truly willing to go that far, then Theo of the Zangna family, the bastard who did this to my arm, bring his head to me. He mused to himself, asking me to assassinate the heir of the Zangna family in broad daylight. This crazy bitch has really lost her mind. The surrounding crowd heard the commotion and immediately broke into hushed, anxious whispers, and Lord Rock stepped forward to intervene. Lily, you cannot speak of such things during a sacred ceremony. But suddenly, Navan's voice cut through, startling them both. Understood. If my lovely bride demands it, then consider it done. Suddenly, the crowd gasped in shock, pointing up at the sky as a massive shadow loomed overhead. What on earth is that? It looks like a wyvern. The crowd was absolutely stunned. What the hell? Someone just jumped down. Right at that moment, Theo, Eveline, and Cliff landed heavily on the ground. Someone in the crowd recognized the emblem on their banner and screamed in pure panic. It was the crest of a terrifyingly powerful noble house. The Zangna family. Eveline stepped forward, unfurling an official warrant. In the name of the mighty Zangna family, I hereby declare the execution of justice. Based on evidence found at a hidden stronghold, we have confirmed that a known traitor has deep ties to the Ceres Merchant Guild. Therefore, we are conducting an immediate raid to verify these charges of high treason. Anyone who dares to interfere or obstruct our path will be treated as an accomplice to treason and will be executed right here on the spot. The crowd erupted into absolute chaos. Execution? The Ceres Guild is plotting a rebellion? Amidst the roaring hall, Cliff boldly declared, "If you claim to be innocent, then step forward right now and fully cooperate with the Zangna family's investigation." Quadrak cursed violently under his breath. "Damn it, don't tell me they actually found out. No, that's impossible. I'm gonna double down and fight this. There's no way I'm confessing to anything." The Grand Elder spoke up, his voice trembling. "Lord Cirrus, what is the meaning of this treason?" Eveline roared with furious authority. "Quadrak Cirrus, get out here right now." His frightened subordinate leaned in, voice shaking. "Boss, what do we do about this?" Quadrak screamed back at the Zangna group. "Don't you dare throw baseless accusations at us, that pathetic scrap of paper you are holding. Anyone could have easily forged that trash. Someone is obviously framing us. No matter what kind of dirty tricks and cheap schemes you pull, it will not work. The Cirrus family has been a fiercely loyal vassal to the Zangna house for generations. Your filthy lies will be exposed for all to see. Soldiers of the Cirrus family, hear my command. Arrest anyone who dares to point a sword at us. Seize these Zangna intruders." The Grand Elder quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. "Listen to me, Lord Cirrus. Are you outright refusing to cooperate with their investigation?" Quadrak violently swatted the old man's hand away, completely ignoring his warnings. The elder gasped. "If that is how you act, then we are officially calling off this marriage." Quadrak barked a crazy laugh. "You absolute fool. Did you really think I'd let your side walk away from this in one piece? They are accusing us of high treason. Here in Winterl, you know damn well what the punishment for treason is. As a member of the 6 great families, you should know that better than anyone. You really think I'm going to go down alone? If they actually had solid proof, they wouldn't have just sent 3 brats. They would have sent an entire army that would black out the damn sky. Are you blind? They aren't even completely sure of their own accusations. If we just crush them here and now, we can cover this whole thing up." Suddenly, Navan's mocking voice cut through the tension. "What exactly do you think you're going to achieve by arguing with an old geezer who can't even take a piss by himself? Am I right, Honorable Grand Elder?" The old man's face turned purple with rage. "You little bastard!" Navan simply waved him off and turned his back. "Well, whatever. Isn't it actually better this way? Now we get the perfect chance to offer up a magnificent wedding gift a bit early." The Grand Elder watched Navan's carefree attitude with mounting horror. Since when did that brat become so dangerous? Completely ignoring the chaos, Navan casually leaped off the edge of the building. The Elder cursed with venomous hatred. "That filthy, illegitimate bastard! The second we draw our blades, we officially become his accomplices in treason." Left with no choice, the Grand Elder barked his orders. "We are joining the fight! Support the Cirrus family's forces!" The soldiers scrambled into formation, shouting, "Yes, my lord!" In a flash, razor-sharp steel was drawn as the all-out clash between the soldiers officially began. Cliff roared a final, booming swish warning. "This is your last chance. If you do not stand down immediately, we will execute every single one of you on the spot for high treason." Hearing that absolute death sentence, the foot soldiers of the 2 opposing families began to tremble with genuine fear. Down below, the air was thick with suffocating tension between the 2 armies. But suddenly, a reckless, arrogant figure dropped in from above, crashing the party. Navan casually opened his mouth. "Man, you Zangna family folks really do love your quick and messy executions, don't you?" Theo's entire group instantly flinched, deeply unsettled by his sudden, terrifying presence. Without a second of hesitation, Navan unleashed a devastating frontal assault right at them. Smiling maniacally, he shouted, "It is an absolute pleasure to welcome our esteemed guests from the Zangna house to this lovely wedding. Especially you, Theo. I never imagined our very first meeting would go down quite like this." Theo, totally taken aback, gritted his teeth. "Who the hell would have thought we'd end up crossing paths in a place like this?" During this massive war against the Ceres and Choiban guilds, the single man responsible for plunging the mighty Zangna family into total chaos was none other than the demon sword, Navan. He pointed his blade and sneered, "I'm gonna rip that little head right off your shoulders." In an instant, the very ground began to quake violently from the sheer force of their clash. Theo's eyes darkened, his mind racing as the situation grew dangerously complicated. Navan aggressively closed the distance, raining down relentless sword strikes upon Theo. As he defended, Theo calculated rapidly in his head. If I utilize the hidden knowledge from my past life right now, I actually have a chance to completely turn the tables and gain a massive amount of power. Making his choice, Theo shouted out, "Fine, I'll take you on." Hearing this, Eveline panicked. "But young master, that man is incredibly dangerous." Cliff placed a hand out to stop her, reassuringly saying, "It's fine. Let his lordship handle this. However, those guild bastards are definitely scrambling to destroy the evidence as we speak. We don't have time to stand around watching. Let's finish our job and fast." Theo stood his ground, firmly blocking the incoming barrages. "I'm going to give this everything I've got." Navan let out a manic laugh. "Honestly, I'd be much happier if you just rolled over and died without fighting back. Are you sure you can handle this?" "I might not look it, but I hit pretty damn hard, you know." Theo let out an amused scoff. "Funny, I was just about to say the exact same thing to you." "But before we continue, do you mind if I ask you a quick question?" Navan playfully nodded. "Go right ahead, spit it out." Theo's eyes sharpened as he analyzed his foe. Pointing your blade at the Zangna family is an act of open rebellion. Are you proudly branding yourself as a traitor to the realm? Or are you just doing all this to completely destroy the Butcher family and avenge your mother? Hearing those highly sensitive words, Navan froze in dead silence. His grip tightened white-knuckled around the hilt of his sword. "My, aren't you a noble and righteous little lord, young master of the Zangna family? You just had to dig up a memory that I would much rather leave buried forever. Congratulations! Now I have an even better reason to take your fucking head. I'm gonna butcher you into 100 pieces." Theo didn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, he kept his voice surprisingly calm. "Just hear me out first. I can help you. I can help you get your revenge. I can help you completely obliterate the Butcher family." Yes, this was the truth. Navan Butcher, the single strongest, yet completely illegitimate sword of the Butcher family. The sole reason he was viciously rejected and unacknowledged by his bloodline, despite possessing power that rivaled the absolute strongest, was simple. He was a bastard child, born to a lowly woman in a filthy brothel. In Theo's vision, the system was rapidly updating Navan's terrifying combat stats and ranking information. It was tragically ironic. Because of Navan's breathtaking, overwhelming talent, his mother was ultimately murdered to keep him in line. Theo quickly pieced the puzzle together in his head. Because of that tragedy, he definitely harbors an incredibly deep-seated hatred for the Butcher family. If I can perfectly exploit that thirst for revenge, I can recruit him to my side. Theo confidently extended his hand out, flashing a charismatic smile. "Let me help you achieve your ultimate revenge. I will guarantee the absolute downfall of the Butcher family." Navan slowly tilted his head down, running a hand through his hair, his eyes half closed as he let out a dark, menacing whisper. "Well, I have no damn clue where you dug up that little sob story about my mother, but I do know one thing for absolute certain." Suddenly, with terrifying explosive speed, Navan violently ripped his massive blade from its sheath, looking completely ready to butcher Theo right then and there. Theo's heart leaped into his throat. He stared wide-eyed in absolute dumbfounded shock as the razor-sharp tip of the demon sword stopped mere inches from his face. The sharp blade unleashed a blinding wave of glowing energy that illuminated the entire space. Gripping his sword tightly, he stood tall with a fearless, defiant aura, looking as if he was ready to go to war against his sworn enemy. Deep cracks tore through the ground, making the tension between the two of them feel absolutely suffocating. Piercing him with a sharp glare, he spoke with icy detachment. "I have no reason to accept your offer. Even if I team up with you, the Batch's family is doomed to fall to the rebellion anyway." Hearing this, he parted his lips and calmly replied, "That's right, you don't need my help. The Batch's family will be wiped out right alongside you." The man sighed, shooting him a side glance as he muttered, "You're worrying over nothing. I have no regrets left in this life anyway. I really don't mind fading away with that damn family." Breaking the dead silence, Theo's questioning voice echoed through the air. "Is it because—" "Sort Ezer, right? An illness that triggers when a fragile young body can't handle an overwhelming amount of raw talent. If treated aggressively from the start, there's a chance for a cure. But once you miss that golden window, it becomes a terminal disease that drastically drains away your lifespan. The Batch's family failed to treat your condition in time, so your remaining lifespan is—" Before Theo could even finish, Nabal cut in with a weary, bitter tone. As expected of a noble, young master, you actually dug into my pathetic, filthy past. But knowing that won't change a damn thing. Right here, right now, the Batches family will be erased, and I'll go straight to hell under the name Nabal. Their swords clashed violently, erupting into a dazzling display of golden light. But beneath that beauty was a terrifying, suffocating tension. Theo's lips curled into a smirk, his voice laced with hidden meaning. What if I told you, I can cure your illness? Nabal's eyes flared with an insane, murderous intent as he glared at the boy, roaring back. Bullshit. There is no cure. Not for Sort Ezer. The two of them continued their fierce, relentless sword clash, making the surrounding air feel thick and unbreathable. Theo narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in deep thought. He's right. In my past life, the cure was only discovered, he says, just a few days after he had already breathed his last. So right now, I'm the only one alive who knows the cure. Theo locked eyes with Nabal and declared with absolute certainty, no, it can be cured. 100%. His unyielding confidence left Nabal in absolute disbelief, beads of cold sweat rolling down his tense cheeks. Theo smiled faintly. Just like you said, the Batches family will be wiped out regardless of whether you team up with me or not. But if you take my hand, even after the Batches family falls, you can still live on as a hero. The man who aided the Rangna family. Trust me this time. The scene shifts to the martial arts training grounds, where fighters were locked in swift, flexible defensive stances against flying arrows. A commanding voice boomed across the field. Fire! Instantly, a brutal barrage of spears and blades rained down in a ruthless trajectory. Relentless attacks surged toward the two of them, but they held their ground perfectly, parrying every single strike with flawless, calculated defense. This is so damn annoying, Eveline groaned in frustration. The other girl muttered back, yeah, no kidding. Is Theo still not done yet? Her eyes tracked the ongoing interaction between the two boys in the distance. Eveline spoke up again. Looks like they're discussing something. Boiling with impatience, Cliff let her sharp blades drag across the ground, letting out a chilling, metallic screech. Why can't I just wipe them all out right now? She grumbled internally. But right then, a memory of a strict warning flashed through Cliff's head. If possible, do not cause unnecessary trouble. In her memory, Senyo swirled the wineglass in his hand and spoke with a slow, deliberate tone. Our top priority is analyzing his potential. We need to recruit him as soon as possible. Cliff had scoffed. So you just want me to babysit and observe him? Senyo nodded. Yes, it's true he managed to capture that priest, but you didn't see it happen with your own eyes, did you? Fair point, she had replied. Senyo slammed his glass onto the table with a sharp, piercing clink. That is exactly why we need confirmation. Our duty as the Black Pillars is to accurately evaluate the individuals who will lead the future of Rangna. Keep that in mind. Gathering solid proof is Theo's main objective in this operation, Cliff. Just focus on assessing Theo's true capabilities. Got it, Cliff had replied. But exactly how far does this, if possible, limit go? Senyo stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before answering. Since this involves the demonic cult, I will permit you to intervene only if a bishop-level threat or higher appears. Snapping back to reality, a barrage of spear blades came hurtling straight toward her. Cliff weighed her options. If I step in against fodder like this, he's going to nag my ears off, she sighed. But if this mission drags on any longer, it's going to cut into my clock-out time. Suddenly, a massive spear blade shot through the air, carrying a heavy, terrifying momentum. The sheer force of the strike made Eveline's eyes go wide in shock as she instinctively tracked its devastating path. As the dust settled and his figure was revealed, Eveline gasped in disbelief. Nabal Batches? Did the young master actually lose to him? Just then, Theo's figure came sprinting frantically out of the smoke. But the two boys bolted past Eveline in a flash, charging straight at the storm of weapons hurtling towards her back. With an imposing, unyielding aura, Nabal stood firm, effortlessly deflecting the barrage of razor-sharp blades. The intense clash of metal against metal as he repelled the terrifying onslaught made the surrounding air feel incredibly suffocating. Nabal glanced back and spoke with smooth politeness. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness, ladies. I hope stepping in like this is enough to earn your forgiveness, because from now on, we're on the same side. A familiar robotic chime rang out as a system prompt appeared in thin air. Hidden quest completed. You have successfully recruited the swordsman, Nabal, as an ally. The scene violently shifted as jagged black rifts tore through the sky. A massive explosion rocked the entire area, sending violent shockwaves through the air as the spatial cracks shattered completely. "Stop them!" Nabal roared at the top of his lungs. "Stop them at all costs!" Without a second of hesitation, he channeled his aura and launched himself straight into the sky like a rocket. The guards on the ground panicked and screamed, "Shoot him down! He can't dodge in midair!" But suddenly, the entire sky swallowed the light, morphing into a thick, suffocating pitch black. The guards snapped their heads up, their faces instantly draining of color. Amidst a chaotic storm of flying dust and debris, Nabal used the chaotic environment to his advantage, effortlessly weaving through their defenses and striking them down. Massive, jagged, dark tendrils violently whipped down toward the ground, making the guards tremble in absolute terror. A massive shockwave erupted, blasting the ground to pieces and sending debris and the screaming guards flying helplessly into the air. Against the backdrop of a blood-red sky, Nabal relentlessly cut them down, leaving the surviving enemies cursing his name in pure hatred. The old man screamed with blood-curdling rage. "Nabal, you little bastard! How dare you betray the family that raised you? How dare you point your sword at your own blood?" Nabal stared back, his voice dripping with icy sarcasm. "My family?" The absolute mockery in those two words made the old man stumble back in shock. Tightening his grip on his sword, Nabal spat out a cold, venomous reply. Since when does a family embrace a filthy bastard child? With narrow, razor-sharp eyes, he unleashed an absolute frenzy of attacks, violently tearing through the defensive barriers of the batch's guards. Watching from the sidelines, the trio was just as awestruck. He actually shattered their weapons. Eveline stared ahead, crossing her arms with a begrudging tone of respect. I guess he really does live up to the hype as the guy who fought evenly against young Master Theo. Just how did you manage to persuade him? Theo just flashed a sly smile. I simply promised to give him exactly what he wanted. But enough standing around. Let's move in after him. We need to capture Vargas alive. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit, stifling room, a fist slammed furiously onto a heavy desk. A subordinate trembled as he delivered the terrible news. "Patriarch, our forces are being completely routed," Vargas barked back, his voice echoing with sheer panic and rage. "Do you think I'm blind? I know that." The trembling subordinate urged frantically. "We are out of time, sir. We have to destroy any documents that could be used as evidence against us. First and foremost, we need to burn every single record tied to the cult." Vargas's face contorted into something downright grotesque, his eyes bursting with bloodshot veins as he shrieked like a madman. "No! Don't you dare touch those papers!" Seeing his master's deranged state sent cold sweat pouring down the subordinate's face. "What is wrong with you, Patriarch? Please, you have to think rationally. We need to cut our losses and minimize unnecessary casualties." Completely losing his mind, Vargas lunged forward, brutally digging his fingers into the subordinate's arm. Flashing a deeply unsettling maniacal grin, he shoved his twisted face inches away from the terrified man's eyes and growled, "If we burn them, how the hell are we supposed to get back all the money we invested in them? Are you seriously telling me to just throw all that gold away because of those bastards?" Suddenly, an eerie, mocking voice echoed through the room, repeating his very words. "Are you seriously telling me to just throw all that gold away because of those bastards?" Trembling with fear, Vargas stammered. "What a coincidence. I desperately need your help. You arrived just in time." Meanwhile, just outside the stronghold walls, their guards were being mercilessly slaughtered, dropping one by one in a gruesome shower of blood. Theo locked his eyes on the massive iron gate straight ahead. "Perfect, the finish line is right there. Let's push through the main entrance." But suddenly, the heavy gate slowly creaked open. A horde of menacing elite guards marched out, accompanied by an agonizingly cold voice. What a bunch of rowdy, uninvited guests. Theo's eyes went wide as he stared at the terrifying figure emerging from the shadows. Raising a hand toward his deranged followers, the man announced with sick glee, Rejoice, my faithful believers! The time has finally come for you to put everything you've learned into practice. Just a few minutes prior, while Vargas was screaming his lungs out, that chilling deep voice had echoed through his office. Oh, pathetic creature! Infected by the poison of greed, you are entirely blind to the bigger picture. Vargas had flinched violently, cold sweat drenching his temples as he choked out. Oh, thank God. You're here right when I needed saving. You arrived just in time. Walking right behind Quadrak was Boros, his eyes bleeding a dark, terrifying crimson. Quadrak strode toward him, his presence radiating a cold, overwhelming arrogance. Vargas stared at the man, his face pale with terror as his voice trembled. Looks like you really refused to drop dead. You even brought a bishop of the demonic cult. Come on, since you're here you have to help us. You and the guild aren't on the same side, which means we're in the same boat, right? Please, I'm begging you, help me. But Boros just stared him down from a distance, his piercing eyes burning with a terrifying murderous intent. Boros spoke in a low, gravelly voice. I will help you. After all, your life might still have some use before Judgment Day arrives. Where are the files related to the guild? Vargas forced a smug look, though deep down he was trembling in fear. Why are you looking for those? That's my moneymaker. Did you really think I wouldn't hide them well? If you want to cut, you better do your job. Before he could even finish, a massive hand clamped down on his face. His skin turned violently red and his bloodshot eyes bulged out in pure terror. Quadrak's horrific face flickered behind a dark veil as he growled a lethal warning. What an arrogant fool! Did you truly think you could defy the grand master plan of the Dark Lord? You treacherous scum! Enough! Send him to hell! There's a long line of people begging to fund us anyway. Vargas's face twisted in agony under the demonic cult bishop's crushing grip. His clouded eyes wide with a fear so deep he couldn't even make a sound. The grip tightened on his fat face, squeezing it with such agonizing force that his head looked like a balloon about to pop. Gathering every last ounce of strength, Vargas pried his jaw open against Boros's hand and screamed, I'm sorry! Wait, I'm sorry? I was horribly disrespectful to you, Bishop, but if I drop dead right now, the guild will only get more suspicious. Those words actually made Quadrak stop in his tracks, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. The man slowly raised his arm, his sleeve slipping down to reveal a deathly pale hand with terrifying pitch-black claws. With a lazy flick of his wrist, he gave the order. Instantly, Vargas's hefty body was violently hurled across the room, crashing into the ground with a sickening thud that shattered the silence. The two villains immediately turned to leave. Quadrak tossed one final chilling warning over his shoulder. Burn every single file regarding the guild, and don't even dream of running away. The Dark Lord sees everything. If you want to live, hurry up. That threat made Vargas's eyes roll back in pure panic, cold sweat pouring down his trembling cheeks. Fear chilled him straight to the bone as he scrambled to his feet and desperately bolted out of the massive room. Meanwhile, right outside the entrance, the four of them shouted in fierce determination, I'll smash right through this entrance! Just watch! But suddenly, the giant doors slowly creaked open. A swarm of guards marched out, followed by a bone-chilling voice. Uninvited guests, causing such a racket. Theo's eyes widened in absolute shock as he stared at the man standing before them. The man raised his hand, pointing toward his twisted followers, his voice booming out. My devoted followers, rejoice! The time has come for you to put everything you've learned into practice! Theo's piercing gaze locked straight onto the enemy, a heavy thought echoing in his mind. He's finally shown his face. Standing high above them, completely fearless and radiating arrogance, the bishop of the demonic cult stretched his arms out toward the heroes. A sickeningly twisted smile crept across his face. From our very blood, the Lord shall descend. The Lord will manifest through our blood. Worship the Dark Lord. Instantly, his horde of brainwashed cultists charged wildly out the doors, their crazed voices merging into one deafening roar. Worship the Dark Lord! Seeing this absolute madness unfold right before their eyes made Theo's group frown in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, thick, grotesque streams of bloody slime erupted into the air, splattering everywhere in a terrifying display. Theo tracked the sickening red slime with his eyes, his mind racing. I suspected the demonic cult was behind this, but to think they'd actually deploy a bishop. His pupils shrank as they reflected the horrifying sight of the deranged cultists stampeding straight toward them. The cultists wore identical hoods, revealing only their huge bulging eyes that looked absolutely terrifying. Without hesitating, Theo fiercely drew his razor-sharp sword and pointed it straight at the swarming mob. He unleashed a flurry of ruthless, lightning-fast slashes, sending dark crimson blood geysering into the air. Moving with an unstoppable, savage grace, Theo unleashed a heavy strike that sliced right through the upper bodies of the massive enemies, painting the sky red with splattering blood. Evelyn gripped her sword tightly and charged in at breakneck speed, cursing furiously. "You absolute lunatics!" Next to her, Nabal threw out aggressive, heavy strikes, though his voice wavered with panic. "They just keep swarming us. Are we really going to survive this?" While the three of them were frantically fighting off the demonic cultists, Griff stood silently in the back, watching the chaos with a highly suspicious calm. Her sharp, piercing gaze was locked onto the enemy, as if she was biting back the words she wanted to say. As wave after wave of cultists was unleashed, a realization struck her. So, a bishop actually showed up in person. This is way messier than I thought. A smirk touched her lips. Wait, actually, this works out perfectly. Radiating a fierce, unwavering confidence, she gripped her sharp blade, fully ready to strike. Because now, I finally have a valid excuse to step in. Meanwhile, Theo watched the enemy's relentless assault, grinding his teeth. Damn it, after all that, we're still stuck in the exact same spot. The battlefield was absolute chaos, completely choked with thick, blinding dust. The three heroes fought tooth and nail to hold back the terrifying demonic horde. Moments later, fresh arcs of crimson blood sprayed into the air, proving that Theo's squad was still fighting with explosive, unrelenting energy. Right at that moment, Griff dove from above, riding a bizarre surge of energy that literally shook the air around them. She landed gracefully onto the ground, bathed in a glowing purple aura, as she announced with absolute authority. "From now on, I'm taking the lead. We can't just sit here and let them block our path. I'm going to obliterate this whole place." Hearing that made Theo's blood boil with frustration. "Hold on," he roared. "Don't forget why we're actually here. We have to secure those files before they destroy them." Griff let out a heavy sigh, her words dripping with condescension. "Theo, maybe I overestimated you. The demonic cult just showed up in the flesh. We don't need any more evidence." Without missing a beat, Theo sprinted forward, rushing right past her as he shot back a chilling realization. "No, you're dead wrong. The fact that they're interfering this much means they're hiding something they absolutely cannot let us find." Griff's eyes flashed as she shot him a sharp look. "I know that. So, what's your genius plan? Whatever our priority is, we still have to get through this mob first, right?" Scanning the absolute bloodbath unfolding in front of them, Theo yelled back, "Exactly! But by the time we do that, the evidence will already be ashes." Radiating an unshakable resolve, he gripped his sword tightly, his piercing eyes unleashing a terrifying murderous aura through the swirling clouds of dust. Pushing through the relentless swarm of enemies, Theo fought like a madman at breakneck speed. "I have a plan," he roared. "By linking up with the Thundergate, the synchronization range of the young dragon spikes, I'll use its sync ability to scan the entire area." The fanatical horde surged forward, filling the blood-stained streets with suffocating tension. Even Griff felt a wave of skepticism, but she quickly rationalized it. "There's no solid proof this will work, but since the Black Dragon suggested it, I'll just sit back and watch." Suddenly, a deathly pale man dive-bombed straight from the sky, aiming a lethal strike right at Griff. "You dare drop your guard!" he screamed. But unfortunately for him, he instantly crashed into a magical barrier Theo had cast just in time to block the aerial ambush. Amidst the blinding smoke and chaos, Griff spun around, her voice ringing out like steel. "Fine, I'll trust you this time. We'll hold the line here. You make damn sure you get that evidence." In an incredible display of agility, Theo used the chaotic terrain to his advantage, literally stomping on a cultist's head as a springboard to launch himself high into the sky. Rocketing fiercely through the air, Theo shouted back confidently, "Leave it to me!" Down below, a sea of massive, twisted hands burst from the cultists, grasping wildly at the sky as if trying to swallow him whole. But Theo's piercing eyes burned with sheer determination. He was going to find the dark secret this cult was so desperately hiding. His hardened physique tore through the danger, carving a path through the suffocating blood-red aura of the demonic horde and their glowing, nightmarish eyes. Matching his momentum, Nabal launched himself into the fray with the speed of lightning, piercing straight through the thick, dust-choked air. And Evelyn was right there with them, sharply assessing the dire situation with a veteran's eye. The two of them joined forces, unleashing a relentless, synchronized assault on the crazed cultists below, painting the sky with horrific, macabre fountains of blood. Nabal flashed a cocky smirk, shouting with absolute confidence, "I'll clear the path! Master, just keep moving." Hearing that, Evelyn shot him a glaring, sarcastic side-eye. "Oh, please, since when did you even meet the young master to start calling him master?" Their streams of energy seamlessly intertwined, creating an incredibly devastating force of pure destruction. The duo mercilessly hacked through the rioting cultists, staying right on their heels to wipe out any threats so Theo could push forward. Feeling their backup, Theo roared with gratitude, "Thanks, you two!" With the path clear, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Thunder Dragon's Guardian Speed, Dragon Gate. Glaring down at the swarming mob, Theo's mind raced. They wouldn't just hand highly classified documents to any random grunt. If anyone is holding them, it has to be a high-ranking commander. Right now, looking at the situation, hordes of people keep pouring out, completely flooding the area until it's just a sea of bodies. Then, he spots that pathetic, pudgy face of his. There he is, Dark Series. At that exact moment, the system chimes in with a notification. Scenario Quest, the lingering evil from a past life. This is your chance to avenge your past. Stop their conspiracy. The two of them clash fiercely, sending dark crimson blood splattering all over the battlefield. The man slowly tilts his head and speaks. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the first sword of my lord, Nabal Bacchus." Her eyes narrow with a hint of skepticism. "First sword? Now that's taking the joke a bit too far." Nabal replies with a slow drawl. "Seeing your reaction, it looks like you're the first sword yourself. Well then, I have nothing to worry about. If you're the first sword, then I'd be more than happy to take the title of the second." His words immediately make Evelyn raise an eyebrow. "Are you implying you're stronger than me?" He dashes right up to her in the blink of an eye, answering without hesitation, "Of course." But just then, a barrage of fierce attacks from the crazed cultists comes hurtling their way. Before Evelyn can even lift a finger to counterattack, a sharp blade pierces straight through a cultist's face. Nabal, holding his sword dripping with dark red blood, casually suggests, "What a coincidence that we ended up on the same side. How about we settle this right here, right now? Whoever takes down the most fanatics gets the title of First Sword." Evelyn rolls her eyes at his childish challenge, snapping back, "I'm in the middle of a mission. I don't have time for your stupid games." He taunts her. "What's wrong? Scared? Are you terrified that you're gonna lose?" But the smirk gets wiped right off his face when he sees Evelyn charge forward without a second thought. Nabal's eyes widen in sheer shock at the bloodbath unfolding right in front of him. One by one, the crazed cultists are launched into the air, with massive fountains of blood raining down right over his head. Watching her agilely dart through the battlefield, slaughtering hordes of cultists, leaves him gritting his teeth in a panic. Evelyn soars through the air, her voice booming over the chaos. "Let me show you exactly why I am the first sword. Don't you go regretting this." He tilts his head, his eyes tracking her every brutal move, and a smirk naturally creeps onto his face. Nabal instantly kicks up his speed to run shoulder to shoulder with her, shouting back, "Oh, I'm looking forward to it." The scene shifts to an oppressively tense atmosphere in a dense neighborhood. Inside a quiet, deserted apothecary shop used for mixing potions, the air feels heavy and completely empty. Hidden right behind the mixing counter is a secret underground cellar, its wooden trapdoor wide open, revealing a stone staircase. Dark Series strides heavily toward the hidden entrance, navigating the suffocating darkness. The heavy padlock hits the stone floor with a loud clang, shattering the dead silence. He carefully lights a blazing torch to guide his way down into the depths. The door creaks open to reveal a secret archive room, with a massive iron chest sitting right in the center. He cracks it open, staring at the neatly stacked documents as a thought crosses his mind. the extortion evidence against the Stuyven family. If I just burn all of this, we'll somehow dodge the treason charges. But do I really have to burn it? This is all so incredibly valuable. Once it's gone, I can never get it back. Besides, if you factor in the deal we handed over to the Heavenly Dragon faction, I have to get it all back, no matter the cost. Suddenly, the dark, demonic face of Vegas flashes in his mind, glaring at him with those hollow, empty eyes. Screw it, it's still better than taking a trip to hell. But right at that moment, a streak of dark energy shoots violently into the room. As the man turns around to run, Theo has already casually walked into the archive holding a torch. He watches in pure terror as Theo starts inspecting every single document. Trembling, he stammers out, "Theo Zagna. How are you?" Theo's piercing eyes glow with a menacing red light as he glares at the man. "It seems taking the arm of your fourth daughter wasn't enough to teach you a lesson, huh?" That chilling threat sends violent shivers down the man's spine, his face completely drenched in cold sweat. Dark Series frantically begs, absolutely panic-stricken. I'm so sorry. I'll do anything. Please, just spare my life." But Theo has zero intention of showing mercy. Without a second of hesitation, he fires a lethal blast of energy straight through the man's head. Theo's glowing crimson eyes lock onto the collapsing body. He coldly states, "Traitors of the Zagna family are punished with death." Minutes later, dead silence fills the room. The man's lifeless corpse lies alone in a pool of blood, and the massive iron chest that once held heaps of secret documents is now completely empty. Suddenly, the system chimes in again. "Congratulations! Scenario quest, the ill-fated ties of a past life has been completed." Theo stares intensely at the documents in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Is this really worth mobilizing the entire holy demonic cult for? If I hand these secret ledgers over to Cliff, this alone is enough to have the Stuyven family arrested. But still, the Heavenly Dragon faction is just a lizard's tail they can easily cut off to escape. I can't just catch the Heavenly Dragon. I need to bring down the entire Stuyven family. With these documents, every last member of the Stuyven family can be thrown in a cell. Every single page in here is a crucial piece of evidence. Honestly, there's so much here I don't even know what to grab first." But right at that moment, a softly glowing book on the shelf catches his eye. Theo carefully pulls it out, only to discover that it's a detailed investigation report on the labyrinth floors. He ponders for a moment before a shocking realization hits him. Wait, this is... The text reads, "Beware of the Black Dragon's surveillance before attempting to retrieve the relics." Scanning through the handwritten lines, he immediately recognizes it. This is Stuyven's own handwriting. Up to this point, 2 relics had already been retrieved. The old man had actually managed to deduce that the remaining undiscovered relics were hidden deep within the labyrinth. Theo clenches his jaw, utterly furious. The relics were in the labyrinth? What does that mean? Does that mean all the discrimination, the false accusations, and the utterly miserable death I suffered for no reason in my past life? He reads the next line aloud. "Therefore, according to our plan, Cecilia and Theo Zagna will be eliminated." Theo's eyes widen in sheer horror. All of that, just because of a relic that might not even exist? Stuyven, you bastard! His boiling rage takes over as his large hand brutally crumples the old man's meticulously written notes. Without a second thought, he violently rips apart the pages containing that monster's handwritten schemes. He slams the book shut with a loud thud and lets out a heavy sigh. "Even if I make this report public right now, it won't change a damn thing. I just need to take my time and make them pay. To do that, I'm going to take all the relics you bastards tried so hard to find." Up on the highest shelf, 2 glowing boxes catch his eye. As he reaches for them, the system chimes once more. "You have discovered 2 relics of the ancient dragon." Outside, an endless sea of cultists stretches all the way down the street, blindly waiting to be slaughtered. The aftermath of their battle leaves the 2 swordsmen annoyed. The area is nothing but a total wasteland, littered with pathetic, mutilated corpses piled up on the ground. Beneath the clear blue sky, with the ground completely painted in dark pools of blood, Evelyn slowly speaks up. "I remember now. Nabal Bacchus." Even as they speak, waves of rabid cultists keep crawling over each other, charging wildly at the 2 of them. She ruthlessly kicks down the charging enemies while continuing her thought. The heretic who passed the awakening ritual 7 years ago as the runner-up, and then just vanished. He bursts into a boisterous laugh. Well, I am truly honored that you'd remember a nobody like me. But do you seriously have time to be reminiscing right now? Because at this rate, I'm going to be stealing that first sword title from you. Suddenly, he senses something and snaps his gaze upward, noticing a bizarre glowing green aura gathering in the sky. In an instant, it erupts into a violent tornado, blasting the cultists away with absolutely terrifying, bone-crushing destructive power. His jaw drops as he watches the devastating blast of energy harness the violent winds, sweeping through the area with enough force to shake the very earth and choke the air with thick dust. Evelyn's face is drenched in sweat, completely exhausted as she gasps out, "Secret divine wind art! Thunderous ruin!" Watching that cataclysmic tornado tear through the the battlefield leaves him with a dumbfounded smirk on his face. Well, that's just insane. But right at that second, a massive brute wielding a gigantic sword comes plunging down directly toward Nabel. Nabel's eyes slowly shift upward, a cold bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he realizes the sheer, terrifying weight of the attack. The massive brute crashes into the ground with explosive internal energy, shattering the earth on impact. But Nabel barely manages to dodge out of the way in time. The giant man growls in a low, menacing rumble, "You're absolutely right about that." Then a sharp, commanding voice echoes across the battlefield. "You lowly pieces of trash! How dare you interfere!" The giant smirks viciously, his narrow eyes dripping with pure arrogance. "To interfere with the grand plan of our great God." Evelyn's steely voice cuts through the tension. "Let's put an end to this guy. I'm so glad we're finally on the same page." In a flash, Evelyn propels herself forward with blinding speed, an immense, bone-deep rage fueling her every movement. And Nabel isn't holding back either. A lethal glare flashes in his eyes as he charges headfirst into the fray with explosive, unrestrained power. Right at this moment, the deafening beat of an ancient dragon's wings echoed through the sky, shaking the very earth and kicking up blinding clouds of dust. The majestic beast stepped forward, its eyes glowing a furious red, looking as if it wanted to swallow every ounce of hatred into the abyss. The two of them stared in stunned silence at the thick smoke billowing from the dragon's wake. With a single, massive stomp, the beast pinned the man to the ground, leaving him writhing in helpless, agonizing pain. Michael's eyes sparkled like the night sky as a radiant smile spread across his face. "How was that? Platoon leader Evelyn, I made it just in time, didn't I?" The two of them strode through the battlefield ruins with an overwhelming aura, shouting in unison, "Why did you touch him?" Seeing them completely freak out left him blinking in utter confusion. Suddenly, a massive flock of birds swarmed the sky above, a dark omen of the carnage to come. High up in the vast airspace, Barris led a squadron of winged cavalry, diving straight down to clash with the crazed cultists. She screamed out her command, "White Dragon Cavalry, all sergeants of the men's division, eradicate the Sarah's Merchant Guild and the forces of the demonic Holy Church." Wave after wave of frenzied beasts ruthlessly tore into the cultists. Amidst the chaotic sky, Michael and his ancient dragon launched a relentless assault. The ancient dragon's ferocious roar echoed across the entire battlefield. In a flash, a cultist's head was completely severed from his body, his teeth sent flying amidst a gruesome spray of blood. The scene shifted to a once majestic fortress, its classic architecture now scorched and tainted with grotesque seeping stains. Through the glass windows, a horrifying battle raged on, echoing with the desperate, blood-curdling screams of men begging for their lives. Vegas contorted his face into a terrifying, sinister smile, his eyes burning with intense desire. When the sky bleeds to signal a new sun, the end is drawing near. Do not waver. Embrace it with absolute faith. Let the holy blood guide your path and grant you eternal peace. Meanwhile, Cliff sat slumped over in a daze, looking entirely overwhelmed by the sheer chaos closing in around him. She tilted her head back and let out a long sigh of relief. All that insane, calculating scheming really isn't my style. She smiled faintly. It feels like a massive weight has finally been lifted off my chest. The scene suddenly shifted to a peaceful, clear blue sky, where crowds of people were lining up to receive relief supplies. From a nearby corner, someone impatiently shouted, "Can I get out of here now?" Evelyn, holding a stack of paperwork, replied firmly, "Yes, fine. Just show me your Merchant Guild membership card and you're free to go. Next, for damage compensation, the claims desk is all the way to your left." Nearby, Michael was clutching his head, breaking out in a cold sweat of sheer panic. "Platoon leader, do you still need that report?" The trembling voice grew even more terrified as she snapped back. "Bring it to me right this second." A furious roar ripped from his throat, spit flying everywhere as he screamed, "Somebody ate the transport cargo! Which absolute bastard did this?" The Merchant Guild staff could only stand there, bowing respectfully without daring to utter a single complaint. He crushed the paperwork in his hand and pressed on. "Platoon leader, we're getting a special bonus for this mission, aren't we?" A relentless barrage of questions completely swamped her. "Platoon leader, I'm exhausted." "Platoon leader. Platoon leader." The endless nagging bored into her ears from every direction, leaving her eyes bloodshot and her face bulging with angry veins. Aveline completely snapped, launching herself straight into the air as she screamed, "Handle it yourselves! I'm sick to death of this paperwork too! God damn it! Where the hell are Little Black and Little Snow? They just dumped us here and ran off!" Meanwhile, Minjapauthur inside a heavily armed military tent, Theo spoke up. "This is the dossier the Guildmaster tried to destroy. It contains hard proof of stolen intelligence and assets from Jongna. There's even a detailed plot for high treason. Everything is recorded right here." As soon as he finished, the dossier was slammed onto the table with a sharp thud. She smirked. "Brilliant work." Cliff quickly chimed in with high praise. "Outstanding job. Intermediate swordsman, Theo of Jongna." Theo blinked, slightly taken aback, before slowly replying, Thank you." Cliff grinned. "You're incredibly efficient. It's almost like you've been working with Little Snow for years. So, what do you say to the Black Dragon's invitation?" Theo awkwardly stammered. Well, about that?" She let out a dejected sigh. "Relax. There's no need to look so tense. I was only joking." Theo shot back bluntly. "Honestly, it's pretty hard to tell when you're joking." Cliff's tone suddenly turned dead serious. "There is one more thing. I've got some good news for you. The operation to capture the Heavenly Dragon is officially underway. That ledger we secured last time is more than enough to prove their treason." Theo's eyes went wide, and he asked with a hint of disbelief, "Wait, you mean?" She nodded, explaining the details. "Exactly. The Black Snow Elite Capture Squad is already on the move." But right at that moment, a masked guard burst into the tent, shouting in a panic, "We've got bad news!" The two of them whipped their heads toward the tent flap, Theo's face etched with utter confusion. Standing there was a cloaked man, a gruesome sight, as thick dark red slime constantly oozed from his eyes. A horrified scream rang out. "Ed Troybin, you were hiding your true power all this time?" Without a single moment of hesitation, Ed ruthlessly drew his blade, slicing clean through the man's head and sending a shower of blood splattering across the room. Lifeless corpses now littered the ground around him, slumping into ever-growing pools of crimson blood. Ed merely scoffed, his voice dripping with mockery. Only a complete fool would expose his true strength. "Congratulations, Theo of Jongna." He slowly stepped over the butchered, bleeding remains of the royal guards. His heavy footprint stamped deep into the pristine white snow as he muttered in a haunting voice, "Azen, the Dragon Slayer swordsman, the Sayers Guild, everything I painstakingly built with my own hands." A dark, venomous scowl twisted his scarred face, looking as though he wanted to violently crush the entire world. They left absolutely nothing behind. A terrifying, murderous intent radiated from his narrowed eyes as he finally spoke. "Fine. Go as utterly insane as you want. As long as the grand scheme is still in motion, it doesn't matter. We may have lost the Dragon Slayer sword, but I obtained this, and that is more than enough. The time is fast approaching, Father. The moment we summon his soul." Meanwhile, a bustling crowd gathered eagerly outside the grand courtyard of the Camellia Palace. The crowd buzzed with excitement. "Oh, I just adore this design. It's absolutely stunning." The host smiled warmly in response. "Thank you so much for your patience. Please, step right this way." Kirsten listened closely to the chatter. When on earth are we going to get our hands on that fabric? It literally just launched. We still need to run quality checks first. This place just keeps getting busier by the day, she thought to herself. Just then, Eisen walked over to greet her. Mother, you came? Kirsten let out an exhausted sigh. What in the world is going on with all these tailors? Eisen beamed with excitement. We're actually launching a brand new business venture. It's going to be an exclusive high-end brand specializing in luxury fabrics and elegant accessories. Kirsten stood quietly, listening to Eisen proudly detail her grand business strategy. A warm, incredibly proud smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of Kirsten's mouth. She fondly recalled memories from long ago. It really has been such a long time. Hein, since I've seen you smile so radiantly, you shine brighter than any jewel. Eisen gently took Kirsten's hands in hers. So please, don't you worry about the costs at all. Isn't that the whole reason you came here today? Kirsten playfully turned her head away. You catch on entirely too fast, but saving money isn't the only reason I stopped by. I actually came to share some news. Eisen blinked, her curiosity piqued. What kind of news? Kirsten's tone grew serious. It's about the Zeus Palace. Hearing that name made Eisen instantly flinch. She started to tremble slightly. Please don't tell me something terrible has happened to your son again. Did that evil woman, Anmin, actually strike him again? Kirsten looked at her fondly, wondering just how much the poor girl had been agonizing over this. Gently patting Eisen's head to soothe her, Kirsten said, Take a deep breath and calm down. It's actually quite the opposite this time. Kirsten offered a knowing warning. Try not to be too shocked by this, Eisen gasped, quickly covering her mouth in sheer horror. Anmin, wait, that woman? As the dead of night fell, the once luxurious palace was bathed in nothing but the eerie, dim glow of the moonlight. Thick, fresh drops of blood still clung heavily to a mess of jet-black hair. Horrific, sprawling bloodstains painted the cold tile floor. The tension in the air was suffocating as every single person stood paralyzed, their terrified eyes locked onto a tightly sealed door. Eisen's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor in overwhelming relief. Kirsten rushed to her side, fraught with worry. Are you all right? Eisen choked back a sob. I'm so sorry, Mother. Just the thought that this nightmare is finally over. My legs just completely gave way. Kirsten knelt down, using both hands to gently pull Eisen back to her feet. Eisen clutched at her, her hands trembling violently. It really happened, didn't it, Mother? Kirsten spoke gently. Have you ever seen an elf tell a lie? Eisen's tears, held back for so long, finally began to fall. I tried not to show it, but every single day felt like I was walking on broken glass. The endless plotting, the baseless accusations, and let's not even talk about the constant threat of assassination. I never breathed a word of this to anyone. I've nearly lost my life more times than I can count. Every single time, I fell to my knees and begged the heavens to at least let my son live. Eisen sobbed. Is it really over now? Hearing those words, the older woman couldn't hold back her own tears. Kirsten gently patted her head, comforting her. It's over. It's truly over. You've carried such a heavy burden all this time. You did so well, my sweet daughter. Meanwhile, Navin looked down from the upper floor and remarked, You've turned into quite the celebrity, haven't you? Theo replied, I've been waiting for you for a while now. Did you get everything sorted out? Navin explained, I told you Black Snow was strictly confidential, yet you somehow already knew about it. He continued calmly, but yes, you're right. The Botrat family is going to be completely dismantled. From the family head all the way down to the merchants who signed off on those trade invoices, every single one of them will be stripped of their titles, at the very least. They're only reaping what they sowed. After this, the Botrat family will be completely... Theo suddenly cut him off. Do you really think that's going to be enough? Navin frowned in confusion. What exactly do you mean by that? Theo stepped forward to explain. Let me put it to you this way. You need to become the new head of the Botrat family. Navin hesitated, pointing to himself. Me? Theo nodded firmly. Think about it. If everyone else loses their titles, you'll be the last man standing, the only one left who can lead the family. On top of that, I want you to ally with me in the upcoming war against Choi Van. Hearing this, Navin fell into a stunned, confused silence. Navin suddenly burst out laughing. A war against Choi Van? Internally, he realized with a chill, this kid, he's been planning this from the very beginning. Theo casually continued, the power imbalance between our factions is already out in the open. A full-scale war with Choi Van is absolutely inevitable. We already have solid proof that Choi Van and the demonic church had their hands in the Heavenly Dragon Rebellion. So, the real question is, what exactly are they plotting up in the north? The color completely drained from everyone's faces. This was a blatant declaration of war. Navin thought to himself, he's absolutely right. Now that their cover is blown, Choi Van and the demonic church aren't just going to sit back and do nothing. Navin kept his cool and shrugged. But so what? A war really isn't my problem. I'm a dying man running out of time anyway. If you want my help, there needs to be something in it for me, right? Taking a slow sip of his tea, Theo smirked. Suddenly, he slammed an object down onto the table with a loud thud, making Navin flinch. Navan stared in bewilderment. What is this? Theo leaned in and explained, I already told you, I can cure your illness. This is the exact formula for the Easer fever antidote, along with its core ingredient, a pure strain of Easer. It's a heavily guarded secret, but Easer fever is actually caused by a chaotic disruption in your internal mana flow. This ingredient will completely neutralize and stabilize your mana. Navin's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. I never expected you to go this far. I honestly thought you'd only give me just enough to keep me alive, just to leash me and use me as your pawn. What's stopping me from taking what I want and just running away? Theo shrugged effortlessly. Honestly, I wouldn't even care if you did. The way the Zhangna faction is blindly obsessed with absolute power is deeply flawed. At the end of the day, both you and I are just victims of their toxic system. Theo's gaze suddenly turned sharp and dangerous. I have no interest in ruling through brute force. His next words left Navin completely stunned. Trust. What I want to build isn't an empire of fear or oppression. I want to build a foundation of genuine trust. Navin fell into a deep silence as he absorbed the sheer weight of those ambitions. Navin let out a heavy sigh. Man, I really tried my hardest not to look down on you for being so young, but making such a naive, sentimental speech like that? Theo didn't miss a beat and challenged him directly. So, does that mean you're refusing my offer? Navan grabbed his teacup, taking a slow sip to hide his swirling emotions, before slamming it back down with a loud clatter. Theo blinked in surprise as Navan slowly rose to his feet. But as the man decisively drew his sword, a knowing smile crept onto Theo's face. Navan spoke with absolute conviction. I, Navan Batrat, the newly appointed head of the Batrat family, solemnly swear to serve as the loyal sword of Theo Zhangna. Theo gave a deeply satisfied smile, his eyes practically gleaming with anticipation for the future. Navin chuckled, breaking the tension. Is a pledge like that good enough for you? Theo proudly raised his teacup in a toast. Oh, it's more than enough. Much later, the office sat entirely empty in dead silence, save for the empty teacups resting on the desk. Standing alone, Theo's mind began to race. A full-blown war against Choi Van. Events are unfolding way faster than they did in my past life, but I'm not sweating it. Everything has been falling perfectly into place so far. All right then, Theo muttered, resting his hand on a mysterious artifact. Let's crack open this treasure vault, shall we? A mechanical voice echoed. System alert, side quest triggered. Conquer the ancient ruins. Theo continued to strategize. The ancient draconic relics I've absorbed so far, the Lesser Drake and the Griffin, both have become core pillars of my combat power. Peering down at the rusty ring resting inside the box, he smiled knowingly. Which means this little relic will also become an absolute game changer. The system immediately responded. Ancient draconic relic. The withered ring has been successfully equipped. In a flash of blinding light, Theo was violently teleported away, transported directly into a completely unknown dungeon. Staring out across the vast desert wasteland, he took in his surroundings. Nothing but rocks and sand as far as the eye can see. Is this the legendary desert I read about in those old books? Damn, it is way hotter than I imagined. What the hell am I even supposed to do out here? The system chimed in again. Warning, You have crossed into the Guardian's territory. High up in the blazing sky, bizarre and terrifying creatures began to circle overhead. Theo groaned in sheer frustration. Wait, what? Survive for 72 hours? I have to stay alive for 3 whole days in a place so scorching hot I'm literally melting? Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to violently rumble and shift. A massive sandstorm erupted out of absolutely nowhere, blinding his vision. Beneath the shifting dunes, a colossal, terrifying monster was slowly clawing its way up to the surface. Dripping with sweat from the unbearable heat, Theo cursed under his breath. This is absolutely insane. Towering right in front of him, the terrifying sandworm boss had fully emerged. A chilling, monstrous voice echoed through the hazy dust storm. Intruder! The colossal sandworm ripped open its abyssal, terrifying maw. I have found you. Gripping his sword tight, Theo instantly sprinted away to dodge. Pivoting on his heel, he launched a fierce counterattack, roaring out his technique, Dragon Lightning Swift Step, Dragon Gate. A blinding, apocalyptic blast of lightning tore through the air, violently rupturing the very fabric of space. The devastating impact shattered the earth, carving out a massive, smoking crater. Theo clicked his tongue, his mind racing. It took a direct hit from Dragon Gate, and it doesn't even have a single scratch. Suddenly, blinding, jagged streaks of vicious, violent light began crisscrossing wildly across the battlefield. The intense glare washed over Theo's face, making him flinch in shock. Standing right in front of him was the monstrous sandworm, now completely wreathed in violently sparking lightning. Theo quickly analyzed the threat. Wait, a lightning attribute? Is it because it's a terrifying elemental boss monster? The beast lunged forward with explosive ferocity, roaring, Intruder! I will end your life! A deafening chain of rapid-fire explosions instantly tore across the battlefield, launching massive chunks of earth and jagged rocks violently into the air. The sheer force triggered a devastating earthquake, causing the surrounding sand dunes to collapse like a massive landslide. Colossal boulders smashed into the ground, completely blocking off his only escape route. Before Theo could even react, the lightning-fast sandworm closed the distance in the blink of an eye, ruthlessly unleashing its first devastating strike. The brutal impact sent Theo's body flying like a rag doll across the battlefield. Reacting instantly, he fiercely slammed his boots into the dirt, violently grinding against the earth to kill his backward momentum. His eyes narrowed in pure stress, cold sweat completely drenching his face. Glancing down at his system clock, panic flared in his chest. Damn it! Only 5 minutes have passed? There is no way I can hold out for 3 whole days like this. It keeps burrowing underground, so I can't land a clean hit. Suddenly, strange rifts began to tear across the sky. As the sandworm revealed itself, Theo realized his attacks were useless since it shared his lightning attribute. Frustrated, he muttered, Even the damn terrain is on its side. But then it hit him. Wait, the terrain? A spark of brilliance lit up his eyes as he reached his hand into his spatial inventory. Theo pulled out a glowing stone, the artifact he had snagged from his last mission. He looked at the sandworm with a sly grin. I wonder what'll happen if I use this right now. Gripping the artifact tightly, he knew this was a huge gamble. Slowly, he slipped the dazzling object onto his hand. It's worth a shot, he declared. Instantly, a barrage of system notifications flooded his vision. Warning signs flashed in bright red, making every nerve in his body snap to attention. The system warned, cannot initiate another dungeon quest while one is already in progress. Theo crouched down, eyes locked on the screen, desperately trying to process what was happening. He stared in shock at the growing cracks in the air. Of course it wouldn't be that easy, he groaned. The spatial rifts were tearing wider and wider by the second. System alerts blared endlessly. 2 dungeons were colliding, and from the depths of the Iceflower dungeon, a chilling pair of eyes pierced through the void. Theo broke into a cold sweat, caught dead center between 2 high-level bosses. On one side stood the newly emerged monstrosity of the Iceflower dungeon, and on the other, the sandworm he still hadn't dealt with. The artifact's guardian, the dragon fairy, echoed in his mind. It's been a while, Chosen One. You've just done something incredibly reckless. A majestic dragon with enormous butterfly wings materialized, scattering snowflakes and shards of shattered crystal in its wake. Its gaze was icy and unforgiving. Pay the price for your arrogance, the dragon fairy roared, unleashing a barrage of jagged crystals straight at Theo. The beast conjured a relentless storm of magic, bombarding him from all sides. Theo braced himself, gripping his sword tightly as he dropped into a combat stance. "This is bad," he muttered in panic. "I never thought it would turn into this kind of mess." He lowered his gaze, his face already battered and bruised. A wave of despair washed over him. "So, this is how it ends, huh?" He looked up at the sandworm, its massive jaws unhinging to swallow him whole. 72 hours. He gritted his teeth. "I should have just gritted my teeth and pushed through. But since it's come to this, there's only one thing left to do." With nowhere left to run, Theo shifted entirely to the offensive. Suddenly, the sandworm lunged at the dragon fairy instead. Furious, the winged beast screeched, "What do you think you're doing, Guardian?" The sandworm thrashed wildly. "Intruder must be destroyed," the dragon fairy hissed back. "Agreed. Two guardians cannot exist in the same domain." Theo stood frozen, completely bewildered by their monstrous exchange. The dragon fairy lunged forward, shrieking, "Get out of my way, sandworm!" But the worm roared back, "Intruder, I will tear you apart!" The two ancient guardians clashed, violently fighting for dominance over the territory. The sandworm shrieked, snapping its colossal jaws wide open to devour its rival whole. It lunged, sinking its massive teeth deep into the dragon fairy's flesh. Watching from a distance, Theo shivered. Just imagining being in the middle of that is terrifying. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy gathered around his blade. Theo smirked, his eyes gleaming. "Looks like you're dying for me to use you, huh?" "White moonlight sword." A faint, cocky smile crept across his face. "Just gotta hold out a little bit longer." He narrowed his eyes at the brutal clash unfolding before him. They're about to rip each other to shreds. The sandworm channeled its raw magical power, blasting a blinding torrent of lightning from its colossal maw. Refusing to back down, the dragon fairy absorbed a massive wave of dark energy, immediately firing it back to counter the devastating strike. The dragon fairy soared high above, roaring fiercely to assert its dominance, while the frenzied sandworm thrashed below, desperate to drag it down and devour it. Suddenly, the dragon fairy's eyes flared with a lethal glow. Drawing upon its power of light, it unleashed a devastating counterattack. The very earth and sky trembled beneath the weight of their apocalyptic clash. Countless razor-sharp crystals rained down, impaling the sandworm right inside its open mouth. The two behemoths tore each other to pieces, fighting tooth and nail for the throne. The sandworm mercilessly crunched down on the dragon fairy's body, sending foul slime spraying everywhere. But hidden beneath the crushing bite was the dragon fairy's volatile energy. In a flash, the sandworm was blasted from the inside out. The worm glared at its enemy with pure, unadulterated hatred. The dragon fairy glared back, its eyes radiating the terrifying bloodlust of a true boss monster. They ripped into each other, shredding flesh and scales without mercy. The dragon fairy's eyes erupted with a blinding light as bright as the sun itself. Savage claws violently clashed, sending shockwaves of electricity wildly sparking through the air. It was an earth-shattering clash between two absolute rulers. The dragon fairy viciously sank its fangs into the sandworm, tearing out massive chunks of flesh. But the worm refused to die, thrashing wildly and carving bloody gashes into the dragon's body. But suddenly, high above the chaotic battlefield, Theo launched himself into the air like a soaring missile. His dark silhouette reflected ominously in the monster's widened eyes. Gripping his sword with killing intent, Theo roared, "You're first!" He swung his blade down in a devastating storm-like arc, instantly severing his target. His slash violently interrupted the deathmatch between the two dungeon guardians. A thrilling rush of pure adrenaline exploded within him. "Man, I am losing my mind over how good this feels." He didn't stop there, ruthlessly bringing his weapon down again and again. Both the sandworm and the dragon fairy shrieked in absolute agony, their roars shaking the entire dimension. The dragon fairy froze, staring in utter shock at the brutal massacre unfolding before it. What in the world is this?" it bellowed in disbelief. It watched in horror as toxic purple blood splattered across the sky. Slowly, Theo's footsteps echoed as he emerged from the dense dust cloud. The system pinged. "You have successfully hunted the desert worm. Next came the subquest update. Conquer 2 ruins. 50% complete. Theo smirked, dusting himself off. Just as I thought, hunting the boss counts as conquering the ruin. Suddenly, his gaze turned incredibly dark as he locked eyes with his next target. So, you're the one left. The dragon fairy flinched, desperately shouting, "Wait! Let us talk!" He took a slow step forward, his sword dripping. "What do you want?" The dragon stammered. This is not how you conquer an ancient ruin. Among the guardians, I am the wisest. I exist here only to test your wisdom. If you can solve my riddle... Oh, shut up, Theo interrupted, completely unimpressed. I've already proven my wisdom. The dragon fairy blinked in confusion. But I haven't seen you do any such thing, he answered. I'm the one who turned you two against each other. It panicked. Wait! Theo raised his fist. If you really are the wisest guardian. His eyes blazed with fury. Ish! Then accept your fate! Before Long Tian could even finish, it faded away, crying out, Wait! Listen to the riddle! Finally, a blinding explosion of light erupted across the mountain peak. The system chimed in. Congratulations! You have successfully hunted the fairy dragon. When he later returned to his room, 2 new boxes were waiting on his desk. Theo tapped his fingers lightly on the desk in front of the 2 items. He let out a long sigh, releasing all his pent-up tension. He glanced at the system prompt. You have conquered both ruins. Black veins bulged across his face. Now, I can finally do it. A sinister, pitch-black aura began to consume his sword. He swung his sword wildly under the moonlight streaming through the window and called out, Griffin! The summoned darkness materialized, answering him. It lunged at Theo with a sinister hiss. I want to eat your heart! He grabbed his own arm, squeezing tightly to hold back its madness. But the darkness kept creeping in, desperately trying to seize control of Theo's body. Blood vessels burst in his eyes as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I've only suppressed it once, so I completely forgot. The white moonlight sword constantly craves flesh and blood. Even before I came back, it had already absorbed the Moon Guardian's power. A sinister black aura lashed out, rampaging wildly around him. Theo rapidly lost all control over his arm. The darkness swallowed him whole. It devoured both of them, so it's even stronger now. At this rate, I'm going to get swallowed up too, the entity snarled. I will tear you to pieces right here. Theo's body sank deeper into the abyss as the white moonlight sword roared, chasing the moonlight once again. Theo was slowly erased by the sheer, terrifying power of the demonic aura. Theo gasped and shot up, his face pale with panic. He found himself standing in the middle of a pitch-black vortex. Staring at the blurry surroundings, he muttered, Where am I? Dozens of glowing eyes and twisted, ghostly smiles appeared in the dark, leaving Theo stunned. A voice echoed out, You are inside his stomach, that cursed griffin. He actually swallowed you whole. Chosen One, it seems he was just biding his time. He's going to devour your heart any second now. Theo clenched his fist tightly. He muttered bitterly, I get it. So I'm just going to be eaten alive by him? Suddenly, the evil dragon's voice echoed through the swirling vortex. This is the price of lusting after our power when you can't even control the griffin, you foolish Chosen One. Theo's expression hardened as he asked, What happens after he eats my heart? Baring its razor-sharp teeth, the dragon sneered. Death, but of course, that's only for you. The shadow Kirin opened its maw in the darkness, its deep, rumbling voice echoing out. We are guardians. Guardians do not die. You will die alone. It looked down at Theo and growled, He's right, though waiting for the next Chosen One is going to be incredibly boring. The evil dragon glared at him, adding, Even if you die, we will simply revert back to relics. Theo narrowed his eyes. His voice turned ice cold. Have you forgotten the mission the primordial dragon gave you? The heavy tension instantly snapped. Both the shadow Kirin and the evil dragon froze, looking absolutely stunned by his words. Theo's eyes burned like crimson fire as he gritted out every word. The Guardians exist to help the Chosen One fight the Nameless Sovereign. If you let me die here, this whole world will collapse. He scoffed with biting sarcasm. Don't you think you're being a little too irresponsible? Furious, the evil dragon roared, What did you say? Theo smirked, flashing a knowing smile as he spoke with a slow, deliberate drawl. I guess in the end, You're no different from the Griffin, just a bunch of brainless guardians who only look out for themselves, right? The evil dragon roared, its eyes spewing absolute hellfire. How dare you! You dare use the primordial dragon's name to threaten us! An explosive aura erupted from its massive body. Its icy, glittering scales shot forward like massive, deadly spears. Theo stood perfectly still amidst the freezing blast, listening to the evil dragon's enraged shrieks. You have a death wish, don't you? Fine, we'll just wait for the next chosen one. Theo glared back with ice in his veins. Then kill me. The dragon jolted to a halt, blurting out in shock, "What?" Theo tilted his chin up. Even with razor-sharp ice pressing right against his throat, he didn't flinch. He scoffed, "I'm sick of your empty threats. Go ahead, kill me." He smirked, locking eyes with the beast as his deep voice echoed. If you want to sit back and watch this world burn to the ground while trapped inside your little relics, be my guest. The evil dragon fell dead silent. A complex, unreadable emotion flashed in its eyes as it weighed its options. The shadow Kirin didn't say a single word either, offering only a heavy, suffocating silence. Massive chunks of ice shattered from above, crashing to the ground with deafening, earth-shaking thuds. The shadow Kirin finally spoke, its tone surprisingly smooth. "You are quite brave, chosen one." The evil dragon grumbled in agreement, its voice laced with reluctant praise. Impressive." Its glowing eyes swept over him, its booming voice carrying a hint of genuine respect. "At the very least, I like your confidence." The evil dragon's colossal body shimmered with frost as it declared firmly, "I will open a gateway to help you escape this place." A blinding golden light erupted. The dragon's massive form burned like living hellfire as it roared, "Open! Open!" A brilliant, swirling portal tore through the void. The evil dragon's heavy voice echoed one last time. "But this is all we can do for you." The shadow Kirin chimed in. "The rest is entirely up to you." Standing tall before the radiant, swirling gateway, a deep, booming voice echoed through the abyss. "Go!" Amidst the violently churning smoke, Theo cracked a confident grin. "Don't worry," he replied without a shred of doubt. Surging with newfound power, he charged full speed into the massive, swirling portal. Plunging through the endless, swirling void, he shot down like an arrow piercing the darkness. "First things first," he snarled. "I'm going to teach that bastard a lesson." At that exact moment, the Soma elixir materialized in a brilliant halo of light, a divine medicine capable of unlocking a user's mana core. A dark silhouette burst violently from the water's surface, howling in triumph. "Finally, it's mine!" Long Tian's eyes burned with greed as it stared at the glowing blue orb in its claws. "All I have to do is swallow this." The blue orb pulsed with blinding light as the creature hoisted it high, roaring, "His body is finally mine!" But suddenly, its glowing eyes went wide. Long Tian shrieked in absolute agony. Radiating a monstrous dark aura, Theo plummeted from above like a colossal broadsword, plunging right through the beast. The devastating strike made Long Tian wail in terror as purple blood sprayed everywhere, staining the very air itself. The water exploded with a deafening blast, sending massive waves crashing into the sky and blurring the entire battlefield. The creature roared in pure, unadulterated rage, water thrashing as it screamed, "Damn you!" Long Tian's eyes bulged in absolute disbelief, its mind screaming in chaos. How the hell did he escape my stomach? It lowered its head, its eyes flashing with venomous hatred. Water violently exploded from its body as it braced to launch a massive counterattack. Long Tian hissed with bitter sarcasm, "I knew it! Those two helped you! Oh, look at the mighty pride of the Guardians!" Gritting its teeth, it roared in fury. "If it wasn't for them, I would have—" Before it could even finish its sentence, Theo's demonic claws clamped brutally shut around its snout. Crushing Long Tian's jaw in his grip, Theo glared down with dead eyes. "You talk way too much. I guess you forgot what happened the first time we met." Complete panic washed over Long Tian. Trembling in terror, it begged, "Wait, let's get out of here. Let's just talk." Theo stood unfazed, surrounded on all sides. His voice was utterly calm. "I'm not asking for your cooperation, but since we're stuck on the same side, Fighting for dominance is just going to exhaust all of us, isn't it? So, the vicious glares of the Shadow Kirin, the Evil Dragon, and Long Tien pushed the tension in the air to its absolute breaking point. Theo's voice dropped into a deadly, unyielding warning. Be smart! Let's not make trouble for each other. The heavy silence returned. Suddenly, a new voice echoed out. A very wise choice, Brake remarked, his eyes perfectly calm. Floating up through a haze of crimson light, Brake revealed himself. Theo blinked in surprise. Brake? You're here too? Brake gave a faint, knowing smile. It's been a while, Chosen One. Resting smoothly on the water's surface, Brake's deep voice rumbled, pitting them against each other for control. The others used this exact same tactic. Theo's eyes narrowed with suspicion. The others? You mean the other Chosen Ones? Brake lowered his gaze, his voice turning heavy and cryptic. That is not something you need to know yet. Lifting his massive head, Brake's voice resonated through the entire space. For now, we will simply help you grow. His colossal shadow loomed over Theo, piercing red eyes staring straight into his soul. I will be watching your every move. With high expectations, the system immediately sounded an alert. Fairy Muscle was activated, shielding his body from the monster's energy, while Bug Eater triggered, boosting his attack power. A fierce, dark energy radiated, signaling the awakening of a dangerous force. From the twisting veil of darkness, Theo stepped out with a mysterious and terrifying aura. He rested his elbows on the desk in a quiet, solemn space. Theo threw his head back and chuckled lightly, muttering, What a surprise. The guardians I thought had kicked the bucket when I absorbed them are actually alive inside me. His glowing red eyes widened, flashing as if he had realized something incredibly abnormal. In the gloomy setting, a massive sword stood tall. Dark veins writhed along its blade, tightly coiling around it as if coming to life. The cold, sharp tip of the blade pierced the ground, emitting a harsh, scraping shriek that made the surrounding atmosphere feel even heavier. In the vast room, light filtered through the window. Theo smirked slightly, his voice cool and detached. Calm down now, haven't we? He gripped the sword tightly, a surge of confidence appearing, and thought to himself, maybe this is for the best. Thanks to this, I know my primordial power has grown stronger than before. Theo's firm hand slammed onto the desk. His voice echoed with fierce determination. Payback, whether you like it or not. The vast landscape unfolded beyond the glass window. Theo stood firmly in the center of the room, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. I'll be counting on you. Outside, a blinding white blizzard blanketed the entire land. The young man's small silhouette pushed through the hazy void, each footstep cementing his unshakable will. In the middle of the blinding snow and biting wind, Zeno spoke up. Do you really intend to treat Theo as a legitimate candidate for succession, my lord? Kyle, his face tense, radiating strict authority and decisiveness, replied, Of course. Right now, he clearly has enough talent to stand alongside the other 5 candidates. But are you worried because he's a regressor? The blizzard continued to rage fiercely. Zeno replied, Yes. Don't you despise regressors, patriarch? The snowy wind howled through a graveyard littered with broken swords and tombstones. He declared boldly, So much so that you slaughtered every single regressor in the Ragnar family. Kale spoke calmly. That's right. His strong hand gripped the ice-cold sword tightly. He smirked slightly, but this time, I want to run a little experiment. Zeno's deep red eyes suddenly widened. He froze, as if sensing a terrifying surge of energy rushing toward him. He muttered softly, Could it be? Kyle's cold voice responded, Exactly. After all, everyone has to follow the proper procedures to become an official succession candidate. The sword reflected his face through the chilling light. Zeno's face flashed with horror upon recognizing the weapon. But that sword is far too dangerous. Kale burst out laughing, the corners of his mouth curling up in absolute madness. But there's nothing better for this. The fiery red twilight dyed the entire sky. Donning a black cloak, he stood tall and imposing, lowering his voice, because it is the sword of a regressor that I executed with my own hands. The sword of the Mad Dragon King, the former patriarch. Julius slammed his hand onto the table, his eyes piercingly cold as he roared, Theo Ragnar, get ready to move out. A voice echoed through the space. The patriarch has summoned you to the sword graveyard. Zeno's face flashed with shock. Countless swords were plunged into the ground as the snow continued to fall. Firm, powerful footsteps landed heavily on the icy ground. Theo appeared fiercely, his expression utterly cold. He slowly walked past blade after blade, moving with a stifling feeling in his chest. It's so heavy. The sword graveyard, this forbidden ground of the fallen, felt so much heavier than before. It must be because I'm so much younger now. He recalled Kyle's words. Don't think it'll be an easy answer. Would you really give the same answer after enduring the hatred of your own son? Theo fell into deep thought. I finally understand what Father meant back then. His gaze lowered as he spoke. I have arrived. Mid-tier swordsman Theo Ragnar greets the incarnation of the great dragon. He spoke with strict authority. Enough with the formalities, Theo Ragnar. First, your master was a total parasite, wasn't he? Next, your older brother, Axon. And now, the master of the Rose Palace has fallen. And it doesn't just stop there, does it? Every branch of the series Merchant Guild has been wiped out. Most of the Central Intelligence Agency was taken down with them. And your name is written all over every single one of those events. Theo jerked his head up, protesting loudly. That was... A sudden, violent storm erupted, cutting off his words. Kyle scoffed coldly. There's no need to make such pathetic excuses. Because bearing that weight in silence is the path of the patriarch. He vanished, leaving behind one final sentence. I bestow this upon you. A sword fell from the sky, the sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Theo flinched in shock. The Mad Dragon Emperor. He was the former patriarch, a tyrant who slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people, and a mortal enemy whom the current patriarch personally executed. Kale's voice returned. Judging by your reaction, it seems you know something about this, don't you? Theo replied cautiously. That belonged to the former patriarch, right? That's all I know. In his mind, he warned himself. I need to be careful. No one knows anything about the Mad Dragon Emperor at this point in time. Kyle silently stared at him, observing him meticulously. Then he exposed him. So, you didn't gather enough information about the Mad Dragon Emperor in your previous life? Theo panicked, snapping his head up to look at the man in front of him. All he saw were Kale's eyes, glowing red as blood. Theo felt like he was suffocating, unable to utter a single sound. His reflection stared back from Kale's pupils as the patriarch sneered, I absolutely despise regressors. They dare to change the world as they please, greedy and foolish. They simply think of this world as a chessboard that they can flip over whenever they want. That's why I made a decision. Every time I encounter a regressor, I will personally execute them. Theo grew incredibly anxious. This bloodlust, he isn't just trying to intimidate me. He's dead serious. Father is this terrifyingly strong even without being a regressor. Cal commanded, pull out the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword. If you can overcome its hatred, I will acknowledge you. Hearing this, Theo fell into deep thought, desperately trying to figure out a solution. He continued, however, from that moment on, I can only forgive the human Theo Ragnar. The regressor, Theo Ragnar, will cease to exist. Theo looked him straight in the eye, totally serious. What do you mean by that, Father? Kale replied, it means every single relationship you've built as a regressor will be erased from this world. The people you shouldn't have met, shouldn't have saved, shouldn't have won over. Every one of those bonds, I will wipe them out. Hearing those bitter words, Theo clenched his fist tightly. He firmly rejected the demand. If that's the case, I refuse. Kale immediately shot him down. No, you don't have the right to refuse. I already told you, I will execute any regressor I find. You only have two choices. Reject my offer and die right here, or throw away your filthy past as a regressor. And be acknowledged as the sixth successor. Make your choice. Theo spoke up. It's true that I want your acknowledgement, Father. His silhouette seemed to fade into the blizzard. But if this is the only way I can earn it? Theo roared furiously. Then I absolutely refuse. He grabbed Theo's arm. Did you really think this title was that easy to obtain? Tears began to fall from Theo's eyes as Kyle continued. Do you think you can just claim it? Without making a single sacrifice and dealing with the consequences? Theo was agonizing. How can there be such a massive gap in strength between us? Kale looked visibly disappointed. Seeing your foolish, hasty choice makes me realize you're no different from all the other regressors. Perhaps you think you can just regress one more time, don't you? Boiling with anger, Theo dug his fingers fiercely into the ground. He shouted back at Kyle, "Don't you dare get it twisted. I regressed, and I've fought my way this far. What? Just so I could take full responsibility for everything that collapsed because of me? If you're going to stand in my way, if the only way to earn your approval is to abandon my people, then right here, right now." Flames could be seen erupting straight toward Kyle. Kyle calmly and effortlessly raised his arm toward the sky. Theo dashed forward like a madman, his speed explosively out of control. He dodged swiftly and gracefully past every obstacle. Theo moved like a beast hunting its prey. Suddenly, a massive sword plummeted from the sky. It pierced straight through his body before he could even react. Theo convulsed in agony, blood spilling from his lips as his vision began to blur. He was defeated before he could even land a single scratch on him. With a sword pierced deep into his chest, Theo lay motionless on the snow. Ko didn't even turn around, offering Theo only one final fleeting glance. His imposing figure stood out starkly against the pure white snow. Sanyo bowed respectfully. "I never expected him to attack from that angle, my lord." Ko replied with cold indifference. "It has been a very long time since anyone dared to face me head on." Sanyo continued. "He is definitely built differently. Every single regressor we've fought up until now, they just treated people like disposable pawns, throwing them away when they were done." Ko cast a sideways glance, his tone calm but firm. "But this kid, he's different." A thrilled, dangerous smile spread across Ko's face as he replayed the clash in his mind. "A regressor who actually fights with his own sword," he remarked, willing to take full responsibility for his own actions. "How fascinating. You've officially caught my interest, boy." Pulling his sword from the boy's chest, Ko declared, "Regressor, Theo Ragnar, as of this moment, I acknowledge you as the 6th successor. And to prove it, I bestow upon you the sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor. It belonged to my father, a regressor, just like you. You share his nature, yet you walk a completely different path. I can't wait to see just how different you will become in the end." He gazed down at Theo's glowing body, a deep sense of amusement in his eyes. With a look of eager anticipation for the future, he whispered, "I'll be watching you very closely." Theo's body was engulfed by a mysterious radiant light as a massive surge of energy blasted down from the sky to the foot of the mountain. Amidst the hustle and bustle of a modern city, Theo's bewildered thoughts echoed, Where am I?" Out on the streets, crowds of people blurred under the moonlight, surrounded by towering, majestic skyscrapers. Theo pressed his hand against the cold glass window, staring in absolute disbelief at the sight before him. He stared blankly at his own reflection. A chaotic storm of emotions twisted inside him as he choked out a single word. "Everything." Swept up in a wave of utter despair, he whispered, "It's all over." Suddenly, he jolted awake. Back in reality, he found himself lying in his familiar bed. Clutching his throbbing head, Theo groggily tried to piece his memories together. What the hell? Was that just now? Just then, Osa walked into the room. "Are you awake, my boy?" she asked warmly. "Mom?" Theo called out, his voice raspy. She smiled gently. "You slept in so late. You must have been completely exhausted." Panic flashed in Theo's eyes. "Mom! Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Osa chuckled softly. "I should be the one asking you that, sweetie. Last night, the patriarch personally carried you back here while you were unconscious. I was terrified." She sighed in relief. "But seeing you worry about me like this, I guess you're finally okay." Theo fell deep into thought. Could it be everything he said back there was just a test? Suddenly, footsteps approached and someone walked in. "Is the young master awake?" "Eveline? Commander Julius?" Theo muttered in surprise. Julius greeted him with a warm tone. "Congratulations, Theo. I heard you successfully passed the Patriarch's test." Theo's eyes widened. "A test?" Julius nodded firmly. "That's right. You are currently the talk of the entire city." Out in the streets, the chatter was deafening. "Breaking news! Ragnar has officially named its 6th successor. Citizens clutched the morning papers in excitement. The 6th successor. The article says we finally have a new youngest lord. Isn't that amazing? A shadowy figure standing on a rooftop muttered curiously, "A new candidate for succession, huh?" Meanwhile, others remained silent, their eyes calculating, refusing to rush to any judgments. Back in the freezing snow, Thorkill stood as a solitary, imposing figure. Ion rushed toward him, panting. "Commander, that kid, he's officially become a candidate for succession just like you. Damn it, what a waste! I should have recruited him into the Black Iron Knights when I had the chance. I'm so sorry, Commander." Thorkill reassured her calmly. "You only failed because that Plum Blossom lady got in your way. Remember that. Don't beat yourself up over it, Ion." A dangerous, enigmatic smirk crept across Thorkill's face. "Theo Ragnar," he murmured with hidden intent. "It seems I'll have to pay that brat a little visit." Elsewhere, Reedon was barking orders. "No, not like that. You need to swing a little more to the right. How many times do I have to spell this out for you?" Theo gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. "Reedon, you absolute bastard. What the hell is this L-shape and reverse L-shape swordsmanship?" Reedon screamed back. "Just swing it in the shape of an L and a reverse L, damn it!" Theo rolled his eyes in sheer frustration. "Yeah, right. As if anyone in their right mind would actually believe this nonsense." Theo's mind flashed back to the brutal, devastating battles of his past, a fierce war zone engulfed in massive explosions. Even now, staring at his current reality, his eyes struggled to accept the truth. Gripping his sword tightly, he let out a breathless whisper. I actually did it." The scene shifted. Amidst the howling, bone-chilling wind, a withered, decaying skull hung in the desolate space. A truly horrifying sight. A massive, towering gate loomed in the darkness, its grim architecture violently splattered with fresh, crimson blood that stained the walls and the earth below. Ancient blood-red runes materialized in the air, glowing ominously. The message was clear. Due to the opposing faction's failure to surrender within the given time limit, as of this exact moment, Ba'arar is officially declared. Inside the vast, dimly lit chamber of the Nine Dragons Council, a grim voice broke the silence. "It seems the enemy alliance has been preparing for this for a long time. The lords of the northern continent are already making suspicious moves." A mocking laugh echoed through the hall. "What does it matter if a pathetic bunch of strays band together?" Another voice snapped back sharply. "One of our seats is already sitting empty, and you still have the nerve to laugh? And while the patriarch remains temporarily silent, the matter of succession cannot be delayed forever." Ravener's deep voice rumbled. "Isn't it far too early to be discussing such things?" Sano shot back immediately. "You are dead wrong. This is the absolute best time. If a bloody conflict breaks out among the heirs right on the eve of war, wouldn't that be a catastrophic disaster?" "Shut your damn mouth," someone roared. But Seno relentlessly pushed on. "Variables must be kept to an absolute minimum. Tell me I'm wrong." Instantly, a furious voice lashed out. "Such blatant disrespect." Suddenly, a frail, bony hand was raised into the air. The heavy atmosphere instantly plummeted. "That is quite enough. Both of you." Scylla's low, chilling voice cut through the tension. "Perhaps an official assembly is in order. I shall make the arrangements." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the grand chamber. "Now that you mention it, there is a very fitting event coming up soon." A commanding voice echoed with finality. "Then it's settled. We shall make our decision, only after witnessing it with our own eyes." Meanwhile, Theo tightened his grip on his dual swords. He stood at the center of a flickering circle of candles, his messy hair falling over his eyes, but it couldn't hide the fierce, unyielding determination blazing within them. Sparks crackled wildly in the air, a suffocatingly tense atmosphere completely swallowing the room. Theo lunged forward like a beast, the gleaming blade slashed down with terrifying force, erupting into a violent shower of sparks. With a brutally fierce expression, he roared his battle cry, his hair whipped wildly around him as he chanted in a dark trance. "Kill them. Slaughter every single one of them. And take absolutely everything." As the massive sword came crashing down, Theo's muscles bulged with raw power. He gritted his teeth, forcing out every single syllable. Take exactly what you want. Gripping the heavy blade with an iron hold, he stood unmoving among the flickering candelabras driven deep into the ground. Theo grabbed his own collar, his eyes burning with a ferocious, bloodthirsty glint that radiated an endless, terrifying coldness. Out of the shadows, a deep, raspy voice whispered, "You're still tossing and turning over this, aren't you?" Rodbrock's hauntingly eerie voice drifted through the air, the lingering resentment of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Theo slowly raised his head, staring at the figure before him, the shadow dragon Rodbrock. Tightening his iron grip on the hilt, Theo answered without hesitation. "Yeah, it's been quite a while since my father bestowed this sword upon me, yet that cursed, lingering karma, it still tries to mess with my head. It's not entirely unbearable yet," Theo muttered, "but the very fact that this once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor just pisses me off. Still, thanks to this curse, I was finally able to catch a tiny glimpse into his actual realm of power." Rodbrock tightened her grip around a candelabra, muttering under her breath, "The Mad Dragon Emperor. Now that is a name I could never forget." With a sudden, explosive force, she slammed it into the ground, sending a blinding shockwave of light bursting through the room. Bathed in the blazing candlelight, she spoke with heavy emotion. "He was the very man who stole my heart." Theo nodded deep in his own thoughts. "Right, you mentioned that before, and honestly, that just makes me wonder even more. Why the hell would my father give me his sword of all things?" Rodbrock let out a faint, knowing chuckle. "Patience, kid. If you recklessly push yourself too far forward, you're going to end up facing something way beyond your limits again. Just like last time." She paused, her eyes narrowing. "Speaking of which, has that severed arm of yours fully healed yet?" Theo flexed his hand, replying in a slow, measured tone. "Ah, yeah, thankfully they patched it up right on time." Rodbrock reached out, gently pressing against his arm. Theo blinked in surprise, thinking to himself, "Is she actually worried about me?" Catching his gaze, she quickly snapped back into a strict, authoritative tone. "Well, it seems you've fully recovered. What are you staring at? That's enough training for today. You're dismissed. It looks like someone else has come looking for you anyway." "And one more thing," Rodbrock growled, glaring at him. "Stop thrashing my nest every single time you come here." Theo froze, totally bewildered. "Wait, what are you talking about?" She crossed her arms out, still fuming. "You make an absolute mess and leave everyone else to clean up your garbage." Theo sighed in defeat, completely helpless. Okay. I've got absolutely no excuse for that." Miles away, under a crystal-clear blue sky, the Grand Camellia Palace basked in the golden sunlight. Inside, a neatly opened letter rested quietly on a wooden desk. A sharp voice broke the silence. "So? It turns out the one looking for me was you all along." Sibin froze. "What did you just say, young Master Theo?" A voice replied, "Nothing. I was just muttering to myself. Damn it." Theo asked in surprise, "An invitation?" He replied, "That is right." Under the cold gray sky, alongside a girl with flowing hair, Theo's voice rang out. "As you can see, it is an invitation to a banquet at the Forden estate, celebrating Lady Zaziana's 18th birthday." Sibin asked in a flat tone, "A banquet? Even when war is right at our doorstep? For a daughter's birthday? And at a time like this? Does it really need to be this extravagant?" Theo smirked. "No, it is precisely because times are chaotic that it must be extravagant." Sibin asked in shock, "What?" Looking completely relaxed, Theo slowly explained, "The betrayal of the Chauvin faction. It has completely shattered the internal balance of the Ziana family. Instead of Aizen, the one backed by the Chauvin faction, I have become the 6th successor. And to make matters worse, one of the 9 dragons lost their seat due to the betrayal of S. This banquet, it is not just a simple birthday party. It is a show of force to prove to the outside world that Ziana still stands strong. And it is a battleground for the successors and the 9 dragons to test each other." Sibin clenched his fist in awe. "So that is the hidden agenda. You are truly brilliant, young Master Theo." He paused. "Then, naturally, you will also..." Theo immediately replied, "Yes, A mysterious smile crept onto Theo's lips. If they are that desperate to see me, I suppose I will just have to attend. At that very moment, sparkling lights and a sky full of stars painted a breathtaking scene at the Forden estate. Inside the lavish grand hall, nobles draped in elegant attire mingled in a bustling, vibrant atmosphere. The banquet guests suddenly turned their gazes toward the entrance, their voices dripping with underlying meaning. He finally showed up, the new successor. Wearing a black cloak, Theo strode into the hall with an icy, imposing aura, right as the announcer declared, "Young Master Theo Ziana." Theo thought to himself, just as I expected, every single eye is locked onto me. Of course they are. This birthday party is nothing but a convenient excuse. They are all here to size up the new successor. Theo strode forward under the brilliant chandeliers, his mind racing. If I want to leave a powerful impression in this place... Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. You really cannot just sit quietly, can you? You have already caused quite a stir. Navin stepped forward, his tone respectful yet familiar. I have been waiting for you, young master. Theo turned around and let out a light laugh. I almost did not recognize you. Navin, you did not even bother shaving for the wedding. Navin quickly defended himself. Things were just way too chaotic that day. Meanwhile, whispers echoed throughout the hall. That is Navin, the sole survivor of the Boschert family massacre. Ah, I guess he is the head of the family now, huh? Even though his family fell to ruins, they are still one of the 6 pillars. And now, the head of the Boscherts is calling the 6th successor Young Master. Navin frowned, clearly annoyed by the whispers. Every single conversation is revolving around us, all thanks to your grand entrance. But Theo just gave a faint, knowing smile. The stage was already set long before I walked in. Theo narrowed his eyes, his voice turning sharp. Now comes the main event. Out of nowhere, a mysterious voice cut through the air. So, you are Theo Ziana. Both Theo and Navin flinched in surprise at the sudden intrusion. Tokio raised a hand in greeting. This must be the first time we are meeting face to face. Allow me to introduce myself. He offered a smooth, practiced smile. I am the 5th successor. Theo's mind instantly went to work. Just as I thought. He made his move way faster than I expected. Overflowing with confidence, Tokio declared, I am Tokio Ziana, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. The two locked eyes, instantly plunging the surrounding area into a suffocating, terrifyingly tense atmosphere. As the whispers of the crowd buzzed through the grand hall, a voice echoed clearly between them. We finally cross paths. Tokio flashed a cryptic smile. The one who used to lead the race for succession. Theo stared back, his expression completely unreadable. And the newly risen successor. Tokio suddenly let out a warm laugh, shattering the heavy tension. Oh, there is no need to be so on guard, Theo Ziana. I just wanted to see the man chosen as the 6th successor with my own 2 eyes. Tokio kept up his incredibly friendly facade. Haha. Honestly, I am just relieved it was not that brat Anson gear. But behind his calm eyes, Theo was analyzing him. A flawless, textbook first impression. He is good. Theo's gaze remained razor sharp as his thoughts raced. But this is the Ziana family, a place where only raw power demands respect. Tokio's expression flickered for a fraction of a second, but his smile never wavered. The crowd continued to whisper. Do you really think they are genuinely happy to greet a rival? Their hands locked together in a firm grip, the dazzling lights above making the moment feel incredibly heavy. Theo relaxed his posture and offered a polite smile. It is an honor to finally meet you, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, Tokio Ziana. I am Theo Ziana of the White Dragon Squad. A wicked, predatory smirk instantly flashed across Tokio's face. So, you are drawing a clear line between us right from the start? Theo was completely taken aback by the sudden shift in tone. A suffocating, bloodthirsty tension flared up between them once again. Tokio let out a smug, mocking chuckle. My little brother cares far too much about stiff formalities. There is no need to be so incredibly polite with me. Tokio's eyes glinted with dark, undeniable ambition. Just relax. Call me Big Brother. His face twisted into a fierce, battle-hungry grin. The nobles around them gasped. Yes, now that is the true dominant style of a Xiana. Theo froze for a moment, caught off guard, but quickly forced his expression back to an icy calm. Suddenly, his entire aura shifted. Flashing a razor-cold smile, he replied, "Well, if you are that eager for me to call you that." Theo cleared his throat, his eyes gleaming with a defiant, arrogant light. "Then I suppose I can oblige, big brother." Deep inside the palace, thousands of crystal chandeliers bathed the magnificent hall in a golden glow. Standing off to the side, Gon lazily loosened his tie, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. He grumbled endlessly. "This is so damn uncomfortable. I just want to rip it off." Hearing this, Kale shot him a sideways glance. "Just endure it for a night. It is exactly because you act like this that people spread rumors about the Vanka family being a bunch of barbarians." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. "It looks like the whole gang is finally here." As Gon walked over, someone chimed in. "Oh, Gon made it," he grinned. "Of course I did. How have you all been holding up lately?" Jia chimed in with a teasing tone. "Word on the street is that you are quite famous out in the West. They say even the Divine Dragon had to back down from you." Gon laughed it off. "You know how rumors are, always blown way out of proportion. By the way, has anyone seen Theo? I really want to ask him how the White Dragon Squad has been doing." Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on his neck as a female voice spoke up from right behind him. "Theo?" Gon panicked and quickly bowed his head. "Pardon my rudeness, Lady Zay. I foolishly brought up another man's name right in front of the true star of tonight's banquet." She waved it off with a calm smile. "It is perfectly fine. I am well aware of the true purpose behind tonight's gathering." Out of nowhere, the wine glass resting in Zay's hand began to tremble violently. The entire room went dead silent. Everyone's eyes locked onto a blinding pulse of crimson light erupting right in the center of the grand hall. A massive wave of azure light instantly flared up, violently crashing into the crimson aura. Kale's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "Please do not tell me that is Theo." Back in the main hall, Theo and Thokeo were still locked in their intense handshake. Someone in the crowd muttered, "Who else would have the guts to start a fight in the middle of this estate? It has to be Theo." The two men fiercely pushed against each other, their bodies erupting with a terrifying, monstrous surge of power. Yet Thokeo kept smiling, hiding his dark, scheming intent behind a perfectly friendly mask. When I formrange spot order manars, instantly, gale force winds whipped through the hall as the crimson and azure auras twisted together, unleashing a devastating shockwave of energy. Suddenly, Thokeo raised his hands in mock surrender. All right. I am no match for you, little brother. I admit defeat." Theo smoothly replied, "What are you talking about, big brother? You were clearly holding back to let me win." Thokeo signaled a passing waiter to bring over some drinks. With an arrogant smirk, he declared, "Well, I am not going to deny it." As Thokeo picked up a glass of wine from the silver tray, Theo's voice cut through the air. "But you know, being overly humble is just an insult to your opponent." Thokeo puffed out his chest and confidently shot back. "But every single word I just said is the absolute truth." He casually raised his glass toward Theo. "If I were your age, I have no doubt that I would be the one tasting defeat right now." Theo stared back with a thinly veiled look of disdain. What incredibly high praise. Hearing Theo's dry response, a cryptic smirk crept onto Thokeo's lips. He dramatically turned to face the massive crowd of nobles. "Seeing my very own little brother displaying such incredible might, it brings absolute joy to my heart." Standing dead center in the grand hall, Thokeo proudly thrust his glass into the air and roared, "Come, let us all raise our glasses to celebrate the dawn of a brand new era for Xiana." Caught up in the sudden hype, the entire banquet hall enthusiastically raised their drinks to the ceiling, their voices booming in unison. "For Xiana!" Thokeo turned back to Theo with a smug grin. "So, not a bad official debut for our newly risen successor, right?" Theo flashed a bright, polite smile. "I owe you my thanks, big brother." But internally, Theo's brow furrowed, his eyes locking onto Thokeo with deadly precision. So that is why he was showering me with praise. This was his endgame all along. He used that exaggerated praise to subtly show off his own martial prowess, cementing his status and boosting his reputation. And by publicly acknowledging his rival, he plays the gracious leader, completely winning over the crowd's hearts. Because of his little stunt, the entire flow of the banquet that Navan and I carefully set up has completely shifted in his favor. Recalling that perfectly crafted, friendly smile from just moments ago, Theo's mind went on high alert. Thokeo Ziana. I absolutely cannot underestimate him just because he plays the friendly brother. Just then, Zian and the rest of his friends walked over to chat. Hey, you have not forgotten my oath to become your loyal sword, have you, Theo? Gon chimed in right behind him. I knew it. That monstrous wave of magic just now. That was definitely you, Theo. Endless streams of gossip about Theo began pouring into his ears. To reach such a terrifying level at his age? A noblewoman hid her face behind a delicate fan, whispering, I wonder, is he engaged yet? Perhaps an arrangement with our daughter? Someone quickly hushed her. Oh, please, madam. Meanwhile, on the lavishly decorated second floor of the grand hall, Gokhan gripped the balcony railing so hard his knuckles turned white. He seethed with absolute rage, cursing under his breath. That arrogant little bastard! He glared down at the bustling hall, his mind racing with dark thoughts. I was planning to use that filthy mongrel's reckless behavior as an excuse to kick him out of my estate. Gokhan shot a venomous glare toward Thokeo. But of course, some complete fool just had to jump in and ruin everything. He turned away, glaring out the grand window with a sneer of pure disgust. A lowly, pathetic bastard dares to run wild in our family. Acting like he owns the place, it literally makes me sick to my stomach. But as Gokhan glanced down at the exterior courtyard, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Two female figures had suddenly walked into his line of sight, and they looked far too familiar for comfort. It was Irene and Evelyn. The two of them were happily chatting and giggling together, bright smiles plastered across both of their faces. Gokhan's expression instantly darkened into an ugly scowl. He hissed through gritted teeth, She actually has the nerve to pull something like this in a place like this? Down by the estate's grand fountain, under the romantic glow of the moonlight, Irene was practically bouncing with excitement. She gasped out loud. "Oh my goodness, Captain!" She immediately showered her with endless praise. "You look absolutely gorgeous tonight." Evelyn, dressed in a stunning ball gown that perfectly highlighted her elegant figure, blushed deeply. She asked in a shy, quiet voice, Do you really think so?" Irene clapped her hands together in sheer delight. "Have you ever known me to give out empty compliments? I am being completely serious. You look incredibly beautiful, and so cute." Evelyn quickly ducked her head, her cheeks burning bright red. She muttered bashfully, "Cute?" Evelyn abruptly turned to leave, her mind screaming, "No! I have to change back into my uniform right now!" But Irene clung tightly to her arm, pleading, "Who wears a uniform to a banquet? I'm not letting you go. Just be good and come with me." Suddenly, a wine glass was hurled straight at her head. Glass shattered everywhere. Evelyn stood completely stunned. Her body froze, her spirit shattering as a terrifyingly familiar voice echoed out, "Just hearing that name makes me sick." Trembling in panic, Evelyn turned and fled. Standing behind her was the towering figure of Gopgang. Irene froze, watching her captain run. Gopgang's face twisted into a fierce scowl, radiating pure bloodlust as he roared, "Why did you crawl out here?" Irene's face went completely pale. She bit her lip, bubbling with an overwhelming sense of injustice. Evelyn grabbed her arm to hold her back, but Irene yelled, confronting Gopgang, "Even if you are one of the 9 dragons, this kind of unfair treatment is..." Evelyn gently tried to soothe her. I'm fine." Tears welled up in Irene's eyes. "But Captain..." Before she could finish, Evelyn, still trembling, cut her off. "I said I'm fine. I'm really fine, so please, don't do anything." She looked down in utter despair, her quivering lips letting out a choked, desperate plea. "Please, I'm begging you." Irene watched in horror. This is the first time I've ever seen the captain so terrified, she thought. Just what on earth happened between her and that monster? Gopgang slowly walked over, stopping right next to the two of them. Reeking of murderous intent, he snarled, "Didn't I tell you never to show your face in front of me again?" Gopgang looked down at them with absolute disgust. He then sneered, mocking, "And what do we have here?" Without warning, he violently ripped off Evelyn's robotic arm. She stood there, completely stunned. Furious, Irene screamed at the top of her lungs, "Let her go!" Gopgang held Evelyn's severed mechanical arm high in the air. Her eyes grew empty and utterly tragic as she stared at it. With a brutal swing, he smashed the arm into the ground. The outer shell shattered to pieces, completely destroying the delicate components inside. Evelyn stared at her ruined arm, paralyzed by the sheer shock of it. Gopgang just cruelly mocked her. "Did you really think that just strapping that piece of junk on would make you whole again? If you are trash, then live like trash. Stay out of sight and get trampled underfoot. If you ever dare to show your face in front of me again, I'll tear you to shreds." Evelyn scrambled away in sheer panic. Meanwhile, Gopgang laughed sadistically, his face full of blatant contempt. Finally, that disgusting stench is fading. Seething with rage, Irene screamed at him, "I'm reporting this to the Fati." Gopgang just calmly scoffed. "The Fati? How amusing. Go ahead, do whatever you want." He turned to leave, tossing back one last arrogant threat at Irene. "You're about to learn exactly how the strong survive in the Jang Na family." Heavy winter snow blanketed the streets. Evelyn ran for her life, fleeing into the night, her frantic footsteps leaving deep tracks in the snow. Tears streamed down her face as her mind raced. "I knew it. I never should have come to a place like this." Evelyn's mind was dragged back into a nightmarish past. She had tried so hard to endure it back then. The time she was beaten to the ground, her entire body covered in bruises. He had spat venomous words at her. "If you ever dare call me father with that filthy mouth of yours again, I will tear you limb from limb." Young Evelyn had sobbed as her own father hurled those cruel words. "Get lost. Get out of here and never show your face to me again. Do you understand?" She had used every ounce of her tiny, fragile strength to run away from Gopgang. Devastated, the present Evelyn whispered, "In the end, nothing has changed at all." The trembling little girl from the past and the broken woman of the present, both past and present, mirrored the exact same pathetic scene. Lost in her agonizing thoughts, Evelyn suddenly crashed into someone on the street. The figure felt familiar. A deep voice called out, "Evelyn, where are you rushing off to?" It was Julius. His tall, towering figure stood like a mountain, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful and majestic aura. Tears continued to stream down her cheeks, but the sorrow was gone, replaced by a sudden wave of overwhelming relief and joy. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Hall, the atmosphere was incredibly lively, with noble ladies dancing gracefully to the music. Theo and his friends were still chatting enthusiastically, smiles plastered across their faces. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the hall. The cheerful atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone stopped, looking around in utter confusion. Gopgang's arm was violently twisted behind his back by Julius, bent so far that the sickening crack of bone echoed in the room. Thrashing in agony, Gopgang roared, "You bastard! What the hell do you think you're doing, Captain of the White Dragon Squad?" His face twisted into a vicious, ugly snarl. His eyes burned with intense, murderous intent as he shrieked at the top of his lungs. Julius Jang Na. Julius's own expression was terrifyingly savage. His single eye glowed a piercing, blood-red hue. Julius Jang Na. Using every last ounce of his strength, Gopgang yanked his arm free from Julius's grip. He cradled his crushed, agonizingly broken arm. His face contorted in pain as he watched Julius taking heavy, menacing steps toward him. Julius gave a dark warning. "I told you, didn't I? I told you I'd beat you half to death." Seething with rage, Gopgang roared, "So you're really going to betray the Jang Na family? Guards, arrest this highly dangerous criminal immediately." In an instant, a squad of elite guards swarmed and surrounded Julius. The panicked guests scattered to the edges of the room, leaving a massive open circle in the middle of the hall. The razor-sharp blades of his own family's guards were now pointed straight at his throat. The encirclement was completely airtight. There was no way out. The Fati had intervened. A man who appeared to be the captain of the Fati stepped forward. "Captain of the White Dragon Squad, Julius Jang Na, you are to be detained for violently assaulting an elder. We demand your full cooperation." Julius sharply cut him off. "And what if I refuse?" The Fati captain fell dead silent, beads of cold sweat rolling down his cheek. Julius continued, his voice booming. The family law states it clearly. Even as a Zhang Na, an oath sworn on the sword must be upheld at all costs. The elders couldn't hide their sheer terror at his words. 4 years ago, I swore an oath on my sword right in front of those scheming old foxes. That child, if you ever dare to lay a single finger on her again. Julius took another heavy step forward, unleashing an incredibly dense, suffocating aura that completely overpowered the Fati. I swore I would beat you half to death. Theo frowned deep in thought as whispers erupted all around him. What just happened? The demon dragon broke an elder's arm? What? How is a mere inspector supposed to handle this kind of mess? Should we make a run for it? Theo gently nudged a panicking guest aside, his mind racing. This never happened in my past life, so why the hell is it happening now? Suddenly, Theo glanced toward the corner of the room and everything clicked. Ah, so that's it. At the very end of his gaze stood Evelyn, frozen in place with an incredibly complicated expression. Finally, this whole mess is starting to make sense. The scene shifted to a memory, a small, childish hand gripping tightly onto someone's coat. But that tiny hand was ruthlessly slapped away. It was little Evelyn, desperately chasing after Gopgang. Evelyn Neroville. She was the illegitimate child of Gopgang Zhang Na. To Gopgang, a man who valued pure blood lineage above absolutely everything, Evelyn's mere existence was a stain of dishonor he wanted to erase at all costs. He planned to exile her from the Zhang Na family entirely. But the demon dragon saw her hidden potential and brought her straight into the White Dragon Squad, shattering Gopgang's scheme. Years later, as Evelyn's fame grew and she even became a squad captain, Gopgang grew paranoid that his dark secret would be exposed. So, he orchestrated the murder of his own daughter, disguising it as a tragic accident. She miraculously survived but lost her left arm. Unable to hold the reins in combat, she was honorably discharged. From then on, she quietly managed martial arts dojo number 4, completely oblivious to the existence of high society banquets like this one. And now, all of this chaos is the direct butterfly effect of my actions since turning back time. Theo stepped forward, a deeply serious look settling on his face. Then it has to be me. I'm the one who needs to set this right. Back to Gopgang. Julius was still advancing like an unstoppable force. Gopgang spun toward the guests, his face pale with terror, yet he forced himself to shout at the top of his lungs. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this outrage. Witness the demon dragon's blatant disrespect toward the protecting elders of the Zhang Na family. He is using the authority of the 9 dragons, granted by the patriarch himself, to threaten his own flesh and blood. Is this not an act of open rebellion? Pues os. Julius snarled in pure anger. You piece of trash! Abusing authority? Are those words seriously coming out of your filthy mouth? Suddenly, a hand was raised into the air. I believe both of you have let this go too far. Theo stepped forward. Because of your bickering, my friend's birthday party, which should have been a joyful celebration, is now ruined by fear. Julius closed his eyes and lowered his head in resignation, while Gopgang looked visibly annoyed but didn't dare utter a single word. So, I suggest we end this right here, using the ancient tradition of Ragna. He dropped the final words with icy coldness. A duel. Gopgang shot back. Nonsense! Marin clearly injured me. There's no need for a duel. The blame falls entirely on him. What you say is true, but we cannot let this chaos spread any further. You agree with this too, don't you, my lord? The silhouette of a woman emerged following Theo's words. The lord of the Daffodin Palace. With every step she took, the ground beneath her froze over. At my daughter's birthday celebration, Ice Dragon Neil Ragnaton, the lord of the Daffodin Palace, glared with burning fury. Just what do you think you're doing? My lord, surely you saw what Julius just did? I do not want to hear another word about your petty squabbles that have absolutely nothing to do with me. Neil waved her hand with a look of utter disdain. Then let's end this quickly, just as that boy suggested. Her dragon eyes snapped wide open, blazing with absolute fury. That is my final act of mercy. That my patience will allow. A duel? Wouldn't that be far too advantageous for the elders? Even in retirement, they are all high inquisitors or above. Gopgang thought to himself, that's right, only Marin has the strength to win, but even so, I am not at a disadvantage either. The rules state that the plaintiff and the defendant will fight in the final match, while the first 2 matches will be fought by chosen representatives. He glanced to his left. His representative? That's where Evelyn is standing. He only has a one-armed cripple on his side. Then he glanced over at Theo. Oh! And a filthy, illegitimate bastard. Gopgang bared his teeth in a wicked grin. This won't even reach my turn. He was brimming with confidence now. We will end this right in the first 2 matches. Well then, a pure sword fight will clearly separate right from wrong. Hearing Gopgang's words, the guests immediately turned to one another, whispering endlessly. Watching the scene unfold, Torkel brought his wine glass to his lips, a mysterious smile creeping across his face. As he sipped his wine, he thought to himself, this is getting far more interesting than I expected. Theo Ragna. Knowing Maron's temper, it was bound to explode like this sooner or later. If Theo hadn't stepped in, that elder would have taken the chance to bring Marin down. In just a brief moment, he managed to find a solution that both sides could accept. This is going to be quite a show. Meanwhile, at the arena outside the palace, everyone had gathered. From this moment on, under the supervision of the arbiter, the duel shall begin. The announcer read the rules aloud to ensure fairness. The use of mana is strictly prohibited, and everything that occurs in this duel is fully protected under the laws of Ragna. Furthermore, both parties must swear that they will not seek revenge, nor harbor any future grudges. The moment the arbiter finished speaking, both sides shouted in unison, I swear! I swear it as well! The arbiter gestured toward Theo's group. Very well. First duelists, step forward. Theo took the first match. He drew his sword and stood on the arena stage, radiating a majestic presence. Kyle leaned forward, full of worry. Theo, are you sure you're going to be okay? Another chimed in, yeah, that opponent doesn't look like a pushover. What, is he really that strong? He is the Elder's right-hand man, swordsman Beta. Among the High Inquisitors, his skills are absolutely top tier. Even so, it's still easier to breathe than fighting the Elders directly. A heavy hand rested on Beta's shoulder. Beta, in this match? Gopgang growled viciously, go all out, strike to kill. You mean, kill him? But he is a candidate for succession. Do not worry, you know perfectly well that whatever happens in a duel is wiped clean of liability. At the very least, bring me one of his arms. Julius stared at Theo's back, his mind heavy with thought. Theo, will you really be all right? Flashing back to right before the match. I am so sorry, Theo. Because of my reckless actions, you got dragged into this. More importantly, are you sure you will be okay? You said that a representative can fight in multiple matches, but, of course, just trust me. Through this duel, I intend to completely end the years of bitter grudges between the two of you. Theo gripped his sword tightly, exuding the absolute aura of a warrior beneath the dark lights and the freezing winter snow. With sword in hand, Theo stared down his enemy with a grim expression. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. The duel had begun. Sibin held his weapon tightly, his tension visibly showing. He charged forward, bracing for the brutal clash ahead. The moment the whistle echoed was the deciding moment. He gritted his teeth and sprinted straight at Theo. Their swords clashed violently, sending sparks flying into the air. The sheer force of their head-on collision created a shockwave that pushed both of them back. Sabin slid backward, digging his heels in to stabilize himself. The ground trembled and fierce winds whipped around them. Above, the snow continued to fall as shattered debris scattered across the arena. The clash of their sword paths literally shook the space around them. Sibin analyzed the situation. He is hardly inferior to me at all. Even as we're crossing swords right now, I still can't believe it. Is this what makes a successor so entirely different? However, Sabin suddenly spotted an opening in Theo's previous movement. Blinded by a cloud of dust, Theo instinctively raised an arm to shield his eyes. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his technique. Sabin judged him silently. You still lack real combat experience. His blade deliberately avoided Theo's vital spots, out of respect for his status as a successor. I'll make sure your sacrifice is entirely painless. But standing opposite to him, Theo was smiling, a deeply satisfied, confident smirk. Sibin immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. That opening. Did he expose it on purpose? He was left utterly stunned by what was unfolding right before his eyes. The two dashed past each other, locking eyes as they crossed. Sibin broke into a cold sweat. If he hadn't stopped that slash, I would be dead meat. He couldn't understand that action at all. But why did he stop? At this very moment, Theo's mind was spiraling into pure madness. A dark voice was urging him, "Kill them! The ones who mocked you, the ones who abandoned us. Kill them all." The voice relentlessly hypnotized him. Kill them. Slaughter every single one of them. Constantly bombarded by the mental attacks, Theo let out exhausted, pained groans. Sibin watched him closely. He's full of openings again. Is he trying to trick me with that same cheap tactic? There's a limit to how much you can look down on people. Do you really think the same trick will work twice? I will block your counterattack and pay you back with my own killing move. Their swords smashed together, producing a deafening, dramatic clang. Sibin jolted in shock when he heard Theo muttering to himself. This endless, annoying buzzing in my head? I will handle this myself, so just shut the hell up. Utterly confused, Sibin pushed forward with his attack. You bastard! What are you even talking about? Theo's eyes gradually glazed over, as if he'd been completely possessed. His blade grew sharper and deadlier with every lightning-fast movement. Sibin fought back, exhausted, his teeth grinding together forcefully. A spectacular, fierce battle unfolded, leaving the entire audience in absolute awe. Standing from afar, Sonya gently raised her hand, signaling the flow of the battle. Her elegant silhouette gracefully emerged from behind the hazy smoke. Sonya praised him silently. He is truly extraordinary. Even without channeling a single ounce of mana into his sword, he still possesses such terrifying, monstrous strength. Down below the stand, Sibin had collapsed, utterly and completely defeated. The match referee stood over him, staring in silence for a long moment. Then he made the announcement. Round 1 of the duel, we have a winner. Every single pair of eyes turned toward the last man standing. Theo Ragna. Theo thought to himself, what was that feeling just now? It's completely different from the usual resentment that plagues me. A strange sensation, as if something else was guiding my blade. When I surrender myself to that feeling, I can unleash power on an entirely different level. Surrendering myself to absolute hatred, it's a dangerous idea. But if I can learn to control it properly, I could become twice as strong as I am right now. A moment later, the crowd began to buzz again. Well then, we will now begin round 2. Both duelists stepped forward into the arena. Sibin's side was startled as the defending party declared they would continue to fight. The announcer declared loudly, Theo Ragna will remain as the defending duelist for round 2. Beth thought viciously, that arrogant bastard. This time I am going to end him. He stepped slowly into the arena, standing face to face with Theo. Beth spoke up, I am counting on you, young descendant of Zhang Na. KL wondered in disbelief. Can he really swing that massive sword without using a single drop of mana? Someone chimed in, that sword is absolutely massive. I like it. As the crowd murmured, she could not help but wonder, why is the old man being so serious? Gon sighed, I just cannot help but feel worried. The others scoffed, worried? You think we are out of the woods, so now you are worried about Theo? He might not win, but he definitely will not go down easy. He explained, honestly, I think that might not win part is going to become a reality. Unlike round 1, where they just sent out a high-ranking judge to save face, this time, the Elder is stepping up himself. That means in this match, they are absolutely determined to eliminate Lord Theo. Down below the arena, a tense silence settled over the crowd, but just as the referee was about to blow the whistle to begin, a hand suddenly shot up into the air. Theo, with an eerily calm expression, declared, I forfeit. Hearing this, veins popped on Beth's forehead as he roared, What did you just say? Theo casually replied, How could a mid-level examiner like me possibly compare to an elder? Even without fighting, it is blatantly obvious that the elder would win. Even a newborn baby could see that. Theo slowly and casually lowered his weapon. The referee announced, the winner of round 2, Beth Grayson. The audience began to whisper, the council is taking a massive loss this time. Everything is playing right into Theo's hands. Now the council's reputation is completely ruined. It would be hard enough at full strength, but with an arm like that for round 3? The elder fumed in rage. That damn cursed descendant. Don't tell me. He actually calculated things this far ahead? Evelyn stood at a distance, lost in thought. I have never seen him waver like this before. She finally spoke up. I am so sorry, you two. This is all my fault. He quickly cut in. Don't apologize. Teammates having each other's backs is just how it works. Julius comforted her. Exactly, Evelyn. Just watch closely this time. I am going to absolutely crush them. Evelyn remained silent, but her heart felt incredibly warm. She recalled memories from the past. Evelyn, come join the White Dragon Heavy Cavalry. With talent like yours, you cannot just stay here and rot away. Julius had told her, so what if you don't know how to break the curse? Retiring isn't the answer. Come back and make the one who dragged you into this take responsibility. And then she remembered Theo's words. Didn't you say you were going to be my sword, Evelyn? I fully intend to make both of your lifelong wishes come true. Snapping back to reality, Evelyn thought deeply. Both of them care about me so much. Yet here I am, letting myself be weighed down. How can I stay trapped in the past forever? How can I refuse to move forward? That is right. I am done playing this pathetic role. She looked at the two closest people in her life and called out boldly, Captain! Filled with newfound resolve. Evelyn told herself, I am going to sever these chains with my own 2 hands. She then stated firmly, I have something to say. Just then, the announcement echoed through the arena. Round 3, the deciding match of the one-on-one duel. Both fighters stepped forward. Gokgang stomped out into the arena, his footsteps heavy and radiating furious energy. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Finally, round 3. Thanks to that little bastard, we have absolutely no honor left to salvage. But even if I go down, I am taking Julius's arm with me. The referee announced, the panel accepts the defending team's request. The defending team will substitute their fighter for round 3. At that exact moment, Evelyn confidently strode into the arena. Gokgang burst into maniacal laughter. How utterly pathetic. There is a limit to being reckless, girl. What is next? Are you going to drop to your knees and beg for mercy right here? She drew her sword with pure disgust. The one who should be begging for mercy is you, father. Evelyn's face was ice cold, her piercing gaze locking onto him as she emphasized the word father. Gokgang's expression instantly twisted into an ugly scowl at her defiant words. Gokgang suddenly let out a booming laugh. This is absurd. Even arrogance has its limits. What, are you planning to beg for your life next? Evelyn calmly leveled her blade at him. The only one who is going to be begging today is you, father. She coldly aimed her sword at the man. Father? Gokgang's face flashed with sudden shock at the public provocation. Up in the stands, the crowd erupted into murmurs. Wait, Evelyn, from the White Dragon Squad is Gokgang's daughter? They do not look anything alike. Is she an illegitimate child? I have met Gokgang's lawful wife before. Does that mean everything she is saying is actually true? Gokgang roared in denial. You little bitch! You dare call me father? Do not make me laugh! Evelyn replied with chilling calmness. If I had known you would be this thrilled, I would have called you father much sooner. It seems you really enjoy reminiscing about the good old days. Should I keep going? Like the time you nearly beat me to death. Just because I dared to call you father, when I was nothing but your bastard child. You even tried to have me killed in the White Dragon Squad, all just to bury the secret of your illegitimate daughter. Gokgang furiously cut her off. Shut your damn mouth. As a proud member of the Ratna family, what the hell was wrong with doing that? But the moment those words left his mouth, he froze, realizing his mistake. The crowd in the stands exploded into whispers, so it is true. A bastard child at his age? And to think he is the one who is always obsessing over pure bloodlines. What a massive hypocrite. They whispered to each other with mocking sneers. He kept running his mouth without a shred of restraint. Well, look at the mess he is in now. I always warned him he needed to be more careful. I knew a day like this was bound to come. So why the hell did he let his bastard daughter live in the first place? Gokgang's eyes widened in absolute rage as the humiliating whispers echoed around him. Behind Evelyn, the two men stood watching the scene unfold. Julius called out softly, You do not have to force yourself to do this, Evelyn. Evelyn, let me handle it. But Theo calmly cut him off. Instead of worrying, just watch her. Let's see how she handles this herself. The sharp blast of a whistle rang out, and the two fighters instantly launched themselves at one another. Yet, a girl as small as Evelyn was effortlessly blocking Gokgang's brutal strikes. The battle between them grew more intense by the second. Suddenly, a brilliant blue magical aura enveloped Evelyn's arm. Julius gasped in sheer shock the moment he recognized it. That is the Divine Dragon Dance. An illusionary realm of crashing waves and howling sea winds materialized right before Gokgang's eyes. The other elders were in an uproar. The Divine Dragon Dance? Isn't that the legendary Storm Sword technique? How on earth did Evelyn master the lost technique of the storm? A fierce, swirling vortex of water blasted toward Gokgang with the force of a hurricane. The crowd was losing their minds. She is not just blocking Gokgang's strikes. She is completely overpowering him. This is unbelievable. How did she learn the lost arts of the storm? She is going toe-to-toe with a master-class swordsman. Compared to her, Gokgang's skills look like a joke. Theo thought to himself with a smirk. It is really not that surprising. The one-on-one duel strictly forbids the use of mana, which means this is a pure test of raw swordsmanship. Because of that, the gap in their magical power means absolutely nothing here. And above all else, Gokgang doesn't even have the solid foundation of a true pureblood. Without it, he never truly deserved this rank in the first place. Gokgang swung his sword in a blind rage. "You dare, you little brat!" Evelyn felt a brief flicker of apprehension at his sheer fury. Her brows furrowed in deep concentration, instantly going on high alert as she sensed a new and deadly attack coming her way. Quick as lightning, Evelyn raised her blade and parried the heavy blow. Gokgang snarled, "You better think real carefully, girl. Did you really think you could ever escape my grasp? I am going to beat you until you are begging on your knees. I will beat some sense into you." But suddenly, the cocky look vanished from his face. Evelyn glared right through him with absolute ice in her eyes. "If you think you can, then try it." Gokgang was genuinely stunned by her blatant defiance. "What did you just say?" Evelyn answered coldly. "When I was little. You were my entire world. That was the only reason I was ever afraid of you. But now, I have found people I can actually trust." Her thoughts drifted to her true companions, sitting up in the stands, watching over her. People who place their absolute faith in me. I am no longer that weak little girl desperately clinging to her father for validation. With an explosive burst of power, she swung her sword, sending Gokgang flying violently across the arena. Splashes of blood sprayed into the air, obscuring Gokgang's shocked face from the crowd. Evelyn screamed at the top of her lungs, "I am not that weak little child anymore." A trembling gasp echoed out. Seeing Evelyn Neruv, the elders couldn't hide their anxiety. But in stark contrast, Julius and Theo looked deeply satisfied. Gokgang's massive sword was sent flying, stabbing fiercely into the ground. A loud voice rang out. Gokgang had been defeated. Gokgang furiously scrambled to his feet. "Don't you dare mock me. This fight is far from over." Suddenly, a figure stepped forward, making him freeze in his tracks. The ice dragon spoke with a chillingly cold tone. "If you are truly a member of the 9 dragons, then stop humiliating yourself and accept the outcome." Another loud announcement echoed through the arena. The winner of the third match, Evelyn Neruv. The verdict is not guilty. With that, Evelyn slowly walked back toward her teammates. She flashed a bright, radiant smile. Evelyn had finally completed her trial. Julius looked immensely proud and praised her. "You did excellently, Evelyn." Evelyn's lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something else. But a second later, she just smiled warmly. "It's all thanks to you." On the other side, a man rushed over to support Gokgang. "Are you all right, Great Elder?" Another handed him his weapon. "Here is your sword, sir. You're heavily injured. Please, let's get you treated first." Boiling with rage, Gokgang snatched his sword and stormed off. He let out a furious roar. "Evelyn Neruv, you wretched little brat. I'll kill you myself." But suddenly, a hand shot out and clamped tightly around his wrist. Gokgang froze instantly when he realized who it was. Julius was gripping his arm with crushing force. "Do you want me to take your other arm too?" Julius threatened darkly. A flicker of fear crossed Gokgang's face, and the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze completely. The entire audience held their breath, watching the intense standoff. But suddenly, a panicked voice broke the silence. An invasion! The Trojan family has launched an attack. Everyone, return to your units immediately. Julius gritted his teeth, looking extremely annoyed and frustrated. Theo, Eveline, war is upon us. Return to the Silver Dragon Squad immediately. Understood. Gokgang ground his teeth in absolute fury. You bastards! How dare you! Stop! I said stop right there! That match isn't over yet! Psst! Stand down! A cold female voice cut through the air. Lord Gokgang, I will only say this once. Do not disgrace the 9 dragons any further. Gokgang was utterly shocked. Lord Ice Dragon? Are you ignoring me? No. Are you ignoring the entire Council of Elders? The Ice Dragon replied dryly, Who knows, but I suspect your opinion differs vastly from mine. The Council of Elders suddenly spoke up, their tone icy. Even if the honor of the Elder Council has hit rock bottom, in Cumberchat, we cannot let a sore loser, who draws his sword after a fair defeat, act as our representative. Julius shot them a sidelong glance, leaving a despairing Gokgang crumpled on the floor. Julius thought to himself, it's finally over. What a pathetic display from a greedy old man. The scene shifts to the Trojan family, specifically Ed Trojan. A voice reported, Sir, we have successfully occupied the central plateau, and Haman Castle will soon fall as well. Ed questioned, What about the Ragna forces? It seems both the family head's cavalry and the private armies of the 6 pillars are converging on the central plateau. Ed let out a dark chuckle. Those Ragna fools, they're acting exactly as planned. I'll make them realize that this skirmish is just a tiny piece of a much grander scheme. While they pool their forces at the central plateau, the place we will truly devour is right here. He smiled with wicked satisfaction, pointing to a specific region on the map. Among the 6 great families, the territory of the Bacchus family. Meanwhile, a soldier anxiously peeked inside at their newly arrived lord. Ever since that guy became the lord, has he done anything besides locking himself in his room and getting completely wasted? At a critical time like this, does he even realize he's the head of the family? Another man shrugged. Anyone who could leave has already left. What's the point of being the lord of this debt-ridden wasteland anyway? Even the knights and vassals who served the Bacchus family for generations have packed up and gone. What can that new lord even do? He should just be glad he still has booze to drink. True. But wait, didn't Ragna send reinforcements? Reinforcements? You mean the Ragna support squad leader, Sibildring, and that EOD squad member Naran? You're talking about those useless freeloaders? Their job is night patrol, but every time I check on them, they're dead drunk. The man grumbled, Support my ass! Ragna just wanted to sweep us under the rug and get us out of the way. The other soldier let out a heavy sigh. So, that's how it is. The scene shifts. A man's voice rang out. Was his intel correct? Well then, their morale is completely shattered. This operation is practically finished. Do you hear me? Let's wrap this up quickly and head back. A guard was sleeping soundly at his post. The infiltrators soon realized it wasn't just him. The other guards were passed out too. The man in black looked highly amused. Perfect! The guards are passed out and blind drunk. This mission is going to be a breeze. Hey, you lot... I'll see you all in the next life. The scene cuts to a visibly shocked Julius slamming his hand onto the table. You want to exercise independent combat authority as a mid-tier swordsman? Absolutely not. In the middle of a war like this, unit-based combat operations take absolute priority. You won't be getting any special treatment. Theo calmly replied, This is directly related to the war, sir. Please, take a look at this. Julius froze as he read the document. Is everything written here true? Yes, Theo answered. Trojan's primary targets right now appear to be Haman Castle and the Central Plateau. But that's just a decoy. Their real targets are the floating archipelago and the Bacchus territory. Julius thought to himself, honestly, that makes perfect sense. During the Seeress Guild kidnapping incident, judging by Hackclow's actions, it was obvious they were secretly working with Trojan. Theo continued. Furthermore, Hackclow's background ties back to the archipelago's transport alliance, the hub where all of the Empire's funds flow through. Julius instantly caught on. which explains how Trojans secured such a massive war budget. Exactly, Theo pressed on. And given the island's strategic location, it poses a much greater threat. That is exactly why our top priority must be sending reinforcements to the neglected Bacchus territory. However, Trojan has already amassed a massive army at the Central Plateau and Haman Castle. It looks like an all-out offensive. Ragna has also deployed all forces to counter them, so we literally have no soldiers left to spare. I understand that we can't just abandon a critical defensive line. That is exactly why I'm requesting Independent Combat Command. I will act as the reinforcement for the Bacchus territory and investigate the archipelago's connection to Trojan's war funds. Let me put an end to all of this. Julius felt a deep sense of satisfaction. So, you foresaw all of this right from your very first request? Alright, I approve it. Since it's for the war effort, there shouldn't be any issues. But don't go overboard, Julius warned. I'll keep that in mind, Theo replied. Julius looked down at the map and the documents scattered on his desk. The intel Theo had provided was undeniably top tier. But the fact that he brought this to me instead of someone like the Black Dragon, who specializes in intelligence, means he plans to act entirely on his own. If that's the case, asking for my permission was just a mere formality. Julius couldn't help but let out a slight smirk. If it's Theo, I'm sure he's already prepared for absolutely everything. The scene cuts back. The man in black suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. He was completely startled by the liquid that had just been splashed right into his face. Is this orange juice? Someone immediately answered the assassin's stunned question. I just don't drink very often. A spray of blood instantly shot into the air, and the man in black collapsed, like a puppet with its strings cut. EOD spoke up. We've taken care of the enemy vanguard, boss, Simon replied. Then let's go light the signal fire. But EOD didn't even seem to care that their swords had just carved right through Choi Van's army. I never expected them to strike on the day of the blooming festival. And it's not like we ever let our guard down, Simon grumbled, realizing the guy wasn't even listening to the boss. Suddenly, the man in black on the ground twitched. He instantly lunged forward, aiming a fatal strike right at Simon's back. The three of them froze in absolute shock and whipped around. But before the assassin could land his strike, a blade tore through the wind, slicing the man in half. It was the head of the Bachos family, Navin Bachos. Seriously, be careful. If you guys get hurt, how am I supposed to face our lord? Simon quickly stood at attention. I will be more careful, sir. Navin chuckled at him. I'm just messing with you. Relax. Simon suddenly turned dead serious. If you slack off, our lord will just have more to worry about. Are you really okay with that? Here, hold this torch for me. I need to have a word with my squad. Navin kept smiling, a teasing glint flashing in his eyes. Seaman immediately panicked. I was just joking. Just a joke. I'll hold it, okay? The signal fires on the wall flared to life, and dozens of soldiers drew their bows, aiming at the ground below. Navan arrogantly propped one foot on the battlements. To our lord! Down below is a whole swarm of enemies. How could he have predicted all of this? Seaman suddenly roared. Choi Van's scumbags are attacking. Defend Castle Bachos. Wipe out the intruders. Hundreds of arrows rained down like a storm, illuminated by the starry night sky. Theo muttered to himself. The fighting started already? Looks like we made it just in time. After such a long ride, he yanked hard on the reins. I'm finally going to see some familiar faces. The sky above them slowly faded into the colors of dawn. Seaman shouted, We have successfully defended Bachos as ordered, Lord Theo. Mission accomplished. Theo sighed. You don't have to yell so loud. Damn it. You guys did a great job out here. Seaman suddenly burst into tears. He actually praised me. The two guys next to him grumbled in annoyance. Damn it, I'm so jealous. You lucky bastard. Navin stepped forward. I never expected you to come here in person, my lord. Theo replied, I just dropped by to be on the safe side. But seeing it for myself, I guess you didn't need my help after all. Navin shook his head. It's all thanks to those guys. Where the hell did you find people like them? They trained with me back when I was a rookie inspector, Theo answered. They wanted to serve me, so they joined the Carmelian Palace Guards. It seems you've taken a liking to them. Navin chuckled. To be honest, I didn't expect much at first. They were just mid-level inspectors with zero actual combat experience. But after fighting alongside them for a few days, sure, their skills are a bit rough, but I realized one thing. I can completely trust these guys. Theo smiled warmly. Hearing you say that makes me proud. In that case, I have a task for you, Navin. Since the vassals and knights have returned, there are still empty spots in the Batchos family's knight order. Why don't you train your new friends and turn them into official knights of the Batchos family? Navin muttered the offer under his breath. A knight order, huh? It's been a long time since I felt this kind of excitement. Theo smiled, instantly understanding the unspoken resolve in Navin's words. Then I'll leave it to you. Navin blinked in surprise. You're leaving already? Theo nodded. I've seen everything I needed to see. I was just passing through anyway. I have another destination in mind. I'm going to investigate the floating archipelago. Navin chuckled. You'd think I'd be used to it by now, but your sheer audacity still manages to surprise me, my lord. Isn't that place notorious for being fiercely hostile to outsiders? Not to mention, it's nearly impossible to get in. Theo replied calmly, I have my ways. The scene shifted to the port city of Dion. A young man pushed open the doors and stepped into a bustling tavern. Suddenly, a hulking, muscular man bumped right into him and snarled, Watch where you're going, you little runt! Are your eyes glued to your ass? Theo smirked. My bad. I guess I just didn't see you way down there. Furious, the brute barked, The hell did you say? How about I bend down to your eye level then? Suddenly, the big guy's face contorted in pain. Whispers and shouts immediately erupted across the tavern. Who's gonna win? My money's on the big guy. Oh man, a fight's breaking out. Things are getting heated. Damn, you guys are dead meat. Hey, shorty, you still breathing? The booze is great tonight. Let's just go. An angry shout echoed out. When is our food coming out? The tavern owner frantically replied, Coming right up. The scene cut to a hidden room. A voice spoke from behind the door. To summarize the mission, starting on the 15th, the floating archipelago will pay a tribute of gunpowder and steel to Choi Van. All expenses will be deducted from the Dragon Sword's rental fee. Antonio furiously cut him off. Mission? My ass! That's straight up extortion. He was the next patriarch of the Spinola family, Antonio Spinola. And what the hell is a rental fee? They stole the Dragon Sword and now they want to rent it back to us for profit? It's a sick joke. But we don't have a choice, do we? Without the Dragon Sword, the floating archipelago will sink straight into the ocean. Damn it. If we hadn't lost that sword in the first place, we wouldn't be completely at their mercy right now. Is there really no hope left for our islands? Just then, the chaotic noise from the tavern outside grew even louder. Shouts roared from the other side of the door. Yeah, grab the chair, smash his head in. Antonio stormed out in a fit of rage. You absolute bastards! My head is about to explode and you're pulling this crap? Why the hell are you idiots fighting in my tavern again? Haven't I told you 1,000,000 times? No getting drunk. You drink in silence, for God's sake. Watching the chaos, Theo smirked in satisfaction. So, you finally decided to show your face. Antonio Spinola, the patriarch of the Spinola family. The scene shifted and Antonio's gruff voice rang out. So what you're saying is, you want to go to the floating archipelago, and you want me to let you on my ship as a fighter? Theo nodded. Exactly. I heard sea monsters have been showing up on that route a lot more lately. As for my skills, I'm pretty sure that little show out there just proved my worth. Besides, you're short on manpower. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Antonio muttered, narrowing his eyes. You're right about one thing. We are looking for crew members, but you're not getting on my ship. For a mercenary looking for work, your gear is way too clean. There's not a single scratch on it. You start a massive brawl right in my tavern, knowing full well I run the place, and you just conveniently know I have a ship heading straight to the archipelago? If you were me, would you let you on board? Theo smirked. Honestly, I would have been disappointed if you hadn't caught on. Great, let's cut to the chase then. The armed resistance force fighting to liberate the archipelago is known as HL, and its leader is you, Antonio Spinola. How about we make a deal? Antonio's eyes widened. How the hell do you know I lead HL? Theo waved a hand dismissively. Come on, that's not the important part. How I know doesn't matter. What matters is that I know other things, like how desperate you are to get the Dragon Sword back. Antonio instantly roared, slamming the table. You son of a bitch, so you're just another one of Choi Van's lapdogs. Theo calmly raised his hands. Hey, easy now. If we're making a deal, you need to keep a cool head, right? Antonio forced his anger down, sinking back into his chair in deep thought. A guard pushed the door open slightly. "Lord Antonio, that noise just now!" Antonio raised a hand, stopping him. "Even if I think about this rationally, it makes no sense. If he isn't with Choi Van, there's no way he'd bring up the dragon's sword." Theo leaned forward. "What if I told you, I have the dragon's sword?" Antonio scoffed loudly. "Ridiculous! Everyone knows Choi Van stole it, and now you're claiming you have it? Pure nonsense." Theo gave a sly smile. "Why is it nonsense? Just like me, they've only said they have it." Antonio's mind raced. Come to think of it, they've never actually shown us the real thing. I can't believe my judgment got this clouded, especially when the fate of the island is at stake. Theo pressed on. "You don't have anything left to lose anyway, right? So why not just hear me out?" Antonio slowly sat back down in his chair. "Fine, let's hear it then. Your myth and mystery of the floating archipelago." Theo quickly began. "It all traces back to the tale of that hero, Cree Amheel. It seems you already know the story." Antonio nodded. "Yes, you're right. He plunged his sword right into the head of the sea dragon that was destroying the ocean, sealing it beneath the waves forever. That was the legendary hero, Cree Amheel. That fairy tale is real. They say the floating archipelago stays above the sea because of mystical ocean currents. But that's a lie. The Dragon Lord Cree Amheel sealed away is resting deep beneath those waters. The infinite amount of mana it releases creates an upward updraft that keeps those islands suspended in the air. The Dragon Sword is the core that maintains the seal, a medium that keeps the mana flowing perfectly stable. But ever since Choi Van stole it, the mana flows have become completely unstable, and if the Dragon Slayer isn't returned soon, that archipelago will... Theo instantly caught on and finished his sentence. It will sink. Straight to the bottom of the ocean. Antonio Huck furrowed his brows and replied, "I'm not joking around. The lives of the people on that archipelago are hanging by a single thread. If you really have the Dragon Slayer and return it to us, we will grant you absolutely anything you desire." Theo narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, returning it isn't a real solution. Choi Van could just steal it again at any moment, and most importantly, that would mean giving up the Dragon Slayer for good. Antonio Huck spoke up. "Then let's get back to our deal. Tell me, what is it that you want? If it's money, just name your price and we'll pay it." Theo replied calmly, "No, I don't need your money." He had already prepared for this exact moment. A way to keep the Dragon Slayer while still saving the archipelago. "You just need to take me to that floating archipelago," he said. The massive ship tore across the surface of the vast Mêngmong Ocean. Antonio Huck and Theo stood on the deck, heading straight for the islands. Theo gazed ahead. Finally, it's showing itself. The floating archipelago, a merchant alliance with its own rich history and traditions, officially recognized by the Emperor as an autonomous territory. But during the Great War, it was seized by Choi Van and transformed into a massive military weapons factory. And in the final stages of the war, the entire island sank, completely vanishing from the map. For the sake of both Ragna and the floating archipelago, Choi Van had to be driven out. Antonio looked at him with lingering doubt. "This isn't just some big act, right? Your promise to save this island. Then the floating archipelago won't sink any further. We're going to move the islands themselves." Theo smirked, a knowing look on his face. "It's entirely possible. The water dragon lying beneath the archipelago, is after all a guardian of the primordial dragon's ruins." Theo recalled a question he had asked earlier. "This sword, what exactly did you make it out of?" Ambrita had replied, "It is an artifact, a relic of the primordial dragon." Theo remarked, "So it really is an artifact. But why does it react so badly to Ragna?" The blue dragon answered, "Well, I don't know the exact details myself, but it seems the guardian of the Dragon Slayer abandoned its duty and escaped from the ruins." Escaped? Even if they ignored that fact, since there were already precedents for forgetting one's duty, the Dragon Fairy cleared her throat awkwardly. She was the one who had set that precedent. Theo muttered, "It escaped from the ruins? So you're saying we can escape too, as long as we pay the price?" The Dragon Fairy quickly shot back. "That's absurd. Only a being like that could possibly escape and survive all of this. Theo smiled. So, not just anyone can pull it off, huh? Well, to be fair, it has enough mana to lift this entire archipelago using just the energy it radiates. Wait a second. If we can subdue it, then could I move this archipelago using my own power? Ambrata replied, in theory, yes, it's possible. But first, we'd have to seal that thing away again. Can you actually handle that? The blue dragon chimed in. It probably lost most of its power when it broke out of the ruins, but it is still one of the strongest guardians. The dragon fairy interrupted, do you even have a way to reach the water abyss? Theo answered confidently, of course. We've got a plan for everything, from how to reach the abyss to how to seal that beast away. The scene shifted. Antonio looked stunned. That colossal thing, it really has the power to save the archipelago? A power that even those of us born and raised on the floating archipelago know absolutely nothing about? Theo asked calmly. Even after I showed you the Dragon Slayer, you still have your doubts? Antonio shook his head. It's not doubt, it's anxiety. You have to understand our position. Our home, the entire fate of this place rests on that thing. Theo replied firmly, all right, just take me there. I will save this place, no matter the cost. Suddenly, the system interface popped up. Side quest, the Dragon Slayer. Desire, return it to its rightful place. Objective, find its location, subdue the Guardian, and prove yourself worthy to become its master. The ship docked at the port under the cover of night. Inside a cellar stacked high with barrels, Antonio laid out the plan. Our mission is simple. We need to guide this man to the statue of Graham Hume. Most of the major lords have already been bought off, and the area around the statue is heavily guarded. We'll use our usual infiltration route. The men replied in unison, understood, for the floating archipelago. Antonio nodded. Then I'm counting on all of you. In the shadows below, Ray suddenly flashed a sinister, knowing grin. The scene cut to a heavily guarded area. Hundreds of soldiers were stationed all around, keeping a strict watch. Theo and the men waited quietly at the bottom of the stairs. Theo slipped through a door below, carefully scanning his surroundings before gently pushing open a trapdoor and stepping out. Antonio had explained earlier, this is the inner sector. Thanks to the roaring sound of the waterfall, the chances of us being discovered are very low, but please stay alert. A weapon materialized in Theo's hand. You guys did great. I can handle things on my own from here. One of the younger men looked on in sheer excitement. The real Dragon Slayer? Theo thought to himself, the closer we get to the statue, the stronger its reaction becomes. Looking up, he scaled the massive statue as fast as lightning. The young man below watched in awe. He really has the Dragon Slayer. Finally, there's hope for the floating archipelago. Suddenly, Ray moved to ambush him. From this moment on, we are taking back the stolen Dragon Slayer. The scene shifted. Theo slowly stepped onto the top of the statue. He observed the giant stone figure of a swordsman gripping a blade. Theo slammed his blade down next to the heroic statue. Even if I insert it the exact same way, there's zero reaction. Think, the prophecy clearly said. Out of nowhere, Ray lunged forward, oozing murderous intent as he swung his sword high. But he froze in shock, realizing Theo was no longer standing there. A sudden wave of panic and anxiety washed over Ray. He's gone. Theo abruptly lunged from the shadows, striking him from behind. Ray was absolutely stunned. Since when did that punk get behind me? His body was sent flying backward, while Theo smoothly landed back next to the statue. One of the men called out, "Are you all right, Lord Ray?" Ray grunted, "I'm fine. But this guy is tough. Don't do anything reckless." Meanwhile, outside, the station guard suddenly felt that something was very wrong. Did you just hear that? It sounded like something shattering. Look over there, the statue of Graham Hume. What the hell? The statue, it's crumbling. The scene cut back to shortly before. By this point, cracks were already forming on the surrounding walls. Antonio and his loyal subordinates were still waiting below. He whispered impatiently, "What's taking so long? What the hell are they even doing up there?" Just then, a female soldier rushed out of the tunnel, looking absolutely terrified. She shouted, "Lord Antonio, we have a situation. The guy in the gray cloak and his crew who just joined us, they suddenly attacked our guests." Hearing this, Antonio couldn't hide his sheer shock. He thought to himself in horror, damn it, have Troy Van's lackeys really infiltrated this deep? The scene shifted back to Ray and his goons. Theo was pushed back, digging his feet into the ground to slow his momentum. Glaring at the mob of enemies blocking his path, he furrowed his brows and cursed in his head, these bastards. Even when he intentionally left himself wide open, they refused to attack. They were purely stalling for time. They've already taken over port number 3. Their plan is to hold down the fort here and wait for reinforcements. Having figured it out, Theo tightened his grip on his sword and sneered, like hell, I'll let you do that. Hearing this, Ray flew into a rage, glaring at Theo with pure aggression. Seeing that the mob still wasn't going to make a move, Theo swung his sword in a massive downward arc. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet shattered to pieces. Amidst the rubble, a strange, square-shaped box revealed itself to everyone. As soon as Ray saw the box, his eyes widened in absolute shock. The Dragon Slayer had already been snatched by Theo. Seeing him run off with the blade, Ray immediately gave chase, roaring, "Stop him!" Theo sprinted forward, sword in hand, sweating profusely. He let out a sly smirk. Yeah, I was totally overthinking it. At that moment, his system flashed another notification. Side quest, the Dragon Sword, Desire, seeking to return to its place of origin. Objective, find that location, defeat the Guardian, and prove you are worthy to be its master. Reading the system prompt, it instantly clicked for Theo. Returning to where it once belonged. That's where the sword will reach its absolute peak. If this is where it all started, then... Muttering to himself, Theo dashed toward the glowing square box on the ground. He leaped into the air, plunging the dragon-slaying sword straight into the box, thinking, it has to be here. The dragon-slaying sword was quickly thrust back into the box. Theo couldn't hide the intense anticipation written all over his face, while Ray just gritted his teeth in pure rage. A split second later, his entire group was blasted into the air by an unseen force, even as Theo threw all his weight into pushing the sword down. Sometime later, lying on the ground with sunlight filtering through the canopy, Theo slowly fluttered his eyes open. He sat up, clutching his pounding head, and mumbled, "Did we make it through?" Stumbling to his feet, he looked around the forest. Well, looks like I'm still breathing. This place, it feels just like a relic dungeon. Suddenly, a voice called out, grabbing Theo's attention. He glanced over, realizing, so, this is the domain. He was still gripping the dragon-slaying sword, but now 4 tiny dragons were floating around him. Seeing them, Theo blurted out, "What the heck is up with your weird new look?" The blue dragon immediately chimed in, "We manifest through your mana. And since your mana pool is so pitifully small, we're stuck looking like this. Plus, only you can see us." The blue dragon then shot Theo a side-eye and added, "Still, it is quite amusing. A relic guardian feeling pity and longing for a human." Confused by its words, Theo frowned. "Wait, what? A human? Don't tell me that human is Kremhill?" Hearing this, the dragon spirit chimed in, "We don't know for sure. That's simply all we can remember." Theo glanced at the miniature dragons and sighed. Well, given the situation, it probably is. There aren't any guardians around, so let's scout the area first. Just then, someone drew a bow. A glowing arrow was knocked by a skeleton in a tattered cloak, its eye sockets burning with a sinister red light. With a sharp twang, the arrow was let loose, tearing through the canopy and hurtling straight toward Theo. With lightning-fast reflexes, Theo dodged to the side and snatched the arrow right out of the air. As another skeleton charged at him with the sword drawn, Theo glanced over his shoulder and smirked. So, I guess this place isn't abandoned after all. He spun around, only to see a massive horde of skeletons rushing his way. "Oh, what now?" Theo groaned in disbelief. The army of white bones glared at him with pure hostility, their hollow voices chanting, "Intruder! Intruder! That belongs to Kremhild!" The skeletal legion quickly surrounded him, chanting in terrifying unison, "For Kremhild! Slaughter the intruder!" Seeing the undead horde, the dragon spirit remarked, "You heard them. They're willing to do anything just to protect the property of this Kremhild." The moment the dragon spirit finished speaking, Theo hurled the caught arrow right past its head, making the little dragon shriek in shock. The arrow streaked through the air and instantly shattered one of the skeletons into dust. Theo scanned the undead army and scoffed. "There's a lot of them, sure, but they don't look like anything special. So I just have to wipe them all out? Seems easy enough. The blue dragon instantly flew in front of his face, warning him, "It is not as simple as you think." Theo shot it a puzzled look. The blue dragon nodded toward the skeleton Theo had just shattered. "Those things? They are not your average bone soldiers." Right on cue, the crushed skeleton gripped its sword and slowly pieced itself back together, ready to charge again. The blue dragon finished its thought. They are immortal, the undead dragon knights. Without missing a beat, the skeleton, radiating a menacing red aura from its eyes, let out a bone-chilling screech and bolted straight at Theo. But instead of fear, Theo just looked excited. He swung his sword and grinned. Okay, yeah, definitely not going to be easy. With that, Theo swung his sword, unleashing an explosive slash against the massive tree branch where the skeletons were standing. Using the blast as cover, he immediately made a run for it. The skeletal knights were right on his heels. Seeing this, the dragon spirit yelled, "We can't just keep fighting a running battle like this." "Oh, you got a better idea?" Theo shouted back. The dragon spirit fluttered furiously behind him, replying, "All right, listen here, you idiot. I have a piece of advice. This Kremhild person, they're a human, just like you, right? Just tell them to hand over the ownership." Hearing the dragon insult his intelligence, Theo gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. While dodging a volley of incoming arrows, he screamed back at the spirit, "Kremhild is a mythological hero, even if she were alive. Could you really just call her a normal human?" Insulted, the dragon spirit snapped back, "Arrogant human! You are too stupid to live. My advice is completely wasted on you." Right at that moment, Theo's system interface suddenly popped up out of nowhere, leaving him utterly baffled. The system notification read, "This dungeon is Leviathan's final gift to Kremhild. Take ownership of the gift from Kremhild." Reading those words, Theo's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Wait a minute. Take ownership of the gift? He thought wildly. So Griffin was actually right. But before he could process the information, the skeletal horde caught up to him. They lunged forward, fiercely plunging their spears into the thick tree branch. The moment the spearheads dug into the wood, huge cracks spiderwebbed out in all directions. Theo wasn't about to let them have their way. He leapt into the air, grabbing a thick vine and swinging himself high above the fray. Right then, another system prompt flashed before his eyes. Activating larval synchronization. Seeing those words, Theo's eyes immediately lit up. If my theory is right, then absolutely. By now, the undead knights had completely surrounded him, their glowing eyes burning with ferocious intent. Theo narrowed his gaze, carefully scanning the horde. As his eyes swept over the army of bones, he suddenly spotted an anomaly. One skeleton glowing with an eerie crimson hue. The moment the red glowing skeleton leaped into the air, Theo locked his eyes onto it. Gotcha, he thought, smirking. While all the other dragon knights blindly charged at him, that specific one actually turned and ran away. That completely proved his theory. Without a second thought, Theo dashed forward. Sensing him hot on its trail, the red glowing skeleton turned defensive, quickly glancing back over its shoulder. Theo thrust his sword forward with blistering speed. He unleashed his signature move, Flash Dragon Piercing Strike. Brilliant streaks of white lightning shot from his blade, instantly surrounding the escaping skeleton and locking it down from all four sides. Theo raised the dragon-slaying sword one more time, unleashing his next skill. Lightning Needle! Right after landing the devastating blow, Theo touched down on a nearby branch. The system chimed in immediately. Lightning Needle has secured a relic of Kremhild. Collect the remaining bones and confront Kremhild. Progress 1 out of 206. Closing the system window, Theo realized he was clenching something radiating an eerie red aura in his fist. He slowly opened his hand to reveal a bizarre object. Another prompt appeared, Kremhild's third cervical vertebra acquired. He squeezed his fist tight, his eyes burning with determination. All right, I just need to collect the rest of them. The scene shifted to the harbor of the floating island. Night had fallen and a violent storm raged outside as a ship prepared to dock. Once the ship was secured and the crew began unloading cargo, someone spoke up respectfully. "You've arrived earlier than scheduled, sir. Did something happen?" The hooded figure casually replied, "Oh, it's nothing. The rain will let up soon, Captain." Hearing this strange remark, the captain just stared back at him, his eyes filled with creeping suspicion. The captain clenched his jaw, staying totally silent. But right at that moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the storm. The crew on the deck froze in absolute terror at the nightmare unfolding before them, stammering in a panic, "What the hell is going on? The passengers..." The midnight rain battered down even harder. Across the deck, all the passengers were slumped lifelessly on the ground. A crewman shrieked, "What happened to them?" From the pouring rain, a dark figure emerged and mocked them. "You foolish people of the floating archipelago. The dragon-slaying sword was paraded right under your noses, and you blind bats didn't even notice." The shadowy figure chuckled darkly. "Well, not that it matters anymore." As the man adjusted the sinister mask on his face, he declared, "Because the floating archipelago, Shaw, is now entirely in our hands." His eyes glinted with a razor-sharp malice as number 9 announced, "For the Master of Troyan." The scene cut away. Outside, the torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. A grand building stood brightly lit, with countless terrified people crowding the windows staring out into the night. Down in the flooded courtyard, people were frozen in sheer shock at the apocalyptic sight. One of them trembled. "How is this possible? What do we do?" A colossal tsunami was rising higher and higher into the sky, looking ready to swallow the entire floating island whole. Total panic erupted. People ran for their lives, screaming at the top of their lungs. The centuries-old guardian statue of Archipelago. It's been destroyed. The scene flashed back to Theo, who was still locked in a fierce, brutal brawl with the undead knights. After unleashing another devastating strike, a new system notification finally chimed in. "You have fully recovered all of Kremhild's relics. 206 out of 206. Seeing the prompt, Theo let out a massive sigh of relief. He let out an exhausted chuckle and muttered, "Finally done. Seriously, an earbone? Where did they even hide that one?" Without hesitating, Theo reached out and slammed the yes button on the floating screen, his mind buzzing with anticipation. Staring intently at the glowing text, Theo thought to himself, "There's absolutely no reason to refuse this. I wonder what a legendary mythical hero actually looks like." The moment he selected yes, a new message flashed across his system screen. "Playing Kremhild's memories contained within the relics." The world around him faded away. The scene shifted to a bright blue sky with a gentle, crisp breeze. A solitary figure was sprinting down a dirt path, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Levi!" Right then, a brilliantly shining sword came into view. Someone gently reached out, resting a hand on the hilt of the blade planted firmly in the ground, and softly urged, "Levi! Levi, wake up!" The sword remained completely still, emitting nothing but a brilliant white light. Suddenly, a dragon was summoned from within it. On the ground below, a little girl was kneeling beside a pile of fresh bread. Leviathan let out a deafening roar and bellowed, "How many times must I say it for you to understand? Human, I am Leviathan, guardian of the ancient dragon relic. You aren't even Ragna, so how dare you call me by that ridiculous name?" Hearing this, the child holding the basket of food just flashed a bright, innocent smile. "But your full name is way too hard to say. Calling you Levi is perfectly fine." Seeing the child offer the food with such a warm smile, Leviathan sighed in defeat. "Fine. Call me whatever you want. Human, talking to you is a complete waste of breath. Bread again? Does that market owner really have absolutely nothing else?" Hearing his grumpy complaints, the child simply gave a cheerful smile. "I guess so." Right after that, the child turned to Leviathan with wide, sparkling eyes. "Something really fun happened today, Levi." Leviathan immediately furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, "Here we go again." Meanwhile, the child was already happily singing a little song about the flour vendor and the baker. Leviathan simply sat there, watching the child's playful antics as they both shared a joyful, ringing laugh. As time passed, the little girl grew up day by day, and Leviathan remained faithfully by her side as her closest companion. The little girl blossomed into a young woman, her golden hair growing long and beautiful. Her name was Cream Hill. One evening, under the haunting glow of a purple moon, the dragon-slaying sword remained firmly planted inside the dark cave. Suddenly, the sword reacted to a familiar presence. Leviathan emerged from the blade and spoke with his usual exasperated tone. "Cream Hill, I told you there was no need to come down here. Will you ever stop?" "What is it this time?" But in that exact moment, drops of fresh blood were pattering against the stone floor, slowly forming a dark, terrifying puddle. Hearing no response, Leviathan slowly opened his giant eyes to look. Kriam Hill was sprinting toward the cave in pure panic. Clutching her deeply gashed, bleeding arm, she cried out in absolute desperation. "Levi, please help me!" A horde of strange men had suddenly swarmed the town, ruthlessly attacking everyone in sight. Just then, a heavy hand grabbed her from behind, yanking her blonde hair violently. Kriam Hill screamed in blinding agony. A heavy blade slammed into the dirt beside her face, terrifying her into absolute silence. Gripping her hair, the enemy soldier let out a sick, sadistic laugh. "Caught you, you filthy little barbarian! Let's see you try to run away now. You should be on your knees thanking our merciful emperor for even glancing at this godforsaken wasteland." The soldier then glared down at her, his eyes gleaming with disgusting intent. "But before we take you away, I think I'll have a little fun first." Witnessing the horrific scene unfold, Leviathan's eyes flared a glowing, bloodshot red. He let out a low, terrifying growl. "Kriam Hill!" In a split second, Leviathan unleashed his absolute fury. A massive explosion deafened the air, tearing the ground apart and sending massive boulders violently flying in every direction. Scene change. The entire town was now engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Buildings crumbled into ash as terrified villagers fled into the streets. The invading soldiers were violently binding the civilians with thick ropes, barking heartless orders at them. "Keep moving, unless you want to burn to death right here. Hey, you over there, what the hell is that attitude?" But before the soldier could finish screaming, the heavy spear slipped from his trembling hands, clattering against the dirt. The entire crowd slowly looked up, their eyes wide with sheer, paralyzing terror. A colossal dragon descended upon them. It completely bypassed the villagers, ruthlessly hunting down the armored soldiers. The troops immediately broke formation, scattering in pure panic as they screamed, "What the hell? Where did this monster come from?" One fleeing soldier practically snapped his neck looking back. In the reflection of his terrified eyes, a massive, apocalyptic shadow loomed over him. It was Leviathan in his true gargantuan form, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. High upon Leviathan's massive back stood Kriam Hill, firmly gripping the legendary dragon-slaying sword. Spotting her through the chaos, one of the screaming soldiers pointed and yelled, "There's a girl riding the beast. She must be the one controlling it. Kill that girl first." But the moment the words left his mouth, Leviathan obliterated him with a single blast of devastating power. The invading army was ruthlessly wiped out, while the trembling villagers experienced the exact opposite. Every single one of them was safely enveloped within a glowing, impenetrable, magical barrier. Suddenly, a heavy, sorrowful rain began to pour from the darkened sky. Through the heavy downpour, Kriam Hill's heartbreaking sobs echoed out. "I'm so sorry." Sitting atop Leviathan's massive back, she wept bitterly, blaming herself for everything. "I'm so sorry, Levi. You were waiting for the true chosen one. But because of me, just because of me, you—" Hearing her shattered voice, Leviathan spoke with a deep, gentle warmth to comfort his precious friend. "There is absolutely no need to feel guilty, little one. Everything is fine now, isn't it?" But even with his tender reassurance, Kriam Hill couldn't hold back her overwhelming tears. "But, Levi, you—" Suddenly, a brilliant, warm light fractured the dark sky. Feeling the shift in energy, Kriam Hill choked back her sobs and slowly looked up. She was now safely encased within a glowing sphere created by Leviathan. With a soft, rumbling purr, he told her, "You have nothing to apologize for." Down below, the surviving villagers looked up in absolute awe, their grateful voices joining together as they chanted her name into the rainy night. "Kriam Hill! Kriam Hill! Kriam Hill!" Leviathan gently lowered Kriam Hill to the ground, allowing her to rejoin her trembling people. One of the villagers stepped forward, looking at her with pure, tearful reverence. "Kriam Hill, you actually did it. You really brought the guardian dragon to save us. Everyone, Kriam Hill and the mighty dragon have saved us all." As the crowd broke into desperate, relieved celebration, Leviathan finally spoke up, causing Kriam Hill to turn and look into his massive, ancient eyes. "Just as you said, I may have completely abandoned my sacred duty, but somehow I finally feel at peace, and this was done entirely by my own will, not the will of the ancient dragons. I simply wanted to protect your beautiful smile. Scene change. Inside a dimly lit, suffocating room, a commanding figure sat back in his heavy iron chair, glaring down as he muttered out, "The royal army off, defeated by some filthy barbarian girl controlling a dragon? Completely unacceptable. It seems I've grown far too complacent, just sitting here barking empty orders. Dispatch the elite royal guard immediately. Reclaim that territory by any means necessary." The second the brutal command echoed through the hall, the deadly troops mobilized. It didn't take long for the nightmare to return. Soon, Leviathan was violently bound by massive, enchanted iron chains, his agonizing, helpless roar shaking the earth. The innocent villagers were violently rounded up once again, blindfolded, and forced to their knees in the cold dirt. A cold, arrogant voice suddenly cut through the heavy tension. Truly impressive, a legendary, immortal creature. But if you are truly its master, the armored commander sitting atop his warhorse pointed his gleaming blade straight at the kneeling Kriam Hill. Then you must know exactly how to kill it, don't you? Even while restrained by the crushing iron chains, Leviathan weakly forced out his words to comfort her. "It is all right, Kriam Hill. I am a guardian. I cannot truly die. I will simply fall into a very, very deep sleep. With the ancient magic inside that relic, I know you can put me to rest." Kriam Hill remained trembling on her knees, her pale hands tightly gripping the heavy dragon-slaying sword. The ruthless commander on horseback narrowed his cold eyes and raised a single gloved hand. Taking the silent signal, the executioners raised their deadly blades, fully prepared to slaughter the blindfolded villagers. Leviathan watched the horrific scene unfold. His eyes hardened as he spoke his final, heavy truth. "It seems we are out of time." Listening to his heavy words as the freezing rain poured over her, Kriam Hill slowly, agonizingly rose to her feet, lifting the massive dragon-slaying sword. Positioning the deadly tip straight downward, her entire body trembled violently as she choked out, "Levi, please don't make me do this. I can't. I just can't." Leviathan slowly closed his great ancient eyes, completely accepting his tragic fate. "Perhaps this was always our destiny, from the very moment I chose to break the ancient rules. Do not feel an ounce of guilt for wanting to protect your people. Now, let me help you, one last time. Being with you made me truly happy." Hearing his final, gentle confession, the tears streamed uncontrollably down Kriam Hill's devastated face. Left with absolutely no other choice to save her people, she let out a soul-shattering cry and plunged the heavy blade straight down into his heart. The ruthless commander held his breath, a sickeningly greedy smile spreading across his face as he eagerly watched the mighty beast fall. But only seconds later, the arrogant smirk completely vanished from his face, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. The commander slowly looked up at the darkened sky, his voice violently trembling as the horrifying sight robbed him of his words. What in the world? A tsunami, an absolutely catastrophic wall of water was crashing down from the heavens, right before their very eyes. The elite soldiers instantly broke formation, screaming and turning to run for their miserable lives. But it was already far too late. As the apocalyptic wave slammed into the earth, all that remained were their drowned, agonizing screams. "Help me! Levi!" Snapping back to reality, having witnessed the incredibly tragic memories of the past, Theo deeply furrowed his brow. So, Kriam Hill wasn't just some bedtime fairy tale after all. Right before his eyes, the magical water spheres that had protected the innocent villagers all those years ago slowly began to materialize once again. Staring at Kriam Hill's ethereal spirit peacefully curled up within the flowing water, Theo couldn't hide his deep pity. She was just an incredibly unlucky girl who only ever wanted to be friends with a guardian. Suddenly, a soft, familiar voice called out from behind him, breaking the heavy silence. "Theo?" Theo immediately spun around. As soon as his eyes landed on her, he gasped, "Kriam Hill!" Her beautiful spirit was standing there, gently holding the dragon-slaying sword. She looked at him with profoundly sad eyes and asked, "So? Are you the chosen one that my Levi has been waiting for all this time?" Cream Hill slowly lowered her head, her delicate voice overflowing with centuries of heavy guilt. "Because of me. Levi completely failed his sacred mission. That reality must have hurt him so much." Holding the massive dragon-slaying sword with both hands, Cream Hill took a slow step toward Theo and tearfully pleaded, "Please, make my Levi happy." Theo gently reached out, accepting the heavy blade from her trembling hands. Looking down at the legendary weapon, he gave her a soft, comforting smile. "It seems I won't have to do that, because he was already truly, wonderfully happy with you." Theo gripped the hilt of the legendary sword, staring deeply into its gleaming metal. Hearing Theo's incredibly gentle reassurance, warm, healing tears began to well up in Cream Hill's eyes once again. With a sense of absolute, long-awaited peace, Cream Hill clasped both hands tightly over her heart, a breathtaking, relieved smile finally gracing her lips. Scene change. High up on the floating island, an entire military force had just been urgently mobilized to the area. A loud, authoritative voice boomed out over the massive crowd. "Due to the extreme risk of further collapse, absolutely no one is permitted to step any closer." Down below, the anxious civilians craned their necks toward the sky, breaking into confused murmurs. "Wait a minute. Who the hell is up there? What? Where are you looking?" "They're way too far up. I can't see clearly." High above the chaos, the tall, unmistakable silhouette of Theo suddenly appeared. He stood at the absolute peak, the glowing moonlight washing over him and casting a massive, intimidating shadow down below. The awestruck civilians couldn't stop whispering among themselves. Could it actually be Cream Hill? Scene change, deep within the underground chambers of the floating archipelago. Inside the grand, dimly lit mansion, countless nobles and officials were frantically pointing and arguing over the recent explosive events. Suddenly, the heavy double door swung open and 3 imposing figures strode into the room. The man leading the trio was draped in a dark cloak and wore a menacing mask. Walking right behind him were his 2 terrifying elite guards. It was number 9, Noi, the deadly master of Choivan. Striding confidently into the room, he smirked and called out, "Well, well, you all certainly gathered fast." Spotting his careless attitude, one of the men immediately snapped at him. "Noi, how the hell can you look so utterly relaxed? We are currently facing a massive, catastrophic failure in our master plan." "Wait, isn't the dragon-slaying sword being kept over in Choivan?" Hearing this, Noi replied with an unnervingly calm tone, "Is that so?" Just then, someone else chimed in, bringing up Theo. "Then, what exactly is that foreigner holding?" Because of him, all the citizens of the archipelago had gathered around the giant statue, hailing him as the legendary hero. Kriemhild! The man from earlier looked terrified, sweat pouring down his forehead as he panicked. If this keeps up, the power of our 3 syndicates is going to fall right into his hands. This wasn't part of the deal. Hearing the man's outburst, Noi coldly replied, "That's right. You willingly handed over the dragon-slaying sword in exchange for keeping your position." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly glared daggers at the man and sneered, "But causing such a massive uproar over a trivial issue like this is highly unprofessional." Unable to hold back any longer, another man slammed his hand onto Noi's shoulder and snapped, "What? A trivial issue? Noi, what the hell do you take our merchant syndicates for?" The moment those words left his mouth, Noi unleashed a brutal kick, sending the man flying. Looking down at him with absolute disgust, Noi scoffed, "What do I take you for? You are nothing more than pathetic bugs that I can crush whenever I please." Seeing his ruthlessness, everyone else in the room froze in pure terror. A silver-haired man turned to him and yelled, "Noi, what is the meaning of this? At the end of the day, you're nothing but a filthy traitor who sold out his own country for personal gain." Unfazed, Noi casually slipped off his cloak. Using the fabric to wipe the fresh blood off his blade, he coldly stated, "If you had just followed my orders like good little dogs, none of this would be happening." The others were so terrified they collapsed onto the floor. The silver-haired man choked out, "Really? If it wasn't for the capital of the archipelago, Choivan..." But before the man could even finish his sentence, Noi lunged forward. He violently grabbed the man by the collar and snarled, "You stupid old fool! Do you seriously not get it? If you don't want to die right here, right now, shut your mouth and do exactly as I say." He glared into the man's eyes, his voice dripping with lethal intent. Seeing the sheer murder in Noi's eyes, cold sweat poured down the old man's face. He didn't dare utter a single word. Noi finally turned his back to leave, tossing one last threat over his shoulder. "If you want to live, bring back the dragon-slaying sword, you worthless piece of trash." Noi strode out of the room, flanked by his 2 loyal guards. Just then, a man kneeling on the ground spoke up. "May I ask my lord one more question?" Walking past him, Noi simply replied, "Speak." Given permission, the man immediately asked, "Are you truly going to leave the crucial task of retrieving the dragon-slaying sword to them?" Without even stopping, Noi answered, "I understand your concern. Believe me, I'd much rather do it myself, but our current situation doesn't allow it. One of the 9 dragons of Ragna, the dragon overlord himself, has already arrived. We must prioritize holding him off first." Scene transition. The sun was now shining brightly. Outside, the area around the collapsed stone dragon statue was completely packed. A massive crowd had gathered. Gripping the dragon-slaying sword tightly, Theo slowly made his way down the long flight of stairs. Down below, the citizens were endlessly chanting her name. "Kriemhild! Kriemhild!" Hearing their passionate cheers, Theo couldn't help but blush, feeling incredibly awkward as he thought to himself. He knew she was revered as a god here, but he never expected it to be on this massive scale. The Kriemhild that he knew wasn't some untouchable deity or a grand hero. She was just a normal, incredibly kind-hearted girl. Theo tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword. Plus, there was the matter of the dragon-slaying sword itself. It was an ancient artifact left behind by the primordial dragon, meant to be wielded only by those of Ragna's bloodline. Suddenly, someone in the crowd threw both hands up and shouted, "Lord Kriemhild, I have a desperate plea." Taken aback, Theo froze, unsure of how to react. A blond man in the crowd yelled with tears in his eyes, "Because of those Choivan bastards, our archipelago is on the verge of sinking, and yet so many of us ordinary citizens have no way to escape. If you have even an ounce of pity for us, then please, I beg you, save this floating archipelago." Hearing the man's desperate cries, Theo just offered a gentle, reassuring smile. He thought to himself, I guess lightening the mood a little bit wouldn't hurt. Making up his mind, Theo thrust the giant sword high into the sky and declared, "People of the floating archipelago, fear not. I will save this island. I promise to bring you all salvation." Meanwhile, thick white smoke billowed majestically around the ruins of the stone statue. As Theo finally reached the bottom of the steps, a woman immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. "I have been waiting for this very day, Lord Kriemhild." The girl with short brown hair gave him a warm, perfect smile. It was the high priestess of Kriemhild's temple, Priestess Marty. Bowing politely, she introduced herself. "I am the priestess sworn to protect the temple of Kriemhild. My name is Marty. From this moment onward, we exist only to serve you." Scene transition. At the temple of Kriemhild, a massive crowd had gathered outside the majestic temple doors. Marty gracefully led the way for Theo, explaining as they walked, "We firmly believed the ancient prophecy that you would one day return to us. That is why we have painstakingly maintained this temple for generations. Right this way." As they came to a sudden halt, the sight before them left Theo utterly stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, Is this... The two of them were standing right in front of an exquisite necklace. Marty looked at him and said gently, "This is known as the very necklace worn by Kriemhild herself." Right on cue, Theo's system window popped up with a notification. Pearl of Kriemhild, the magical accessory key that connects to the portal. Theo carefully picked up the pearl necklace to examine it as Marty continued her explanation. This relic, Kriemhild's one and only key, is the crucial item needed to reach the water dragon's domain. Now that we finally have the key, shall we proceed? Theo fell completely silent. He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought, clearly weighing his options. Lowering the necklace to his side, he finally spoke up. "Before we do that, there is something I need to ask you, priestess." Hearing his serious tone, Marty simply smiled and replied softly, You don't need to worry about hiding it. Ragna, I already know who you truly are. Theo was completely caught off guard. He froze in his tracks and demanded, How do you know that? Marty turned her head slightly, offering a knowing smile. Because the dragon-slaying sword was forged from the relic of the primordial dragon. The fact that you were able to awaken it proves exactly who you are. Hearing her logic, Theo couldn't help but be intensely curious. Even knowing all of that, why do you still insist on calling me the reincarnation of Kriemhild? Continuing to lead the way down the hall, Marty answered with a sorrowful tone, I can feel it. After guarding this sacred place for so many generations, the profound sadness of having no choice but to hurt a dear friend, and the excruciating pain Kriemhild endured just to save this island. Because you have been officially acknowledged by Kriemhild herself, you are more than worthy of our utmost respect. By now, Marty had led Theo to a hidden underground chamber. As the heavy doors creaked open, a dark winding staircase was revealed below. She turned to him and gently instructed, We have arrived. Once you reach the base of these stairs, simply toss the necklace and the portal to the water dragon will open. Stepping aside, Marty handed the beautiful pearl necklace back to Theo, giving him a warm smile. Keep this necklace with you at all times. It will allow you to breathe and move freely underwater. Handing it over, Marty suddenly closed her eyes. Her brow furrowed in deep distress as she pleaded, Please, I beg of you, save this floating island. Meanwhile, back outside the Grand Temple, the massive crowd was still completely packed together. Every single person had their eyes closed, hands clasped tightly in prayer as they chanted relentlessly, Kriemhild! 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 Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the plaza, forcing the startled citizens to turn their heads. A commanding voice roared through the chaos. Stop right there! Everyone, evacuate immediately! A stern-looking man leading a heavily armed squad marched to the front. He yelled at the top of his lungs for everyone to hear. According to the official investigation by the 3 merchant families, the man you just saw is a dangerous terrorist falsely claiming to be the hero Kriemhild. Hearing this bombshell, the entire crowd gasped in absolute shock, immediately erupting into panicked whispers. Wait, what? A terrorist? The commander of the troops bellowed out. We are currently conducting an operation to reclaim the Dragonslayer's sword, which was stolen by terrorists. Civilians, please, evacuate immediately. The man narrowed his eyes, closely observing the chaotic scene. This man was none other than Alberto Spinola, the boss of the Spinola Syndicate. His mind raced. Spot on. My read on the situation was dead right. His reputation might be ruined, but if he failed to retrieve the Dragonslayer's sword, his very life would be on the line. He couldn't afford to take that risk. No, he was a dead man walking anyway. Why should he give a damn about his reputation now? Not even if it meant slaughtering every last person standing here. With that grim resolve, Alberto violently drew his sword from its scabbard and roared. From this moment on, anyone who dares to stand in our way, for any reason... Alberto snarled, pointing his blade directly at the terrified civilians. Will be annihilated. The Dragonslayer's sword must be reclaimed. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately readied their weapons, fully prepared to strike. Meanwhile, deep inside the ruins, Theo continued his descent. Step by step, he ventured deeper into the darkness. The moment his feet touched the bottom, he felt the chill of water swirling around his ankles. Theo scanned his surroundings. It was eerily silent down here, the only sound being the gentle lapping of water. This has to be the place, he thought to himself. Theo then pulled out the pearl necklace that Marty had given him. Instantly, a soft, radiant light bloomed in the suffocating darkness. Slowly, he opened his hand and dropped the necklace. The glowing pearls quickly sank beneath the surface. Right where the necklace had vanished, the water suddenly began to violently churn and bubble. The once calm surface erupted into crashing waves. Right before Theo's very eyes, a massive doorway made entirely of shifting water materialized out of nowhere. Without a second thought, Theo stepped straight into the swirling portal. The moment he crossed the threshold, the watery gate slammed shut behind him, collapsing back into a normal pool. Theo had crossed over. In the blink of an eye, he found himself deep underwater, surrounded by mysterious, glowing sea creatures swimming in the abyss. Gripping his sword tightly, Theo floated in the depths. Suddenly, a massive shadow darted past him just a short distance away. I'm in. But where do I go from here? He wondered. Feeling the sudden shift in the water current, Theo whipped his head around, his eyes narrowed in high alert. But there was nothing behind him. Breathing steadily through the magical water, he squinted into the gloom. There's definitely something out there, he told himself. Right at that moment, the sight before him made his eyes widen in sheer shock. Dozens of glowing blood-red eyes were staring fiercely at him from the murky depths. Are these the guardians of the deep sea? The sea wyverns? He thought in awe. The massive sea wyverns, bearing their rows of razor-sharp teeth, slowly began to circle him, letting out low, menacing screeches. Theo just looked at them and let out a wry, nervous chuckle. Of course. If it's these guys guarding the place, then I'm definitely in the right spot. Back on the surface, a bloodthirsty army charged forward under a ruthless command. Wipe them all out. The opposing side desperately braced themselves for the clash. Panic and confusion rippled through the crowd. Why is the High-On family doing this? Are they actually part of the rebellion? Even if they are, this reaction is totally insane. Marty panicked and screamed at the top of her lungs. Stop this at once! Her desperate voice echoed across the entire battlefield. A rebellion? On what grounds do you dare make such a ridiculous claim? That person is the true incarnation of Lady Creamhild. Stepping bravely between the clashing forces, she pleaded with unwavering conviction. I swear it upon the honor of all the high priests who have guarded the sacred land for generations. Furthermore, shouldn't your side be the one providing an explanation? Umberto broke into a cold sweat, his face twisting into an ugly scowl as Marty continued to press him. What exactly is your excuse for bringing those filthy Troyvan mercenaries right into the sacred memorial grounds of Lady Creamhild? Instantly, the surrounding crowd erupted into absolute chaos. Wait, Troyvan? Aren't those the bastards who stole the Dragonslayer's sword? Hold on, didn't the High-On family get ambushed by them and lose the sword in the first place? Oh, wait a minute. Are these scumbags? One of the men, completely blinded by rage, violently grabbed the collar of an opposing soldier. Are you conspiring with the Troyvan mercenaries? Was stealing the Dragonslayer's sword not enough for you? Are you seriously trying to sell out Lady Creamhild too? Hearing this, the furious crowd roared in unison, standing together in absolute defiance. We will never let you get away with this. We don't care what it takes. We will protect Lady Creamhild with our lives. Umberto ground his teeth in pure fury, his face darkening like a thundercloud. The woman standing beside him frantically tried to talk some sense into him. Lord Spinola, please, you've completely crossed the line this time. We need to fall back for now and wait for a better opportunity. But Umberto was deaf to reason. He had made up his mind. There was going to be a bloodbath. Troyvan mercenaries, hear my command! To the absolute horror of the onlookers, the ruthless mercenaries bared their weapons with bloodthirsty grins. Without a shred of hesitation, the old man barked out his final order. Slaughter every single one of these pests who stand in my way. The mercenaries let out a deafening war cry, raising their weapons high into the air with terrifying zeal. Romerlin, pale with anxiety, desperately tried to intervene one last time. Please, get a grip on reality. Lord Spinola, using brutal force like this will only fuel a massive uprising and permanently stain our family's honor. But Umberto's chilling reply made Romerlin freeze as if struck by lightning. The one who needs to wake the hell up is you, Romerlin. Do you seriously think some worthless fabricated honor is going to keep your head attached to your damn neck? The old man's eyes were filled with maniacal resolve. Listen to me. The moment we decided to sell out this flying archipelago, our fate was sealed. We have no other way out except to become the loyal, obedient dogs of the Troyvans. Turning back to the battlefield, he roared his final decree. Kill anyone who stands in my way. Leave no survivors. I will bear full responsibility for the fallout. And just like that, the two sides violently clashed together. It was absolute carnage. No matter the cost, they had to reclaim the Dragonslayer's sword. As the chaotic battle erupted, an attendant beside Marty frantically grabbed her arm. High Priestess Marty, you need to retreat, just for now. But Marty yanked her arm away, her eyes burning with fierce determination. I am staying right here. I will stand and fight alongside my people." The murderous mercenaries charged headfirst into the fray, screaming battle cries that turned the whole plaza into a bloody, terrifying war zone. On the opposite side, Marty's loyal defenders held their ground, their resolve harder than steel. "We are not going to let you bastards massacre our people. Hold the line. Do not take a single step back. Keep your formation tight." In response, the mercenaries leveled their razor-sharp spears, their commander bellowing, "Charge!" Suddenly, one of the mercenaries froze. His eyes bulged out, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks, and his jaw dropped in sheer, unadulterated terror at the sight before him. A blur of immense, explosive power dashed right past him. It was Antonio, striking with breathtaking speed and ferocity. The entire squad of ruthless mercenaries was instantly paralyzed with fear, their mouths gaping in shock. Under Antonio's fierce leadership, the defending forces unleashed a devastating, bone-crushing counterattack, tearing through the mercenary ranks. Watching his own men get utterly destroyed, Umberto practically popped a blood vessel in rage. "You worthless bunch of idiots! What the hell do you think you're doing?" the old man screamed at the top of his lungs. "Antonio!" But Antonio just calmly brushed off the chaos, casually spinning his weapon with a cold smirk. "It's been a while, hasn't it, father?" Umberto howled like a madman, his face twisting with absolute rage. "You threw away your rightful place as the heir of our family, just to pull this pathetic, meaningless stunt?" He gnashed his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Clang! Clash! The deafening sound of iron poles and steel spears colliding echoed endlessly across the battlefield. With effortless grace, Antonio swung his staff, knocking the deadly spears out of the mercenaries' hands one by one. "Meaningless, you say?" Antonio's next words rubbed raw salt directly into Umberto's bleeding pride. "Are you talking about selling out our homeland for a little bit of power? Or maybe you mean slaughtering innocent civilians in cold blood?" The mocking words made the old man see red, his blood pressure rocketing through the roof. "You little bastard!" As the brutal, no-holds-barred skirmish raged on, Antonio's commanding voice sliced through the chaos. "Listen up! This is a direct order to all standing forces present." The soldiers, fighting tooth and nail in brutal hand-to-hand combat, roared in response as Antonio issued his final command. "Crush these treasonous scumbags! Wipe them all out! Use everything you've got to shield the innocent civilians!" Antonio gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with an unshakable will to win. "At least our troops' morale has bounced back," he thought to himself. "But realistically, we are still horribly outnumbered and outgunned. At this rate, we won't be able to hold the line much longer." Cutting back to the abyss, Theo was steadily sinking into a grim, deeply oppressive trench, utterly swarmed by massive dragons. "I need to hurry this up." Plunging into the crushing depths with his long sword tightly gripped, he swallowed hard. "I totally expected some sea wyverns to show up, but I didn't think there'd be a whole freaking army of them." He nervously scanned the perimeter, his sharp eyes darting back and forth. "Wait a second. Ever since I got down here, these dragons have just been circling me. They aren't attacking and they aren't even hostile. Why are they just staring at me like that?" Theo slowly glanced down at the gleaming blade in his hand, a sudden realization hitting him. Could it be? Is the overwhelming aura of the sea dragon Leviathan inside the Dragonslayer sword actually suppressing them? Testing his theory, Theo slowly extended his hand. If that's really the case, he gently rested his palm onto the massive snout of one of the sea wyverns. Instantly, a warm, radiant aura burst forth, enveloping them both. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. "The sea wyvern has placed its absolute trust in you. You have been acknowledged as its rightful master. Activating wyvern taming to permanently bind the sea wyvern." As Theo gently stroked its scales, a wave of familiarity washed over him. This exact same feeling. It's just like when I tamed Ambra. Their raw emotions are literally flooding right through the dragon heart. A blinding, majestic light suddenly erupted from the sea wyvern's forehead. Through that brilliant glow, the ancient, sorrowful emotions of the sea dragon Leviathan as it sank into the abyssal depths vividly played out in his mind. In his mind's eye, he saw a vision of a solitary sea, wyvern gazing upwards into a glorious, blinding aura. The emotions were crystal clear: insatiable curiosity, primal terror, and overwhelming reverence. Theo couldn't help but crack a warm smile. I get it now. You guys were drawn in by the intoxicating power of the sea dragon Leviathan, and that's why you all gathered down here, huh? No wonder you've all just been quietly watching me this whole time, because I'm carrying that exact same overwhelming aura, aren't I? Suddenly, a series of low, rumbling voices echoed directly inside his head. It was as if he could perfectly understand their draconic tongue. Wait, seriously? Did they really just say that? Theo flashed them a deeply reassuring smile. Hey, don't worry about a thing. Just trust me. His eyes softened, practically brimming with warm, unspoken affection as he gently embraced the massive sea wyvern. I promise you, I'm going to set everything right. Come on, take me to him. Leaping onto the broad back of the sea wyvern, Theo commanded, Take me straight to the sea dragon Leviathan. Spreading its colossal wings, the beast fiercely dove into the suffocating depths. The crushing pressure of the water violently battered against Theo, making him wince in discomfort. He gripped the wyvern's scales even tighter. The deeper they plunged into the dark abyss, the more wildly the ocean currents raged, violently twisted by heavily distorted magic. This insane turbulence, it's absolute proof that we're getting dangerously close to the sea dragon Leviathan. Suddenly, a piercing sound chimed in his head as a system window popped up. Synchronization activated. Theo's eyes shot wide open in pure awe as a colossal silhouette slowly drifted past his vision. Down there, resting silently on the pitch-black ocean floor, was an unimaginably massive creature coiled upon itself. The sea dragon Leviathan. Just as the legend said, it really did sink to the very bottom of the ocean. It radiated a powerful demonic aura that Theo could feel in his bones. The amount of mana was as massive as its size. However, those dark, gloomy energies clinging to it, just as the sea serpent said, this mana flow is highly suspicious. It feels completely different from the image in Creamhill's memories. He paused for a moment as the dragon fairy and the blue dragon discussed it. Man, this monster doesn't look right at all. The blue dragon agreed, no doubt. It looks extremely dangerous. Theo glanced over. Is the situation really that serious? The blue dragon scoffed. I thought you already knew since you possess that exact same aura. Theo's face flushed with surprise. The aura that I have? His eyes widened. Could it be? He stood frozen. The demonic spirit poison? The blue dragon replied, That's right. Right now, it's... The image showed the Leviathan writhing, engulfed by the toxic gas. The blue dragon continued, but infected by the demonic spirit poison and completely losing its mind. The sound of ocean waves crashed against the cliffs of the bay. Up there stood a building, empty, gloomy, and desolate inside. Noi stood there reporting. Right now, the two countries are at war. Danteron rested his chin on his hand, looking down at Noi as he spoke. But there's something we need to talk about. Danteron flashed a contemptuous smile. He was Baron Danteron. Leaning back in his chair, Baron Danteron spoke. Long time no see, right? Archduke of Choivan. Noi's expression didn't change. His eyes remained deadly serious. Is this really the time for jokes and pleasantries? Have you forgotten the terms of our deal? Danteron stroked his chin. While we fight the Ragna family, you take over the north. In exchange, the Choivan family's conquest of the archipelago will be kept a secret. I don't recall breaking our pact. Is there a problem? Furious, Noi stomped his foot hard, shattering the stone floor. Still playing dumb? He threw his arms wide. It's not that outsider Theo Ragna, but the sixth heir candidate making a move. And you dare say you didn't know? His eyes turned blood red. Tell me the truth. A blazing red aura erupted from him. Otherwise, Noi pointed a finger straight at him. Our deal ends right here, right now. The scene shifted back to Theo. Going back a bit, his eyes were wide with utter shock. Could it be? He stood frozen. The demonic spirit poison? The blue dragon replied, That's right, right now it's a... The image showed the Leviathan writhing, engulfed by the toxic gas, as the blue dragon continued, infected by the demonic spirit poison and completely losing its mind. Theo rubbed his head. How is this possible? Was this the doing of the Choivan family? The blue dragon answered, yes. If the Dragon Slayer sword is drawn and the seal is broken, the sea dragon Leviathan will fight tooth and nail to protect this archipelago. Theo looked at the glowing diamond-shaped crystal wrapped in a dense web of purple vines, confused. What I don't get is how they managed to infect a guardian with the demonic spirit poison. Looks like those bastards possess some kind of bizarre technique. The Leviathan, with that thing stuck to its head, opened its massive jaws, clearly in agonizing pain. Anyway, right now it's completely corrupted by demonic energy and has lost its mind. It's about to go berserk. The dragon fairy fluttered down and spoke to Theo. Luckily we haven't been spotted yet. Let's just keep our distance for now. Hey, Chosen One? Grasping his sword, Theo dove straight down, much to the dragon fairy's panic. No, on the contrary, he explained. While it hasn't noticed us yet, this is our chance. He narrowed his eyes, his pupils glowing with a bright white light. Initiating larva synchronization, the origin point where the demonic spirit poison is spreading. On top of the Leviathan's head, more and more purple veins were spreading out. Right there! He locked onto his target and dove down to strike. I'll destroy the demonic spirit poison right from its root. With lightning speed, the tip of his sword was about to pierce the glowing white spot. He pushed with all his might for one final thrust. But it was no good. Theo was violently blasted backward by some unseen force. A massive vortex of energy surrounded the glowing core, making it impossible to get close. Flung back by the sheer force, Theo cursed. Damn it! Looks like they set up some kind of barrier. Suddenly, the Leviathan's massive head loomed closer to him. But I'm certain that spot is its weak point. He looked up in panic. Crap! The thrashing Leviathan was charging straight at him. He was sent plummeting downward. Chosen One, once you've pissed it off, there's no escaping. Aim for its forehead where you just attacked. He dragged his feet to steady himself against a cliffside, his face battered and bruised. But how am I supposed to get close to it? A blinding light burst forth. Right in the center, facing Theo, was a massive creature with a glowing turquoise core. He had absolutely no idea what it was. It hovered, opening its jaws to unleash a blast of turquoise light. Theo dropped to his knees, gritting his teeth. Then a confident smirk crossed his face. Because we're underwater, my movements are heavily restricted. But if you pull me in, that's a whole different story. Theo stared dead ahead at the thrashing Leviathan. I'll ride this momentum straight into the wound on its forehead. He gritted his teeth, frowning as blood continued to drip from his mouth. The closer I get to the crystal on its forehead, the thicker the demonic energy becomes. Riding the sea serpent, he extended his sword. Theo's eyes turned bloodshot. I learned one thing from fighting the griffin. He gritted his teeth and charged. A system prompt appeared. Activating Griffin's claws. Subjugation rate against strong enemies increased. Tit for tat. Activating continuous fortification. Protecting the body from demonic energy with enhanced immunity. Activating Dragon Eater. Utilizing increased attack power to resist demonic energy. Activating Drake's Fear, using mana waves to repel the pressure, fighting a guardian with guardian powers. He roared at the top of his lungs, pulling his sword back with every ounce of his strength to strike. Dragon Claw, dance! He lunged straight at the Leviathan, right at the source of the blinding light. His blade tore through layer after layer of demonic energy. Driven by sheer, overwhelming force, the sword inched closer to the target. Finally, it hit the mark. Theo pushed himself to the limit, piercing through the dense demonic shield. He finally broke through. The crystal exploded, shattering into a million pieces. He stood there panting heavily as the Leviathan thrashed about, letting out an agonizing roar. A faint silhouette appeared in those glowing red eyes. As Theo opened his eyes, he saw a blurry, familiar figure with long hair holding a sword. Creamhill? The figure spoke up. Sorry, but no. My name is Theo Ragna, the Chosen One. I came here to pass on Creamhild's dying words. The scene faded to the gentle face of Creamhild, holding her sword, smiling brightly. She clasped her hands over her chest, her eyes closed, tearing up. The sea serpent stood before Theo, its mouth wide open in realization. So that's how it is. Creamhild was always there. For me. The dragon fairy chimed in. There's no time to be sad. Hurry back to the sacred relic. The blue dragon agreed. Indeed, become a strength for the Chosen One as a guardian. Theo looked up, dazed. That's exactly what I've been wishing for all this time, but it's impossible. Why? Hovering before Theo, the Leviathan spoke solemnly. I am one who willingly abandoned the relic, defying the will of the ancient dragon. My status as a guardian was stripped the moment I left it, and though you helped me regain my sanity, this body has already been tainted by demonic energy. Fading away is my inescapable fate. Its eyes gleamed. So, before that happens, Theoragna, I will bestow every last drop of my remaining power upon you. The Leviathan gave a deadly serious warning, but you will have to endure excruciating pain. Can you handle it? Theo just gave a soft smile. Of course. The Leviathan's gaze sharpened. At the very least, I like your confidence. It seemed to have made its final choice. Please, use this power to protect the people Kriemhild fought so hard to protect. Will you? Theo raised his sword high, his expression resolute. I swear it. The Leviathan closed its eyes. Thank you. Theoragna. Its massive body slowly turned transparent, the ocean currents swirling around it. Thanks to you, I can finally reunite with my friend. The ground Theo had been standing on started to vanish as well. The dragon fairy noticed it in panic. The ocean currents holding up the floating archipelago are vanishing along with the sea dragon Leviathan. At this rate, the whole island will sink. The dragon fairy was frantic with worry. We're out of time. Hurry up and absorb its power. Quickly. Theo let himself fall, wincing slightly. Don't worry, sea dragon Leviathan. He dove straight into the heart of the vortex. I will accept your power and move this entire floating archipelago. The complete island then appeared right before his eyes. Suddenly, an immensely powerful surge of energy coursed through Theo's body, forcing him to grit his teeth in agony. Patches of skin on his face began to painfully peel away. I was way too arrogant. All the guardians accompanying Theo were bearing the exact same crushing power. Even the other guardians felt it. The sea dragon Leviathan had said that their tears were on a completely different level. The light erupted with colossal energy. His eyes turned murky as his skin continued to tear away. At this rate, I have to use the sword, he roared, gripping his blade and charging forward with everything he had. Theo's speed was insane, and the turbulent currents twisted together, creating a massive swirling vortex. The dragon fairy spoke up. For a larva, he sure knows how to use his brain. The blue dragon casually replied, I see. The two of them continued to discuss the situation, watching Theo firmly gripping his sword and pressing hard, while absorbing the immense power. He used the Dragon Slayer's sword as a medium to reduce the burden on his body. Help is still help, right? Looks like the sea dragon Leviathan assisted him right to the very end. Theo finally reached his destination, the glowing vortex holding brilliant light and boundless power. Theo smiled faintly at the sea dragon. This immense magical power. It felt as if he held the entire sea dragon Leviathan right in his hands. The effort was truly worth it. The azure dragon behind him gave a stern warning. It is not time to drop your guard yet. Chosen One, if you want to move the archipelago, you must do it right now, while you still have access to the Leviathan's full power. Pushing himself to the absolute limit, Theo's eyes shot wide open. With his teeth clenched tightly, he reached his hand up, floating in the midst of an endless void. I know, he grunted. The azure dragon asked anxiously, Have you thought of a location yet? Theo replied casually, There is already a perfect place, no need to overthink it. He gazed into the endless blinding light, the gulf in the northeast of Ratna, the original home of the floating archipelago. The void seemed endless, but finally an island faded into view at the very edge. That spot makes the most sense. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield where the chaotic brawl raged on, a massive wave from the sea suddenly crashed all the way onto the shore. Absolute panic washed over everyone's faces. The crowd erupted into chaotic whispers and frantic guesses. What was that sudden wave? What happened to Lord Kriemhild? Wait, don't tell me the island is sinking? Even the soldiers stood frozen in their tracks. The tidal wave looked ready to swallow the entire island whole, leaving everyone in sheer terror. What is this? Is it actually sinking? One soldier pointed into the distance, stuttering uncontrollably. "Gee, guys, look at that! The coastline! The coastline!" Quick as lightning, the ferocious waves churned and crashed forward. "It's moving!" As the archipelago seemed on the verge of sinking into the deep abyss, everyone stared in utter disbelief, screaming, "The archipelago! It is moving!" Waves violently battered the cliffs inside the castle where Dantaran stood. Suddenly, a powerful surge of water erupted from beneath the castle's foundation. Noi was stunned, his eyes rolling back in shock. What the hell is going on? Did he absorb the power of the Dragonslayer's sword this quickly? Dantaran let out a sinister smirk. "It seems this is no longer the time for us to just stand around. I have already apologized, so how about we call it a draw here?" Noi glared sharply at him. "Are you trying to dodge this, tyrant dragon?" Dantaran fell into a deep silence. Even I did not expect that Ragna brat to pull a stunt like this. Anyway, the plan has reached its final stage. He seems to have unlocked the secret of the Dragonslayer sword, so isn't that a good thing? Noi snapped furiously. "Kill him and take the Dragonslayer sword. Are you trying to use my hands to eliminate a potential rival? Trying to get the job done without getting your own hands dirty?" Dantaran propped his feet up on the chair with an arrogant, condescending air. "Compared to wasting time here, doing that benefits you too, does it not?" Meanwhile, dripping with sweat, Antonio glanced over. The archipelago is actually moving. That kid really pulled it off. The battle raged on in absolute chaos, the violent clash and sparks of weapons proving just how brutal the fight had become. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed out, "Everyone, stop fighting! The archipelago is no longer in danger of sinking." Antonio roared at the top of his lungs. "Everyone is safe now." His eyes bulged, jaw dropping in absolute awe at the sight unfolding before him. A razor-sharp sword pierced through the debris, accompanied by a valiant figure dashing forward, catching everyone entirely off guard. With a piercing glare, he raised his blade, striking terror into the hearts of his enemies. With just a single devastating slash, he cleaved an enemy right in half, sending them flying into the air. Theo stood there, heroic and imposing, amidst the buzzing whispers of the crowd. "He is back! Lord Kriemhild has returned. He successfully sealed the sea dragon." Antonio turned and asked, panting, "Hey, Ragna, the archipelago. It is safe now, right?" Theo replied smoothly, "Yeah, it won't sink anymore." Antonio's sweaty face relaxed a bit, his voice softening. "Thank you, but I have one more favor to ask." Theo sighed deeply. "Do not worry, just rest. So many have sacrificed themselves, so many have been wounded." Theo's voice dropped, filled with heavy emotion. "To protect me and this floating archipelago, I know exactly what all of you have gone through." He turned his back and started walking away. The mercenary squad froze in absolute dread, but Theo just kept going. "Leave the cleanup here to me." Humberto bellowed furiously. "What the hell are you standing around for? The Dragonslayer sword is literally walking right up to us. Hurry up and grab it." The mercenary army roared, radiating bloodlust. "Charge!" Theo's firm footsteps halted. "I step away for just a moment, and you scumbags turn this place into an absolute mess." His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Theo leaped into the air, moving as fast as a hurricane. "All of you, stay down!" A blinding straight beam of crimson light blasted out, striking Amberto and the entire mercenary squad head on. A devastating shockwave rippled through the entire space. Everything, scenery and people alike, blurred and shattered before its overwhelming might. Towering waves, dozens of feet high, churned and ready to crash against the shore. The scene was pure chaos, leaving behind nothing but blood-soaked corpses. With just a single swing of his sword, Theo ended the entire war, leaving the citizens in sheer disbelief. "No way!" Bodies lay scattered everywhere, dyeing the ground a morbid, fresh red. Nobles and guards all completely wiped out. Theo growled under his breath, stepping right beside Amberto's severed head, its eyes still bulging wide. "You pathetic pirate bugs! You could not even handle one kid, and let things escalate to this point?" Amberto died without even closing his eyes. Antonio was completely heartbroken. "Father," Theo, his face drenched in sweat, snapped at him, "Pull yourself together. Hurry up and evacuate with the citizens. This floating archipelago is going to need you." Antonio trembled violently, consumed by fear. Theo turned around and wiped his mouth. From that kind of distance, I could only block a basic attack. The scene shifted to a figure engulfed in a fiery crimson aura, revealing only a stark white eye. "You arrogant little Ragna brat! Your pathetic, oblivious existence ends right here. Who the hell is he anyway? I will tear you into 100 pieces to the point where even your own father wouldn't recognize you." That crimson, bloodthirsty figure was none other than Noi. Every step he took radiated a suffocating dark aura. Theo and the onlookers gritted their teeth at the sight of him. There is no way someone this powerful is a nobody. The only one who matches this kind of power is... Noi readied his sword, his single eye glowing ominously red. Surrounding him were his hooded armed troops, the 9 lords of Choivan, the beings created to counter Ragna's 9 dragons. They already proved they had the power to fight the 9 dragons in the Great War. The reflection of a sword violently piercing the ground, sparking with fire, flashed in Theo's eyes. Are they all really this flawless? Theo dashed forward at the speed of light. His eyes, burning with fierce determination, narrowed as he locked onto Noi, who was launching his attack. He is too fast! A massive collision forced Noi to slide backward, his feet digging fiercely into the dirt and cracking the earth beneath him. So, this is the power capable of going toe-to-toe with the 9 dragons. His face remained freezing cold, completely devoid of emotion. If this guy really is one of the 9 lords... Noi lunged forward, attacking with a frantic, blindingly fast precision. The Baiti, then I have absolutely zero chance. Pouring out every ounce of his strength, Theo gritted his teeth and fought back, leaving Noi utterly bewildered. How in the world could a mere Ragna absorb that kind of power? Noi swung his sword high, channeling all his combat prowess into a single devastating slash. With the power of the Dragon Slayer, the battle exploded. Both radiated intense killing intent, as dirt and rocks flew wildly into the sky. Theo fiercely widened his eyes, struggling to block the strike, while Noi's inner voice echoed, "Just being able to hold it is already impressive enough." Theo's swift footsteps charged forward through the blinding dust and smoke. "Just give up. Forcing yourself will only bring you more pain." Through the haze, a razor-sharp blade thrust forward. Noi instinctively counterattacked. With one hand gripping his sword, Noi caught 3 small throwing knives with his other hand. How pathetic. This is not a game. He glared down condescendingly. Are you a child, still playing these petty tricks? Theo glared back, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Boom. The 2 weapons clashed with terrifying speed and ferocity, unleashing an explosive shockwave of sheer destruction. Amidst the suffocating smoke and dust, Noi stood tall and arrogant, his sword raised. After exchanging blows for a bit, I finally understand what Lord S meant. Theo momentarily fell into deep thought. Among the new generation of Ragnas, pay very close attention to that boy, Theo Ragna. If a confrontation is inevitable... Noi gritted his teeth. Then you must kill him. Noi leaped into the air, simply swinging his sword with the blinding speed of light. A massive explosion roared, instantly carving a gigantic deep crater right where he had just stood. Looking at Noi's terrifying expression, Theo felt a deep, unsettling dread. If I just leave him be, he is going to become a deadly variable that changes this entire war. Drops of blood trickled down his blade, splashing onto the ground below. We have to kill him. Those droplets of blood splattered onto the blades of grass nearby. The Azure Dragon asked in panic, "What are you going to do?" Chosen One, we need more time before we can help you. The Spirit's blessing has failed, and its cooldown time is still active. Theo, his face battered, bruised, and exhausted, dove straight down. Hope is not completely lost yet. He raised his sword high, his willpower unbreakable. Dragon Slayer sword! The stabilization timer ticked down. 0 hours, 2 minutes, and 15 seconds. If I can just borrow the Leviathan's power one more time. He stared down at the ocean waves, recalling the harsh memories of everything he had endured, fueling his inner strength to the absolute limit. Gentle waves lapped peacefully against the island's shore, until an earth-shattering explosion rocked an entire corner of the island. Putting every last ounce of his life force into one final attack, Theo struck down. Blood sprayed everywhere, his bloodshot eyes tearing wide open in absolute fury. Fast as lightning, he landed right in front of Noi, both prepared to launch themselves back into the brutal bloodbath. Neither of their speeds could be underestimated. The moment their blades violently clashed again, it triggered a cataclysmic explosion, shattering absolutely everything around them into dust. Theo's desperate will to win burned through every single strike. He unleashed an attack faster than the speed of light, his razor-sharp sword radiating a blinding surge of power. Suddenly, the ocean water near the coast instantly vaporized, and everything around them turned to ash and drifted into the air. Even though he had used all his strength, Theo had not expected this technique to be so apocalyptic. Noi, now reduced to nothing but a terrifying bare skull, stood his ground. Searing heat radiated from his sword, incinerating everything in its path. He wildly lunged forward, catching Theo completely off guard. A relentless barrage of deadly strikes was unleashed, dyeing the entire space in a horrifying, blood-red hue. Noi's single slash obliterated everything in its path, catching Theo completely off guard and forcing him to stagger back. It looked like a terrifying apocalyptic explosion. Noi's blade unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, sending deadly, relentless strikes raining down on Theo. The once calm ocean erupted, blasting water high into the air as the two clashed furiously. Theo launched a relentless barrage of attacks, slashing his blade across the surface and commanding the power of the water to hurl massive waves right at Noi. His face was covered in a network of deep gashes, and blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. But nothing could mask the burning determination in Theo's eyes. As drops of sweat rolled down his chin, he muttered, "Just a little bit more." While Theo was still regaining his balance, thinking, "Just a little more," Noi suddenly launched a brutal counterattack. "I'm getting completely bored of this. Let's end it," Noi snarled. Theo's eyes widened in genuine shock. Danger! But he instantly braced himself for the next clash, calculating, "If I can just distract him for a single moment." Theo roared out, "Isn't this what you want?" He hurled his own sword directly at Noi. "I'll give it to you. Take it." Meanwhile, a system screen popped up, using dragon control to synchronize with the ocean chariot. Theo's bizarre actions left Noi completely frozen in sheer confusion. Theo flashed a cunning, wicked smirk. "If you can take it, then come and get it." Noi glared at him with deep suspicion, thinking, "Is this little brat really planning to fight to the death?" Suddenly, Theo summoned the ocean vortex. Noi was left utterly speechless by the sight. In a flash, a massive torrent of roaring water joined the battlefield, blasting straight toward Noi with terrifying explosive speed. Even as Theo and the massive aquatic surge prepared to strike, Noi remained hopelessly arrogant. "You think throwing a few extra fish into the mix is going to change anything?" he mocked. He was eerily calm as he scoffed. "Not a chance in hell." Theo and the roaring waters charged forward, while Noi just stood there, muttering in disgust, "A rat that's been running away this whole time suddenly decides to charge? Whatever little trick you're planning." At that moment, Noi finally unleashed his true power. He threw his arms wide open, summoning a scorching inferno that dyed the entire space in blood red. "That's the absolute limit for you. I'll show you the sheer difference in our power." Theo's eyes narrowed sharply. On his system interface, a notification flashed. "Dragon slaying sword, Balmung, stabilization time remaining, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. While Theo was pushing himself to the absolute limit in battle, the system chimed again. "The dragon-slaying sword, Balmung, has completely stabilized." A solemn voice echoed, "Thank you, Chosen One. This is the final power I leave behind for you. I hope it will help you protect yourself." Noi staggered back, completely clueless about what was happening. Meanwhile, a massive alert popped up on Theo's screen. Acquired the exclusive skill linked to the item, Nibelung. A majestic, wildly powerful azure dragon suddenly materialized. It was the ultimate Leviathan, the dragon-slaying Nibelung. Standing proudly on its back, Theo charged straight forward. With just a single devastating strike, Noi's defenses were completely shattered, and his battered body plummeted violently into the sea, triggering a massive, roaring whirlpool. Theo landed smoothly on his feet, Below him, Noi's trembling hand reached up as he desperately crawled his way out of the raging sea. "What a damn shame," Noi sneered, gasping for air. "Looks like that was your little finishing move, huh?" His mask had been completely blown off, exposing a deeply scarred, ferocious face. "You think a pathetic hit like that is enough to kill me? Keep dreaming, you little brat." Unfazed, Theo calmly assessed the situation. "Yeah, I figured as much." The image of the Twin Islands loomed in the background. The Nine Phoenix Order was said to rival even the almighty Nine Dragons. Someone like him definitely wasn't going down that easily. Theo raised his glowing sword straight up to the sky, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. "But with just my power," he murmured. He instantly summoned the ocean's fury, causing massive, spiraling torrents of water to aggressively churn and rise up around him. He pointed the tip of his blade dead straight at Noi. "It's more than enough to bury you at the bottom of the ocean." Noi flinched in shock, suddenly realizing what was happening around him. "Damn it! The ocean currents are—" The entire sea surrounding the island violently coiled and swelled up, ready to crash down on Noi at Theo's absolute command. Theo roared at the top of his lungs, "Now sink to the darkest depths of the sea!" Completely powerless to fight back, Noi could only scream one last time. "You little bastard!" A colossal, roaring water tornado slammed into him, glowing with a terrifying, piercing blue light as it violently dragged Noi down into the crushing abyss. With the attack complete, a wave of agonizing pain hit Theo, forcing him to clutch his stomach. With a heavy thud, he collapsed, his hair blowing wildly in the salty wind. He lay there sprawled out on his back, limbs spread wide, gasping for air as the sheer exhaustion washed over him. "I kept my word, didn't I, Sea Dragon Leviathan?" He let his arms flop uselessly beside the crashing waves, muttering, "If I have to make another promise like that, my body's going to completely fall apart." Meanwhile, back on the mainland, Antonio was peering anxiously through his binoculars at the floating island. "It's my first time trying something this crazy. I really hope my calculations were spot on." Standing on the castle ramparts alongside his soldiers and the townspeople, Antonio noted, "The speed seems to be dropping to around 2 knots. At this pace, even if it bumps into the shoreline, there shouldn't be any major damage. You really pulled it off, kid." Gazing at the approaching silhouette of their beloved homeland, his voice choked up with emotion. "When they told me we were relocating the entire floating islands, I thought it was completely insane. And now, even watching it happen right in front of my eyes, I still can't quite believe it." The bewildered townspeople around him started whispering with confusion. "But why go through all the agonizing trouble of moving the entire island? If Lord Creamhill had just sealed the sea dragon away, wouldn't that have been 100 times easier?" Hearing this, Theo raised a hand, flashing a gentle, weary smile. With endless patience, he explained, "You're right. Doing that definitely would have been a lot easier. But if we did that, this horrible cycle would just repeat itself all over again. Even if we sealed the sea dragon and bought ourselves some temporary peace. Greedy scumbags who covet the dragon-slaying sword, just like Troy Van, would just keep coming back. However, if the threat of the island sinking is completely erased, then we'll never have to live in fear of that again." Joy erupted through the crowd, their faces glowing with absolute relief. The floating islands would now be safely anchored at Shallow Bay, in the northeast of the Ragna clan's territory. The scenery across the islands was finally peaceful and perfectly stable once more. Theo let out a soft, incredibly satisfying laugh. "Though, we might have to come up with a brand new name for the floating islands from now on." Antonio looked at Theo, his eyes heavy with deep guilt. Closing his eyes, he suddenly stepped forward and bowed down deeply, folding himself completely in half right in front of Theo. The surrounding crowd gasped in sheer disbelief. "I am so incredibly sorry," the old man confessed, his voice trembling with sincerity. "The hostage crisis at the Sears Merchant Guild caused by the Black Dragon not long ago. Our White Dragon squad lost so many good people because of it." He kept his head firmly bowed in pure shame. "Even though we were desperately being threatened by Troy Van at the time, I can't stand here and pretend we were entirely blameless. If you want to hold us fully accountable for everything that happened..." Suddenly, Theo's clear voice cut through the air, making Antonio's eyes snap wide open as cold sweat dripped down his face. "You're exactly right. You absolutely need to take responsibility for it. Right here, right now. Theo stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand firmly on Antonio's trembling shoulder. Still bowing, the old man swore, "Just say the word, whatever you demand. Even if you want my very head on a silver platter, I will gladly offer it to you." Theo looked at him and answered with a soft, confident smile. "The chairman of the Northern Maritime Union, Antonio. I want you to take that exact position." Antonio jerked his head up, utterly stunned, refusing to believe what he had just heard. What do you mean by that?" Theo continued explaining his grand vision. "Right now, because the Ragna clan completely purged the Sears Merchant Guild, the entire northern region is missing a massive trade organization. One that's actually capable of handling large-scale commerce and shipping." He looked dead straight into Antonio's eyes. "But if it's the Maritime Union of the Floating Islands, you guys have exactly what it takes to fill that massive void." Antonio let out a heavy, defeated sigh. "But Theo, I have absolutely no right to lead." Instead of arguing, Theo sharply spun around to face the massive crowd of townspeople. "Hey everyone, Sir Antonio here claims he doesn't have what it takes. What do you guys think?" Instantly, a hand shot straight up into the air. It was Maxie. "I'm fully on board with it. We've all seen just how much Sir Antonio deeply cares for us." Immediately, another person threw their hand up. "Yeah, I totally agree too." Like a massive wave, every single person in the crowd triumphantly raised their hands into the air. "I'm in." "Me too." "If it weren't for you, I'd be completely dead." "We vote yes." "Count me in too. I saw with my own eyes how fiercely you protected us all." Theo broke into a huge, incredibly satisfied smile. "Well, looks like it's a unanimous yes." He gave Antonio's shoulder one final gentle pat. Over the roar of the ecstatic cheering crowd, Theo laid out the final terms. On one condition: all the supply chains and financial capital of this brand new Northern Maritime Union must prioritize heavy investments into the Ragna clan. In exchange, I will personally guarantee the absolute autonomy and security of the floating islands. He clenched his fist tightly, his eyes blazing with unbreakable resolve. "I swear to you, I will take full responsibility for the safety and freedom of the floating islands." Antonio shut his eyes tight, completely overwhelmed with emotion. "Even until the very end, all I ever do is receive your gracious help," he whispered humbly. Then he proudly placed a hand over his heart, taking a solemn, honorable stance. "On behalf of the Maritime Union, I, Antonio Spinola, fiercely swear my eternal loyalty and cooperation to the Ragna clan." The two locked hands in a firm, powerful grip, sealing the historic treaty right then and there, standing proudly before the massive, cheering crowd. Theo let out a huge, breathless sigh of pure relief. "Phew, we finally made it," he murmured. Right before his very eyes, the breathtaking silhouette of the massive islands emerged from the horizon, the brand new, permanent home for the floating islands. The scene instantly cut to violent, crashing waves mercilessly smashing against a jagged cliffside. Suddenly, a skeletal, mangled hand violently slammed onto the slippery rocks. Noi dragged his broken body up from the black waters, his face twisted in absolute murderous rage. "That miserable little Ragna bastard," he choked out, coughing up seawater. "I swear to God, I'm going to tear you completely apart and chew on your pathetic guts." Noi's one remaining eye violently snapped wide open as a chilling, sinister voice echoed from the shadows above. "And here I thought your faction was supposed to be the ultimate force capable of rivaling the 9 dragons." Dantaron was sitting arrogantly on a high rock, looking down with pure disgust. "Are you really going to disappoint me this badly?" Noi slowly craned his neck upward, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and hatred. "Tyrant. Dragon." Coughing violently, Noi snapped back. "Yeah, well, didn't you clearly state that you'd be in deep trouble if our massive plan fell apart? What the hell do you want now?" Dantaron casually hopped off his rocky perch, completely unfazed. Noi frantically begged, "Look, I'll give you whatever you want. Just save my life this one time." Moving with absolutely terrifying, blinding speed, Dantaron vanished from sight, whispering a single chilling word. "Pathetic fool." He slammed down onto the ground right in front of Noi, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. It seems you worthless insects still don't have a clue what I truly desire. Let me spell it out for you. Dantaron flashed an incredibly sinister, blood-curdling grin. My grand prize was always going to be the floating islands after you fools occupied them. Noi's mangled face twisted into pure, horrified realization. Don't tell me, from the very beginning, you planned to snatch the floating islands right out of our hands? Dantaron replied with chilling calmness. Bingo. Reclaiming what was rightfully lost. Has quite a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Honestly, I fully expected you bozos to easily crush that annoying little brat for me. But man, did I grossly overestimate you. He let out a dark, mocking laugh. I truly didn't expect the mighty 9 phoenixes to be nothing more than pathetic maggots, who couldn't even exterminate one tiny kid. Noi's broken body immediately started mutating uncontrollably. Boiling with fury, he shrieked, "Don't you dare look down on me, you arrogant bastard!" Tyrant Dragon, the pathetic era of the 9 dragons is ancient history. I'm going to personally show you the true, terrifying might of the 9 Phoenix Order. His mutated arm grotesquely warped into a massive, razor-sharp blade. For daring to mock the great Noi, I'll make you pay with your absolute life. Without even breaking a sweat, Dantaron effortlessly launched a single devastating dark vortex, instantly crushing Noi before casually strolling away. You idiots from the east are seriously all bark and no bite. So what if the golden age of the 9 dragons is completely washed up? Did you honestly think your pathetic garbage tier power was even remotely in the same league as mine? He didn't even look back, simply walking away from Noi's totally obliterated, half-mutilated corpse left rotting on the rocks. Man, if it had been those ancient geezers or that freaky lizard guy, maybe they would have lasted more than a single second. He aggressively ground his teeth together, his wildly sinister eyes narrowing into piercing, glowing red dots in the shadows. He grinned menacingly. "So, Theo Ragna, do you want a little taste of true despair next?" Amidst a dust-filled battlefield where swords litter the ground, an army stands guard over the prisoners of the Ragna family. They are a cold-blooded, imposing force led by S. One of the bound soldiers cries out, "You bastards!" He screams, "Did you really think this would be enough to defeat the Ragna family? You'll all die by Ragna's blade." With just a single swing of his sword, S sends the soldier to the afterlife. Fresh blood drips from the tip of S's blade. How annoying. Why do all these Ragna fools say the exact same thing right before they die? A soldier rushes over and falls to his knees. "Terrible news, young master. Reports say the operation at the floating islands has failed." S instantly demands, "And what about Noi?" The soldier's eyes darken. "We've lost all contact, sir." The soldier bows his head deeply. "Noi, it seems that defective piece of trash has failed us." And continues, "If we lose the floating islands, our primary transport network, the tide of the upcoming war could turn completely against us." He confidently suggests, "Let Troy Van launch a massive counterattack. Please, allow your subordinate to handle this," N offers. S turns his back. "No, let it go. We have already secured the massive funds from the archipelago." The slaughter continues, blood flowing in streams to S's feet. It's a bit of a pity, but we can't let this blind us and lose sight of the bigger picture. He walks away coldly. Focus all remaining military strength on the central front. After all, this war is nothing but a distraction anyway. His eyes narrow menacingly, burning with intense resolve. Carve this into your mind. We only have one ultimate goal. N trembles in fear as S declares, "Everything we do is for him." S continues, "For the resurrection of the ancient dragon." The scene shifts to an island dotted with rising buildings, the air incredibly fresh and peaceful. Outside the room, a heated discussion is underway. "We just need to use the railway the Sears Merchant Guild used. Is there still no news from the Southern Guild?" Antonio touches his forehead, sighing deeply. Theo pushes the door open, startling him. "You seem to have a lot on your mind today." Theo casually waves his hand. "Is transporting Ragna's supplies proving to be difficult?" Antonio quickly explains, "Why do you sound so formal, my lord? Not having to deal with the unpredictable ocean makes things so much easier." Antonio breaks into a cold sweat, visibly anxious. "I'll be blunt. I am absolutely terrified of you Ragna people. Thank you for freeing us from Troy Van, but in this world there is no such thing as a free lunch. Antonio continues over a messy pile of documents. With just a snap of your fingers, you could easily become our new invaders, just under a different name. He furrows his brows, looking deeply ashamed. I know I shouldn't say this to your face, but I wonder if just drifting out on the open sea would be safer. Theo merely smirks. I understand. That is a concern any true leader must weigh. But my perspective is entirely different. Antonio grows more and more confused by Theo's words. It's exactly because the floating islands are isolated that they are in the most danger. Theo leans against the wall. Because of that isolation, you had no natural enemies. You aren't used to fighting. That is exactly why, during this recent crisis, you couldn't put up even the slightest bit of resistance. Theo swiftly flicks a round coin over to Antonio. National defense cannot be achieved simply by relying on others. Antonio flips the coin over to reveal a skull emblem, while Theo continues to explain, even if there are risks, a nation must have its own power to protect itself. Anyway, it's actually perfect timing that you're worrying about this. Have you ever heard of the Ragna family's White Dragon Knights? Antonio grips the coin tightly, his face still tense. Of course I have. That is Ragna's world-renowned Wyvern aerial fleet. Theo gives a knowing smirk. Exactly. And right here in this archipelago, there are creatures very similar to those wyverns. Antonio shudders visibly at the thought. You mean the sea serpents? Please don't even bring them up. They swarm together and completely tear everything apart. Just seeing them triggers a red alert. Suddenly, the frantic shouts of people and blaring sirens echo from outside. Red alert! Red alert! Sea serpents are at the port! All sailors evacuate immediately. Warriors, prepare for battle. Antonio shoots up from his chair, slamming his hands on the table. Damn it! Speak of the devil! Theo casually waves his hand. There's really no need to panic. He turns to look at him, still smiling, while Antonio's face turns beet red with anger. I'm the one who summoned them here. Antonio grimaces in sheer disbelief. What? You deliberately invited those ocean monsters here? Are you out of your mind? Theo gently pats the head of a massive sea serpent. How about it? I am going to teach you all exactly how to tame them. Outside, countless sea serpents have already swarmed the docks, with some even crawling onto the shores. The civilians watch in absolute shock, but Theo remains completely unfazed. Just like Ragna's White Dragon Knights, let's build a dragon cavalry totally unique to this archipelago. You will ride these sea serpents into battle. Antonio is absolutely thrilled, his eyes shining. Can we really ride them into combat? That's an army straight out of a fairy tale. The giant sea serpents stretch their bodies, completely docile and harming no one. Theo chuckles. A fairy tale? I like the sound of that. I've heard that in the old legends, Kriemhild rode sea serpents into battle. So, we'll name your forces the Kriemhild Knights. One of the massive serpents suddenly rears up and brings its face inches from Antonio, making him flinch in fear. The beast simply stares at him silently, and Antonio stands completely frozen, unsure of how to react. Theo grins. It looks like he really likes you. Just then, a servant approaches. Lord Theo Ragna. Theo turns to look at her. You have a guest waiting. The scene shifts back inside the estate. The moment he walks inside, Theo hears Cliff's voice. Unbelievable. Did you seriously pull all of this off completely alone in just a matter of days? Theo lets out a wry laugh. Things just happened to play out that way. Cliff rubs her temples, her face twisting in frustration. Do you have any idea what you've just done? Well, I suppose it makes sense. Even within HL, only the shadow rank operators know about this top secret operation. So it's only natural you were in the dark. Theo raises an eyebrow. Top secret? What do you mean? She sighs heavily. The floating islands were under a highly classified investigation by HL, as they were suspected to be Troy Van's main transport hub and financial lifeline. Theo's eyes widen in utter shock at the sudden revelation. A clear flash of anxiety crosses his face. HL was already investigating this place? You guys clearly knew that losing the floating islands would be disastrous for the war, so why did you just sit back and do nothing? As they argue, a booming voice echoes from a distance. It's Dantalion. So, you're Theo Ragna? He wears his signature cocky smirk. The 9 dragons have been singing your praises, so I had some pretty high expectations. But he strides forward with absolute confidence, sizing him up. Looking like some spoiled pretty boy, can you actually hold your own? His face is rugged and intimidating, yet he wears a mocking grin. Theo forces a polite smile, though clearly on edge. Well, regardless, it's an honor to meet you. The tyrant dragon, Dantalion. What the hell is he doing here at the floating islands? Dantalion waves his hand dismissively, acting exactly as if he owns the place. Skip the formalities. Just relax and make yourselves at home. Cliff steps forward. Lord Tyrant Dragon, I deeply apologize. Dantalion interrupts. Apologize? Oh, is it because I showed up a bit too late? Cliff furrows her brows, shooting a furious glare at Theo. The situation at the floating islands has already spiraled completely out of control. Why didn't you report any of this to HL? Theo turns away, piecing things together in his head. Weren't HL operatives already investigating this? Ah, so this is exactly why the mission was classified as top secret even within HL's own ranks. Dantalion burst into booming laughter. Because of all this, HL's position is quite awkward right now, so I do apologize for the mess. However, the atmosphere suddenly turns pitch black and suffocating as he trails off. If I were to tell you the real truth, both Cliff and Theo look up, seething with anger at Dantalion's taunting words. Do you two really think you have what it takes to handle it? An overwhelmingly oppressive aura violently erupts from Dantalion, consuming the entire space. Theo grits his teeth, his nerves shot. Damn it. I knew he was insanely strong, but not to this ridiculous extent. This is completely beyond imagination. His eyes are wide with sheer panic as he stares at him. Now I finally understand why, in my past life, the Ragna family, Dantalion looms over them, radiating a dark, unfathomable, magical power. Theo finally grasps exactly why they were utterly powerless to stop the floating islands from being colonized. Dantalion takes a dominant step forward, his immense power heavily suffocating the entire room. Suddenly, Dantalion burst into roaring laughter. Oh, cut it out! You're making a huge deal out of nothing. It's really not that serious. I simply missed the right time to report it, that's all. He glances at the two of them, who are still locked in extremely tense defensive stances, while he casually continues to mock them. Of course, I've been closely watching their every single move, but you both already knew that, didn't you? Dantalion strokes his chin in amusement. When you're one of the 9 dragons, you rarely ever need to get your own hands dirty, so my plan was to let the situation brew just a little bit longer, and then wipe them all out in one clean sweep. I was purely just observing the board. He chuckles arrogantly, while Theo's face goes completely pale. But then, out of nowhere, this little brat suddenly crashes the party and completely wipes the slate clean on his own. Theo sharply analyzes Dantalion's body language. He looks totally calm on the outside, but inside, he must be absolutely seething with rage. To explain a bit more about Dantalion, the tyrant dragon, Dantalion, is ranked as one of the absolute strongest monsters among the 9 dragons. Yet, despite all that status, the only thing he actually gives a damn about is absolute power. The only reason he even sought out the Ragna family was to exploit their authority in his endless pursuit of even greater strength. Theo stares at him, beads of cold sweat dripping down his face. Before I regressed, the true source of the tyrant dragon's immense wealth was a complete mystery. So it actually came from the floating islands. Theo closely studies Dantalion's face, analyzing his every move. I can roughly piece together the whole situation from that conversation. But the tyrant dragon is notoriously difficult to deal with, even compared to the rest of the 9 dragons. For now, my best move is just to play along. I definitely shouldn't provoke him right now. Theo takes a step forward, places a hand on his chest, and bows respectfully. I deeply apologize for taking matters into my own hands without fully understanding your grand intentions, my lord. Dantalion throws his head back and laughs, visibly pleased with himself. Well, I never actually told you about them, so how could you possibly have known what I was planning? Don't even sweat it. He smiled, baring all his teeth. The 6th successor, Theo Ragna. Now that we are face to face, I can see you are truly no ordinary man. Dantaron, his massive muscular body rippling with every movement, extended his huge hand toward Theo. Just as I expected, you really do have what it takes to rise as a new successor. I am looking forward to working with you. Theo's expression hardened. Now, this guy was even harder to read. He reached out and shook his hand. You are flattering me. Danteron flashed an incredibly fake smile. And modest, too. I wish my subordinates could learn a thing or two from you. Clef interrupted their conversation, holding a scroll. Forgive me for cutting in, but we have additional orders. She unrolled the paper and read aloud. Since the mission involving the flying archipelago has concluded, the deployment of forces is no longer necessary. All current personnel from the flying archipelago are ordered to immediately join the Central Front. Theo was still trying to process this, but Danteron spoke up. Right. Since the job is done, it is only natural to return and defend the rear. He turned away, but stopped. Before that, there is one thing we need to clear up. He gritted his teeth. The one who ordered you to interrogate me about that scouting mission? Griff stood in front, trying to stop him, shouting, Jarma. No, wait. But Danteron was furious. Was it that bastard? Griff frowned in fear, breaking into a cold sweat. Yes. Danteron stormed off, burning with rage. Go tell that piece of trash, if he wants to interrogate me, tell him to come do it himself. Shifting to a battlefield, fireballs rained down relentlessly on the fighters below while dragons soared overhead. Rangna Extravan's main battlefield, the Central Plateau. The fighting was fiercely intense. A dragon plummeted from the sky at the speed of light, while a soldier nearby stood with his jaw dropped in sheer shock. Theo rode in and quickly threw himself into the fray. Ariman and the fighting soldiers had to pause for a beat and look back. In the sky, the dragon soaring beside Evelyn also heard the command. Anti-aircraft artillery has been neutralized. White armored wyvern unit. She shouted at the top of her lungs. All forces, land! On this side, Thorkel and another person were riding toward the battle. He shielded his eyes from the glaring light to get a better look into the distance. They actually looked pretty badass soaring through the sky like that. The person beside him frowned deeply. Here you go again. Our guys are going to get their feelings hurt if they hear that. Thorkel quickly backpedaled. Sorry. It is just that they look like they are having way too much fun up there. Thorkel put on his helmet and gave a faint smile. But you do not need to worry that much. Our guys are leagues above those ordinary little sparrows. He led the Black Iron Cavalry forward on horseback. More than anyone else, they are the ones who know that best. Behind him was a massive, imposing army radiating fierce, deadly intent. Listen up, everyone. Crush everything you see in front of you. Trample the enemies today and charge straight into tomorrow. He spurred his horse and led the charge, roaring, Black Armored Cavalry Unit, advance! Hearing the thunderous hooves, the enemy troops looked back clueless about what was coming. Wherever the hooves struck, they left deep scars on the earth. Wherever Thorkel's army went, they wiped out the enemy entirely. Dust and smoke filled the sky. The enemy was gone. Tents had been pitched, campfires were lit, and soldiers were patrolling the camp. From inside the camp, a loud cheer echoed outward. It is a huge victory! Thorkel grabbed Theo's hand and praised him. Great job, little brother Theo. Theo looked a bit embarrassed. You are giving me too much credit, Captain Thorkel. It was the hard work of the entire White Armored Wyvern unit. Thorkel replied, still as humble as ever, huh? He turned away, beaming with a bright smile. Even though I have told you 1,000,000 times to just call me Big Bro. Anyway, you worked hard today, so let's grab a few drinks sometime. Theo placed his hand on his chest and gave a sharp, formal salute. I will be looking forward to it, sir. The two people behind him burst into laughter at Theo's dead serious reaction. Selford jumped up and threw his arm around Theo's shoulder, calling the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry your big bro. Man, you really made it big. Theo answered wearily. It is really not that big of a deal. Selford kept heavily leaning on his shoulder, completely ignoring Aaron's furious glare. So what exactly did you do at the Flying Archipelago anyway? From what I heard, Aaron smacked Selford hard on the back of the head, making him wince in pain as she yelled, That is enough! She continued to scold him. He literally just got off the battlefield, and you are seriously going to interrogate him right now? Let him rest for a bit. Theo cringed in fear at the scene. I am fine, really. Senior Aaron. Selfert held his throbbing head, whining, "It has been so long since we saw each other. Can't I just ask a few questions? You are so mean." Theo asked anxiously, "More importantly, what is the situation on the front?" "I joined in such a rush that I haven't caught up on the full report yet." Aaron explained, "The overall flow of the battle is not bad right now. You could even say we have the upper hand, but there is one very strange thing." Aaron put her hands on her hips, looking deadly serious. "Even though our forces have pushed all the way to their headquarters, there hasn't been a single movement from them. It is almost like they are waiting for something." Theo's eyes darkened. "I see." His mind immediately raced back to the battle in his past life. Back then, everyone thought just like Senior Aaron, set up a formation around the plateau and stick strictly to a counterattack strategy. They have already set traps and are just lying in wait. That was the general assumption. In his head, he could picture exactly how it played out. But to him, someone who knew everything from his past life, the situation looked completely different. Theo thought of a towering castle shrouded in ominous darkness. Troyvan's true target was the resting place of an Origin Dragon artifact, the White Tower Ruins. A long trail of blood dragged from the camp. Donekar to the flag. A soldier ran, screaming in terror, but in a flash his head was severed from his neck. The speed of the kill was absolutely terrifying. "Help!" Gisa let out a sinister laugh, looking up at the night sky. "The Marquis, was it? Why hasn't that group shown up yet? For the past few days, I have had to deal with nothing but these pathetic small fries." Asio and Gisa had pretty much slaughtered every soldier in the camp where they stood. Gisa crouched down, playing with the dirt. "I am bored to death." Among Rangna's successors, the third and fourth, Asio Rangna and Gisa Rangna. Asio spoke in a stern voice. "You speak rather bluntly for someone who is clearly enjoying herself." Gisa replied without hesitation. "Yup, I sure am." From a distance, Dantaron walked over. "That mouth of yours hasn't changed a bit, Gisa. I told you to only swing your sword after calculating everything thoroughly, didn't I?" His face was stern, his voice like iron. "Have you still not fixed that reckless habit of yours?" Seeing him, one of them bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "It has been a while, Master. I heard you set up a scheme with the Flying Archipelago, only to toss it to the dogs." Dantaron gave his usual cynical reply. "Just consider it the price of admission for an entertaining show. But it is not time for you two to get cocky just yet. Pretty soon, someone from below is going to rise up and come for you." Gisa looked surprised. "Someone below us? You mean Thorkel? If it is him, then at least—" Asio cut her off. "No, he is talking about the sixth." Dantaron covered his smug, mocking smile with his hand. "The guy who just became a successor recently? Oh, come on, Master. Whose disciples do you think we are? We aren't rookies who can get pushed around by some little brat." His voice suddenly turned dead serious. "But what if that brat—" Dantaron's next words made both of their eyes go wide. "Is the chosen one?" He glared at them with a cold, piercing gaze. "Brace yourselves." He turned his back and walked away. "While you still have the chance, you absolutely have to crush him." A carriage was traveling down a forest road surrounded by desolate trees. This was a few hours before Theo arrived at the battlefield. Inside, Theo was lost in thought. "So, the White Tower is also an artifact of the Origin Dragon?" The Blue Dragon answered, "Yes." He fell deep into thought, recalling memories from his past. "What are you thinking about?" In his previous life, the first place Troyvan had occupied was also the White Tower region. The Blue Dragon elaborated, "We Guardians can roughly sense each other's presence, and the Guardian of the White Tower is—" It paused, then continued, "Pabopan Fas Titurtul, the one who received the largest portion of the Origin Dragon's power." Theo's eyes widened in sheer shock. "Wait, what?" The fairy dragon chimed in, "That is right. Just like he said, not all artifacts are the same, even if they share the name." It explained it carefully so Theo would understand. Each artifact is granted a different level of power and assigned a different role. Among them, some artifacts are imbued with exceptionally immense power and carry far greater responsibilities. The Guardian of the White Tower is one of them. An image of a map appeared, and right now, that very person is... Theo could already guess. Inside Troy Van's territory, the fairy dragon nodded. Exactly. The blue dragon continued its explanation. You saw it with your own eyes when you were with Leviathan, right? We can poison a guardian and steal the origin dragon's power. Its expression turned quite serious. So, no matter what it takes... Glancing at Theo, who had fallen silent in deep thought, the blue dragon warned, we have to secure it before it falls into their hands. Shifting to another scene, back in the present, inside the demon dragon's camp on the western plateau, Julius was discussing strategy. So, we have to go to this rocky mountain? Theo leaned in respectfully. Yes, the strange part is that Troy Van's army is heavily concentrated right there. Theo stood at attention. They wouldn't just mobilize their troops there for no reason. There has to be something. Julius waved his hand dismissively. I don't need to hear any more. His face was stone cold, completely devoid of emotion. Are you planning to leave the front lines to run a solo operation? Now that you've become the heir, you've gotten quite arrogant, haven't you? Did you really think I'd let you leave so easily without a single objection? Hearing this, Theo panicked, sweat dropping down his face. That's not what I meant. It's just, I'm not participating in the campaign. Julius chuckled softly. His voice was half joking, but still carried deep authority. I'm only teasing. I trust your judgment, Theo. Go on, put your mind at ease. Theo's eyes shimmered with emotion at Julius's words. And just because I'm leaving, the White Armor Dragon Knights won't weaken at all, Captain, Theo said, holding back tears. Julius fully trusted him. He smiled warmly and encouraged. But when you return, make sure your hands are full of loot. If you come back empty-handed, you won't even get a drop of soup to drink. Theo raised his fist, his voice burning with determination. I won't let you down. The scene shifted to a lone tower nestled among the mountain peaks. Theo, riding his beast, Ambra, prepared to land. This is getting serious. If we get any closer, they'll spot us. Despite its incredible speed, the creature touched down completely silently. Theo rubbed its head in praise. Amazing. You can change your body color at will to blend into the night. That's the power of a dragon spirit mixed with the Serpent King for you. He hugged it gently. Thanks, Ambra. We only made it here this easily because of you. But from here on out, you can't come with me. Head back to base, okay? Understanding him, the beast nuzzled its face affectionately against his cheek. All right, I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Pulling a black hood over his head to avoid detection, Theo scaled the rugged cliffs to get closer, eventually ducking behind a massive boulder. He stared at the distant tower, swarming with guards. Just as I thought. The security is insanely tight. The guards stationed there were sharp. One of them noticed something off, making Theo's heart skip a beat. Who's there? Another guard approached with a torch, asking, What's wrong? The suspicious guard squinted into the dark. Something was just here. Let me go check. He prowled around, searching the area. Hearing a slight noise, he whipped his head toward the exact boulder Theo was hiding behind, but saw nothing. The guard turned back to his comrade. My bad. Guess I was just hearing things. But the moment he turned away, Theo darted out like a ghost, catching the guard completely off guard. The guard's eyes went wide. Intru! The scene violently shifted to a dark cavern lit by bursting flames. Before them was a horrifying sight. A massive, blood-red sphere pulsating with veins that dug into the earth like creeping roots. Ad stood in absolute silence, staring at it, while a priest behind him babbled on. What a fascinating spectacle. The old priest stepped forward with a wicked grin. To think that Choi Vang could push Jangna this far, even going so far as to join hands with our holy demon cult to hunt him down. The resurrection of the deposed dragon emperor. I truly never saw this coming. Inside that grotesque sphere, a life form was being incubated. You could clearly feel its fierce vitality, its massive heart beating in a relentless, echoing rhythm. Ad stood there for a long time, letting the words sink in. He shot a razor-sharp, ice-cold glare at the priest. He is the true master of Jangna. At least for now, some imposter might be playing the role of lord, but he will reclaim his throne soon enough. The priest replied, We who serve the true master are the real Jangna. Burn that into your memory. Ad muttered, I'll remember. The old man narrowed his eyes in deep thought. More importantly, The preparations for the resurrection ritual you requested are nearly complete. His sinister plan to bring him back from the dead required materials worthy of a king. The physical vessel of Jiangna and the power of the primordial dragon, those were the two missing pieces. Ad turned and walked away. Jiangna's vessel can be taken whenever we please. The real problem lies in conquering the White Tower. A subordinate bowed respectfully. The power residing within the White Tower is no small thing, my lord, and it is fiercely resisting the demon's venom. The soldier kept his head bowed low as he delivered his report. It seems conquering it within the set time frame will be completely impossible. Furious, Ad unleashed a terrifying wave of oppressive power. For his resurrection, the power of the primordial dragon is the absolute key. There is no such thing as impossible. I don't want excuses. We must make it possible by any means necessary. The sheer terror made the soldier gasp for air, his face pale. I apologize, young master. My thinking was too shallow. Please, forgive me. The crushing weight of Ad's power caused blood to drip slowly from the soldier's nose, his eyes losing their light from the pressure. Another guard rushed in, panting heavily. Emergency situation, young master? The scene cut back to Theo at the White Tower. A guard lay lifeless on the ground, completely stripped of his uniform. A squad of guards carrying torches marched forward. We have an intruder. Scour the entire area. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, from a distant mountain ridge, Gisa was quietly observing the chaos unfolding as the soldiers shouted below. While the dead guard lay there amidst the panic, the rest of the unit scattered to hunt down the intruder. Gisa formed circles with his hands like binoculars, zooming in on Theo, who was holding a stolen torch and scaling the rocky walls. Sitting lazily on a jagged rock, Gisa analyzed the movements, only killing when absolutely necessary and not hesitating for a second to disguise himself as the enemy. It's exactly like Black Snow's style. Say, were you actually an assassin for Black Snow in your past life? Still watching intently, Gisa smirked. He's way more interesting than I thought. I kind of want to test him out. Achiat's voice chimed in with a stern warning. Stop thinking about useless things. Just tail him, and don't get caught like you did last time. Gisa flashed a cocky grin, licking his lips with absolute confidence. All right, I'll follow orders. A guard sprinted into the room, gasping for breath. Disaster has struck, young master. Ad's eyes shot wide open in sheer disbelief as the soldier delivered the news. There is an intruder at the White Tower. Ad frowned deeply, his mind racing. He had absolute faith in his strategy. That's impossible. The location of the White Tower is known only to a select few. I even disguised the troop deployment so it would never be discovered. Suddenly, his eyes flared up as a thought hit him. Don't tell me. Ad seethed with violent rage. You again, Theo! But then a dark new idea formed in his head. Wait. The trembling guard quickly suggested, If we reinforce the security and ramp up the search, we'll catch him in no time, sir. Ad stepped forward, a wicked, calculating smile spreading across his face. No need, that's enough. We are changing our combat strategy. Leave only a minimum force at the White Tower. Withdraw everyone else. The guard's face drained of color, sweat dripping from his forehead as he failed to grasp Ad's twisted logic. But sir, if we do that, the power of the ancient dragon might get stolen. Ad strutted forward with absolute arrogance. That is exactly the point of the plan. He sneered coldly. The intruder is most likely Theo. Actually, I'm certain it's him. Fully confident in his scheme, he declared, he will absolutely conquer the White Tower and emerge with the power of the ancient dragon in his hands. Ad waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk back inside. Ad had his own ruthless calculations. If conquering the White Tower ourselves is impossible, then we simply steal it from the idiot who does the heavy lifting. Standing below him were his three most trusted subordinates. One, whose face was almost entirely hidden by a hood, stepped forward. It was En. Next to him was a fierce swordsman, Gu Wei, and a haughty woman with a wild feral aura around her hands, Qi. Ad gave his deadly command. The exact moment you confirm he has obtained the power of the ancient dragon, kill him and bring that power to me. All three bowed their heads with chilling reverence. Your will shall be done. The scene shifted back to the White Tower where the guard units were still running around in a frantic frenzy. We have to find him. Where the hell did he vanish to? Don't tell me he headed toward the tower? A commanding officer barked out orders. You lot, scour the perimeter of the tower. The rest of you, come with me to search the south side. As the troops dispersed, Theo, holding his stolen torch, was already standing right there, watching them march in the opposite direction. He was deep in thought. Were they really fooled that easily? Well, it makes my job a lot smoother, but still. He took slow, cautious steps. No secret passcodes to identify friend from foe? No special reinforcements at all? Staring at the completely deserted tower without a single guard in sight, Theo's suspicions spiked. No, the security has been way too sloppy from the very beginning. He sprinted toward the White Tower. There was no way a tower this important would be this poorly defended. It's almost as if they're intentionally luring me in. A glowing system screen popped up. Ancient dragon relic detected. The White Tower. As Theo drew closer, his resolve hardened. Even if it is a trap, it doesn't matter. He gently pressed his hand against the layered bricks of the wall, his face taut with tension. A blinding beam of light shot out from the stone, forming a magical doorway. I have to secure the ancient dragon's power before they do. That single goal remained completely unchanged. Without hesitating, he dashed straight through the blinding portal into the tower. The system screen flashed again, entering the ancient dragon relic, the White Tower. Meanwhile, at another entrance to the tower, heavy, confident footsteps echoed. It was Gisa. Even though the master already caught wind of it, I never expected the ancient dragon's relic to be hidden in a place like this. Asiut sounded much more nonchalant. It seems the reason he sneaked into Choi Vang's territory was for this very thing. Gisa covered his face with his hand and burst into manic laughter. Ha 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 ha, as expected of the Chosen One, right? Asiut, however, remained skeptical. Sure, the title of Chosen One is highly coveted, but even he won't be able to pull this off. Gisa smirked, continuing his thought. Still, we found his discarded uniform as evidence, leaving it out in the open so blatantly. Isn't he trying to set a trap for us instead? Asiut made more sense. It doesn't matter. Whatever his scheme is, we just need a proper justification. Asiut turned and walked away. Let's go, Gisa. We need to set the board before he gets back. But Gisa stubbornly refused. I'm not going back. He casually spread his arms. I'm going to wait for him to step out of that relic. Asiut was caught off guard. What? Gisa hoisted his massive scythe onto his shoulder. Aren't you curious? When he finally dies, he kept that same arrogant smirk, running his tongue over his upper lip. What kind of expression will he make? Meanwhile, a blinding light beamed down from above, making Theo squint as he looked up. Towering right in front of him was a massive structure with countless floors and identical doors. What is this place? His hands gripped his sword tightly, his senses on high alert. I can't drop my guard. This is the entity that inherited the greatest power of the ancient dragon. He stopped dead in his tracks before a colossal door. It's definitely going to be a terrifyingly huge and vicious monster. The shadow of a terrifying beast with glowing red eyes and jagged teeth loomed behind the door. Theo raised his sword, bracing himself for a brutal fight. But instead, out stepped Coralto, looking absolutely adorable. You finally made it, Chosen One. Tears were streaming down its face as it ranted. Just a moment ago, some weirdos deliberately injected toxic demonic energy into the base. Having to block that pissed me off so much. Theo was completely dumbfounded by the sight. Wait, what? He looked down at the creature, his mind full of questions. This little thing is the guardian who inherited the greatest power? He turned to the dragon fairy and the blue dragon. Hey, is this really the guy you were talking about? I mean, just look at it. The two hastily replied, Please do not judge a book by its cover, O Chosen One. The blue dragon grumbled under its breath. You look like a frail pretty boy yourself, yet you never shut up about being the heir. Hearing that made Theo's blood boil. And you actually told me the other guardians were terrified of this thing? Caralto suddenly looked shy. Oh shoot, I completely forgot. I haven't even introduced myself yet. It smiled brightly and hopped around with friendly energy. I am Caralto Sutras, the most loyal subordinate of the great ancient dragon, inheritor of the ultimate power, and guardian of the Pantheon's gate that connects to other worlds. But you can just call me Caralto. Theo frowned, caught on one specific word. The Pantheon? Caralto nodded happily. That's right, the Pantheon, the realm where the gods reside. It fluttered up right in front of Theo's face to explain. You already know that the relics of the ancient dragon are actually fragments of his power, right? Back in the past, the great dragon accomplished many incredible things. It went on passionately. Guarding the gate that connects the Pantheon to the mortal realm was one of the ancient dragon's most vital duties. And the one who inherited that sacred role is me, the most loyal subordinate of the great ancient dragon, the righteous and steadfast guardian who has perfectly preserved his power. Etch the name Caralto Sutras into your memory. Theo rubbed his chin deep in thought. Gods? I've only ever read about them in ancient texts. Do beings like that actually exist, Caralto? Theo stared up at the little creature, completely baffled. It instantly corrected him. It's Caralto Sutras. Theo just sighed and repeated, Caralto Sutras. The little guy's face lit up with pure joy. Did you call for me? Theo facepalmed in sheer disappointment. Yeah, this guy is definitely not normal. He took a breath. All right, Caralto Sutras, do these so-called gods actually exist? Caralto beamed. Of course they do. In fact, aren't you already super familiar with them? Theo's eyes practically bulged out of his head in shock as Caralto continued. If I bring up those mysterious notifications that only you can see, can you guess what they really are? It paused dramatically. Those are... Theo froze as countless memories and system alerts flashed through his mind. Caralto finally dropped the bombshell. Those are direct messages the gods have been sending you. The scene suddenly shifted to a heavily fortified camp, flanked by blazing torches and armed guards. This was the Central Plateau, the main rallying point for the Langna army. Inside the command tent, an incredibly tense war council was underway. Robert stood firmly at the head of the map table. We all know exactly why we've been deployed to this front line, right? Everyone listened with total focus. Robert gestured sharply at the map. With the arrival of Choi Van's personal guard, this war is dragging out much longer than expected. Because of this, even the 9 dragons are preparing to step directly onto the battlefield. His eyes narrowed with deadly seriousness. This is a highly critical briefing regarding our current war effort. I will take any questions or strategic proposals afterward. Sitting dead center at the far end of the table, Dantelon rested his chin on one hand and lazily pointed with the other. Dragon Overlord, this still doesn't sit right with me. My business is just as important as this little war of yours. He gestured toward the tent entrance. Let her in. Asio marched inside, placing a hand firmly over her chest in a crisp salute. I sincerely apologize for interrupting so abruptly, but this matter is of the utmost urgency. She brought forward a torn coat. Sir, could you please take a look at this? Her gaze darkened with cold certainty. I witnessed Theo Ragna's betrayal with my very own eyes. And this, right here. Asio slammed the coat down onto the map table. Is the undeniable proof. Wolfgang violently shot up from his chair. Discarding a Ragna military uniform right in the middle of a war? What clearer proof of treason do we possibly need? An uproar immediately broke out across the council. Julius, his face as cold as ice but sweating nervously, muttered under his breath, That brat Theo! What the hell is he even doing out there? The scene dramatically cut back to Theo, who was still staring up at Caralto in pure disbelief after its massive revelation. Theo was completely stunned. Are you seriously telling me that those blue system screens only I can see are actually direct messages from a god? Caralto waved its tiny little claws dismissively. Yep, no doubt about it, though obviously I can't give you the exact details since I can't see them myself. Theo immediately pressed further. So, do all the Chosen Ones see them? Caralto shook its head. Nope, you are the only Chosen One who can see them. Theo was completely bewildered. But why me? Coralto flashed a deeply meaningful smile. Naturally. It's because you are... Right as it spoke, a sudden, sharp pain shot through Theo's body. Coralto scratched its head awkwardly. Ah, looks like the system is filtering my words out. Theo grabbed his chest, confused. Filtered? Just how much more do you actually know? Coralto's eyes lit up with wild excitement. I've been waiting so long for you to ask that. It bolted upward, perching proudly on top of the door frame. Do you want to uncover the absolute truth? If so, Coralto declared with booming authority, I hereby grant you the trial of the sanctuary, O chosen one. Theo's eyes narrowed sharply. The trial of the sanctuary? Right on cue, a system screen popped up. Guardian Coralto Sutras is offering you the trial of the sanctuary. Coralto nodded firmly. That's right. This trial will force you to explore your own soul and uncover your true self. You will trace the echoes of your past lives deep within your own subconscious. The space around them suddenly darkened, shifting into a swirling vortex of surreal colors as Coralto continued. But do not dare underestimate the subconscious realm. It is an entirely different world hidden inside of you, a world you know absolutely nothing about. If you fail this trial, or if you sink too deeply into your own mind, your conscious mind will completely shut down. You will be trapped inside your own subconscious forever. Theo's eyes widened in sheer, absolute horror. But Coralto wasn't finished. However, if you manage to overcome it, you will earn the right to face the truth, which means you will finally have the chance to meet the gods themselves. It held up a faintly glowing, ethereal object. This tower consists of exactly 12 floors, so, do you wish to accept the trial? Right in front of Theo, the system screen flashed again. Do you wish to enter the first floor of the trial of the sanctuary? His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. With a gaze full of pure, unyielding determination, he pressed yes on the screen. Theo boldly stepped forward, pushing the massive door open with a lingering hint of skepticism. Everything you just told me, it's the truth, right? He pushed with all his might, using both hands to force the heavy door open, revealing an incredibly mystical, blinding light inside. I have countless unanswered questions. Just who exactly is that nameless monarch? Is the Great War going to break out all over again? And finally, he roared out in pure frustration, and why the hell was I the one chosen for this? He gritted his teeth so hard his jaw ached. The space inside was surreal, a floating expanse filled with countless suspended rocks. As he stepped into the first floor of the sanctuary trial, the system displayed the rules of engagement. He couldn't even believe his own eyes. Wait, are we actually inside the tower? The screen flashed a new prompt. To fully enter the subconscious realm, you must suppress your conscious mind and open the gate. Suddenly, a vile, slimy black substance slithered across the ground. It abruptly shot upward, morphing into a shape that made Theo violently flinch. It was a literal human figure, entirely formed from that pitch-black liquid. Theo analyzed the situation in his head. Is that the conscious defense system Coralto mentioned? Honestly, it doesn't look nearly as dangerous as that little guy made it out to be. But the very next second, a razor-sharp sword violently lunged straight at his throat. With lightning-fast reflexes, Theo barely managed to dodge out of the way. Before Theo could even process what the hell was happening, he cursed, throwing a lethal blade at me right out of the gate? But his eyes practically bulged out of his skull when he finally got a clear look at his attacker. The system screen flashed a terrifying title, Guardian of the Gate to the Subconscious. A deadly, razor-sharp sword point rested menacingly against the ground. The subconscious manifestation of Theo looked incredibly imposing, clad in full battle armor with a pure, white, ethereal glowing body. It radiated a chilling aura, completely ready to obliterate him. The two stood face to face in a tense standoff. Looking at his own ethereal copy smiling back at him, Theo gritted his teeth. I really have to fight my literal self? Wait, maybe this is actually a good thing. His eyes darkened with deep strategic thought. Compared to facing down an unknown anomaly without a single shred of intelligence, right in the middle of his train of thought, his subconscious suddenly lunged at him with blinding speed. Fighting an opponent I already know inside and out should be a massive advantage. Theo's subconscious closed the gap instantly, unleashing a devastatingly fast strike. Theo reacted just in the nick of time. Thunder Dragon Art! Lightning Strike! The attack was violently explosive and overwhelmingly heavy. Theo had to push his body to the absolute limit just to dodge it, barely managing to catch his footing on a stone ledge. But his subconscious was already preparing its next strike, charging at the literal speed of light. Theo threw his sword up to defend, but his opponent was so fast that it looked like nothing more than a blinding flash. With a move executed so incredibly fast that the naked eye couldn't even track it, a brutal roar echoed out. Dragon Claw Strike! The devastating blow gouged a massive, deep trench straight across the battlefield, kicking up a blinding cloud of thick dust and smoke. Theo jumped far back. Oh wow! He was still reeling from the shock of seeing his exact replica. Raising his sword, he braced himself to block the incoming attack. Staring at his own subconscious standing directly across from him, a thought crossed his mind. Looks like I really have gotten much stronger lately. His clone swung its sword, launching a fresh wave of attacks with an incredibly explosive aura. It unleashed a dragon's fire cross straight at him. Not to be outdone, Theo used his dragon's flask to block it. The two auras clashed head-on, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire space. Suddenly, the clone vanished from sight, leaving nothing but deep, jagged trenches in the ground ahead. Theo thought to himself, he's way too strong. Right at that moment, the clone dove down from the sky. Theo glanced up, caught completely off guard. From above, the clone channeled its aura into a dragon's fire cross, seamlessly chaining it with a rampage strike to create countless overlapping blades of aura. It crashed down on Theo like a dense, inescapable net. Blinding light erupted as the ground was violently torn apart. Staying hyper-vigilant, Theo blocked the strike and instantly shifted back into a combat stance. The clone swung its sword in a devastating slash. The two locked into fierce close combat, their weapons clashing with ear-piercing screeches and crackling showers of electrical sparks. Because their power levels were perfectly matched and they knew each other's techniques inside out, the intense battle only escalated higher and higher. Clang! Their swords collided once again, both of them straining to push the other back. Theo thought to himself, so this is what it's like fighting yourself. Even our sword paths, down to the smallest detail, are exactly the same. He casually dodges my attacks and neutralizes them with the exact same techniques. Suddenly, the clone shoved him hard, sending Theo flying backward. They briefly separated, maintaining a safe distance. Theo quickly realized the one key difference between them. Even though they were identical, unlike him, this guy didn't feel fatigue. How am I supposed to beat this bastard? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Wait a minute. If he's exactly like me, then I'm absolutely sure. Theo abruptly launched a devastating strike, forcing the clone onto the defensive. He smirked and taunted, "No time to think, huh? That's exactly what I think about myself too." A chaotic brawl resumed with terrifying bursts of aura. In just a split second, thick dust completely engulfed the vast battlefield. Theo suddenly hurled his sword straight at his opponent. The clone immediately froze, its eyes flashing with a hint of panic. It manifested a burst of aura to control the blade, then unleashed a strike to deflect it. Right at that very moment, Theo appeared directly behind him. He said coldly, "Good. I figured that would catch me off guard." Theo had calculated this perfectly. Unless he was as stubborn as that guy, nobody would expect him to throw away his sword to use an aura technique like that, let alone the white moonlight sword path. Seizing the opening, he thrust his blade right into the clone's back, taking him down. The clone was completely defeated. Theo smirked triumphantly. Sure enough, everyone has room to learn. Watching the clone's illusion slowly fade away, he exclaimed, "That was a pretty good fight, past version of me." At that moment, the system announced, "You have defeated yourself. You have completed the first tier trial." Another gate quickly materialized before Theo, and the system prompted, "Do you wish to enter the second tier trial of the sanctuary?" Without a second thought, he let out a refreshing smile. Theo stepped up and pushed the doors open. "If I start something, I definitely have to see it through." Scene change. Right now, a meeting was taking place at the council. Upon hearing the report, Wolfgang shot up from his seat and exclaimed, "Tossing away his own Ragnar uniform during wartime. What clearer proof of treason do you need?" A noisy murmur echoed through the grand hall. Julius asked once more, "You are saying Theo Ragnar abandoned his post and went to Troyvan, correct?" Osseo Ragnar confidently replied, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He went into enemy territory all by himself." Osseo looked at the clothes and declared, "The uniform I just showed you is the absolute clearest proof." Hearing this, Osa cried out, "There is no way Theo would do that!" She quickly sent a telepathic message. "Julius, didn't Theo say anything to you?" Julius replied, "Sword Dragon, I'm guessing he didn't tell you anything either, huh?" He flashed a smug smile. "Looks like Theo trusts me more than he trusts you." Julius thought to himself, "Of course, I never expected things to get this chaotic." Before the journey began, he had warned Theo, "But make sure you don't come back empty-handed. Otherwise, there won't be anything in it for you." Theo clenched his fists and swore, "I won't let you down." Suddenly, Theo sent a telepathic message to Julius, "But I have to tell you something first." This caught him completely by surprise. Telepathy? Theo revealed the third and fourth succession candidates, Lisa Ragnar and Osseo Ragnar, are currently tailing me. Julius couldn't hide his shock. "The twins?" Theo replied with absolute certainty, "Yes. They've been watching me ever since I returned from the archipelago. They're probably trying to disqualify me from my position, and I plan to ruin their little scheme." Hearing this, Julius was stunned. Theo added, "I'll use this chance to find their weaknesses, so just play along with whatever they say." Everything had unfolded exactly as Theo predicted. Julius sent a telepathic message to Osa. "Well, I don't think we need to worry too much. Theo, that little brat, Tats seems pretty confident he can play this game." He slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and announced loudly to the room, "I, the demon dragon, agree with Osseo Ragnar." She bowed her head respectfully. "I am honored to have the demon dragon's support." Dantalion, standing nearby, remained completely silent. Julius enthusiastically made a proposal. "We should absolutely form a pursuit squad to find and capture him." Robert observed the situation, thinking to himself, "I was certain Theo abandoned his post, but there's no way the demon dragon wouldn't know about it, which means this is most likely their plan. I'll side with the demon dragon for now and see how things play out." He then gave his assessment. "Husak has also confirmed that Theo abandoned his mission. There is clear evidence supporting her accusations, so we will accept them. Husak will quickly assemble a capture squad." Robert's sharp, cold eyes flicked over to the other side. Things are getting chaotic, but if this is all part of Theo's plan, then maybe I don't need to worry about it too much. Back at the Sanctuary's second-tier trial, which Theo had decided to explore, the moment he saw the scenery inside, he was absolutely shocked. This place is... Before him was a massive castle engulfed in a sea of flames. He recognized it immediately. It was the Rose Palace from his past life. The system provided information, revealing the theme of the second-tier trial, the path to your subconscious. Suddenly, Theo heard a voice calling out from ahead, Well, look who it is." He looked up and saw two soldiers. The middle-aged man sneered sarcastically, "If it isn't the trash of the Ragnar clan." The system guided Theo, stating, "Your path is blocked by your trauma. These two opponents were also faces from his past." The system issued an objective: overcome the trauma that has tormented you. Theo let out a breezy chuckle and said, "Well, it seems like this trial is a bit too easy for me. Trash, you say?" Remembering his past self, he admitted, "It's almost funny. But you're right, there was a time when you scumbags were my trauma." The younger soldier looked at Theo's arrogant attitude and spat disdainfully. "Are you losing your mind because you're about to die? You useless trash of the Ragnar clan!" But the very moment those words left his mouth, the middle-aged man's head flew right off his neck. The young soldier was utterly horrified. For a moment, he couldn't even process what was happening, only hearing Theo's voice whisper, "Thanks." With a flash as quick as lightning, the sword in Theo's hand showed his opponent exactly what it meant to be trash. Blood splattered everywhere. The man's eyes went completely blank. With just one basic slash, Theo had sent him straight to the afterlife. The space fell dead silent once more. He rested a hand against his forehead, looking impossibly arrogant. Theo brushed his hair back and said cheerfully, "Because I've been really craving some target practice in my current state. the system sent a notification. Tier 2 Trial. Victorious in the battle against psychological trauma. Proceeding to the next floor. Watching the projection of Theo's journey, Corrado smiled in amusement. How fascinating. This guy might actually set foot in the true pantheon. Corrado tapped its two sharp claws together and remarked, "It seems you're placing a lot of faith in him, aren't you? Oh, God of causality." The system quickly displayed new notifications. Floor 3. Victorious in the battle against the emotional mask. Floor 4. Victorious in the battle against the dark ego. Floor 5. Victorious in the battle against the collective unconsciousness. Floor 10. Victorious in the battle against the primal ego. Reading the messages, Theo exclaimed. He had already blasted his way to the 10th floor. My clear time for these trials is getting shorter and shorter. Why does it feel like everything just keeps getting easier after the first level? At that moment, the door to the 11th floor appeared. He placed his hands on the heavy stone doors, pushing them open as he muttered a question. "Things definitely aren't going to end this easily, right, Corrado?" the system announced. Now entering floor 11 of the Pantheon's trial, Corrado flashed a wicked grin and offered some reassurance. "No need to worry, Chosen One, because from this point on, the real trial begins." The hidden realm opened up to reveal a deep, abyssal cave. The system chimed in. "This is the primordial cave, a simulation of the creation of life. Walk backward through the river of time within this primordial cave." As Theo stepped inside, he couldn't help but wonder, is this test really just walking down a path? But the atmosphere here, it felt completely different from the previous floors. Bam! The stone door slammed shut behind him. Theo walked slowly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The place was filled with razor-sharp stalagmites. The system offered a hint. To reach the origin, you must return to the void before birth. As you walk against the flow of life, the senses you gained upon entering this world will fade away, one by one. Reading this, he jolted in shock. Wait, what? First, his sense of smell vanished, stripping away his ability to perceive the sense of the world. Theo frowned in confusion. I can't smell anything? What is this supposed to mean? He glanced at the water flowing beneath his feet and noticed something was off. That intense, damp smell of the cave's green water. It was completely gone without a trace. The system's warnings continued. Hearing lost. You can no longer perceive the sounds of the world. Sense of touch lost. You can no longer feel the physical realm. Panic set in as Theo realized he had already lost 4 out of his 5 senses. Don't tell me. And then his sight was gone, plunging him into total darkness, severing his last visual tie to the mortal world. All 5 senses were sealed, and his magical powers were completely suppressed. I can't believe it. Even my mana is blocked. Venturing deeper into the cave in this state was absolute suicide. Finding a way to break free from this sensory deprivation, that had to be the true test of the 11th floor. Thinking back, Theo realized this wasn't his first time tasting this kind of helplessness. It felt exactly like when he was struck by his father's mind sword. If that's the case, can I use the same method to break it? Theo immediately cycled through his skills. Refine, Fat Dragon, Diesel Worm, Lesser Dragon. He pushed himself to the absolute limit, desperately trying to break the seal, but nothing worked. Even worse, his physical body was starting to disintegrate. As his 5 senses faded, his consciousness began to shatter, and his guardians were dead silent. I have to find the answer deep within myself, he thought. But the toll was heavy. Theo collapsed to the cold floor, black smoke seeping from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The divine beast burst out, panicking in a frenzy. Hey, Chosen One, what's happening to you? One cried out. Did you trip? Get up right now, another urged. Seeing the chaos, Kratos shook his head and stopped them. It's useless. Not just his senses, but his very mana has been completely sealed. No matter how loud you scream, your voices will never reach him. All living beings perceive space and time through their senses, Kratos continued. But the irony is, only when those senses are stripped away does one thing become clearer than ever before. It flashed a sinister, eerie smile, and that is the primal, paralyzing fear of realizing that the very world you exist in has utterly rejected you. For humans, the primordial cave is a place where the boundary between the self and the surrounding world simply ceases to exist. At this rate, the Chosen One's consciousness will completely dissolve, leaving him in a state no different from death. Kratos let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. I thought this generation's chosen one would actually be different, but I suppose the higher the expectations, the more crushing the disappointment. But suddenly, a raspy, agonizing hiss escaped Theo's lips. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I will slaughter every last one of you. His fingers twitched into a claw, and a terrifying blood-red aura erupted from his body. An overwhelming surge of power shattered the silence, violently shaking the entire space. Kratos stepped back in sheer shock, completely baffled by what was unfolding. As Theo slowly dragged himself to his feet, the divine beast watched in utter confusion. What is happening to him? One gasped. This is pure madness, another confirmed. It finally made sense. The dark remnant of the Mad Dragon implanted by Patriarch Ragnar was violently erupting. The Chosen One was the only vessel keeping it suppressed, but now that his consciousness had collapsed, this monstrous outbreak was inevitable. Kratos stared wide-eyed, completely stunned. Unbelievable. He's actually using pure, unadulterated madness to bind his shattering consciousness back together. Suddenly, a glowing fissure cracked open across Theo's chest, and a sinister, unfasterly voice echoed from within. Theo Ragnar, I shall accept your twisted little deal. I will grant you the absolute power to crush this pathetic adversity. Take it, awaken, destroy everything in your path, and in return, sacrifice it all to me. A grotesque face materialized within the glowing red rift. It reached out a greedy hand, demanding, offer this entire world to me. But Theo didn't hesitate. He fiercely drove a brutal punch right into the entity's face and sneered, yeah, no, the deal is officially off. He laughed with a wild, arrogant defiance, completely devoid of fear. The entity growled furiously, stop your pathetic excuses. I have already poured my power into you. Its blazing red eye glared at him, trying to force his submission. Fulfill the pact, now! But suddenly, the entity froze. It gasped in absolute disbelief. So that's how it is. The power I just granted you. You actually... Theo burst into a maniacal laugh, crushing the glowing shard in his hand. That's right. I gave it all back to you. Every single drop. You insolent brat. You dare pull such a deceitful trick on me. The entity roared in fury. Theo merely shrugged, completely unfazed. Aw, come on. Just look at it as a grandfather doing a little favor for his favorite grandson. Powerless to do anything else, the entity spat out a final curse. You foolish, arrogant little punk. I will remember this, Theo Ragnar. Right then, the system chimed in. Ego expanded. All senses successfully restored. Mana manipulation unlocked. Trial of the 11th floor cleared. Theo let out a long sigh, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. Was it really a good idea to awaken the Mad Dragon like that? But seeing as he was still in one piece, he figured he could worry about it later. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Chosen One. Theo turned around only to see the entire flock of divine beasts rushing toward him. Before he could react, they tackled him to the ground, piling onto him in a massive, chaotic dog pile. Whoa, what the heck? Theo laughed in surprise. What's with the dramatic reaction, guys? We were scared to death, one cried out. Seriously, we were terrified. Thank goodness you're okay. Another one, currently squished against his stomach, grumbled, Look, if you're planning on throwing your life away so meaninglessly, at least let me have your corpse when you're done. Just don't give us another heart attack, Chosen One, another chimed in softly. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light pierced through the darkness from the far end of the tunnel. Theo immediately pushed himself up. He sat there in a daze, staring blankly at the light for what felt like an eternity. Planting his hand firmly on the ground, he fully stood up and muttered, I finally made it, the final floor. Right on cue, the system announced, now entering the 12th floor, the Pantheon trial begins. The space around Theo instantly began to warp and shift. When the distortion faded, he found himself starting this trial sitting on the edge of a bed. He swung his legs over, his bare feet pressing against the cold, creaky wooden floorboards. Scanning the room, Theo muttered to himself, A bedroom? Is this it? But then he paused. Wait a minute. I've definitely never seen this place before. So why does it feel so overwhelmingly familiar? Clack. He rested his hand against the glass of a dusty mirror, staring intensely at his own reflection. Seriously, in that bizarre dream the other night, too, he whispered. Just who the hell are you? Why do you keep haunting my visions? A sudden, splitting headache struck him. Theo groaned, gritting his teeth as he powered through the pain. But then the system rang out. 12th floor trial complete. You have successfully conquered the relic of the ancient dragon's white tower. Reward granted. The authority to enter the Pantheon. Procedure. Wasting no time, he stepped right in. The dimension inside was breathtakingly surreal. The sky above was an endless void, shimmering with countless brilliant stars. And standing right in front of him was an ancient stone door, intricately carved with cryptic glowing runes. Gripping his sword tightly, Theo cautiously approached. The system's voice echoed, "You have now set foot inside the Pantheon." Theo scrolled down the glowing interface. The monumental gates of the Pantheon stood just steps away. Because you have successfully conquered the ancient dragon's white tower relic, the power of your Thundergate has been permanently upgraded. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed behind him. So, I have finally set foot in this place after all. Lodbrok descended gracefully from the air, calling out with a warm smile, "My dear friend." Theo spun around, absolutely stunned. "Lodbrok? How in the world did you get here? Didn't you say you couldn't leave your cavern?" She chuckled and explained, "Well, to be precise, the me standing before you right now isn't my physical body. It's merely a projection of my consciousness. The exact moment your Thundergate leveled up, I gained the ability to temporarily roam the outside world in this spiritual form." The system confirmed it. The bond with your Dragon Guardian has grown profoundly stronger through the enhancement of the Thundergate. You can now communicate with your Guardian telepathically, unbound by the laws of time or space. Lodbrok smiled, explaining further, "The successful evolution of your Thundergate proves that your realm of power has taken a massive leap forward. Still, I have to admit, I am genuinely astounded that you managed to push this deep into the Pantheon itself." She gave him a deeply satisfied smile, her eyes full of pride. "You have truly fought tooth and nail to get here. You've done exceptionally well." Theo shrugged modestly. "It's really no big deal. I'm just fulfilling my promise as a friend, that's all." Lodbrok's tone turned playful. "Oh, listen to you, dropping such sweet words with a perfectly straight face. I see you're just as bold and confident as ever." With a soft laugh, she placed her hand against the massive stone gates. Clack. The Pantheon. Roadbroke figured Sigurd had to be there too. Suddenly, sheer panic flashed in her eyes. A grotesque creature crawled out from the doorway. Roadbroke instantly threw up a barrier and screamed, "Hey, be careful. Don't step away from me, not even for a second." Theo gasped in shock. "What the hell is that?" A grotesque monstrosity covered in countless massive eyes was slowly dragging itself out. "Is that the nameless monarch?" he thought. Suddenly, countless wailing voices echoed through the air. "So unfair. I hate this. I'll destroy everything. Stop tormenting me. Just leave me alone." Theo studied the monster for a moment and realized something was off. Even though they both gave off a terrifying aura, they were clearly entirely different entities. He quickly asked Roadbroke, "What the hell are those things?" "They are beings known as the Outer Gods," she replied tersely. "I'll explain later. Right now, our top priority is getting the hell out of here." Roadbroke gritted her teeth, pushing her limits to hold the barrier while desperately looking for an escape route. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from behind them, expanding into a blinding flash in the blink of an eye. She could feel it. This power was on a completely different level. A man stepped out from the light and spoke softly. "It's been a while, Roadbroke." Hearing that voice, Roadbroke jolted and spun around. "Sigurd?" she gasped in disbelief. Theo couldn't hide his shock. "Sigurd? So that man is the great ancestor of the Ragnar bloodline." Meanwhile, the agonizing wails continued to echo around them. "It hurts! It hurts so much!" Catching sight of Sigurd, the creatures immediately shifted their aggression towards him. "Kill him! It's you again!" Theo watched in awe. He took such a massive blow and didn't even flinch? Completely unfazed, Sigurd simply waved his hand, casually unleashing a strike. Instantly, A surge of mana sliced the screeching outer gods right in half. The space suddenly fell dead silent, leaving only shattered fragments floating in mid-air. Sigurd turned to Theo. You finally made it. Looking at your expression, I'm guessing you have 1,000 questions. Go ahead and ask. I will answer what I am permitted to reveal. Theo immediately voiced his doubts. The man who appeared in the final trial? I've seen him in my dreams before. Do you know his true identity? Sigurd replied, given that Ragnar has experienced a regression. Do you really believe that you went back in time? Hearing this, Theo's mind reeled. Utterly confused, he pressed further. What exactly do you mean by that? That is all I can reveal for now, Sigurd said sternly. But then he suddenly stopped speaking. He gently raised his hand, gathering his energy to summon a massive array of phantom swords. The sheer power radiating from them was absolutely terrifying. Countless blades rained down, completely obliterating the remaining outer gods. After that, Sigurd shifted his gaze back to Theo. I know you're still in the dark about a great many things, but right now, I cannot give you all the answers. Someday, when you are truly worthy to stand here, everything will naturally become clear. Realizing he had no intention of staying, Roadbroke demanded angrily, Sigurd, where are you going? Are you really just going to leave again without a single word? Suddenly, a god forcefully pushed her back. Roadbroke instantly felt it. This opponent's power was absolute, impossible to resist. She glared at the one who attacked her and gasped, The god of karma? Sigurd spoke in a gentle tone. I'm sorry. Roadbroke, it's not time for either of you to be here yet. His back slowly faded into the shadows behind the gate. Roadbroke screamed out in absolute fury, Sigurd! But the only response she got was a deep lingering gaze from inside the gate. Right then, the system suddenly chimed in. The god of karma has acknowledged your existence. Theo could only stare helplessly as the scene unfolded. He still couldn't wrap his head around what was actually happening. The massive stone door slammed shut, sealing completely. Then the system sent another prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully completed scenario quest number 7. Theo stood in silence for a moment before finally speaking up. Roadbroke, what the hell is actually going on? Those monsters are just like the nameless monarch, she replied. They are entities that exist outside the laws of our world, and they are the very enemies you will inevitably face in the near future. They bow to no rules of reality, and their only desire is to annihilate everything in existence. Roadbroke gently placed her hand on his chest and offered a word of encouragement. Go. Continue your journey and become even stronger, so you have the power to protect the world you hold dear. The system announced, bonus reward for witnessing the Pantheon. You have gained the ability to freely activate Nirvana. Ownership of the ancient relic, White Dragon Tower, has been confirmed. Dragonification state has been activated. May your journey always be favorable. Oh, one blessed by karma. After finishing the run, Theo returned to the main hall. The moment Coralto saw him, he exclaimed, Welcome back, Chosen One. He studied Theo's new appearance and asked, It seems you're quite satisfied with this new power, aren't you? Hearing this, Theo looked confused. What exactly are you implying? Right now, Theo was clad in a full set of dragon armor. With long, razor-sharp horns and menacing claws, he looked incredibly fierce. He raised his hands, staring at them for a long moment before gasping, Wait, so... Right on cue, the system chimed in. Dragonification is currently active. Theo finally realized it. So this transformation is because of dragonification. Coralto nodded. Exactly, because you've consistently gathered all the sacred relics of the primordial ancient dragon. Your dragon bloodline has evolved tremendously. Theo thought to himself, my stamina and physical strength have obviously skyrocketed since transforming. I feel like I've literally been reborn. Theo clenched his fists, feeling the surging energy. Even my magic is different. Controlling mana now feels as natural as breathing, and of course, I can manipulate it however I want. Next up is Nirvana, the other thing I got alongside this. A system prompt appeared right in front of him. Do you wish to activate Nirvana? Theo immediately selected yes. The system confirmed. Activating Nirvana. Expanding mental domain. He felt a massive rush of excitement. Expanding the mental domain? This is insane. It feels like this entire area is resting right in the palm of my hand. Theo noted to himself, still, I'll need a lot more practice to master it. But for now, I should start figuring out how to apply it in combat. Deep down, he pondered, everyone knows the legend that our founder, Sigurd, reached the realm of the gods and ascended to the heavens. But I never actually thought it was real. Sigurd's words echoed in his mind. I know you still have a lot of questions, but I cannot answer them all right now. Someday, when you set foot here again, you will figure it out for yourself. He wondered, to unravel these mysteries, do I literally have to ascend and become a god of the pantheon myself? But why was the god of karma there with my ancestor? Ragnar isn't just the ruler of the north. It's more like a pillar of strength actively protecting this entire world. Lost in his swirling thoughts, Theo suddenly heard Caralto speak up slowly. Have you figured it out? Fighting to protect this world is the ultimate duty of Ragnar. It is a noble sacrifice. It finally clicked. So the reason a chosen one is born into Ragnar is to ascend to the heavens, stand alongside the god of karma, and fight off the outer gods? Theo quickly asked, then does the world where that mysterious man exists have something to do with this too? I mean, the trial on the 12th floor. That question made Caralto freeze up for a moment. He gave an awkward laugh and replied, that was indeed a bizarre sight, but I'm honestly not sure. All I know is that world is somehow connected to your trial. Hearing this, Theo nodded in agreement. That makes sense, he thought, sighing internally. If even the Guardian knows nothing about it, what kind of hellish place is that? Suddenly, Caralto's body was enveloped in a bright blue aura. All right, I've given you everything I possibly can, he announced. It's time for you to leave, Chosen One. I have to go as well. Right before vanishing, Caralto dropped one last hint. By the way, you have an uninvited guest waiting for you outside the tower. Theo was a bit surprised, just as I thought. They tracked me all the way here. He let out a confident smirk and replied, is that right? Well, it's rude to keep a guest waiting. Let's go out there and give them a proper welcome, shall we? Yasu's scene change. Outside the dead silent tower, Theo gripped his sword, slowly stepping forward to find his uninvited guest. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted in front of him and sneered, so, you finally crawled out of there, huh? He flashed a wicked grin and complained, honestly, does it make any sense for an older brother to stand around waiting for his little brother? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Don't you think so, Theo? Gisa widened his silver eyes and spat. Little brother? Theo replied softly, my mistake. I spoke without thinking. Sorry about that, Gisa. Big brother. Gisa let out an "oh" in surprise. You do actually know me? There aren't many people left alive who'd recognize this face. Theo thought to himself, of course I do. In my past life, I saw you at an exhibition match between the top successors. Back then, a young man in the stands had scoffed, saying he wasn't even worthy of being his opponent. The guy next to him had agreed, exactly. Even among the successors, there's got to be a hierarchy, right? Down in the arena, Gisa had beaten Arson to a bloody pulp. He mocked him. I had such high hopes for a newly rising top successor after all these years. But you're not even worth drawing my sword for. How disappointing, Arson, my little brother. Theo vividly remembered the Arson from his past life, the monster who had pinned him down bare-handed. He looked at Giza and spoke calmly. Of course, you're a successor too. How could I not know? But more importantly, I want to thank you. Giza blurted out, clearly caught off guard. What? Playing innocent, Theo asked, you went through all the trouble of coming here just to save me, right? Gisa froze for a split second, then suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. He stood there, laughing his head off for a long time before finally calming down. Gisa stomped his foot and praised, well, aren't you a sweet-talking little successor? Not like that hulking bastard, but Before he could finish his sentence, his figure vanished. Moving at lightning speed, he appeared right behind Theo and growled the rest of his sentence, came here to kill you. Unfazed, Theo raised his sword to block the scythe and replied casually, I know you're here to kill me. Let's drop the pointless act. Then Theo asked sharply, did the trail I left behind help you find me? Hearing this, Gisa stopped dead in his tracks. Theo continued calmly. If I had to guess, Troiven's army is on its way right now. They're coming to capture me for conquering the White Tower. If that happens, I'd never make it out alone. So, I used my twin older brothers. Since you've been stalking me, I figured that if I just left my uniform behind, you'd definitely bring a strike team straight to me. Giza suddenly remembered what he had told Anxio earlier. The trail is way too obvious. Isn't he just baiting us into a trap? Without realizing it, a smirk crept onto his face. I guessed right, didn't I? Anxio, you idiot. Theo shoved Giza's scythe away and said, I just didn't expect you to show up all by yourself. Giza quickly unleashed a vicious slash, forcing Theo to immediately leap backward to dodge. Just to be safe, Theo took a few more steps back to maintain a safe distance. Figured as much, Theo thought to himself. Giza didn't give him a single second to breathe. He instantly closed the gap, prompting Theo to ask, So, what's the plan now? Giza made no effort to hide his intentions. Once your head rolls on the dirt, this will all be over. Theo tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Well, it's not like I ever expected to reason with you anyway. If anyone's the odd one out here, it's guys like Toko. As successors of Rangna, where absolute power is worshipped, we all hold on to our own twisted convictions. Theo let out a cold laugh and launched a counterslash at his brother. And I'm no different. Right at that moment, a figure in black wielding a massive hammer brought it crashing down toward Giza's head, catching him completely off guard. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, sending violent tremors across the ground. A massive cloud of dirt and debris exploded upward, completely blinding the area. Giza leaped to the side and cursed, Damn it, what the hell is going on? One of the Troivan soldiers mocked, Oh my, what a shame. I almost bagged 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing them, Theo muttered to himself, Looks like an even bigger fish than I expected has taken the bait. Giza stayed dead silent, calculating his next move. A voice called out from the dust, You're Theo Rangna, right? Pretty sharp, kid. You actually figured out that we withdrew our troops on purpose. I've got to admit, my pride took a little hit from that. She raised a hand tipped with wickedly sharp claws and sneered, Did you seriously think that just the 2 of you could go toe-to-toe with the former Grand Dukes of Troivan? This woman was none other than number 3 of Troivan's former Grand Dukes, Chi, and the hulking giant beside her was number 2, Zui. Chi strutted forward, dripping with arrogance. You boys are incredibly lucky today. 2 successors serving yourselves up on a silver platter. Feeling their overwhelming aura, Theo grew anxious. 2 former Grand Dukes, the monsters born to fight the ancient dragons. She suddenly licked her lips and said, You 2 are going to make the absolute perfect sacrifices. His Grace will be very pleased, won't he? Hearing that word, Theo's brow furrowed. Sacrifices? Zwei barked, I told you to keep your damn mouth shut! Chi rolled her eyes and snapped back. What's your problem? We're going to slaughter them anyway, aren't we? Besides, if it pisses you off so much, you should have just finished him off with that last strike. Zwei let out a wicked grin. You always know exactly how to get under my skin. The raw power of Troivan's former Grand Dukes was no joke. The bloodlust rolling off them was downright suffocating. They stared down Theo and Giza, completely relaxed and utterly fearless. Theo analyzed the grim situation, thinking to himself, just the sheer pressure of their mana is terrifying enough. Luckily, it looks like they don't exactly get along. If I can exploit that opening... But before he could even form a plan, Chi lunged straight at him. She cackled, All right then, first come, first served. A relentless flurry of slashes rained down, forcing Theo into a desperate defense before he managed to leap back to a safe distance. Looking at the countless bloody cuts covering his arms, Theo was genuinely shocked. You blink, you die. She's too fast. In that split second, she threw over 30 strikes, and that final swipe aimed right at my throat was the deadliest of all. Chi held up her blood-soaked claws, letting the fresh red drops fall to the dirt as she laughed maniacally. No way out for you, sweetheart. I'm taking that pretty little head of yours. Then she tilted her head and asked, Oh, wait, you're the one who beat Noi, right? That loser they sent to the floating islands? Theo searched his memory. Noi? You mean that guy I ran into at the floating islands? Chi let out a dramatic sigh. I swear, I have no idea why the Lord would send such a massive failure. If it had been me, the whole mess would have been cleaned up beautifully. Hearing that, a genuine smile crept onto Theo's face. A failure? That was the first opponent in a long time who actually made me hit a wall. Chi spread her arms, launching into a fresh assault while teasing him. Aw, even your confused little face is absolutely adorable. Don't worry though, since you're pretty handsome, I promise to at least keep your head perfectly intact. Chi unleashed a violent shockwave, spiraling like a tornado right at Theo. Here she comes, he braced himself. But just as she closed the distance, Giza intercepted her, instantly unleashing his sonic death sword technique. He followed it up with a brutal phantom crescent slash. The two clashed with earth-shattering force, neither side willing to give an inch. Giza tightened his grip on his scythe and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Right in front of him, the ground had been ripped into a massive, jagged trench. Chi backflipped a few times to gain distance, muttering, "Well, isn't this a surprise? I thought you were itching to butcher my new pet." She perched herself on a jagged rock and sneered, "You two are a lot closer than I thought." Giza instantly cut her off with a vicious snarl. "Shut your mouth. Keep your filthy eyes off my prey before I slaughter you right here." Chi shrugged playfully. "That doesn't sound too bad, but honestly, messy love triangles just aren't my style. I'd much rather get some alone time with my sweet little prey." She raised her deadly claws and offered a fake sweet smile. "So, be a good boy and step aside, would you?" The moment the words left her mouth, a massive shadow hurtled straight toward Giza. He spotted it just in time, gritting his teeth as he braced for the impact. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the battlefield. Zwei had made his move. Giza touched back down miraculously unharmed. Seeing that his ambush failed, Zwei let out a furious grunt. Suddenly, a clawed hand clamped right over the giant's face. Chi was perched on Zwei's shoulder, whispering venomously into his ear, "You brainless meathead! I had dibs on this one. How about I just rip your throat out first?" Zwei scoffed and argued back, "Didn't you literally just say, first come, first served? If you don't want to get smashed, back off like you did just now." "You son of a bitch," Chi hissed. Watching this entire circus play out, Theo couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Are they seriously at each other's throats right now? These freaks are completely unhinged. He glanced over at his very reluctant older brother, his eyes flashing with a hint of concern. Though, I guess we aren't much better. Gritting his teeth, Giza surged with dark aura, gearing up for a devastating assault. He unleashed the sonic death sword, immediately chaining it into the Black Heaven's phantom blade. Giza's eyes burned with pure, unadulterated rage. He roared, "I'm gonna butcher that giant freak!" Hearing the sheer bloodlust in his voice, Chi actually looked surprised. "Oh my, looks like somebody struck a nerve." She violently slapped Zwei on the back of the head. "Well, you're dead meat now, big guy." Zwei just let out a heavy sigh. In a flash, Chi launched herself into the air, abandoning Zwei entirely and leaving him as a giant meat shield to take the full brunt of Giza's wrath. She let out a long, manic laugh, lunging at Theo with a teasing smirk. "Looks like it's just the two of us again. Shall we pick up right where we left off, sweetie?" Theo instantly shifted into a fighting stance, calculating in his head. She's way too confident in her speed. In a flash, her iron claw slashed down toward his head, but he swiftly brought up his sword to block the strike. Both sides pushed harder, trying to overpower each other. Theo quickly realized that this was going to be much more annoying than a simple contest of brute strength. Chi relentlessly unleashed a barrage of massive attacks, her firepower raining down like an inescapable net closing in on him. He was struggling to defend, barely dodging her razor-sharp claws. "This insane speed is a nightmare to deal with," Theo grumbled internally. "She's even faster than Naban, and her precision is terrifying. She only aims for fatal spots." But then a crazy idea flashed through his mind. What if I intentionally leave my vitals wide open? Just as he hoped, Chi's gaze instantly shifted. As her hand lunged forward, Theo anticipated her movement. Seizing the exact moment she dropped her guard, he countered with a vicious dragon claw strike. Chi froze in sheer disbelief. Without giving her a second to breathe, Theo followed up with a thunder dragon strike. Countless blinding flashes of lightning erupted, carrying a terrifying destructive force straight toward her. Completely caught off guard, Chi was forced onto the defensive, struggling desperately to block the onslaught. It was only then that she realized the truth. So, his sword aura has the lightning attribute. No wonder dodging was completely useless. Suddenly, a massive boulder crashed down right in front of her. Chi gasped in shock. This guy? He's even destroying the terrain just to cripple my speed. A reckless move, but not bad. Still, it was a pity. Chi's body blurred like a bolt of lightning, leaping gracefully over the jagged rocks. She weaved effortlessly through his barrage of sword aura, taunting him. That's nowhere near enough to stop me, sweetie. Meanwhile, on a cliff not too far away, a mysterious figure stood quietly watching the chaos. He flipped open his notebook and carefully jotted down his observations. It's still incomplete, but he has already reached about 30% of the Black Dragon's power level. To not only block one of Chi's strikes, but actually counter it? Now that is interesting. This man was none other than En, the #1 subordinate of the former Grand Duke Choi Van. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with excitement. He muttered under his breath, "Oh, look at that." This is turning out to be quite an entertaining show. Down below on the battlefield, a blinding, blood-red light erupted into the sky. Hiding inside a rocky cave, Theo thought to himself, I intentionally left myself wide open, and you still haven't attacked? You're too scared to step into that smoke, aren't you? Hovering midair, Chi shouted impatiently, How long are you planning to hide in there, honey? You know what I hate the most? A man who keeps a lady waiting. But the moment she swooped down toward the ground, a gigantic jaw burst from the shadows. The massive head of a dragon snapped up, threatening to swallow her whole. Chi was absolutely stunned. That form, it's exactly what the Lord warned us about. By now, Theo had fully transformed into his dragonoid state. He let out a booming laugh. What a shame. I really thought you wouldn't be able to dodge that in midair. Chi quickly regained her composure and scoffed. You've gotten a lot wilder lately, sweetie. The battle grew more intense and brutal by the second. Chi muttered to herself, the Ragnar family are descendants of dragons, huh? Are they running those shady experiments too? Still, he is undeniably far stronger than before. This totally suits my tastes. Theo flashed a satisfied grin. I'm glad you like it, because from here on out, things are going to get a lot more thrilling. He blasted toward his opponent, his arm swinging with terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, Theo crashed back down to the ground. Theo maintained a calm, confident smile, while a flash of genuine panic crossed Chi's face. En, who was watching their clash from the sidelines, was left in awe. Simply incredible. So that is the Dragonoid transformation. It wasn't that I couldn't keep up with his speed before, but the moment he transformed, he completely overwhelmed everything. That means, just by activating that state, his sheer power has already surpassed the 9 Phoenix Duke's current level. Dangerous as it is, that Dragonoid form is an absolute masterpiece. Theo moved like lightning, launching another brutal assault at his opponent. Chi gritted her teeth. He's ridiculously lethal. If I drop my guard for even a second, I'm dead. Now that I've pinned down his movements, I'll end this with a single strike. A deafening explosion ripped through the battlefield, shaking the very air. En muttered to himself, Theo Ragnar, he has far exceeded my expectations. Now then, how are things holding up on Rui's end? As expected of the family's successor candidate, the power level on this side is no joke either. Giza launched himself high into the sky, raising his weapon with maniacal excitement. However, just as Giza's weapon was inches away from its target, Rui suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. You've picked the wrong opponent. Instantly, his eyes flared with a piercing, blood-red light. Right as Giza crashed down, Rui's body simply vanished into thin air. Giza was absolutely floored. Impossible! With a massive body like that? How did he manage to dodge my attack? A rapid series of explosive clashes followed. Watching from afar, En commented coldly, even if he is the successor candidate, is this really all he amounts to? Well, he was only created as a countermeasure against the demonic dragon. He's only reached 20% of his full power, so this makes sense. Still, just by watching this, I've already found so many areas for improvement. This is making me so thrilled. Giza stood perched on a tall rock, glaring down cautiously. Damn it, his strength is way beyond anything I imagined. Choi Van's ultimate weapon, the 9 Phoenix Duke. I heard it was just a cheap knockoff meant to rival the 9 dragons. So how the hell? Am I seriously losing to a damn knockoff? Giza gripped his weapon tightly, his face twisting in utter frustration. Fine, damn it all. Bring it on if you got the guts. If raw power wasn't enough to cut it, he swore he would use every dirty trick in the book to rip his enemy to shreds. Dark magical arcs crackled in the air. Shadow Death Sword, Dark Orchid. Gwei immediately spun his weapon, generating a defensive shield to block the brutal strike. A moment later, he lowered his weapon once the barrage of dark magic stopped. Gwei let out a mocking roar. How pathetic. Is that all the power you've got? Giza immediately snapped back. As if! I'm just getting warmed up. Suddenly, hundreds of phantom chains erupted from out of nowhere, tightly wrapping around Gwei's massive body. A hint of annoyance flashed across Gwei's face. Giza muttered his skill name. Shadow Death Sword. Heavenly Net. Gwei's eyes flared. With a simple flex of his muscles, he shattered the chains wrapping his arms into pieces. Seriously? You think this petty garbage is going to slow me down? Giza smirked. Of course it won't work on you, but you were never my real target to begin with. Hundreds of massive boulders, ripped loose by the chains, came crashing down straight onto Gwei. What? You dare use cheap tricks on me? The avalanche of giant rocks smashed into the ground with bone-shattering force. Meanwhile, Theo calmly observed the chaos from a distance. He turned back to Chi. I'll spare your life for now. After all, I made a promise to return with the spoils of war in my hands. Chi's face flushed red with excitement. Oh my, aren't you strong and thoughtful? Is it okay if I fall for you right now? Theo cast a quick glance at the nearby battlefield. Is Giza still not done over there? Suddenly, a massive hand burst through the pile of rocks. Gwei stepped out of the rubble, completely unfazed. Without missing a beat, Giza shot into the sky and dive-bombed straight toward him. Instantly, Gwei's eyes glowed with furious energy. He swiftly dodged, blocked, and weaved through every single one of his opponent's strikes. Giza carefully analyzed Gwei's rock-hard physique, his eyes locking onto the monster's heavily armored abdomen. Damn it, I need a massive strike just to pierce through that insane armor. Suddenly, Theo blitzed into their battlefield, launching a devastating thrust attack. Giza was left speechless as he watched the sheer impact of Theo's strike. Theo gave him a faint, cocky smile, just dropping in to lend a hand. Giza gritted his teeth, secretly annoyed. This arrogant punk! Who gave you permission to interfere? The Dragonoid transformation. So, he's the chosen one, huh? Damn it, once I'm done with this monster, you're next. Sensing his hostility, Theo just replied casually, I'll be looking forward to it. But for now, let's crush these rebels first. Giza snapped back. Don't you dare give me orders. If you keep letting your guard down, you're going to lose your head. The guy you're fighting is on a completely different level. Meanwhile, hundreds of heavily armored cavalry formed a long line. Tokyo stepped forward and raised his voice. From this moment on, in accordance with the strict military laws of the Ragnar family, we are executing an arrest warrant for Theo Ragnar on the charge of treason. Theo, I personally don't believe you would ever betray the Ragnar bloodline. However, the laws of this clan are the absolute orders of our father. Your current actions are a direct rebellion against the entire clan. If you refuse to surrender quietly, then by the military law of the Ragnar family, I have full authority to execute you right here, right now, and I absolutely cannot let that happen. All Black Iron cavalry, move out, follow my lead. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves shattered the silence of the night. Whispers and murmurs broke out among the swordsmen. Young Master Theo? Committed treason? The guy who always swore he would become his grace's sword? Are they seriously falling for this? One of them turned to their leader in disbelief. Captain, is it true that young Master Theo is plotting treason? Yeah, Captain, you have to say something. Tokyo solemnly replied, I'm sorry, we don't know the full story either. Once we're all geared up, we move out, Evelyn muttered. Captain, this whole story about young Master Theo committing treason is completely absurd. You know that better than anyone else. Why didn't you speak up to defend him? Why did you just quietly accept this mission? Julius replied, Evelyn, since when did the Silver Dragon Squad concern itself with such trivial matters? Our job is simply to put absolute faith in our comrades. Just like we always have. Evelyn thought to herself, right, the captain is absolutely correct. We will trust young Master Theo. Everyone marched forward behind their captain. Understood. Scene transition. High up in the sky, a flock of black wings was approaching. Asio walked up to the man who was gazing at the heavens. She, "Is something wrong, master?" Dantaran replied, "This is incredibly annoying. In fact, it's downright infuriating. Just to protect some lowly subordinate, he was stubborn enough to snap an elder dragon's arm. Yet now, he willingly puts on that uniform, admits to treason, and personally leads the capture squad? What a pathetic joke," Asio muttered. "If that's the case, then—" Dantaran cut her off. "Exactly. Those fools are secretly plotting something. Well, I have no other choice now. I'll just have to step in and handle this myself." Scene transition. Theo spoke up, "First, let's wipe out those rebel scums." Giza looked visibly annoyed. "Don't you dare give me orders. If you keep acting so recklessly, it'll cost you your life. The enemy you're about to face is on a completely different level from the trash you've beaten before." Theo replied calmly, "It's not a problem. Just stick to my plan." Giza cut him off. "I made myself perfectly clear. Stop giving me orders. Once I'm done crushing that bastard, you're next. So sit tight and wait your turn like a good little boy." Theo thought to himself, he truly lives up to his title as a potential successor. I was worrying over nothing. He replied, "Understood. I'll sit back and wait." Giza crouched down low as a fierce blue aura erupted around him. Suddenly, a dark shadow materialized in midair. Giza swung his weapon forward. Shadow Death Strike. Hundreds of black magical beams rained down on the enemy. The moment they slammed into the ground, a massive shockwave exploded. Goi spun his body with incredible speed, creating a violent vortex that completely deflected the black beams. A moment later, he stopped spinning as the gray smoke slowly cleared. "All right then. Now it's my turn." Goi immediately lunged forward like a bullet, gripping a colossal hammer in his hands. Giza was genuinely shocked. How can someone with such a massive build move that impossibly fast? Taking his attacks head on is way too risky, but if I just blindly dodge, I'll never win this. He's bound to leave an opening. The exact second he loses his balance from my counterattack, I'll land the finishing blow. Goi chuckled darkly. "Looks like you won't get the chance to show off any more of those cheap little parlor tricks." Giza snapped back furiously. "You broke one single weapon and you're already getting cocky?" Theo thought to himself, "This is going to take a lot longer than I expected. In the meantime, I should interrogate this captive duke." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Seeing it up close, it truly is a marvel. This is a continuous lightning channeling structure, flowing directly from the spell formation into the blade to firmly chain the prey. On top of that, the blades resonate with one another to amplify the binding chains. What a brilliant, sophisticated design. Theo immediately went on high alert. When the hell did this guy get here? Given the situation, he must be another palace lord. Just by looking at him, Theo could sense that this was no longer a simple matter of strength or weakness. En spoke up. "An absolute pleasure to meet you, Theo Ragnar. I am the former palace lord of Choivan, En." The mana radiating from him was utterly terrifying, so twisted and overwhelming it was suffocating. En continued, "They don't call it dragonification for nothing. With only 30% of the Black Dragon's power, it was impossible to beat you." Theo was slightly taken aback. 30% of the Black Dragon's power? What exactly are you talking about? En replied, "Exactly what it sounds like. It's the human modification project I've been pouring my soul into. A grand initiative designed to rival the 9 dragons of the Ragnar family. That number simply represents the completion rate of the experimental subjects in this research. Choi, or as I prefer to call her, subject number 8, possesses power equivalent to 30% of the Black Dragon. The fact that you defeated her proves your strength has far surpassed that 30% threshold." Theo scoffed. "Only 30%? With such pitiful power, you actually dared to arrogantly challenge the Ragnar family?" En suddenly pulled out a syringe filled with a strange liquid, immediately aiming it right at Choi's neck while observing her. Choi desperately tried to stop him. "Wait, please stop. I'm begging you, En. Just take this off me and I can keep fighting." However, her body instantly began to mutate. Choi shrieked in agony as she twisted into a grotesque black monster. Why is this happening? Theo thought to himself, is this an explosion caused by a mana backflow? Is this an upgraded technique derived from the blood-burst backflow art? And explained, what you just saw was a specimen harboring 40% of the Black Dragon's power. A force that closely rivals the original 9 dragons is technically already perfect. But as you just witnessed, forging a vessel capable of withstanding such colossal energy is an extreme challenge. That is why you should join our side. Theo Ragnar. If we combine your unique physique with my advanced technology, claiming the seat of the Ragnar Patriarch, and even surpassing Kel Ragnar will no longer be just a distant dream. A heavy thud echoed. Something had just been tossed over to N. It was Wei's lifeless body, sprawled motionless on the ground. Giza burst into laughter. You palace lords really aren't as special as I thought, N muttered. Looking at my current state, I suppose I really have no excuses. Well then, I suppose the experiment ends here. Stop playing dead, Wei. Get up and clean up the rest of this mess. Instantly, Wei's tightly shut eyes snapped wide open. Giza couldn't hide his shock. What the hell? He can regenerate? Wei sprang to his feet, launching himself straight at him like a guided missile. Giza, still caught off guard, suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, and spoke up once more. Theo Ragnar, my original goal was to eliminate you and seize the power of the ancient dragon. However, for now, I am quite satisfied with these results. I'll be taking my leave. Theo was in absolute disbelief. This is insane. Even if Giza was exhausted, how could he knock him out that easily? N added, I sincerely hope you think very carefully about my offer of alliance. A man riding a warhorse came galloping toward them at breakneck speed. As he charged right into their group, N's body slowly dissolved into thin air, fading away like mist. Theo shouted furiously, Freeze right there! Damn it, Giza, he got away! He turned around. Captain Thokkel, you're just in time. Please order a pursuit unit immediately. Thokkel coldly cut him off. Theo Ragnar, I am officially placing you under arrest for the crime of high treason. Hundreds of warriors and war horses stood in a massive, imposing formation. From high above, Seifert descended, landing gracefully on the pristine white snow. Captain Julius, is that really going to be all right? Scene transition. Asio and Dantaron were standing far off in the distance, observing everything. Asio looked around. Giza is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Dantaron asked in confusion. Asio, what exactly is going on here? She replied, It seems everything has spiraled out of control thanks to the interference of the former palace lord. I highly doubt Giza has been defeated. But in the worst-case scenario, suddenly, a twisted, eerie smile crept onto Dantaron's lips. Asio immediately noticed his psychotic expression. Dantaron chuckled, Actually, this is even better. I'm going to use this perfect opportunity to utterly crush that arrogant little brat. Thokkel declared to Theo, I am placing you under arrest for treason. Dantaron interjected, Arrest? In the middle of a war? Immediate execution is the only fitting punishment. Giza and Asio witnessed your betrayal with their own eyes. If you have any last excuses, spit them out now. Theo responded calmly, I will explain everything. But right now, there is something far more important. Dantaron sneered coldly. Something more important. In this situation, what could possibly be more important than your treason? A hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Julius spoke up. Please stop backing him into a corner with baseless claims. The corpse of the vassal Theo took down is lying right here. The group briefly glanced at the charred body on the snow. Dantaron let out a low chuckle. Do you honestly think that alone is enough proof? Don't be ridiculous, Julius threatened. If you keep pushing this nonsense, I'll make sure you die just as miserably as those beasts. Dantaron growled back, I wonder who's the one actually being unreasonable here. But hey, if you think you can pull it off, be my guest. Theo immediately yelled, Both of you, stop it! This isn't the time for fighting! Sir Hyun was defeated and dragged away by Troyvin's vassals. We have to go after them right now. Asio froze in shock. Wait, what did you just say? Then we need to go after them immediately. Besides, since he killed the enemy vassal, he's clearly not a traitor, right? The crowd began to murmur. Yeah, exactly. Calling him a traitor just because he took off his uniform? What a joke. That's obviously just an excuse. Theo shouted loudly, I'll clear my name at the trial. The man they captured is none other than a true heir to this clan. Our absolute priority has to be saving Sir Huyen. Eveline thought to herself, he's right. This whole treason thing is just a dirty political game. Surely the tyrant dragon cares more about his own disciples' safety than some petty political feud. Even for the tyrant dragon, saving Sir Huyen should be the top priority right now. Dantaron suddenly roared in absolute fury. What a load of absolute garbage! Asio stared at his expression in pure shock. Even Theo couldn't hide the panic on his face after hearing Dantaron's outburst. Dantaron gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue in extreme impatience. You talk way too much. Shut your mouth and prove you aren't a traitor right now. If you can't, you'll be executed on the spot. Theo stood completely silent, not answering a single question. Taking advantage of the silence, Dantaron roared, Why so quiet? Have you given up and accepted your death? A glowing white weapon slowly began to materialize. Dantaron swung his arm up in surprise, ready to strike. Theo coldly declared, Believe whatever you want to believe. Tokio was completely stunned by the boy's unusual behavior. Theo continued, Right now, there is something far more important to me than proving my own innocence, because I am a proud warrior of the Ragnar clan. While we're standing here having this pointless argument, the window to save Sir Huyen is closing. Tell me, is it truly the Ragnar clan that you want to protect? Or is it just the power you want to seize, even if it means throwing away your own disciple? Dantaron gritted his teeth furiously. What the hell did you just say, you little bastard? Theo, that kid, don't tell me. A blinding white light suddenly erupted from behind Theo. Julius chuckled, his face filled with absolute excitement. That damn kid. A brilliant blue magical aura enveloped the entire group. Gukgong muttered in complete disbelief. What in the... Julius burst into loud laughter. So his promise to surprise me wasn't just empty bragging after all. Eveline whispered in shock. There's no way. The massive head of the Azure Dragon slowly materialized right before their eyes. One of the young men couldn't contain his sheer excitement. The one destined to lead the Ragnar clan, the descendant of the dragon from the legends. Gukgang stammered in absolute horror. No, this is impossible. How could a filthy half-blood like him, how could he possibly command the ancient guardians? The Azure Dragon thought to himself, I didn't expect you to actually use us like this. Using your domain to create an enclosed space, not bad at all. However, with your current power level, projecting our sheer presence is the absolute limit of what you can do. You're well aware that spiritual entities like us don't have the physical strength to actually fight that guy, right? Theo calmly replied through telepathy. It doesn't matter. I never planned on taking the Tyrant Dragon head-on in the first place. The most crucial thing right now is to shut the Tyrant Dragon's mouth and win over the crowd. And to do that, there's absolutely nothing better than delivering cold, hard proof. One of the soldiers gasped out loud. The descendant of the mythical dragon who can summon the legendary guardians. Is it really him? Lord Theo Ragnar is the legendary protector destined to lead the Ragnar clan? The surrounding crowd instantly erupted in cheers. Lord Theo is the true descendant of the mythical dragon. There is absolutely no way a true descendant would ever betray the Ragnar clan. I knew it the second he demanded we prioritize saving Sir Huyen's life. He always puts the Ragnar clan above everything else. Hearing this, Theo felt a wave of relief. Perfect. The momentum has completely shifted to my side. If I keep riding this wave, it'll be a piece of cake to steer the focus back to saving Sir Huyen. Enraged, Dantaron suddenly hurled a brutal punch into the air. What absolute garbage! A devastating shockwave blasted straight toward the dragons. As the dust settled, the majestic dragons vanished into thin air. Theo slightly narrowed his eyes, pressing his lips tightly together in silence. The soldiers below screamed out in outrage, How dare you disrespect the ancestral guardians? Dantaron sneered coldly, You're getting way too cocky. Did you honestly think conjuring up a few illusionary lizards would magically erase your treason? And the rest of you pathetic bugs are no better. You're so desperate to believe in some childish bedtime story that you let this cheap illusion blind you completely. A descendant of the dragon commanding the guardians? Are you all seriously still buying into that utter nonsense? However, the soldiers had already closed in, surrounding him from all sides. Tokio immediately furrowed his brow, deeply offended by Dantaron's blatant disrespect. Gang also glared at him in disgust. Lizards! How on earth could you spew such blasphemy? Julius coldly warned him, You've completely crossed the line this time, Tyrant Dragon. Over on the other side, Theo let out a hidden sigh of relief. Thanks a lot, Tyrant Dragon. Because of your big mouth, wrapping this up just got a whole lot easier. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie, dead silence. Watching the situation unfold, Theo smirked to himself. The mighty Dragon King just dug his own grave. He felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Openly insulting the dragon legend right in front of the loyal members of the Ragnar clan? Wow. Then again, I suppose that's what you've actually thought all along. The Tyrant Dragon gnashed his teeth in sheer frustration. These damn Ragnars, and their stupid obsession with that pathetic legend. But if I back down right now, everything is going to go straight to hell. He glared fiercely at the two of them, his face twisting with pure hatred. I have to push through, harder and more ruthlessly. The Tyrant Dragon took an aggressive step forward and taunted them. Fine then, let's put this to the test. If this so-called legend of yours is truly that magnificent... He pulled his arm back, gathering a terrifying amount of momentum. Then I'm sure this attack won't even leave a scratch on you, right? The overwhelming surge of power left Theo completely paralyzed. In the very next second, pure chaos erupted. Every single person froze in absolute terror. What in the world is this energy? A blinding flash of light crashed down from the sky, violently shaking the very fabric of space. Then, a terrifyingly majestic voice boomed through the air, completely shattering their senses. I gave you a direct order to sever the heads of our enemies, and yet, here you are, tearing each other to shreds like wild dogs. Along with the voice, a colossal greatsword slammed violently into the earth. The catastrophic impact shattered the ground instantly, sending violent tremors in every direction. Slowly, from behind the massive blade, an imposing silhouette began to emerge. It was the Patriarch, radiating an unimaginably terrifying aura. How am I supposed to entrust the battlefield to a bunch of fools like you? The entire crowd instantly dropped to their knees, bowing their heads in deep reverence. We greet the Patriarch, they began, desperately pleading for forgiveness. We are deeply ashamed of our disgraceful actions. But one voice tried to explain, Patriarch, please understand, this isn't just a simple internal dispute. I was simply trying to execute a traitor! The Tyrant Dragon immediately pointed his finger straight at Theo. Just look at Theo Ragnar. He's literally wearing the enemy's uniform. He has completely disgraced the sacred honor of the Ragnar clan. He furiously screamed his demand. I beg you, give me the order to execute him on the spot. The Patriarch let out a bone-chilling roar. A rabid dog barking blindly, completely forgetting its place. His eyes flared with absolute murderous intent. How dare you decide to attack without a direct order from your master? The crushing weight of his aura instantly suffocated the Tyrant Dragon, forcing him into complete silence. The Patriarch then issued a terrifying command. Someone had better explain right now. Why the hell are you causing a riot in my camp? Tokyo swallowed hard and tried to step forward. I am Tokyo Ragnar, Commander of the Black Iron Knights. Forgive my insolence, but the fourth successor candidate, Gisa Ragna, was captured during the battle with the Golden Wolves. Instead of arguing over petty matters, please give us the order to form a pursuit squad immediately. Hearing this, Theo smiled in satisfaction. Only the Tyrant Dragon was furious. As always, Tokyo was letting his emotions dictate his actions. Keo's aura grew even more intense. Commander of the Black Iron Knights, he coldly declared, isn't the death of a loser just the natural law of the jungle? Refusing to back down, Tokyo roared back, Gisa is my brother first. How can we preach about family honor while abandoning our own flesh and blood? But Keo instantly shut him down. You have misunderstood. His overwhelming pressure crushed down as he glared piercingly at Tokyo. The sheer intimidation made Tokyo flinch in panic. Just then, Theo stepped in and interrupted. No, we have to save him. Not because he is family. He delivered a sharp, calculated argument. If we don't save Gisa right now, we won't just lose a successor. We will lose the absolute honor of the Ragna name, and the very terror it strikes into our enemies. Everyone was stunned by his words. To those who dare lay a finger on a Ragna warrior without permission, Theo's logic was flawless. We must instill a fear far worse than death. Every word fell like a heavy warning, so that they never dare to try something like this again. Kyo seemed swayed, so they never dare to reach for our throne. But right now, Theo's charge of treason was supposed to be the main issue. Once again, Theo was hit by that suffocating aura, forcing him into silence. Kyo's hand gripped the hilt of his sword. What did you just say? The honor of Ragna? Kyo appeared furious. He raised his blade high. You speak as if you are the patriarch, Theo. But then he smoothly sheathed the sword. To everyone's surprise, Kyo offered a word of praise. An interesting answer. Theo stayed on guard, watching his next move. Suddenly, Kyo barked an order. Everyone here will join the rescue squad. Retrieve Giza Ragna from the enemy's hands immediately. A unified understood echoed. In the blink of an eye, the crowd vanished. Kyo called out to him, Theo. He made a simple demand. You and I need to talk, my son. Theo turned his head, completely caught off guard by those words. After that, the two of them walked away together. Kyo stared after them for a long time. Commander. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a pathetic groan broke the silence. I apologize, young master. Ed lashed out in absolute fury. Didn't I make myself perfectly clear? You were supposed to bring back the sacred relic and Theo for the Mad Dragon Emperor's resurrection ritual. He screamed at the top of his lungs, yet you have the audacity to come crawling back empty-handed? The subordinate hastily bowed his head, begging for mercy. Please forgive us, young master. It was my oversight. Ragna's main forces ambushed us. We had no choice. Trembling, he continued to plead. Theo is too valuable of a test subject. We couldn't just kill him. I have no excuses, but I did bring back a replacement. Hearing this, Ed shifted his gaze to Giza, who was lying unconscious on the ground. He bared his razor-sharp teeth in a wicked grin. The very next second, Ed kicked the minion back, snapping, Did you forget that the resurrection ritual requires the sacred relic of the primordial dragon? Just one body from the Ragna bloodline isn't enough. The subordinate frantically tried to reason with him. Even if it's not the best option, can't we just use a different sacred relic? Ed realized what he meant. Are you talking about the 9 Dragon Sword? The subordinate quickly explained, it's the highest quality relic among the weapon types. But Ed scoffed. The Mad Dragon Emperor will need that weapon to fight Ko Ragna. We absolutely cannot waste it on the resurrection ritual. You useless fools should have brought back the proper sacrifice. Suddenly, another cultist rushed in with an urgent report. Young master, Ragna's main forces are attacking us. Ed was completely taken aback. What? The shocking news left them frozen. What did you just say? The minion panicked. They are rapidly tearing through our front lines to take back their successor candidate. Ed's mind raced. What the hell? Ragna is pouring all their strength into breaking our lines just to save a single prisoner? No. Ko was supposed to abandon him and preach his survival of the fittest nonsense. So why the hell is he doing this? Hearing the news, Giza let out a mocking laugh. Damn it, Iron Dragon. Did you really not know who I am? How dare you? He smiled, deeply satisfied. Hell yeah, I knew you would come for me, Master Anxio. Giza's eyes brimmed with vengeful hatred. Once my master gets here, you pieces of trash are dead. Ed glared at the boy, a sudden realization hitting him. Wait, could it be that this brat is the true heir Ko handpicked from the start? He clicked his tongue in extreme frustration. Oh, for God's sake, it looks like they're going to find this place soon. The situation was looking incredibly grim. The Holy Demon Cult's barrier could only hide them for so long. But if they retreated now, preparing the ritual from scratch would take way too much time. Cornered, they scrambled to find a solution. The minion urged, we have to act fast. The Mad Dragon Emperor's resurrection can only be performed in the north. Ed growled viciously, I already know that. Shut your mouth. His mind was racing at a mile a minute. We are already at the northern edge. If we retreat now, who knows when we'll be able to come back. I cannot delay the Mad Dragon Emperor's resurrection any longer. Suddenly, Ed's eyes widened as a twisted idea struck him. He spun around and barked an order. En, grab Giza and follow me. We are going to sacrifice him alongside the 9 Dragon Sword. Understood. Hearing this, Gisa screamed in absolute panic. Wait, a sacrifice! What the hell do you mean? The old mage flashed a wicked, sinister smile. Move quickly! We will finish the ritual before Ragna breaches the gates. It was a desperate but decisive move. A moment later, thick ropes were tightly bound across a massive wooden crossbar. Giza was strung up, his body wrapped tightly in agonizing restraints. He found himself strapped to a grotesque structure that looked exactly like a gigantic brain. Ed's eyes burned with malice as he made his declaration. Today, right here. As his chilling voice echoed out, the dark ritual officially began. The Mad Dragon Emperor will rise again, baptized in the blood and the sacred relic of Ragna.